It On with Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
First and goal. Prescott in the gun. Right side fade. Gallup up in the air. Touchdown.
Good morning, Metroplex. It's the Monday edition of Sean and RJ, and to what do we owe the pleasure of Bobby Belt in here at 5:30?
I don't know. Did I read the Miami score wrong? Like, do I?
I don't know. I mean,
bet.
you were so confident that I didn't even check the box score.
Yeah.
I just figured they won.
I don't know what happened.
When did you get home? Get out of there from the stadium?
So I got home at like 12:30. I laid down around 12:55, and then I woke up out of anxiety of sleeping in too late. I woke up at 3:30, and then I couldn't go back to sleep. So I got like an hour and a half, 2 hours.
Just way too excited after the Cowboys dropped 33 points in the fourth quarter. I started with that play. I thought that was the turning point of the game. I was fighting off sleep very hard yesterday. Mm-hmm. Very long and fun night Saturday with the Tolos. Had the kids' Christmas party at his school, bunch of back and forth, dog drama. So I was like, let me just try to take like a 10-minute nap at halftime while setting the alarm. And when I woke back up, I was like, is my mind playing tricks with me? Or was that an interception that Dak threw that the referees did not give to Indianapolis? That pass that I thought they picked cleanly.
The one that was behind Lamb, was it Lamb?
That was Lamb slipping. Not slipping. I don't want to start off on this foot. I don't want to start off on this foot. I'm just saying that's the one where Lamb, it was that one where he slipped as he was coming to the ball.
So it was Dak behind Lamb, and I was like, I thought that was an interception. The Cowboys then get a personal foul on top of it for a nasty block that was thrown against CD. Lamb converts a 3rd and 10 later on down. That was a little bit earlier. I'm sorry, but they basically scored that touchdown with Gallup. That makes it 28-19, and I thought that was the big swinging turning point in the game. Did you think that was a pick, or did you clearly see it bounce?
I thought I saw it bounce.
Okay.
Yeah, you may have been picking the crusties out of the eyes. You never know.
Bobby?
I thought it was a pick live, but then when they slowed it down, it was like, oh, okay, no. Like, you could tell it had, hit the ground, skipped a little bit.
Clearly bounced.
I thought so. I mean, there were some people on Twitter who said they weren't so confident, but I thought it looked like it.
And the floodgates opened from there. My Lord.
Yes, they did.
Holy crap.
I mean, look, Indianapolis is not a very good team, and I think they just turned it over again. My goodness, I have not seen a team on what 3 or 4 straight possessions, pick, fumble. Like, you don't see that. That's one of those rare moments that you get. Those rare, I mean, call them breaks too sometimes that you get in games that it's just like, okay, this thing is just over. That's a. I don't know how they won a game.
And everyone got healthy. Everyone was able to pad some stats. It was like, just throw in the towel, just stop, get Matt Ryan out of there. This poor guy is now starting to catch a beatdown. Bobby, your biggest takeaway from last night's destruction of Jeff Saturday's team?
Is that it wasn't a destruction for 3 quarters, and it should have been. Like it felt like, and I don't know if this was just the 10-day layoff or what it was, because you had 10 days of rest. Indy was coming from the road on a Monday night game. Like they had as little rest almost as you could possibly have. And so to me, it was just it felt like they were kind of sleepwalking through 3 quarters. Everybody was just it was a very blah football game for 3 quarters. And it was just gross, performances throughout. And so that was kind of my biggest thing was I don't know what it is about this team that takes them so long to wake up. Because this has been kind of a consistent thing lately is, second half, fourth quarter, they really kind of break out.
Yeah, I got to do some, hard soul searching here on what I really think about right now. It's like, you win, it's a big win, from a margin of victory standpoint. But, man, that I don't know, something about the offense just wasn't, I know the offense has been dominant since Dak came back. It's like it's more dominant on the scoreboard than it is in reality, which is odd. Yeah. It's like, that's all that really matters is the scoreboard for the most part, but... it just doesn't look like the offense, and some of the numbers don't even match up to where the point totals are. So
I agree.
I'm struggling. I'm struggling today.
Yeah,
I'm still Jake deGrom hungover.
We'll get to your tears later. No, it's funny because I think this has consistently been a thing. The 49-point game against Chicago, they started out really strong in that game. They scored in their first whatever possessions, but it didn't necessarily feel that dominant like a performance. It didn't feel that dominant against New York last week, and it didn't feel like a 35-point victory yesterday. But it's just, look, the scoreboard's the scoreboard. And, it's a little funny that we're sitting here talking about them sleepwalking in a game where they scored 54 points. But
that's
here
the way
we are.
Felt 5 touchdowns off of 5 turnovers.
There you go.
5 TDs off of 5 turnovers. It was just the team with better talent, like just exploded with playmaking ability. Indianapolis, they're so bad. They're so boring. Collinsworth last night trying to stroke them. I'm telling you, I can tell these wideouts. I'm telling you guys, you can make plays. Just throw it up to them. Just throw it up to them and give them chances. As Chris was trying to go ahead and do his PFF homework.
Yeah, some of them are like 6'5". Go ahead. Those are the guys you want to throw it up to. They should, but Matt Ryan's not that quarterback anymore.
Is that the biggest indictment of PFF we could possibly have?
Is Chris
Collinsworth thought Indianapolis was good because of their grades?
No, I think it's Chris Collinsworth.
Yes,
is the indictment on PFF if there is one.
877-881-1053, truckrick.com text line to hit us up here on the show. Some of the final numbers. Dak was 20 of 30 for 170, 3 touchdowns. Yeah. The QBR was a 40. Tony Pollard got loose, 12 for 91. He averaged 7.6 a touch with 2 scores. Zeke had 17 for 77. It later came out that Zeke did not start because of disciplinary reasons, which Jerry, you have the parent who is going to crack down on you, and then the very lenient one. Jerry, of course, is the lenient one. He was like, were you there for that, Bobby?
Yeah.
When he's like, it was like a cell phone, or he was late. Like, I wouldn't have
cell phone, right? I wouldn't have been that hard on him, but but of course, then it's funny. You get into the locker room and Zeke is talking while Jerry's talking, and they ask Zeke like, "Hey, so what did you think about?" He's like, just changing some things up tonight, trying a different rotation. But it works either way.
He has such a great attitude now. It's crazy.
Yeah, except with cell phones, I guess, in meetings or something.
Except with cell phones in meetings. CD had 5 for 71, and the score. Broadus tweeted out, it feels like CD may not want or need Odell Beckham to come here. Michael Gallup, the finisher in the red zone. That was a gorgeous fade that Dak threw to him to make it 28-19. Gallup, first touchdown reception from Dak Prescott on the season?
Yep, first one since he caught it and tore his ACL.
Wow. 4 for 23. Felt like he was a much bigger factor than that. Like, again, you look at the box score, right? The leading receiver had 5 catches. Everyone else had 2, 3, or 4.
Now, CD did have those 23 rushing yards, too.
And the pass attempt.
Yes. The pass attempt was disgusting. But the 23 rushing yards, those were 2 really nice runs. And he had, those catches he made were huge. He had, of course, that one where he rolls over and it looks like he's down and he stays up. Hyper awareness there. The third down catch he had that set up the Michael Gallup, the second Michael Gallup touchdown that put him up 2 scores. That little move he made, he should have, he should have been tackled right there. But just the nice little subtle move he made to get around him and get the first down.
He's balling.
CeeDee Lamb was so great last night.
And I don't have a problem with only one, like with their leading guy only having 5 catches if they spread it around to 7 or 8 guys, which is what they did. That's
when your defense gets 5 turnovers,
it helps. They're not having to throw so much.
So the Cowboys absolutely take apart the Colts in the fourth quarter, 33-0 in the fourth. Tirico is like, I don't know if I've ever seen anything like this. That's because it's tied for the second most points scored in any fourth quarter in NFL history. The second greatest fourth quarter ever, and 40 or more in 5. Bobby tweeted this. 40 or more points in 5 of Dak's last 10 games. They're averaging 34 points over that 10-game span. And since Kellen Moore was named OC in 2019, they lead the league in 40 games.
Yeah, buddy.
No, we're not doing that.
Zach Wolchuk is trying to get 50 brisket copyrighted and trademarked to pass out at Baby Dolls.
I told him that was stupid.
Biscuit.
No. I told him it was stupid last night on the postgame show.
Why?
Because it's stupid.
So 50 is supposed to be what?
I don't know.
Need a different protein. Need something.
We could just go back and repair our mistake on 40 Burger.
Oh, you don't like 40
No,
Burger?
I think it's
Why?
dumb.
Oh, good.
Why?
Yes.
What do you like about it?
Because-
You like scoring 40 points? You like
No, I
scoring?
love scoring 40
I mean, how many
points. I
kids do you
don't
got? 7?
40
You score enough.
burger. I have 3. I come from a family of 9.
That's
I have
what it
9
is.
kids.
Your parents
but no,
don't believe
right, exactly.
Protection.
Exactly. Yeah.
All right, let's go inside the locker room. Bobby was there. What Cowboys were celebrating the most? Jerry on the Odell visit, inside the NFC East, and the major injury in San Francisco that could get the 49ers out of the Cowboys' way. We're just getting started with the Cowboys Monday with Sean, RJ, and Bobby in early on the Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, we'll have reaction to Cowboys and Colts in this Cowboys Monday, including Brian Broaddus has your instant film reaction in the 240 Nation 2 to 7 of the Fan.
Window Nation is giving you 0% interest for 5 full years.
Stacked on the right side, and another one coming in motion, setting up, snap back. Oh, he's blitzed and sacked. Donovan Wilson blowing through on the safety blitz.
That was the call last night from the great Brad Sham. The Voice of America's team will join us at 8:40 this morning. It's Sean, RJ, and Bobby Belt on a glorious Cowboys Monday as they humiliate the Indianapolis Colts on national TV 54-19. Thanks for being a Tolo. Hopefully you had a fantastic and safe weekend. Brought us in the post, Bobby said he felt like this made Matt Ryan a little bit skittish. these blitzes that Dan Quinn started to bring. I saw Donovan Wilson, and then I think it was Anthony Barr coming up the middle after the Cowboys weren't able to generate that pressure early on. And Broadus thought that little adjustment by Dan Quinn, it was a heat-seeking missile that Donovan Wilson brought to the face of Matt Ryan, and then it just felt like the Colts offense. We saw what happened to the Colts offense.
Matt was getting rid of the ball in maybe a half second. Like, it was like, I'm not even going to find the laces, okay? I'm just going to drop back and get rid of this damn thing because these guys are coming, and that's what it was. I mean, it was basically a pin your ears back kind of day for this Cowboys defense, especially in the second half. And, I mean, that what an awful fourth quarter by him. And, I mean, really by the entire team for that.
Here's Mike McCarthy on the overall second half adjustments that his team made last night.
Well, I just think like anything, you just trust your preparation, not to get into what he's called coach speak. But every week, it's nice to be in these 7-day runs because I feel like it just gives you the optimal opportunity just to come out here and get going and make the adjustments that you have to make each week. But I felt like we were ready to play. I thought they made a few plays early, which credit to the Colts, but we just it was we called it a Cowboy 6 game. We knew this was going to come down to the fundamentals of ball security, tackling, getting off blocks, big play opportunities. So, and I thought our players just did a good job consistently staying after it for 4 quarters.
In the fourth quarter, I don't know about four quarters, but it's funny when you bring up that issue with the blitz. Dan Quinn had dialed up something on the Anthony Barr sack that was really interesting that I don't think we've seen this year. He had stood up. He brought on one blitz. It was Anthony Barr, Dorrance Armstrong, DeMarcus Lawrence, Micah Parsons, Dante Fowler, and then there was somebody else there, I think, too. But he basically had 5 or 6 edge rushers all standing up at the line of scrimmage and coming. And it's one of those things where we haven't seen a lot of that. I mean, that's almost like Buddy Ryan.
Rex Ryan.
More like Buddy almost. Like that's just, I mean, bringing the house and having that many edge rushers out there, and immediately Anthony Barr takes him down. I was a little worried on that Anthony Barr sack when he kind of jumped up to block it and then he came back down. I was a little concerned that they were going to try and you came down with your hands on their head. You're hitting it. But luckily they Tim Collins kept that flag in his back pocket.
Tim Collins. The referee who you think
Tim
looks
agreed.
Like our boss.
I showed it to Tim. He said yes, he agrees.
This was the inside the locker room reaction from the boys celebrating from DallasCowboys.com.
Hey, that's exactly what we were supposed to do. Great job. Obviously, +4, running the football. Hey, let's give it up for the young dude. Yeah! That's right. Give it, them too. No, seriously, rookies, you're not rookies no more. Great job. Hey, man, we took a step today. That's what it's all about. Okay, victory Monday tomorrow.
Appreciate y'all boys, man. That's the way to come out here and dominate because we supposed to, man. We got the players better do that every week, man. Let's keep it going. Yes. Cowboys on 3. 1, 2, 3. Cowboys!
No, Zach Martin, it's only 1:15.
Oh, no, it's just 10:48 or something
It's
like that.
only 1:15 in the morning. 50 piece. Are we trying to reinvent the wheel? We were talking about 50 brisket from Zach Wolchuk, 50 steak.
How about 50 cent?
On the fan text. 50 piece. I mean, that seems...
I think that's been... I think a general piece has just been something that they say when describing how many points they have. Like that, I think that is much longer standing than burgers. Like I think
spot.
Spot piece like
bomb.
that. That's
a bomb.
Nope, that's bad
points?
too.
No,
That's bad.
not.
I don't like
Can't
that.
talk about bomb
Nope.
in these times.
Not
really.
Not with me on the show.
Oh, sorry.
Truckwreck.com, text line, live on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Who else did you catch up with, or what else did you notice in the locker room afterwards?
It's funny. I was talking with Sue, the lady who stood outside the locker for like 30 years, and we were both observing. She was like, "You know what? Oddly enough, when
Was
they
she the
win,
one who let Dalrymple in?
no, gosh, oh my gosh, Sue's a sweet woman. No,
I'm kidding around.
So no, we were talking about it, and she mentioned
I
just calm down. I got you. We were talking about how when they win, they bail out of the locker quicker than when they lose, because they kind of want to wait out the media and hope they can then slip. They don't want to walk by everybody and everything like that. But it was a good mood. I mean, everybody happy, jovial. You got good energy from CeeDee Lamb. Zeke was cheering. You could hear them all as they got into the locker room. Each time a new guy had run in there, coming off the field from a post-game interview or whatever, you heard the locker go nuts again because somebody was celebrating that somebody else had just walked in there. So they were thrilled.
And we got to focus on the young guys at 6 o'clock and star up, star down. Bobby's guy, Daron Bland, turning into Neon Daron last night. Damon Clark, Malik Hooker with his revenge game against Indy. A little bit of bad news. It's an injury. It's a season-ending injury, it sounds like. The truckwreck.com text line isn't going to really respond to this as bad news, as Jerry Jones may have let it slip that Anthony Brown is gone for the year.
Yeah, he's out for the year in my mind. Now, they haven't said that.
Okay. Whoa, hang on a second. Okay. All right, forget let it slip.
No, it's about to get even worse. It's about to get even worse as you hear him go on.
I have to say, I am never asking, you guys can, but I'm not asking about injuries ever again. He has no idea he just throws things against
he's right.
He tried to just pump the brakes on it. He's right. He just is like, go ahead, Bobby.
Yeah,
you're there.
He's right. And you'll hear him here in a sec. He's talking about.
If anything, we want to ask him more about injuries.
He said, yeah, he's out for the year. Now, they haven't said that. And then he goes on. He goes, they haven't said he's out for the year. He goes, but he tore his Achilles. So
let's hear the whole thing.
Yeah, he's out for the year in my mind. Now, they haven't said that.
Okay.
But he tore his Achilles. And that's probably going to be the case. I'm sick for him. He's had an outstanding career, and he's brought it up by the bootstrap, and he, to me, is what a young player working hard, really having the right stuff can become. That's not a number one draft pick. So I'm sick for him, sick for us.
Well, Anthony Brown has probably become the T-Will, the blank, the insert.
Everybody needs a scapegoat.
Is he a scapegoat or has he stunk? I mean,
he's been bad. He and Kelvin Joseph kept Indianapolis in the game yesterday. Indianapolis hasn't been able to hit passes downfield all year long. They hit a couple on Kelvin Joseph and Anthony Brown. They were like, oh, everybody else has done this. Why shouldn't we try? And they had success with it with Alec Pierce down the field.
45-yarder to Pierce. Just seems like he gives up a deep ball a game. And his PFF grade chop, a 57, and now Anthony Brown is gone for the season. We got a cornerback issue.
Of course.
I mean,
their defense is a weak link unit. Whoever the weakest link is, that's who gets picked on. And if he's your weak link, you're okay. The problem is when you get somebody who's like way worse as your weak link, and now you've got a problem. Because now Joseph gets thrown into the 2 spot, or, and then it's the next man up. Well, the next man up ain't any good. Anthony Brown is fine as a third corner, which you need as a starter. It's a starting corner.
He's fine as a third corner, but you have to play him outside, so he's going against number 2s a lot of times.
Second corner, yeah.
Now you can make an argument that the hardest corner position to play is the one Daron Bland is playing right now, which is the nickel, because you have the entire field. You don't get the sideline to basically boundary guys, but
now AB was in coverage for the Hooker tipped interception. So some were trying to give Anthony Brown credit for that.
He broke up the pass. Did he get there early? I don't know. He kind of broke up, but he broke up the pass.
I mean, he got there early and we got an interception, just like Indy got there early and got the interception on Dak, which should have been pass interference. But
all right. I guess the niceties are about to be out the window. Let the arguing begin.
I'm about to take my Adderall. I haven't taken it this morning.
You haven't taken it?
No, you can't tell?
Okay. No. Well, you're awake and you're not yawning, so I definitely assumed after that late night at 1 a.m. that you would take. So how long does it take to kick in?
45 minutes.
45 minutes.
So it'll be, I'll take it here. It'll be 6:45.
That's not an upper for him.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
No, but I'll lock in. Like right now, I do feel a little spaced out, to be honest.
Oh, well, thanks for contributing solid the first 30 minutes.
Hey. No, look, that's what this is right here. This is Nielsen. This is Nielsen's, babe.
Hey, you ever respond to the Tola who keeps hitting you up to drop off some Adderall on his doorstep?
No, and he's been a little, there have been a couple times, I need to point him out. He's been a little trolly to you and me, like on stuff where he tags us and he's like, y'all don't know what you're talking about. And I've been a little bit like, no, let's share your screenshots, buddy.
It's like what you did to that guy in the body bag fitness dude. He's gone, disappeared. That was
yeah. I haven't seen him tweet since then.
Well, that was the first I'd ever seen him anyway.
Dang. Body jack dude, body shaming everyone up here, and then Bobby goes and finds his stock image, and then night, bye-bye, see you later. He indied this Tolo with what happened last night in the fourth quarter. Let's go star up, star down. Your review, your grades of the Cowboys' destruction of the Colts. Bland, Hooker, Damone. I was trying to do a Hooker moaning thing. Damone. It didn't work. Star up, star down. Next on the Fan.
Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios. Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Dallas needs another takeaway. Ryan will play fake, and under pressure, he screens it right to the tight end. And it's fumbled by the tight end. It's picked up by Hooker. Hooker again. 5. Touchdown. Can you believe that? Oh, have a night, Malik Hooker.
Hooker scores from Cox and Damon Clark, causing it all. Good morning, Metroplex. Thank you, Bobby. It's Sean, RJ, and Bobby Belt on DFW Sports Station, your home of America's team. Malik against his former squad. Damon Clark stripping Mo Alley. That made it 34-19. The PR team put out the stat that Malik Hooker is the first Cowboys player with an interception and a fumble return for a touchdown in the same game since Dennis Thurman in 1983. So,
were you purposely not saying his last name because of what it says?
Huh?
What?
No, he said Mo Alley. You didn't say the Cox
you didn't want to say
Cox. I was like, you purposely not say that last name.
No, but you missed my beginning zinger. Bobby got it. I said Hooker scored off Cox.
Yeah.
You missed it.
Oh, I did miss that.
Stripping Cox.
I didn't pick up on that.
Stripping Cox.
Stripping.
Headlines.
Now that's better.
Let's bring back some headlines at 7:20 this morning. After headlines and then headlines, we're giving away Cowboys Texans tickets in the 7 a.m. Expressway. Let's keep sending Tolos to Arlington to keep up the winning streak. But let's talk about these young guys that Mike McCarthy wanted to give props to afterwards, Bobby. Let's start off with Damon Clark, who you've been talking about in the past 2 weeks around here.
Yeah, Damon Clark, I don't know that he was, I mean, he had the strip, and it felt like the run defense was stronger when he was out there. I was trying to track it earlier in the game. When he was out there in place of Barr, it felt like they were able to have better success stopping the run. And I think that while he's still kind of finding his way and trying to figure out where he is and everything else and get his footing under him, he's such an impressive athlete, and he's going to be so good for them. And I think you already know what you kind of have in Anthony Barr, which is a player who's on the back end of his career.
Savvy, though.
But there's a future with Damon Clark. So get him ready now so that you can get those reps in by the time he hits the playoffs. Because I just don't know from, week to week, snap to snap, like what I'm going to get from Anthony Barr. And so I thought Damon Clark was pretty consistent last night overall and stepped up in a big way. That's a steal for them. Getting him in the 5th round on that medical is such a steal.
It's a young man's sport, man. Like give me some youth out there and let it go. I'm not into progress stopping, which is going to really be interesting with Odell. But whatever. There's no progress to stop.
And number 77 coming back. We'll bring you the Odell update at 6:20 this morning. Speaking of another young guy, some Tolos think he should be last night's player of the game.
3rd and 6, snap to Ryan. Back and looking, standing and throwing deep to the right, and that ball's intercepted on the right sideline by Daron Bland.
My Lord. Interception in the 4th quarter. Played defense on the 2-point to tie the game. Got another one. Neon Daron Sanders, a guy that you have been talking about, a guy that you've been loving, Bobby, since training camp. Give us a little background on his development.
Yeah, he's a guy who had played at a smaller college. I want to say he was at Sacramento State or somewhere like that. Ended up transferring, played his senior year at Fresno State, and went really under the radar. He was the guy the Cowboys were in on early and thought really highly of. But this is a guy who didn't even get a combine invite that they took in the 5th round. And they just are really impressed with what a high IQ player he is, his athleticism, his motor, his length. He's a really impressive player. And for them to put him in the slot when Jordan Lewis went down, for them to say, hey, you're going to take this and this is, this is your spot. We're not going to kick Anthony Brown inside and run Kelvin Joseph outside. For them to do that says they have all the trust in the world. I mean, that's almost, it's not quite the same level, but it's like a couple steps below, like saying, let's trust our quarterback position to a rookie. It is a critically important spot, and he's been great for them. Both those interceptions last night were incredible. The one that he wrestled away from the Indy receiver, and then just the athleticism on the first one. Just a really impressive performance, and the future, honestly, at nickel for them over the next several years.
But now what at corner, with Jerry telling the media that Anthony Brown is gone for the year, that he tore his ACL? Jerry, we know about the receiver. y'all got to go out and try to find a corner?
Well, you'll look, but no. No, those guys aren't out there available for when you lose one. They really aren't. And but we're lucky to have that depth. You saw Bland come in and make some plays here tonight. But the one thing I think we've got is secondary depth. I think we have secondary depth.
Okay.
Do they? Is this now?
They have a lot of players that they're in the secondary room.
It's tested now because now you've lost 2 starters, and so
nobody has faith in Kelvin Joseph.
Well, I mean, Jerry does. Jerry said, "I've seen him make plays." In fact, Jerry last night said, "I believe in his character," and Clarence Hill had to come back and say, "When you say you believe, what do you mean?" And then Jerry kind of was like, "Well, I mean, he works hard," and meant like more his football character, but it did make everybody stop down. I'll be interested to see. I think you're going to see more Israel Mukuamu playing corner now. I think he's moving off of safety, which they had him play some nickel stuff during training camp, and he did a good job. He covered CeeDee Lamb well a couple times in training camp, and so I think there's a decent chance that Israel Mukuamu plays corner, which is where he played his last 2 years at South Carolina.
A star up to the Dallas Cowboys #1 receiver that made the play of the game early on.
It's 3rd and 9 at the 21. Snap to Prescott. Good block from Smith. Throws it right. Caught. Lamb. It's good. Oh, he broke a tackle. Runs to the 10. Runs to the goal line. He's in for the touchdown. Oh, he stole one. He had no business scoring that touchdown, except he's CeeDee Lamb.
This kid's balling, Choppy.
Yeah, he is.
He is balling. The presence of mind. I think Bobby tweeted IQ Lamb to not go down. That would have been a field goal attempt right after that. But there's CeeDee. He got physical late in the game on that 3rd and 10. Here it is as he's coming around the corner. Zeke through the block, and then bam! He tried to bury the Colts defender at the 2-yard line. CeeDee Lamb is answering questions. 5 for 71 and a touchdown, averaging 14 a catch last night.
He's answered a lot of the questions. I mean, and they're gonna, they have a decision to make with signing him. They're gonna sign him. That's why they drafted him. Although they drafted him to replace Amari, so who knows what they wind up doing? Maybe they find somebody else to replace him. They don't want to pay the position at all. But all the questions pretty much are getting answered right now about CeeDee and his status as #1. He is, without question, this team's #1. But he's really turned into a #1 across the league. He's not an elite receiver. He's not on the Devontae level or the Tyreek Hill level or something like Jefferson. But he is in that next group of #1s.
And last night, the TV broadcast pointed out that was a career high in shifts and motions for CeeDee, Bobby. They're trying to move him.
They track that on career highs.
Well, they do with Chris Collinsworth in the booth and his wonderful PFF analytics. He's moving on just about every snap now. He's moving usually a lot of times. He'll go across the formation once and then he comes back around. I know they'll GPS track that. Like Mike McCarthy will have data today of how much did we have him run around before the snap. And then we'll probably hear, we had his workload a little too high. GPS data didn't make us totally comfortable. He's going to have a lighter day Wednesday.
And how about the other receiver who is clearly more comfortable, the finisher in the red zone for Dak?
Lamb in motion across the formation to the left. Prescott back, flushed out. Rolls right, throws on the run to Gallup at the 5. Diving to the goal line. Touchdown to Michael Gallup.
Michael Gallup. Now, he only had 4 catches for 23 yards, but 2 touchdowns. That fade in the corner was beautiful.
It was. Good touch throw and a good play by Gallup. Yeah, it's like, this is where it gets skewed, right? 4 for 23 and 2. Like, that's not a good game. It's a good fantasy game. I don't get it. I don't get worked up over, like the 2 touchdowns. Like, I know a lot of people love, oh my God, like that's the greatest. 4 for 23 is not a good game. But it's just not. But then again, it's an opportunity position. If you don't get more opportunities, you're not going to get more touches.
But can't we say, I think we can say even at 4 for 23, we can say that was still a good game because his 2 touchdown catches, the one where he catches it and he navigates traffic and bowls over, that was huge because that was when things were starting to feel a little, little shaky.
Plays. They're big plays.
So then that back shoulder fade. We've had issues this year with guys making contested catches in the receiver group. And Michael didn't seem totally comfortable when he came back from his injury with that kind of stuff. So I think that's a big development. I think those are 2 huge catches that, I think you can give him a ton of credit for. He made the most of his looks yesterday.
Tony Pollard then got a little escort around the corner from a guy who was subbing out a little bit for the 40-year-old. Why is Bobby Belt shaking his
Because
head?
I don't know, Hooker, escort, like what are you? I feel like you're just doing nothing but puns this
There's
morning.
nothing wrong with that.
Hit it.
9:54 left. First down, pitch off. Left to Pollard. Wending his way through people. 20, 15, 10, 5. Pollard dancing and walking the dog. Touchdown for the second time tonight.
I haven't walked a dog in a while. I haven't heard Brad say walk the dog as much as there was a stretch of like 2013 to 2017 or 18 where Brad worked to walk the dog in just about every game. I haven't heard that as much.
Tyler Smith had to get out of Pollard's way down there towards the goal line as he showed the explosion. The whole crowd was chanting Zeke. They wanted him to get his TD later on. I don't like the Salvation Army thing. Let's just keep that on Thanksgiving.
You don't like the Salvation Army?
Jerry,
are you listening?
hates charities.
I
think that's the headline from this segment.
I think so too.
Thought that he was going to do something different, or there was going to be something creative, but no, Zeke decided to jump back in himself. I give a star down. for that.
You want to say something about Habitat for Humanity or any other charities?
Children,
Sandlot, swinging for a cause, any issues with that?
Children's charities and such. Cool.
877-881-1053, chartrec.com, text line. So everyone getting involved, everybody scoring, and Dak was asked afterwards about all the different weapons. 5th most points scored in the history of the organization with 54. Most complete game offensive of the year, Dakota?
I definitely say the team's hitting a stride, but I can't say it was the most complete. I mean, I just think that was a fourth quarter explosion. I think you can go back to a couple of weeks ago on the road up in Minnesota. That was a complete game from all three phases, pass game, run game. But tonight, that defense did that. They gave us short fields right there in the fourth quarter, great field position, and allowed us to put up some points late. But that's also just the trust that we have in what we have going and what we've built, and just laying another brick that, what was a 9-point game in the start of the fourth or something like that, and then look up to the final score like that. That just shows when we stay consistent, continue to believe in each other, that can happen at any point in the game.
Yeah, that was not their most complete game because they should have scored 70. Honestly, if you want to talk about if they were playing at the top of their game and they really went after it for 4 quarters and kept starters in against that Colts team, that's a game you should win yesterday 70-10.
He was much better against Minnesota. He was much better against Chicago. This was not as an offense too. This was not their best game. I mean, they got some opportunities from the defense to give them some short fields.
And Dak was off early, it felt like.
This was his worst game since he came back.
Worst game since he came back.
Yeah. Yes. Although, I mean, Green Bay
again, though, we talked that's both of those interceptions that he threw. Those were, issues with communication and things like that. I don't think he made a lot of plays in that Green Bay game.
He did make some plays.
He didn't make plays for them last night. No, I can't remember a single time where it's like the throw to Gallup was nice, but I can't remember last night when that game was close going, damn, that was a great play by Dak.
Well, it was that one series where it was like, you are going to catch the ball on the other side. I'm going to keep. It was just the one series where Gilmore had the pick in the second. Should have had it earlier in the drive. Dak was high to Lamb. It was high a couple different times. I do think Schultz should have caught one a little bit earlier, but it was a tad bit high. But the Dak tweets were coming strong until this thing got way out of hand.
To the fourth quarter.
Including your Dak tweets.
I didn't tweet about Dak at all. I just did a very generic tweet that.
What did it say?
It just said he might not be the guy, but they've already signed him, so he clearly is the guy. It's what?
So wait, did you just acknowledge you were talking about Dak?
No, I acknowledged that he thought I was talking about Dak.
Dak thought you were talking about Dak, or Sean did?
Sean did.
Oh, okay.
I thought you. I thought you were a social assassin now, and now you're.
I thought he was talking about me.
You're pussyfooting.
I'm not.
You're fence sitting.
I'm not ready to say anything yet. I just, I'm just. It's like, a college will float a guy's name out there to gauge public perception on whether or not it's a good idea to hire him.
Okay.
Yeah, it could have been what I was doing.
Okay. All right. I mean, do you want us to have a happy off season or not? That's what I would just say.
Well,
What does that mean?
Pick your take wisely, Chop, if you don't want us to have ugly offseason here. We don't want to have ugly
Oh,
offseason
on this
arguments.
show?
Yeah, we don't want to just yell for 6 months, do we?
Yeah.
No, I don't. I don't want to yell for 6 months. It'd probably be 7.
That's true. Yeah, because we'd go, well, I mean, I guess you're expecting a one and done from the Cowboys then? You expect them out early January?
So who are the
Take us all
other
way up to
candidates
camp?
who it could have been that you tweeted about?
Well, it could have been, let's see, it could have been Gallup.
Okay.
Could have been Lamb.
Could have been
Okay.
Odell.
Don't
Could have
know-
been Odell.
I don't know what either of the two receivers would have done last night to make you tweet
Well, it
that.
could have been just in general. Could have been Zeke.
Anthony Brown.
It could have been Anthony Brown.
Okay.
Could have been Diggs. I didn't hear Mike's name much
it could
last
not
night.
be
Could have been
Diggs.
him. I know Diggs was too busy getting worked on that touchdown in the end. It could have been let's see. It could have been McCarthy. Could have been Kellen Moore.
Okay.
Could have been Dan Quinn. Could have been Jerry. I don't think Jerry's the guy. Steven.
877
Could have been Collinsworth.
881-1053, truckwreck.com, text line to hit us up here on DFW Sports Station. Today, the courting of Odell Beckham officially begins. He's going to the Mavs game tonight. Are they taking him to dinner? Everything that Jerry had to say, Bobby thinks this thing is basically a done deal after what Jerry had to say last night to Kevin Gray and the rest of the media. Odell official watch begins inside the NFC East. And is San Francisco done and out of our way? Next on The Fan.
injury lawyers Frankel & Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
Hurts, back, pumps, looks. He is floating it deep for A.J. Brown, who has it, and he scores! A.J. Brown took it away from Trey Avery and scored his second touchdown of the game.
Adam's apple not get caught up in there at the end.
I just want to know. It's like he throws up.
I almost mark that.
That's what it is.
Yeah, I almost vomited there just trying to imitate him. Like it's that bad. The guy's off.
So I caught some backlash for tweeting. Wow, nice statement, big statement there from the Eagles against the Tennessee Titans, 35-10. And of course, all the Cowboy fans had to come back at me. What statement? What's so impressive about Tennessee?
True.
And I was like, there was a period here within, the last 3 weeks where Tennessee kind of reestablished themselves as a division favorite and champion. I've never taken them seriously as a championship threat, but they won 5 in a row, 7 of 8, and now they've lost back-to-back. They lost 20-16 to the Bengals, but yesterday, Jalen Hurts, 4 combined touchdowns, and A.J. Brown with the revenge game on Tennessee, 35-10 filthy.
Yeah, I noticed that, because when you mentioned that you catching the backlash, the
You're telling me on Friday that I had some hope that Tennessee could knock off the Eagles and get us within a game closer in the division. Like, this is one of those games where I'm like, the Eagles, they could lose this one, especially with the way that they haven't been able to stop the run and Derrick Henry on the other side.
Yeah, Tennessee's a good team. They're not a great team. They're a good team. Look, the
Did you just legitimately agree with me? I thought something sarcastic was about to come out of your mouth. That never happened.
You're talking to me?
Yeah.
No, I dead serious agreed.
Yeah. I mean,
No, yes.
What a moment.
I think we all hoped this was one of the handful of games that might close the gap.
Yeah.
And it didn't.
It didn't. It didn't close the gap. But I'll tell you, though, the Tolos were kind of sensy over the weekend about
the weekend?
About the homerism. The homerism was very sensy this week. It was at an all-time high.
Okay.
All right, and it's carried over into today.
Because it is usually very sensitive.
Yeah, it is.
What happened? What are you referring to?
Well, I mean, all the deGrom. You said a thing about deGrom. I mean, I thought the Rangers were going to. I mean, the Rangers might actually just not even credential me for next year. Okay, they've been known to do that. But the Tolos are so can't you just let us enjoy this for a minute? No, I can't. Okay, I'm sorry, I can't. Your team made a dumb decision, and I can't let you enjoy this. I'm not going to let you do that. And then last night or carries over to this morning. I mean, the Colts are a good team. They're a pesky team. They're a Colts. Why can't you guys just enjoy the victory?
Pesky.
It's just very sensitive. They're very sensitive.
All right, let's unleash Choppy on the deGrom news coming up at 6:40 this morning. But Devontae Smith early, A.J. Brown throughout. A.J. with 8 for 119 and 2. Jalen Hurts, Bobby, becomes the first player in franchise history to throw for 350, 3 touchdowns, and rush for a score in the game. And the defense sacked Tannehill 6 times. They held Derrick to 11 carries for 30 yards. Tennessee had 209 yards of offense on the day.
Yeah, and look, I hate that this was the game that he played coming off a night where I'm going to have 2 hours sleep, because I feel like I'm not mentally prepared to effectively take this down in a way that will make Jared Sandler shut up. That's what I think I really need to do, but I'm not there yet. And
Explain the text with Jared.
So Jared is all about Jalen Hurts is absolutely in the conversation with Dak, which I guess Choppy, you're getting there too now. Or are you going to jump on this bandwagon too?
I've thought for most of the year that he's getting there. I think Dak's a better player, but
Jared just argued that it could be a discussion, and Bobby would have none of it.
Well, because it can't yet. It can be in the future. It cannot be a discussion yet. I'm sick of these 12-week runs every year from another quarterback that we want to throw into the discussion of this guy's better than Dak Prescott. This guy's better than Dak Prescott. And then the following year, when we get into the rankings, we're still talking about Dak in there, and that person's fallen off, and we're just throwing up some other new flavor of the year. And it's do it for more than 12 weeks. Carson Wentz was an MVP candidate for 12 weeks too. I don't want to hear it. Dak Prescott's done it for 7 years and has responded to every single thing somebody's thrown up. So, no, I'm not going to count Jalen Hurts on Dak's level until I see Jalen Hurts do it for at least 2 seasons.
I agree with that. We anoint way too quick. But you can't argue that Jalen Hurts is having a better year than Dak.
Yes, he is.
As
a whole, he's not been a better passer. He was yesterday. He was great. But I mean, you still look at like heading into this, he was like 3 straight games of like 140 yards passing.
Right, but he also runs for 70 to 90 a game.
He doesn't. No, that's Lamar. He doesn't consistently run for 70 90. Recently, he has, but not throughout the season. I mean, a lot of games he runs for 40, 30.
Okay, so that's still quite a bit.
He runs a little better than Dak did early in his career.
I thought it was impressive by the Eagles.
It is.
They beat the Titans' ass, and I was hoping for Tennessee to help us out. Tolos want to know if this was a win, loss, or neither with the other game in the NFC East.
Snap, spot, kick on its way, end over end, and it is short. I don't know if it was deflected, but Gano didn't get it cleanly, and this game is ended in a tie. The Giants 20, Washington 20.
Gano misses at the buzzer. What are you laughing at?
Just like, I mean, that's so fitting. Like, just hearing the call, it's like, man, that sounds like that call could just encapsulate the Commanders and the Giants as teams. Like that's just the way they are. Like, honestly,
the Commanders were up 10-0 in this game. Jahan Dotson ties it with 1:45 left. Heineke was getting beat up. And the Commanders came in with the best record in the NFL since Week 6 at 6-1. And Mike Tirico said it last night on the TV broadcast that this actually helps the Cowboys.
Yeah, I mean, a tie will definitely help them. But, I mean, the other thing is, like, I don't know if it matters who won. Like, I mean, Washington's been playing better. I would say Washington's a slightly bigger threat than New York to me right now.
Okay.
But at the same time, you're talking about, in my opinion, these are 2 7-win teams that are like the Colts to me. Like, I think the Colts have had a little more misfortune, but otherwise, like, I don't see a ton of difference between the Colts, the Commanders, and the Giants.
I think the Giants are slightly better. I would pick them over those other 2 teams, but I was hoping for them to lose yesterday, just for us to be more correct that they were a fraud throughout the entire time.
I think the Commanders, I thought they were the better team going in. I hate ties. I hate ties. Just come on, just go to the college system, please.
All right,
I'm just saying, it's funny now that I think about it. I just compared them to the Colts. The Colts are one of 4 teams, along with now the Commanders and Giants and whoever was the Texans, who have now tied. Yeah. So it's fitting that those 3 teams we just compared to have been so terrible that they tied in a game.
Mm-hmm. Jay Glazer, our drinking buddy from Oxnard,
Camus,
with the ode. I'm going to apologize to him.
Don't. It was great.
I'm going to apologize to him. You messed with me that night. I was rude. He's been very nice to us. He does the chain link fence interview, and Bobby got in my head that he's this and he's that. And then I almost got put in a rear naked choke by Jay Glazer for smack talking him because of you. And I'm gonna have to own it. I feel bad.
This is legally defined as slander. That I was telling you to stop yelling Camus at him. I was like, he will kick your ass. Stop it. I did not get you hyped up at all.
Who was telling me Jay Glazer was a jerk?
I don't know. It was not me.
I think Chiafalo had an instant with him where he kind of stood him up.
I think the nosebleed said they got big time, but they didn't say he was jerk. They're like, he kind of big timed us and just blew us off.
They were probably they were probably like doing nights.
No. It was on the field. He blew him off at camp.
Doing nights at the time. Shots fired to the Get Right.
Oh my gosh.
We'll get to KG in a second.
I've done nights before.
Jay Glazer with an Odell report before the games on Fox.
Listen, this is pretty interesting because all 3 of these teams that are in it are making a decision based on their medical departments because Odell's not really willing to work out for any of these teams at this point. So look, the Giants brass and owner John Mara, they take him to dinner the other night. Then they met with their offensive coaches the next day and met with the medical department. Then the next day he goes out with the Buffalo Bills brass and Von Miller, who's really kind of pushing the train here and recruiting Odell to Buffalo. But the Dallas Cowboys, they're going a little bit bigger because, of course, they're the Cowboys. They're bringing him in like an old-fashioned recruiting visit. On Monday, he's going to meet with the team. Monday night, they got him floor seats to go to the Mavericks game. On Tuesday, he's going to meet with Dak Prescott and the leadership group over there. But look, all 3 of these teams are kind of looking at this, that he's going to help them more toward the playoff push. So I know fans are hoping he helps them immediately, but it's more for the playoff push. And also, they're all looking at more long-term deals for Odell as well.
So tonight, he'll be on the floor for the Suns against the Mavericks and then meeting with Dak tomorrow.
That's interesting. Floor seats? Because I feel like when Dak's been to games and stuff like that, typically he is in suites.
Yeah,
So
but
that's interesting. But that's interesting to me. They'd have him exposed like that. He's gonna have to walk, but he's gonna have to walk by all that. But he's gonna have to walk by all that media,
and he wants it.
He wants it.
But okay,
he's an attention whore.
So what you're saying is I need to. You're saying I need to talk to Tim and try to get me last second credential so I can walk up there tonight.
No, we'll just have Chris Arnold.
Yeah,
I guarantee you, Chris Arnold gets
Touchdown.
a picture or says hello to Odell, and who we need to really get to is Sean Heath. We need the big,
Let's
huge.
go,
Let's Odell Beckham.
Mavs PA guy. We need to let him feel the love. We need a big announcement when he's on the Jumbotron. There needs to be a standing ovation.
That's what they want. That's why they're going to give him 4 seats.
Yes.
Because they want the camera to pop on him.
And he wants it too.
Yeah, and he wants it too. That's what they want. It's all part of the recruiting pitch.
Yep.
I would love to see where the workout happens. That's what I'm waiting for.
It's not happening.
It's not going to happen. So
it won't. He's not going to do it. Like, I mean, it's for Odell. It's I don't have to sell you on me. You got to sell me on you guys. I have a market. I don't have to work out for anybody.
That's but I tell you that. Then that's Simp City of your team.
But I mean, that wouldn't be the norm if he was just a free agent, even if he was a healthy. But if he was a healthy or whatever free agent this past offseason, they wouldn't expect him to work out. I'm sure Odell and his representatives view it as no. You work out guys in season who come to your facility when you're trying guys out. You're not trying me out. You're trying to sign me.
Yeah, but I'm not. Yeah, but you want $20 million a year. I
You
need
need
to
the
know.
medical.
I need to know if you can run.
But you need the medical. That's what you need. You just need the medical. The how good do you look right now is pertinent to this season, and that matters. But
why would I
mean,
trust this team's medical when they butchered Dez's surgery?
Okay, I saw Dez last night.
Kevin.
He was
Wow.
good.
Wow.
Wow.
Pick up that name. Pick up the X.
No, I'll leave it there.
Kevin. Whoa.
Wow.
You like diva receivers?
I do. I love them.
Kevin Gray with Jerry last night on the big free agent visit.
Has this team earned the right for you to write that check when it comes to potentially signing Odell? Has this team earned that right to have you invested in?
Yes.
Why
very
do you
much.
feel that way?
It just has. We're a team that's capable of competing, and if Odell can play, he could make us a better team, and we could compete better. But it's certainly a team that is deserving of me looking at every opportunity to make it better right now.
Do you feel that sense of urgency to get something done given the way
I do not. I think we have a chance to be a competitive team in the playoffs and be in the playoffs. But I should at all times be looking for a way to improve it on the assessment of our team today.
Lastly, what would be your closing argument based on what happened tonight that you would want to communicate to Odell when you talk to him over the next couple of days about what your team is and what they can be?
Well, I think that he would see join a very talented, enthusiastic group that'd like to be on the team with him.
Well, KG get an exclusive one-on-one with JJ.
So Jerry is, I think it was once upon a time, I can't remember who wrote it. Somebody at the Dallas Morning News had written the line that Jerry Jones has trouble telling the Gilmer Mirror no for an exclusive interview. So if you were hanging out there, you can absolutely pull him aside and he'll stop. And KG's learned that, especially now going this year, that he can, if you wait around once it all breaks up, as Jerry's walking to his car, 3 or 4 different reporters will stop him along the way and go, hey, can I get you something from you? And he'll give you something exclusive.
Why Jason Garrett deserves praise for the Cowboys win last night, and RJ Choppy not a fan of the Rangers making the baseball headline over the weekend. On the home of the Cowboys and Rangers next.
Well, let's get you over to the greatest of diamonds.
Brad Sham with the call. He'll join us at 8:40, and we're giving away tickets to the Cowboys against the Armpit Sunday in Arlington. That's happening during the Expressway here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. They dominated so much, Bobby came in at 5:30 this morning, despite winning the show bet, which we'll get into in a little bit. But we want to hook you up to Cowboys-Texans in Arlington on Sunday at noon, 9 a.m. pregame on the station. Expressway tickets coming up here on DFW Sports Station. How about Jay Jeezy kicking out some strong opinions last night on the NBC pregame show? Jason Garrett saying the Cowboys are going to win by 40. And then at halftime, he's like, well, they just got a little bit more to go. They just got a little bit more to do. 54-19. I love the boldness from Coach right there. So props to him for going out on a little bit of a limb. And Jay Jeezy looks good.
Yeah, they had on the pregame show, they had Rodney Harrison yesterday. And Broadus had to get his shot at here. He's like,
oh, like on our pregame show had Rodney? What'd you say, Choppy?
I've heard what a wonderful guy he is.
Man.
Well, so they had him on, and Broadus had to hit him with, he's like, Rodney, you know, has Jason Garrett lightened up at all? Or is he a pain in your ass like he was for us? Because he was kind of a pain in the ass for us. Have you lightened him up a little bit? Have you made him better? Yeah, he hit him with it.
And?
Rodney was like, oh, yeah, we're not going to tolerate that. He's like, I'm not going to have somebody uptight around me. He's like, we need to have some looseness. But he was like, but y'all
because Rodney doesn't seem real uptight.
Not at all. No, it's not like he had a reputation of being uptight.
No.
I'll slow down. I know Tim doesn't want us jeopardizing future guests, but
yeah, leave that to me.
Yeah, exactly. So you and Jim Nance, that's what you're here for. But
Collinsworth started interview. Y'all have, man, I blame y'all on the chartwreck.com text line and on Twitter. Turn me on Collinsworth a little bit. I used to be a big fan, and now I'm just getting like steadily more irritated, whether it's Pro Football Focus. Maybe he's not having Alsomnia next to him. You guys have just ruined it for me. He starts interviewing Tirico last night about all the Cowboy moves, about Odell. What do you think? Who's going to win the East? It's like, yo, man, stop being a little scaredy cat. Stop being a meow. You answer the questions. You're the analyst. You're the expert. Stop asking Tirico.
I don't get the meow reference, but he's always been a beatdown. He's never been good.
No, yes, he has.
No, he hasn't.
How do you get that spot? How do you get the job?
I mean, like, I think that there's several examples of people who suck who got high-profile jobs in that industry. So, I don't know that I totally buy into that. But
are they also the same ones complaining about Jeff Saturday?
Well, yeah, I'll let you name those names. But no, he's always beaten me down. Like all the way back to when he was in Fox. You remember when they had the 3-man booth with Aikman years ago that Collinsworth was in? It was Buck, Collinsworth, and Aikman. And that was awful. And I remember he got super defensive. He had ripped that 49ers Giants playoff game that was like in the early 2000s. That was
the extra point. They fumbled
the field goal. They fumbled the field goal, and he ripped them. Was like, you can spike it, and then everybody came back and was like, actually you can't. That's against the rules. And Collinsworth did some media interview later that week where he just was like, what, you've never made a mistake in your life? I have to deal with all these jackasses that come. And it's like, okay, dude, you said it, own it. Like, don't be mad now that people have called you out. So he's always left a bad taste in my mouth all the way back to 20 years ago.
All right, so that is Jason Garrett calling the absolute beatdown last night. Ended up being right, 54-19. How much does this help the Cowboys? Jimmy Garoppolo's gone for the year as he got the ankle bent up yesterday. The Sean and RJ show bet goes to Bobby Belt. As I thought, Choppy, this thing was over. When Garoppolo gets hurt, they go to Purdy.
Brock Purdy. Brocktober. Brocktober was his nickname in college.
Brocktober. They go to Brocktober, and I'm like, Miami's going to win this 75-yard touchdown on Tua's first pass of the game. Dolphins are going to get RJ an extra half hour of sleep, and Bobby's going to have to come in early. It didn't happen.
You thought.
I did think.
You thought.
San Fran wins. Garoppolo, though, gone for the year. Here's Kyle Shanahan afterwards.
We know what Jimmy's been through, how hard he's worked at this. I got that news a little in the second quarter, so it was a little different for me, even just how happy we were with that game. That was a really cool game just as a team, and all the stuff that went on throughout the game, and just be able to overcome some things, and it was such a special win, but definite mixed emotions hearing about Jimmy.
Are they done? Is it a 2-horse race in the NFC?
No.
Oh, okay. What retired quarterback are they going to bring in? Yeah, like if it's Brock Purdy, they're probably done. Like Jimmy, you can say what you want about him. There was an efficiency level to him that was pretty good. That isn't there. Well, I was not saying isn't there with Brock Purdy. We just don't know what it's there with Brock.
Yeah,
Purdy.
we don't know yet.
He might be. I mean, he might have a higher ceiling than Jimmy. I assume that if he did, he would have been taken before. I don't know, 256 or whatever it is in the draft.
He's a little guy. Doesn't have a ton of arm strength. That was his big thing. But I mean, people liked him. They liked his leadership.
Yeah.
They thought he was accurate. There were things to like about Brock Purdy coming out.
I would much rather have a good decision maker than a guy with a cannon.
All right, fill in the blank then. San Francisco is not done as blank. As what?
This is no net change to me.
What?
No net change. Jimmy's Jimmy.
Wow.
No, are you kidding me? Like they went in spite of Jimmy all the time. No net change. Like who are we?
But you've been more of a San Francisco fan than anyone on the show. So you were giving them that support totally despite Jimmy.
Yeah, my only concern about San Francisco was Jimmy.
Yeah.
And so I mean Brock Purdy's not like it's unknown, but I mean I'm not
so you think San Fran is still better than the Cowboys?
I'd have them slightly ahead. I mean, look, we're talking about Miami's not a pushover. Miami's a really good team.
Yeah.
Second best team in the NFL. And you're talking about they played the whole game without
Choppy's power rankings.
They played the whole game without him. With Brock Purdy in there, they outscored him 33-10. And I understand a lot of that was defense, but that's the point. Whether Jimmy was in there or not, they were outscored him 33-10 yesterday.
But like Jimmy came in the first game when Trey Lance got hurt and he led them in a comeback win. You know this. We all know this. When a quarterback change happens in the middle of a game, sometimes that quarterback goes off because the defense is not prepped for that player.
Sure.
Happens all the time. I mean, I'll have to see what Brock Purdy's got in the weeks to come. Yeah, this is like it's hard for me to even
no net. That's and I don't like Garoppolo. I've debated Garoppolo with Choppy as of late, but that seems a little disrespectful.
What do they have left? Who's left on their schedule? Tampa, Seattle, Washington, Raiders, Cardinals. They lose maybe because of just natural any given Sunday. They lose one more game the rest of the year.
They're not going to go on one with this. Oh man. Come on,
I love
they're going to be a quarterback disadvantage in every game. Now they're at a quarterback disadvantage a lot anyway, but it doesn't.
They're not at a disadvantage every game.
No, not every game. I mean, Jimmy's fine. Like Jimmy's not great. He's not going to win you games. He probably won't lose you too many either, though. Like there's an element of safety to Jimmy Garoppolo.
You're changing status level atop the NFC because of this.
Well, I didn't have them as the top dog in the league anyway.
Right. What was your order? Top 3 in the NFC before yesterday? Philly,
Eagles, Cowboys, Niners.
You had that before?
Yes.
Okay.
And that's probably doesn't move. I probably keep them there, but let me phrase that. They're still obviously a playoff team. I would say they got a 90% chance of making the playoffs right now.
They're making the playoffs.
I bet you if you looked at their percent chance of making the postseason on the metrics, it's probably somewhere in the 85 to 95% range.
All right, let's touch on the blockbuster that had the home of the Rangers buzzing over the weekend. They go out and sign RJ's boy, Jacob deGrom. It's really kind of a 6-year deal. It's being reported 5 for $185. Includes a conditional 6-year option that would take the deal to $222. Full no trade for the new 34-year-old ace, RJ Choppy of the Texas Rangers. I'm going to go get some coffee now and just listen.
This is starting to remind me of the Josh Hamilton Angels.
Good reference.
They signed a lot of guys, Pujols, Josh, CJ Wilson, and it didn't work because it doesn't work in baseball. You don't buy from the bottom. This team is still at the bottom. You build from the bottom, you buy from the top. They spent $185 million over 5 years for they pulled an A-Rod. They outbid themselves. Nobody was offering this fool over 3 years. His own team wasn't going to give him more than a 3-year deal.
Braves backed out.
His own team. There was a report last week that the market was so dry on him that people around the league, other teams saw him, wait for it, in the Corey Kluber category before he came here, and they tried to resurrect his career. Now, look, it might work. He might be healthy, and if he's healthy for the 5 years, this is going to be one of the great signings because he is the best pitcher in the game when he is healthy. He's never healthy. At least he hasn't been lately. He's going to be 35 years old. I went and looked at his projections for next year. Baseball Reference projects everybody's stats. How many innings do you think they project him to throw? By the way, 200 innings is that's like the benchmark, right? That's what you want out of your ace. 200 innings.
Is it over 100?
I bet you it's.
It has to be over. It's 100.
110.
It's 101. So they're projecting him to have essentially like a dozen starts. I'm sorry, I'm not spending probably more than that, probably 15 starts. I'm not spending $38 million on half a season. Is it exciting? Yeah. Sure, it's exciting. You bring in a big name. I'd rather have a front office that does something than a front office that does nothing. But they outbid themselves. Here. Michael Kay, who is the Yankees guy, but he does a radio show in New York, tweets, giving an injury-prone pitcher a 5-year guaranteed contract at those numbers is a huge gamble. The Mets know him better than anyone, knew it wouldn't be wise to even come close. He's absolutely right. His own team didn't even come close to this. I'm shook. I'm flummoxed. Is flummoxed the word?
Yes.
I don't even know what's going on anymore. I love the fact that they're actually spending money, but my goodness. And if you dopey fans, man, I'll tell you, you guys got to get off you got to stop drinking the Kool-Aid, man. Just because the team does it doesn't mean it's a good move. And it might work. And if it works, it still doesn't make it a good move because it's risky.
Are you any happier with it if they get Rodon?
That's the question. That's a great follow-up.
As in addition to?
Yeah. Like if it doesn't prevent them from getting Rodon, are you just like, okay, you've got one guy that I can trust on a lottery ticket?
That's a great question.
Oh, yeah, sure.
If they added Verlander with it.
So this preventing them from getting another pitcher is what you're concerned with more than anything?
No, not necessarily this, sir, but
it's the plan. It's the timing of the plan.
Yeah, if you obviously signing this guy is going to prevent you somewhere down the line over the next 5 years from doing something.
That's the response to all there's no cap, it's not your money. Well, there is always a cap. There's a cap on your budget.
There's a luxury tax.
There's a luxury tax as well. But Jacob deGrom is a Texas Ranger. Back to Cowboy headlines. And we're giving away more tickets during the Expressway. We're sending you to the Cowboys' next game against the Armpit Sunday in Arlington. Sean, RJ, and Bobby on a Cowboys Monday with headlines next. But first, let me go ahead and get you that.
Classic Chevrolet Studios. Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
3rd and 6, snap to Ryan. Back and looking, standing and throwing deep to the right, and that ball's intercepted on the right sideline by Daron Bland.
The Dallas Cowboys explode on the Indianapolis Colts last night on this radio station. 33 points in the fourth quarter. 33 in the fourth quarter. This was a 2-point game after 3. Cowboys win 54-19. 5 turnovers, 5 touchdowns. Daron Bland, Malik Hooker, Clark. Micah was not heard from. Micah was missing in action. If you sit here and say that the defense was going to have this type of performance with the turnovers and Micah Parsons was not going to be involved, never would have believed it.
I'm trying to think of like a play that he made that really stood out. Like
he really didn't.
Yeah, I'm struggling to think of the one. I mean, he really was a non-factor, which actually is a really good sign that he was a non-factor and the defense performed.
Yes,
pretty well. Now the fourth quarter was exceptional. It was an exceptional fourth quarter defensively. They were opportunistic, taking advantage of mistakes because Indianapolis is eventually, you give them enough time, and they're going to make some mistakes on you.
I know, Sean, you got the conspiracy that Micah Parsons is hobbled and limited.
A little dramatic.
There were 2 separate times yesterday he was looked at by a trainer on the sideline. So he may have been banged up. It was just 2 tackles yesterday. He did have a quarterback hit. He did have a pass breakup. He almost had a pick on that one.
Yes.
Near the end. And so he's getting close. Do we have a Micah Parsons interception for his career yet? I don't think so yet. That's like the one thing we're missing. But I mean, you didn't need him to be great yesterday. Nope. with how you had the secondary taking the ball away and you were getting pressure generated from the blitzes with Dan Quinn.
Dak threw for 3, had the 2 hookups on Michael Gallup, and on the ground, they ran for 220. Pollard, 91, the 30-yard TD where he had Tyler Smith escorting him around the left side. Zeke, 17 for 77, jumping in the Salvation Army pop. Malik Davis, who we love, averaging 9.7 a carry. He scored. CeeDee Lamb, 2 for 23. Here's McCarthy on his beloved run game.
Yeah, and it was tough. They were doing on the combination blocks. They were do a good job getting their linebackers loose. And that was a challenge. I thought our pattern schemes really benefited us, particularly the toss crack package that did a couple of variations we did there. So we're doing a good job staying balanced, and I think it serves us well.
So that was the Cowboys just opening up the can. I think we all, to start the show, were like, score's pretty deceiving.
Oh, for sure. There's no way that's not a deceiving score. It was a 2-point game late.
Yeah.
Fourth quarter, start of the fourth quarter, I guess. It's like this is very, very different. This is not a 40-point
Here comes a
victory.
Fight. Here comes I can read it already on his face.
There's no fight coming. I was about to say, in addition to it not being like a 54-win effort, I was about to say that felt like the quietest 220 yards rushing of all time.
Right?
Like there was nothing like it didn't stand out to like if you would have had me guess how many rushing yards they had last night, I don't know, like 120.
Yeah.
Like it didn't feel like it at all.
Right.
And but I mean, it was a weird game, man. It looked so dominant on the score sheet, and it really wasn't.
I thought you were going to say it should have been even worse. Like the Cowboys were dominating them through 3 quarters to the point that score was misleading.
Should have been worse in that they should have played better. They shouldn't have allowed them to hang around like that.
Yeah. So I leave with the biggest takeaway from this one. Cowboys have the potential to explode. Indy does not. We have more playmakers and more special talent. That's my takeaway. I don't think...
Oh, yeah, Indy doesn't have playmakers. I mean, Jonathan Taylor's their biggest playmaker. And we've seen... historically, how if your best player is a running back, it's tough.
Jerry Jones was asked afterwards about Odell Beckham visiting today. They're taking him to the Mavs-Suns game tonight. We'll talk to Jerry about it tomorrow at 8:30. There's reports, Jerry, that Odell Beckham is not working out for you or anyone else. That going to be a problem?
I'm not going to get ahead of tomorrow, and we'll see what we're doing. But we want to certainly see something that gives us every opportunity to have a big year this year with him.
Would you be comfortable signing someone like that without actually seeing him do something out on the practice field?
Whether I'm comfortable or not, I realize your question. And so that says, would you do something like that if you're comfortable? I'd probably do something uncomfortable with him.
You would do something uncomfortable with him?
I could possibly do something uncomfortable with him.
I know you keep
I'm going to have to because he's coming back from an injury.
Choppy, that's Jerry saying, we know he's not working out. I'm still willing to sign him. Not seeing him get out there and run. Bobby continues to say, all you got to do is just get the medical.
Yeah, look, I mean, if I'm Jerry, and Jerry has said that this year's it has to be this year. We have to have him this year. If it's not this year, then what? And I agree, but if I have to have him this year, I got to work him out, man. Like I just got to. If I'm gonna,
he's gonna tell. Okay, so let's just do it, right?
Yeah.
You're Odell or his agent. I'm Jerry or Steven. Hey, we need to we need to see you work out in order to get this done. We want you here. You got to get out there and run around so we don't make a $20 million a year mistake.
Yes, that's exactly what he has to say to him. You want me to be Odell?
Actually, I'll be Odell.
All right. And
I'm going to say, no, I'm not working out for anybody.
Right, then show me a video of you running. Is there a video? Even Jalen Smith gave us a video of him running. Because I saw Willis McGahee do squats before the draft. Show me something. Something's got to be shown. I'm not just going to go out there.
Here's the medicals. Here's my medical report.
Oh, wow. The doctor who did the surgery says he did the surgery right. Oh, that's unbelievable. Holy cow. The doctor who did the surgery said, man, I really did a good job on this surgery. I aced this surgery.
Right.
I need to see him run. Show me a video of him running. Just a video.
Anthony Brown gone for the year. Jerry telling the media it's a torn ACL. Tyron Smith, according to NBC last night, looking to return to practice next week. Joe Burrow owns Patrick Mahomes.
Burrow wants to throw. Short pass. Caught at the 5. Boom. Chris Evans into the end zone. Touchdown! Bengals! Cincinnati takes the lead with 8:54 to go.
Bengals radio with the call. The Chiefs lose to Cincy for the third straight time, and Pat Mahomes' 14-game winning streak in December snapped. Maybe we need to start talking about the Bengals a little bit more again.
I think we do. We were talking about them going into last week's power rankings. Are they in the discussion? And they were.
Right.
And I think now they've got to be put back in there. They do well against Kansas City for some reason.
Yeah.
Patrick Mahomes does very poor against them in the fourth quarters of games. In his last three games, his QBR is 11 in the fourth quarter against Cincinnati. I don't know what it is. Everyone's got that team. Every quarterback has that team. They kind of struggle with a little bit.
Yeah.
They just can't really figure out. And this appears to be
Dax are the over 500 ones. I'm just joking. I'm kidding. I'm playing. I'm just joking.
You notice how he says that without Bobby in here to back me up. We're just a one-on-one here.
I'm just playing. I'm just joking around. I'm trolling.
I appreciate the troll.
That is Cincinnati. Joe Burrow with 3 total touchdowns, 2 throwing, and 1 rushing.
And real quick, the Bengals have beaten the Chiefs 3 times this year in 2022 because they beat them at the end of the season last year, the playoffs, and now here.
And the Bills are now the 1 seed in the AFC.
Yeah.
Buffalo is now the 1 seed.
Huge.
The game that everybody was paying attention to, the return of Deshaun Watson, first game in 700 days, going back to the armpit. It was not a good offensive performance on either side. This was a 7-5 game in the third. But the Browns scored 2 defensive touchdowns and 1 touchdown on special teams to get the win in Houston. Deshaun Watson after.
I just say I felt every single one of those 700 days, honestly. I said however long I've been out, I felt every single one of those days. So getting back in shape and everything was definitely needed to feel that today.
This was good to get him out there. If from a football standpoint, if you're Cleveland, you knew he was going to have some severe rust on him.
Yes,
and it showed, man. It showed. That was not a crisp game. This is why you start him now. Get these couple of games out of the way before next year, and then if you're the Browns, you hope that he is able to be back to 100% and give you a title push.
The Eagles worked the Titans. Tennessee did not do us any favors. Jalen Hurts with 4 total touchdowns. A.J. Brown, his new best friend, hooking up as they've done all season long. They smashed Tennessee in filthy, so they don't come back to us in the division. And then the Commanders and the Giants end up tying. That's what happened
Hate
throughout
ties.
the rest
Hate ties.
of the NFC East. We're going to give away Cowboys Texans tickets coming up here in the Expressway. Starting at 7:20, commercial free through the end of the hour on DFW Sports Station. We were all set up at Boomer Jack's for the fan hang in Arlington as this game was going down in college football.
Good snap and placement. Kick on the way. It is up. And good! It's good! The Wildcats are champions of the Big 12 in 2022. They stun 12-0 TCU and win it in overtime 31-28. How about those Wildcats? A third Big 12 championship.
What was going to happen with the committee after this? Choppy, we're all set with the Final Four.
We're all set, and it is two Big Ten teams in the Final Four for the first time. It's going to have Ohio State at number 4. They were the ones that jumped into number 4, taking the place of USC. They move up one spot. Bama moves up a spot to number 5. But TCU stays. They did not move off the 3-hole after their loss to the Big 12 title game, which probably was, from a resume standpoint, the right thing to do because they'd already beaten K-State. The Big 12, I hate their formula. They got a round robin, then you got to beat them again. It's like you already proved you could beat them once. Why do you have to beat them again? But Georgia won. They'll play Ohio State in the Peach Bowl. It's the semifinal, but it's played as the Peach Bowl, so it's in Atlanta.
Yeah, this is unfortunate for Georgia.
That they get Ohio State? Yeah, I thought Georgia,
like they would prefer TCU.
Oh yeah, oh for sure. Like you don't have to face Ohio State is one of the few teams that is going to be as talented as Georgia is from a recruiting standpoint, from a pedigree standpoint, quarterbacking as well, because they're going to have CJ Stroud. But,
Georgia opened up as a 7-point favorite over the Buckeyes. Michigan opens as a 9-point favorite over the Horned Frogs.
Yeah, and those lines have shifted already. Georgia's now 6.5, and Michigan's now 9.5. So it's ticked up a little bit. I thought TCU may have dropped to 4, but they didn't want the rematch with Michigan-Ohio State either. In the 2-3 game, but this should be an interesting Final Four.
But you got no problem with TCU staying there at 3?
No, if you look at the rest, would they be favored over Alabama? No, they would. Are they better than Alabama? No, I don't believe they are. But they earned the right to be there, and that's, I think, at the end of the day, what it should be about.
And then the United States run through the World Cup ended early on Saturday morning.
The U.S. possessed well. They created good chances, equaling shots on goal. You name it. They gave the Dutch a lot throughout this match, but it ultimately was not enough, and the Dutch had that clinical finishing edge, and it's them moving on to the quarterfinals.
And with that, the United States is done. Audio courtesy of Fox, losing 3-1 to the Netherlands.
Man, and then I'll tell you, the other countries have absolutely no respect. No respect. Did you see what Memphis did?
Memphis? What country's that in?
He plays for the Netherlands.
Oh.
He broke out the Antonio Brown, put that S on dance. The back and forth,
Okay.
He did that. That doesn't happen if they're playing Brazil. He ain't doing that in Brazil. He ain't gonna try to punk Brazil like that. But man, they're just like, we were watching this. It was just, you can tell the U.S. they're just miles away just right now. They're very, very talented. They're very athletic.
Success.
They're just not technical
To get this far.
Absolutely. You're the U.S. You make the knockout round. That to me is a success. They're not the Netherlands. They're not Brazil or Argentina, or they're not those countries yet. They got athletes and they're talented, but they're young and they're just not technically sound.
Cowboys calls from the Tolos at 8. Brad Sham at 8:40 here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Back in the day, we used to do a little segment called Headlines after a big Cowboys win like this. Give us your Bland, Hooker headlines, and we're giving away more tickets for you turning it on, leaving it on. We're sending you to their next game Sunday against the Armpit. Cowboys ticket giveaway next on Sean and RJ in the Expressway.
But let's get you over to Zero Res and the RJ Choppy Fan Special. It's a fantastic offer for you. It's 3 rooms.
sideline. Hooker to the 15 before he's out of bounds. That's what we're talking about.
And I think DeMarcus Lawrence may have made that tackle, Brad. I think he's the one. He's trying to help Hooker out and get a block, but ultimately, I think he bumps him out of bounds here.
Man, how sweet must that have felt for Malik Hooker against his former team. He's the inspiration for some of the Cowboy headlines this morning after the 54-19 win over Indy on this radio station last night. This hour, from now until the end of the hour, commercial free during the Expressway, we're giving away tickets to Sunday's game against the Texans. Let's see if we can keep this dominance rolling. We're going to thank you here in just a second for turning it on, leaving it on. Your Cowboy calls at 8, Brad Sham at 8:40 here with Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Bell. Bobby, just kind of reset us on Malik Hooker's Cowboys tenure here so far.
Yeah, it was an interesting run. He obviously was a guy who was considered a potential top 5, top 10 pick when he was coming out. Slid a little bit down to Indianapolis. Everybody talked about how that was like the steal of the draft at the time. And he had played really well in Indy. He just could never stay healthy. Dealt with a lot of injuries, including a torn Achilles, and that had kind of left him without a home and without much of a market. So last year, the Cowboys had looked at him during the summer, weren't able to get a deal done. They got into training camp, saw, man, maybe our safety group isn't what we think it is. Ultimately brought him in, he played well down the stretch. I think you saw him trying to come back in 2021 from that Achilles injury. And then into this year, he's been solid. And so I think what you're seeing is now he's starting to really find his comfort level. And this is about the time when they say guys really start to get back to where they are from their Achilles injury.
His PFF grade is a 75. Ooh. How much have they been able to get away with not investing in safety?
No, it's great.
Curse almost
had
absolutely
the right thing to do. I love it.
Strip yesterday, and they were kind of ahead of the game, right? Behind on running back, maybe a little behind on linebacker, but ahead of not going big time on safety.
I mean, they haven't gone big time on safety since Roy Williams.
Yeah.
Let's be fair. They haven't really at all. And it's the absolutely right move. Although, can we really give them credit? They were probably in on Jamal Adams. And they just didn't
They were on Jamal Adams and Earl Thomas.
And they just didn't pony up what Seattle really wanted. But, I mean, the Cowboys have done absolutely made the right decisions at safety, considering, they spend no resources really at all at the position. And here's Seattle put like 2 firsts up and money for Jamal Adams, and it's gotten them really nothing. Cowboys defense is better.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just Malik Hooker. It's not just Jaron Kearse. It's Donovan Wilson being a 6th rounder. Like they've gotten incredible value out of their safeties. They deserve credit for that.
I love Donovan Wilson.
I think they've also tried to bargain shop there for years, and it hasn't worked out. So I don't know how much credit they get this time, because it's like, okay, well, if you had that eye for the talent, why didn't you do it in the past? I think they've been really fortunate to hit on these guys.
I'm feeling a little guilt. I look out here on 75, and I'm like, this is maybe the wrong segment to ask for some headlines from the Malik Hooker performance. I don't want any little kiddos in the car or anything like that.
They're already at school.
They are?
Or they're about to be.
Okay.
Oh, my kids are already there.
Yeah, the kids who aren't in school yet, maybe some high schoolers, but they're high schoolers.
They're high schoolers. They don't understand. And high schoolers probably still sleeping.
The Tolos coming in. Ryan finds a Bland, Hooker, and Big D. A lot of people wanted Daron Bland to get some shine during these headlines. Hooker screws Ryan in Saturday. Visit to Dallas. Let's see. Hooker does some tricks. Screws the Colts. Call it the Galloping Hooker game. That would be a very interesting sight to see down the road. Hooker ruins Saturday. Okay, a lot of Saturday Hooker stuff with Jeff.
I could see that
over there on the sidelines.
Let's see. How about Hooker rides the ponies?
I like it. Well done.
That is good.
Colt gelded. You know what a gelding is?
Yeah, it's a
type of horse.
It's like a
castrated horse. I think it was funny. It was Funny Side was the gelding, right?
Hooker, the gutsy gelding back like 15 years ago.
Hooker handles 2 balls with the 2 turnovers.
Stiff D.
Oh, wow.
Okay. Hooker wasn't Bland. How about this one? Colt coxed.
Oh, these are yours.
Yeah, this is Colt coxed.
You were always very good at headlines.
Thank you. Well, I'm very punny.
And then Hooker comes through in the clutch.
Hey!
877-881-1053, COMES here on Sean and RJ. Thank you for being a Tolo. That stands for turn it on, leave it on. What?
You know Jonathan Taylor, what's short for Jonathan?
Jack.
John.
John. Hooker takes it in to finish off John.
Peyton, I'd like you to hit the button now.
Very debatable.
Oh, you didn't like Bobby's you didn't like that humor right there? Don't worry, we got something coming for you. I've been saving up a little.
Whoa.
I've been saving up something for you after Saturday, what you did to us. Or what you did not do to us by not hanging out.
Oh, I was gonna say I don't remember most of Saturday, so I don't know what he would have done.
We'll get to the audio in a second. Let's send you to Arlington for Cowboys versus the Armpit.
That's right, Tolos. Caller number 10 right now, 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see your Dallas Cowboys take on the Houston Texans at AT&T Stadium on Sunday, courtesy of Miller Lite. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
All right, Bobby, what is going on at left tackle? What was that last night with Jason Peters here and there, then Tyler Smith back there? We know that Tyron, according to NBC, is going to try to practice this week or in the next 7 days.
He will.
He will.
He will. Jerry confirmed that last night.
Okay.
So Tyron told Melissa Stark that, and then Jerry confirmed that his practice window will open up this week. And then Jerry went as far as to say, just because it's a 21-week window doesn't mean that he can't play next week. So Jerry left open the possibility that he could play against Houston. But yeah, they're clearly trying to prepare for, potentially Tyler Smith.
But doing that within the game last night, was that
It's
saying
odd.
that Tyler was struggling? Were they not happy? It seemed like Dak was under a little bit of pressure early on.
I thought the offensive line was okay for the most part, and Tyler did really well. The first big run of the night for Tony Pollard, the 17-yard run, Tyler Smith had gotten out in front and kind of cleared some space for him and really opened that up. But no, I don't know that it was an issue with struggles, because they randomly did it on like the last drive of the first quarter or something.
Yeah.
And it was just a quick 3 and out. I think Peters ultimately ended up getting, what was his final snap count? I think he got like 7 or 8 snaps. But it is odd to just have this random rotation, especially, and we've talked about it. It was covering fire for a veteran who didn't want to play tackle, but especially after the line of, well, that's fantasy football nonsense to think your guard could play tackle in 2020. And then it's like, okay, well, now you're just like, you're flat out like throwing rotations out there in the middle of games just to get reps in before somebody gets back.
It wasn't like in garbage time at the end. This was like in the first half.
Yeah, it made sense when you did it in Minnesota. You're up huge. Let's get in some reps. Let's get some game speed going here. But in the middle of a close game where you're kind of struggling, that seemed odd.
Where do you stand on this now, Choppy, with the Thanksgiving game that Tyler Smith had, probably his worst game of the season against Thibodeau and the Giants? No, you don't want to stop progress, but now what do you do? Tyron's getting ready to practice.
I wonder, has he hit a wall, like a rookie wall, which happens.
I thought he was okay yesterday.
I honestly, I would not.
What was his BFF grade?
It was about a 78. And now I got to go back, and that's the initial BFF grade. Just like PFF has their initial, I still have to go back and review the tape, Chop. Review the tape.
Yeah. I'm just not stopping progress. I mean, the guy's been there all year. He's been playing well. He's fine. I wouldn't stop the progress. We have shown. Look,
what if Tyron's progress for the team though?
Well, it's obviously shown that his loss was not impacted. He did not cost them the 3 games.
Okay, I deserve that.
Me
That's
too.
fair. Thank you.
Me too.
I deserve it.
But that
Which is
doesn't-
like, because
I said I deserve
you're
it.
relatively smart.
Relatively, depending on the topic.
I find it very fascinating that you think that Tyron would have cost the Cowboys more games than Jimmy will cost San Francisco.
Because
one's a quarterback and quarterback.
Well,
even bad quarterbacks.
Here's my thought on that.
It matter.
Here's my thought on that. We have consistently seen in the past when Tyron had gone out, it cost them games. They literally lost him for 3 games in 2017 and lost all 3. So that was a 3-game swing just with him out there.
But we've also consistently seen San Francisco not be able to win with any other quarterback but Jimmy.
But here's also my thing, because I know you said Brock Purdy, with him coming in, you said there could be the aspect of they weren't prepared for him. I don't think you have to prepare really for the exact person playing quarterback for San Francisco.
Maybe.
You have to prepare for what Shanahan schemes up, what Shanahan puts them in a position to do. That's the whole point of the Shanahan offense. It can be executed by whoever they have step in and play quarterback, and that's the thought. That, in fact, the thing with why Trey Lance was such a difficult thing, I think, is because they started trying to do more with Lance than they've done with Shanahan's system. They were trying to have him make more plays. They were trying to, let's do some Lamar Jackson, Baltimore stuff that we don't do with Jimmy, and that's where they ran into problems. They were asking Trey Lance to win more. When it's just left up to Kyle Shanahan saying, execute my scheme, don't make mistakes, they can win. And I think Brock Purdy can do that as well as Jimmy.
Listen to Jerry after the game talk about not Odell as the big addition. 77 is the bigger one for this team.
That will add to the entire group of offensive linemen and give us not only flex, but give us strength down through there. You saw Peters get 7-8 snaps tonight. And so when you look at what Tyler does to our depth as well as to our skill level in that offensive line, and you add that to the level that we're starting to play with our skill players, now that's a lift. And that would be, frankly, more impactful than anything that I could do with Beckham or anybody. That is going to be a lift.
You'll start his 21-day window this week?
Yes, but keep in mind a 21-day window doesn't mean he can't be out there next weekend.
In the meat of the schedule.
For the meat of the schedule. And then we got to clean up the corner situation. Jerry's saying Anthony Brown tore his ACL.
Achilles.
I'm sorry, his Achilles. So he's gone for the year. Tolo's probably not too upset since he is now our number one doormat, number one most criticized on the team. Mike McCarthy, what are y'all going to do at corner?
We'll get Anthony evaluated and see where we are there, but we'll just continue to work our young guys in. I actually, with the team, that's one thing that I felt was important to recognize. I thought a lot of our young players played big tonight. And they're not rookies anymore. We're a very young football team that's been playing young guys the whole year, and the benefits of it are, starting to show up. So I thought those guys did an excellent job tonight.
Is there any corner help out there? As some Tolos have tweeted Richard Sherman to us.
Oh my gosh! Yeah, he's there. He's available. Mm-hmm. He's available. But no, now you're just gonna roll with next man up. Sooner or later, it becomes the defense is the weak link unit, and they're gonna find the weakest link on that defense. They're gonna pick on him, and it's gonna get worse and worse and worse as you go down the line.
I don't want to sign Richard Sherman after he didn't have Micah Parsons in his Defensive Player of the Year rankings like 3 weeks ago.
He didn't?
He had like 4 players he named, and none of them were Micah.
Wow.
So I was like, okay, your football IQ's gone. And that's the only reason you could play in the past.
All right, before we get to the audio highlights of Boomer Jacks from Saturday, I think the star of the show is the new addition to this show, Deion Sanders getting hired at Colorado. Here he is. Of course, he's filming everything. Here he is making the announcement to his Jackson State team.
Okay, down for the nitty-gritty. I know y'all been hearing the rumors and everything that's been transpiring around about my whereabouts and what I'm going to do. And I like for y'all to hear it from me and not from anyone else. It is what it is. Either in coaching, you get elevated or you get terminated. Ain't no other way. You either elevated or terminated. And it ain't no graveyard for coaches where they die at the place. It don't work like that. They either gonna run you off or you gonna walk off upon your own recognizance. I've chosen to accept the job elsewhere next year. I'm gonna finish what we started. We're gonna dominate. I'm gonna be here to that end and that conclusion. And then when that conclusion, we will move on. Now, what I don't want you to do is thinking something is better on the other side in regards to some of you. I would like to have the opportunity to meet with some of you so you don't go and jump in the portal and you die in the portal.
So there he is making the announcement, and he's like, hey, he's basically trying to say, I'm going to a better school, better program. Don't just think that you're good enough to hop in the transfer portal. I don't want you to die in there. I don't want you to drown there in the portal. But what he did by then going in front of the Colorado State players, this is being talked about as an all-time ice-cold move. This is Deion talking to his new team of athletes.
We got a few positions already taken care of because I'm bringing my luggage with me. And it's Louis. Okay. It ain't gonna be no more of the mess that these wonderful fans, the student body, and some of your parents have put up with for probably 2 decades now. I'm coming. And when I get here, it's gonna be change. So I want y'all to get ready to go ahead and jump in that portal and do whatever you're gonna get. Because the more you jump in, the more room you make. Because we bring kids that are smart, say that, smart, tough.
Damn.
Jackson State, don't jump in the portal. I don't want you to get lost. Colorado, jump into the damn portal. I want you out of here.
Yeah. They had like 1 win, 2 wins. He's already announced his son's going to play quarterback.
But his other son's not playing safety.
Well, he said the other kid had screwed up or something, and he wasn't allowed to come to the press conference.
Yeah.
But that's Deion saying, I'm bringing my luggage.
And it's Louis.
And it's Louis. Do we love this? Is this a jerk move? Unnecessary? Awesome? Cutthroat?
Yes, both. I mean, it's just still kids, you know? They're just still college kids, right? It is kind of a jerk move. I don't know, cutthroat. It is cutthroat, definitely cutthroat. Does that make it good? I mean, not necessarily. I mean, Nick Saban didn't go in and just basically cut everybody when he got to a new place. You know, he found a way to make those players better. I mean, he had Alabama basically year 1 off and running with, you know, somebody else's players who couldn't really win. Was it Mike Shula?
Yeah.
I think Mike Shula was there.
Shula, or was that Dennis's?
Maybe Coach Fran's team. Was one of the two. They were like right there. They were cycling through coach left and right.
He could have softened it a little bit. He also knows he has cameras rolling.
Yeah.
Right? He's got a film crew following him around.
And he, like...
I honestly believe this job is still... I believe this is beneath him.
I agree with Broadus. I'm stunned he left for it.
I agree with Broadus in that. I feel like... where was the interest from better programs?
It wasn't there, which means it wasn't beneath him. Auburn didn't offer him a job. And Auburn's right down the road.
What else was open and available?
I mean, what he talked about. He talked about South Florida, Cincinnati.
Maybe you wait one more year.
Florida Atlantic. I'm surprised he did. I guess I'm surprised Florida schools didn't push harder for him.
I am too. Now, USF went with the Tennessee OC. FAU went with Tom Herman.
Good luck.
Wisconsin went with Luke Fickell, right, at Cincinnati. So Cincinnati's job was open. And that's a decent. That's an up and coming program. Plus, they're going Big 12.
People, I mean, the Cincinnati area loves him from his time with the Reds too.
Yeah, I mean, now Colorado's Power 5 job. There's only, 80 of those. I mean, it's a good job. Like it's not a great job. I don't know. I mean, look, when Deion was in college. So when Deion was in college last time in the late 80s, early 90s. Colorado was a great job.
Yeah,
they were winning titles, or winning Rose Bowls, or winning. I guess it was Fiesta Bowls at the time.
Colorado was a strong job even like 7-8 years ago. It's just it's lacking lately.
It's hard to recruit there. They have 8. It's Division I players that come out of state every year.
It's hard to recruit, but if you discount the Alabamas, the Ohio States, like the top dogs, there are 2 programs outside of the state of Texas that have actually done a decent job recruiting Texas kids. That's Stanford, and then Colorado's done a really good job of it. And so they've already got boots on the ground here in Texas. Deion's got a name here in Texas. He can compete. I think he can recruit effectively here in Texas.
How about the Colorado AD was asked how they're going to come up with the money for Deion? He goes, "We don't have the money yet, but I know we'll have it, so I'm not worried about that piece." I couldn't tell whether he was joking in there, but Winston Watkins Jr., top 20 player in the 25 class, he was previously committed to A&M. He's already rolling on out. And as Deion said, the transfer portal is very, very busy.
Yeah, it's going to be. And there's going to be guys that are going to go to him. He's going to be able to recruit well because he's Deion Sanders. He'll be able to get in any household, any living room he can get into. A lot of times the program gets you into a living room. Sometimes the coach gets you in a living room. And Deion will be able to do that. And by the way, as Fantex points out, he jumped from HBCU to Power 5. That is an unprecedented jump.
Yes,
this is not beneath. This is big. This is a big, big jump in the grand scheme of college football. We have not seen a coach jump from that level to Power 5 like that.
It's unprecedented, but I mean, I think if he had kept up for this for a year, he could have gotten a job better than Colorado.
Yeah.
I think another year he gets a job that's better than Colorado.
He's gone. This has been what, 2-3 years?
Yeah,
That's
there's a lot of people, by the way, who are hurt by this in the Jackson State family.
Oh, I bet.
And I have a problem with that. With people calling Deion a sellout.
I get it.
Deion Sanders, you get what?
I get the whole, like, he really tried to commit them. He tried to get big guys to say, blow that off, come to the HBCU, we can build here. This is about something bigger than your college, you know.
Oh, you mean like off of the commits?
The way that he really sold it to these kids is like, buy in. You don't have to go to Power 5. You're a Power 5 talent, but you can do it here. And then as soon as he gets a Power 5 offer, he left them.
Yeah, okay.
Like, I understand how some people who were involved in that pitch could feel offended by it.
But that means no one can ever leave and take another job in college.
But this felt like a passion project.
You have to sell everyone
you do.
like that. You have to.
Sure. But it felt like a passion project. It felt
and
like
he
something
succeeded
bigger
and he thrived.
Yeah, he did.
Like this level of football has gotten more coverage and more talk because of this one man than ever before. No one knew. I don't know, Jackson State. No one cares.
No. Eddie Robinson Jr. is right.
You ain't
He
swag.
ain't swag. He ain't swag.
He's not anymore.
Swag, man.
Well, Bobby Belt was swag on Saturday. Boomer Jacks in Arlington.
Boomer swacked.
Thanks to all the Tolos who rolled out. As soon as I walked in, Bobby comes up. What's the shot? And I was like, dude, I embarrassed myself at Terry Black's for their last fan outing. I'm not blacking out. Like, I'm not drinking a shot this early. We got hours to put in. All right. I brought the wife, left the kid home. I'm in it for the long haul. No, he doesn't let up. He doesn't back off. So the shot happens immediately. Then find out they have $3 shots. So my bar tab.
I mean, drink specials start at $3 all day, every day.
$15 buckets of beer. Yeah.
I definitely thought, though, that Bobby took over the day as the number one seed of partier, and it wasn't even close. You had to pace yourself because of the Met Gala that you had to go to.
It was the Margarita Ball.
And
you also got to understand, 43-year-old Choppy, when he gets drunk, he falls asleep wherever he is.
Okay.
He
but you've been staying up till 3 or 4 in the morning partying now.
Yeah, only when I pace myself. I am known to... I fell asleep at the table at Nick and Sam's one night. At the table.
Toilet, I thought.
On the toilet and at the table.
How Elvis of you.
Same night?
Same night. Fell asleep at the table.
Yeah.
Got up and then passed out on the toilet.
Yeah.
And I've been known to do that in my old age.
And I really thought this was going to be the beginning and the end of Bobby on the morning show. I said, this is going to be the fastest hire and fire.
Why, is he going to get a DUI on his way home?
Can I work in the phrase that the Tolo wanted me to work in that I didn't know saying?
No.
No? Okay.
He was. I'm talking about for his on-air appearance.
Oh, yeah.
I was like, just don't drink for 30 minutes. You don't have to worry about it. And he refused to compromise there.
Yeah, he did. No problem.
He's going in. He's going strong. Did you have a drink of choice?
Yeah, I mean, I wanted to take whatever you were going to take, so you wanted tequila, so I took tequila right off the top.
Yeah.
But then after that, yeah, they had Buffalo Trace there. And a lot of bars don't have Buffalo Trace.
Very
and
good.
so, like, once I found that was out, I was, like, sticking with that most of the rest of the day.
Oh, you weren't, like, drinking beers?
No, by the end of the day, I think my drink count, it was over 5 hours. It was 9 shots and 7 beers. So.
9 shots? You're not supposed to have more shots than regular drinks. So he's getting ready to go on air, and I'm talking to his wife. I'm prepping her. I said she's all excited. She's got the big morning show husband now.
Oh, yeah.
They're finally getting a house. They're moving out of the apartment with the 14 kids that they have. And I'm just going up to her and I'm like, it's over for you. Like, you're staying.
You're staying in the apartment.
You better sign that 2-year lease.
Yeah, you better sign it now.
This fool cannot hold this liquor. He's about to go on the radio, and it's about to spiral and dissolve right in front of you and your children's very eyes. That's what I was telling her.
Well, yeah, and it didn't help that like I said, I had Tolos trying to give me things to work in to say on the air, and I was committing to doing that, and you had Reggie, like, literally telling me, like, please do not do this.
Yeah.
And he's like, you don't have anybody go up here on the round table with you. He's like, I'm going to sit there with the headset on, so if you get too out of control, like, Will can, like, bail.
I think it was Tim Collins that really kind of gave him the fear factor.
The fear factor?
When we were like, oh, Bobby's going to be out of control. And Tim, he's over there with the headset on, producing. He goes, no, he's not. And I was like,
Yeah, I popped on the headset and I told Joey, who was back here, I told Joey, I was like, you got 16 seconds of delay to work with, buddy.
Yeah, don't use it all in one push.
And then Tim flipped on his mic and he goes, and you won't need a second of it.
Whoa!
All right.
So I always pull out the phone and the recorder during these things. I always end up regretting it because my voice annoyingly started. Oh, God. My drink voice is so annoying.
It becomes a little slowed down. It's like Sergio Dip. He's having the time of his life.
God, that's right. I remember that guy.
Here's me and Bobby leading the drunk crusade at Boomer Jacks with the side recording.
All right, I want your last segment before you're fired as the newest member of the morning show. We've had a great start. These are your last words. Say the alphabet.
A, B, C, D, E, F.
Faster.
H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, and Z.
Okay, that's good.
I can't say it backwards. I can't say it backwards. No, I can't. After Z, I'm lost.
What's your thought process and mentality right now?
I wanted to sit closer to Will. That way he can physically cover my mouth. We can have an extra cover in addition to Joey having to dump me. But Joey's having to train somebody today. So his attention's going to be a little split.
I just interviewed your wife and I asked her fear level on a scale of 1 to 10. She thought your morning show hire was moving from apartment to house.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and I just asked 1 to 10. What do you think her fear level is?
Well, I mean, if she was apartment to house before, now she's probably worried about apartment to Section 8.
A shot at Section 8.
No, that's not. I didn't even remember that line. That's not.
Wow, I can't say that.
I sound much worse than you in that.
Can you not say the alphabet backwards?
You can.
Right. ZYXWVUT SRQPONLKJIHGEFCBA DCBA.
Wow.
I mean, I don't think that was 100%, but that was pretty good. That's genuinely impressive.
Can you
I
pay?
think I haven't gotten a DUI yet.
No way.
It's not my luck.
That's it.
It's not luck.
ZYXWV.
UT.
US.
I was. You can hear it there. Like I think when you told me to say it faster, I think what I really just ended up doing was saying it louder more than faster.
We then catch up with Corey Majors and wanted to see if he was observing Bobby the same way we all were.
Corey, what's your evaluation of Bobby right now?
Well, he has a shot in one hand, and we thought it was a Jaeger in the other. We were like, oh, crap, he's got a whiskey and a Jaeger. Turns out he's smart. He goes whiskey with a sweet chaser. He's got Dr. Pepper. I love Makers and Dr. Pepper. That's my favorite, but Buffalo Trace is my favorite whiskey. So he did a great job here. I like Bobby, man.
Now, Corey, I told him in the bathroom he's about to be the fastest in a top 5 market to get hired and then fired.
Okay, yeah.
Within a 15, 20-day period. Yeah. Would you agree or disagree with that?
Oh, man. Absolutely. I mean, the great thing, though, is he's reliable. Like, you can rely on the guy. So that's something you don't want to fire.
But we can't rely on him not to drink.
No, absolutely not. But that's part of the fun, isn't it? Like, that's part of the
It's not part of the fun. And one of his mentors is Brian Broaddus. What are you thinking about Bobby right now?
You know, I think Bobby's kind of a full tilt guy. What's really surprising is how Bobby has roped in his wife and kids into his drunkenness. And so, you know, that's usually if you're kind of a, let's just be honest here, if you're a kind of a drunk, you don't get your family involved, you know, to help you with your drunkenness.
So am I going to be looking for a new co-host on Monday?
I would have to say there's probably a better chance of that happening than getting Odell Beckham here, I think.
Oh, wow. Oh, that hurts on 2 fronts.
Yeah.
But look, I try to make it a family affair.
Bobby's kids are over there making s'mores.
I still can't believe you brought your kids to a bar like that. It's great. I love it.
I thought we were supposed to make it a family affair.
Your kids were like angels in terms of how
they were incredibly well behaved. And it's funny.
He wasn't even vaping.
Oh, yeah.
No,
was that
the
vapor
not.
in the corner? That was the vapor?
Yes. Yeah. I think the hair should have given it away. Like that was vapor hair, I think.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was it's funny. The middle one ended up getting sick later that night. She like threw up. And like my wife was talking to me, and she's like, "I would not this would not have been the person I would have bet on if you told me at the beginning of the day somebody in our family is going to vomit later."
I lost to Bobby in arm wrestling.
Yeah, you did.
Quickly.
He then has a bruise on his hand, which I was thinking was from our matchup.
No, it was TCU missing 4th down. I hit the table.
Is that a blood vessel?
Yeah, I burst a blood vessel. It's kind of purple right here.
Okay.
So
they're annoying.
Popped it.
The GM rolled out. It was a fantastic time. The place ended up getting real packed.
It got really, really crowded, especially after about like maybe 1 o'clock or so from the last like 3-4 hours.
Oh yeah.
And I was impressed that you even drank as much as you did. And people were like, "Let's get shots. Come on, Choppy." And I was like, "No, like he's got an event. Like chill, relax."
Oh,
and
I
like,
still did 4 shots.
Yeah,
No,
I
but
know that.
You know what he did, right?
Jaeger.
He was giving them to Sarah to finish off.
That's not true. I did 1 with yours.
Sarah said she got I believe Sarah said she got at least 2 from you.
Yeah, I bought 2.
That she got 2 that you had to pass off to her. Like, I can't finish this.
She did not say
Sarah. Sarah was a champ. I got Sarah to come back over. She did like 2 more shots with me.
She did not say that because that did not happen. I had let's say 2 Jaeger and a Patron, and then whatever the hell you gave.
And then Peyton walks in. Peyton walks in. I was like, "Come on, let's go. Drinks on me." He's like, "I got Korean barbecue."
Well, we did drink. You got me a beer. Thank you. We took shots. Thank you.
How long were you there?
I was there for an hour.
1 hour?
1 hour.
Well,
You're like Dawson.
Yeah, I was going to say. He's qualified host 2 to 7.
Jesus. I seriously.
I didn't see Rada sneak out. I didn't see Dawson sneak out.
You didn't see Dawson because you didn't see Dawson because you were barely there. No, seriously. Gavin and I got there same time. We got there right at noon. And he orders food. Him and I do our 12:20 segment. He picks his bag up and gone.
He was out the door. Now, look, I knew Peyton wasn't going to drink because when we went to go see the Jazz Mavs game, we a few of us went out this past May. He had 1 shot there, and he literally was acting like he took his first puff of a cigarette or something. He was just, what is
It was a good 4-ounce shot. It was a big shot.
He's like, it's stuck to my throat. It burns.
What was it?
It was
a bourbon, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was Knob Creek.
Knob
Good.
Creek.
Man, I was sipping.
He coughed on Knob Creek though. That's smooth.
It is smooth,
Still,
but
if
if
you're
you're
not
not
used
used
to
to shooting something, Knob Creek
Brown liquor. Well, you're not supposed to be shooting brown liquor. That's your problem.
Yeah, Bobby.
Why? What am I supposed to?
Have you never had a pickleback?
Yeah, it has pickle juice. I'm talking about
I hate the pickleback. Man.
Straight up.
Yeah.
I thought you were just advocating for it.
No, I'm trying to get to the end result as fast as possible.
Hit us up right now for your Cowboys Monday reaction. 54-19 over Indy. Brad Sham at 840. Your Cowboy calls right now at 877-881-1053. Next.
But let's get you over to Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep.
Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios. Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Lamb in motion across the formation to the left. Prescott back, flushed out. Rolls right, throws on the run to Gallup at the 5. Diving to the goal line. Touchdown to Michael Gallup.
Brad Sham, the voice of America's team at 8:40. It's not. I guess you can fist pump any segment after that beatdown. 54-19. Sean, RJ, and Bobby Bell. Time for your Cowboys calls on the Diamond Factory hotline at 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. This is the second straight game that, my opinion, doesn't go up or down on them, even though it's been 2 straight wins. I'm not going into the week or the Monday or the day after, the week after, saying, I feel this differently. I feel that differently. I don't, even after 54-19, I don't feel that confident or assertive saying something definitive about the Cowboys after this and the Giants game. You?
Yeah, I don't really feel any kind of, like the 54-19. If you just look at the score, it's like, okay, that's wow. Well, they blew them out. It's like this was a close game going in the fourth quarter. This was a good win. They pulled away. They did what they had to do in terms of getting a win. Would you style point this is a great win? No, I mean, their offense was okay at times. But there was also a large part of this game where the offense was sputtering a little bit. The defense played fantastic, especially late in the game. But they also gave up long drives to a Colts team that, Matt Ryan is not great anymore. The one thing to say is the Colts have played competitive games lately since Saturday took over. They've been in a lot of these games. They played tough. And then, this team did what, Philadelphia needed a score with 2 minutes to go to beat the same Colts team.
Bobby, you feeling anything definitively after the last 2 games?
I'll say this, and I'll give them credit for this. It was not that impressive for most of the game. They obviously pulled away late when Indianapolis just started making a series of turnovers and mistakes and things like that they hadn't made for 3 quarters. I'll say this is that good teams generally do that, though. Like, even on the days that they're off, they still find a way to beat somebody down. Or good teams a lot of times will pull away and they'll make it convincing in the end. And so, while it wasn't the greatest performance and it came against a team that fired their head coach a month ago, it's still impressive in that sense that you pulled away late, and even on a day, I mean, that is impressive in and of itself. We're sitting here going like, how good was that game where they scored the 5th most points in the history of the team?
Yeah, right.
That shows the expectation level for them, and why we probably all feel like if they're clicking on all cylinders yesterday, they should score probably like 70. Because they were 54 points on a day where they were off and Dak turned the ball over, and I mean, it was brutal for a lot of the day.
Truckred.com text line. There's nothing definitive to say because it was the Colts, but also coming in and saying, slow starts in a playoff game are going to get you beat. That first offensive drive was not
3 and out.
Yeah, it was not going to be. But slow starts to these games in the postseason. You get behind the 8 ball, all of a sudden, now it's like, whoa, now what?
That's the question this week. Last week, the question was, what are y'all doing about penalties? What are you doing here? The question this week for the guys in the locker room is like, what do you do to make sure you actually start fast? How do you make sure that you're not scrambling at the end to try and blow teams out?
Well, that's leading Tolo Chad to say, I'm encouraged. It looks like they're finally making halftime adjustments. So there's a positive to spin it right there. James in Dallas, start us off with the Tolo phone calls on a Cowboys Monday. James, you're live on the Fan.
Oh. Sam, RJ, and he has a head, and it's big. Big head, Bobby's up, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, Cowboy Monday. Whoa, how about those Cowboys? Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if you've seen this, but the Cowboys just put up 54 points in Sunday Night Football in the middle and the beginning of a Super Bowl run, and we're saying it's mediocre party. What is going on? What's in that cup, RJ? What's in that cup, Stan? Because it's not what I'm drinking, because I'm feeling like partying. Whoa!
I didn't think the insult would come more than Sham, but then he went to Big Head Bobby. I love starting it off with James. James, you feeling better about this team than at any point in time in the year? You feel like the run is coming?
Is the run coming? Oh my goodness, it's the sun rising this morning. Is that traffic we're looking at on I-75? If it sure is, and it's grandma's cooking, mama's bringing it down on the table, and we're having a plate of Super Bowl run Cowboys. Woo!
There he is, the nature boy, James, here on the home of America's team.
He's right. Everybody. I mean, honestly, you can't be that disappointed with it. Everybody should be excited.
Yeah, no one's disappointed.
We are style pointing a little bit, but
Sure,
I will say
it was a 2-point game after 3 quarters.
I do believe you should stop playing home games.
It was very close, but also at the end of the day, like I was just looking this up. I just thought of this during the call. I was curious about this. They scored 8 more points in the fourth quarter yesterday than they scored in any Cooper Rush start.
Well,
8 more points in the fourth quarter
than any start that
Because
Cooper
Rush
Rush
is not a good quarterback.
Well, I know, but I'm just saying.
Why you have to do that?
Because I'm just saying, like, that's exactly.
Why don't we talk about your boy struggling in the first half? Why don't we talk about
that's
how
not about
his numbers
Dak.
are a little overinflated?
That was not about Dak. I didn't say Dak scored 33 points. I said they scored 33 points. That was a ton of turnovers. I'm just trying to say that's how insane their performance was in the fourth quarter, and that's what they can do. They can put up points in a hurry like that.
It's also how insane the Cooper Rush should still be starting group is.
40
whatever's left of that crowd.
They don't exist anymore.
40 or more in 5 of Dak's last 10 games. Bobby tweeting the average scoring over those 10 games is 34 points, and they exploded for the second most points in the fourth quarter in the history of the NFL with 33 yesterday. Leon in Dallas, you're up next on 105.3 The Fan. Go ahead, Leon.
Oh, my God. 2 weeks ago, you clicked on me when I told you all the Cowboys need to do was run the ball. If you run the ball, it allows your defense to rest. It gives them time to come back like beasts. You guys were thinking, like I told you, I love to hate you guys because you don't know what you're talking about. You want to throw the ball like heck so you think you're going to score more points. Here we done ran the ball 36 times. We threw it 30 times, and we scored more points in the history of the NFL. Like the other guy said, I don't know what party you at. I don't know what you drinking, but heck, teams are supposed to peak at the end. We're peaking. If anybody has the formula, you should give me credit. I've been calling for 3 years saying, run the ball, run the ball, run the ball. What have they been doing? Running the ball. If you looked at your analytics will show you that all the wins that we won, we ran the ball more than we threw it, or at least maybe 2 passes more than that. But the game that we lost, we threw for 40 or more and lost. What formula do you guys want? When do you want to go to the Super Bowl? Look, the wagon is going downhill. So now it's time to jump on, guys. You don't have to push it uphill no more. Now you can jump on because now it's time to jump on the wagon, guys. We're winning. We're blowing people out 2 weeks in a row, and you guys are sounding like it's a memorial party. What the hell?
Thanks for the call, Lee. Who wants to talk about the formula?
Well, it's not really the formula because, like, you run when you're up, when you're winning. That's when you run the ball. So you look at the stats at the end of the game. Of course, if you win the game, you're going to have more rushing attempts because you run the clock out. That's how it works. Nobody runs to win. You win because you're running. I'm sorry, you run because you're winning.
But we don't think of them any longer, right? Like, we're like, do you want to win first because of the run or the pass? The majority of people would sign up now for the run, like their offensive identity, run. Like they've been trying to push on us all year long. Whereas Choppy and I are like, no, you're going to have to throw, you're going to have to air it out, you're going to have to win shootouts. But is this the reality of the formula? Run first?
I mean, again, it's kind of like Choppy says. It's one of these things where when you're up, you're running the ball at the end of the game. And when you're behind, you're a lot of times trying to play catch up. You're throwing the ball more. And so that's naturally what's going to happen. I mean, they ran the ball something like, I think 10 times in the last 6 minutes last night out of their 34 carries. So, I mean, that's what you do.
That skews it.
Right,
Skews it a lot.
exactly. That's what I mean. So they were 30 passing attempts to 34 rushing attempts, and they ran it a ton at the end. They got up. I understand there were a lot of turnovers and everything like that, but they got up and they were throwing the ball more. If you look at the splits generally in the first half or the first 3 quarters of games that you win, that's more indicative. Did you get up in the game by passing the ball or running the ball? You can't just look at it, I don't think, in a 4-quarter vacuum.
And I think the most positive thing that we can say is they can do both.
They can absolutely.
That's
do
what they
both.
want to do.
Yeah.
That's Jason Garrett's always preaching about the balance, and they can beat you both ways, a lot of different ways, as you've been seeing defensively. Boone in Dallas. Boone, you're next up with Sean, RJ, and Bobby on a Cowboys Monday.
Good wine.
Hey, how about them Cowboys? Way to win. Good team ball. Dan, way to come out with that plan for those adjustments. And Mike, way to get your team to fight. But hey, what about that kid Bland? He showed he looked pretty good, and we know who the real 13 is in Dallas. So if Odell Beckham do land, I want you to get along with Malik Gallup, CeeDee Lamb, and Noah Brown, and y'all bring the Super Bowl back in town. On behalf of the Cowboys Nation USA, the Tolos, 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, baby.
What a good win. What a good win.
Thank you for the call. Have a great Monday. They were playing phone calls. I was trying to figure out, was that us? Was that fan phone calls that they were dropping in on the TV broadcast last night? You were at the game in the stadium, so you probably didn't hear it.
Oh, yeah.
But I was like, Peyton, did you send over some of the Tolo calls from Monday at 8 a.m. that they were dropping on NBC? Greg in Cedar Creek. Greg, you're next up on the Diamond Factory hotline. Go ahead, buddy.
Hey, man, just want to say first off to you, Sean, man, you're not only a great radio host, but you're also a great party host. As soon as I got to the fan hang, you were just introducing me to everybody, and I was going to kind of slowly work my way in there, but you just threw me into the fire. And had a great time hanging out with you guys.
Thank you for coming out.
Especially,
who did you say, Bobby?
Yeah, he was lit.
Liddy.
Yes, I was.
Yes, he was.
I make no apologies.
No, you were awesome, man. So yeah, the Cowboys win doesn't exactly excite me. One of the things that really, even though I've cursed his name in vain several times, Brown going out, it looks like he's out for the season from riding off on the cart. Really concerned about Joseph. But I mean, it is a win, and I'm impressed with the way the rookies are playing and all this kind of stuff. And so, I mean, we got 3 rookies stepping up like that in their first year. That's just unbelievable. So, and you got me, Bobby. You got me, Bobby.
All right, hang up. Hang up on
it. It was
him.
wonderful. Thank you. Thank you.
Bobby reached, I try not to instantly reach for the table and grab it like that. And he went instantly there.
No, I didn't.
And I tried to keep my hand up on the arm wrestling contest.
No. We were 3 seconds into it. Sean was completely holding on to it, and I just placed my hand down. I didn't even use leverage.
You can grab.
I know. I tried not to at
I
first.
know.
I saw he was, creating this big advantage.
Boy, revisionist history, Malcolm Gladwell here.
You don't even remember, probably. You're blacked out.
I remember it vividly. There's nothing. That's the only thing I remember.
Polo and Garland. Polo, you're next up on a Cowboys Monday. Go ahead.
What's going on, fellas? First of all, I'm taking my old lady to work right now. She really don't care about the Cowboys, but I love my boys. And my thing is this: until we open the roof in Arlington Stadium, whatever AT&T, we're not going to win the Super Bowl. Let God see the Cowboys play football.
Polo.
I'm not laughing, fellas. I'm being serious. Another thing is this: Kevin Joseph. I hate to say it, dude, but you should be locked up. So you need to lock up these receivers that's coming your way, buddy. You need to show something to me now. We should have drafted another quarterback, which we did, which was Bland. I'm glad he showed his butt out. Sam Williams, I'm glad you did a good job. Tyron Smith, you do not need to play. I don't care what nobody say about losing your job to injury. Tyron Smith, I know you've been getting your little penalties, but you've been doing all right. Let that offensive line jail. They've been jailing. We haven't had any real problems. Let the offensive line play. Protect that. Run the doggone ball. Let's go.
Polo, hey, Polo, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. What's up, man?
Hey, man, let me talk to your wife for a second.
Oh, dang. He wants to talk to the wife.
She right here. Talk to her. What's up? Say something, baby. Hello.
What's your name?
Speak up.
Erica, is your husband crazy?
No.
What do you do?
I'm full of passion.
Yes.
We had won Super Bowl since I was in high school.
Preach.
I'm 45 years old right now. They don't need me thinking about no play. I'm not thinking about Super Bowl. Everybody talking about Super Bowl. No. You need to worry about winning the next game, winning that playoff game. Because it hurts when we get beat in the playoffs. Y'all may not be from Dallas. I'm from Dallas. I represent 214-972-469. Bye.
He just rattles off all the area codes.
Send that G-Bag. Send that G-Bag nominee of the day. Poor Erica. You can tell she's just beaten down. She's in the
Every
car.
day. It's every Sunday. I can only imagine.
Sitting there in the car.
He's right. He's right.
About-
202-973. Whatever.
202.
202 over there. 973.
I went to college in D.C. I still have that.
I don't know. That's the only Jersey, New York area code I remember.
Where were you?
817.
Where were you born and raised?
I know it's not currently that. I just I was born and raised I was born in Austin. I was raised in Farmers Branch.
Okay.
Austin. No, that's not Texas.
I was born in Austin.
Sean and RJ here on DFW Sports Station, along with Bobby Belt, zip code profiling people nonstop. Brad Sham at 840, and the Odell sweepstakes, do they end today? Odell is in town. He's going to the Mavs game tonight. How the Cowboys plan to win over Beckham, and do you still think they need him desperately? Next on The Fan.
Well, let's get you over to Zerez.
hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
It's 3rd and 9 at the 21. Snap to Prescott. Good block from Smith. Throws it right. Caught. Lamb. He's got, he broke a tackle. Runs to the 10. Runs to the goal line. He's in for the touchdown. Oh, he stole one. He had no business scoring that touchdown, except he's CeeDee Lamb.
We still need Odell? Visited with the Giants. Visited with the Bills. And then Stephen Jones' friend of the front office, Jay Glazer, had this report yesterday morning on Fox.
Listen, this is pretty interesting because all three of these teams that are in it are making a decision based on their medical departments because Odell's not really willing to work out for any of these teams at this point. So look, the Giants brass and owner John Mara, they take him to dinner the other night. Then he met with their offensive coaches the next day and met with the medical department. Then the next day he goes out with the Buffalo Bills brass and Von Miller, who's really kind of pushing the train here and recruiting Odell to Buffalo. But the Dallas Cowboys, they're going a little bit bigger because, of course, they're the Cowboys. They're bringing him in like an old-fashioned recruiting visit. On Monday, he's going to meet with the team Monday night. They got him floor seats to go to the Mavericks game. On Tuesday, he's going to meet with Dak Prescott and the leadership group over there. But look, all three of these teams are kind of looking at this, that he's going to help them more toward the playoff push. So I know fans are hoping he helps them immediately, but it's more for the playoff push. And also, they're all looking at more long-term deals for Odell as well.
Ian Rappaport, what are you smirking at?
My wife just texted me. She's having PTA moms text her and say, it's so funny hearing stories your husband is telling on the radio, right? So they're all like, now she's like, all the PTA moms know I was drunk the other day because they're listening.
She loves it.
So shout out to the PTA mom Tolos and Flower Mound.
You guys are going to have another kid in like a week.
No, I didn't.
Not with the way he was the other night.
Oh, you don't think it could have worked?
Oh, no way.
Well, if you have that problem again, Bobby, BlueChew.com, promo code RJ.
There we go.
Order's free, $5 shipping.
Ian Rappaport, who may be joining us tomorrow for an Odell update, said he's not working out for any team, visited the Giants and Bills, plans to leave Dallas, then discuss his future with his family, make a decision by the middle of this week. Jerry, you got the audio afterwards, told the media, Bobby was there, he knows he's going to have to do something uncomfortable. And that to me, Bobby, means we know we're going to have to sign him without him working out. We know we're just going to have to go. Now, explain the medicals. Who does that come from? How trustworthy are they? Is the team allowed to put him through a physical exam? How does all that work?
Well, I mean, they've got to put him through a physical before he can sign. And so, his visit here, they can dictate how much they actually want to, have him poked and prodded medically. But once he agrees to sign, that can't go through until he passes a physical. And so they'll get a look at things there.
How good will we feel about the physical determining he's good to go?
I think you can feel good about here's where they're gonna have an unknown. I think they can feel good about his knee moving forward. What they're gonna have the unknown of, the uncomfortable that Jerry's talking about is even though he said this year is mandatory for us to make this deal. He told us that last week.
Yeah.
He's probably going to have to make that deal without knowing for sure.
I'll say this. The benefit of signing him, regardless of whether or not he's healthy. Well, I shouldn't say regardless, because if he does play and he is healthy, the advantage that you get, we saw this with Tampa a couple years ago. The advantage you get putting either Odell or Gallup against the third corner on the other team is going to be the biggest mismatch on the field. It was with Antonio Brown when he was the third receiver for Tampa.
And the attention, more importantly than that, in my opinion, the attention you can't pay to the others, right? Last night they were talking about the old Belichick strategy.
Take the one out.
Stephon Gilmore against Gallup and put someone over the top.
And put two on CD.
Put your number 2 on CD with help over the top. All that changes with the threat of Odell Beckham. And what is the standard for success with this signing this year? We're really talking about 2 big plays. That's really it. If he delivers 2 or 3 really big catches in big moments, we do this as sports fans. We don't care about, all the minutes that you played. Did you make the 1 or 2 big plays like he gave the Rams last season?
And people focus on the big plays. To me, the consistency over 60 plays is more important than just 2 splashes.
I don't know if he's capable of the consistency over 60.
He may not be.
Have you changed your mind? Where have you changed your mind the most about all this, Bobby, in the last 2 weeks? Because you believe it was going to get done. You've been a major proponent and advocate of it. Where have you changed your mind, if at all?
Yeah, I haven't changed my mind at all on him coming here. Where I've probably been a little uneasy, I don't know that I can say I've fully changed my mind yet. Us talking to Josina last week really got me.
Yeah, she was on this show.
Yeah, I know. I just said us talking to Josina last week.
Oh, us.
Yes.
I said I was.
I said us.
You try to make it all about you, like normal.
Gosh, no. See, like even when I say us and I'm being inclusive, y'all still can't hear it.
Use your English.
I don't know. Anyway, when we talked to Josina last week, we instead of us, when we talked to Josina last week, she gave me concern, and I think we all kind of felt that when she said, if he plays this year. It was like, okay, that's weird. That's uncomfortable because you're connected to Odell, and whereas these other teams may not have an idea, you may have a better idea than some of these teams based off of what he tells you and what he won't tell those teams.
Right.
And so that's where I most have some hesitation. But look, I think that if you can add him, if you get him back, even if he's coming off an ACL, Dallas has a great defense here right now, right? What would we be saying if we were heading into a game week and it was these corners, this defense was going to have to contend with CeeDee Lamb, Michael Gallup, and a fresh off an ACL Odell Beckham? I think it's just the perspective you're on. When you've got Odell Beckham, you're worried about how healthy is he. When you're on the other side, you're like, gosh, I'm just assuming he's healthy. This is going to be a nightmare. How are we going to cover this guy? So I think the fear and just even the decoy aspect that Odell could potentially provide is huge for this offense.
Here is Jerry responding to the media this is Dak responding to Jerry saying, why should Odell come here? Because of the QB.
Yeah, I mean, I work on my game every day, regardless of who I'm throwing to. That's who I am. That's the only way that I've gotten here. That's all I know. So that'll never change. But obviously when you get a chance to work with a guy like that, a guy that has such strong hands, contested catcher, create space, yeah, it's exciting. And as I just said, I think his talent will expedite that relationship and that connection. And at this point, it's about building trust and knowing that I can trust him and throw it into tight windows, and he'll go make that play. And if not, it's just an incomplete pass. So, yeah, that's a part of communication and just getting reps with one another. And obviously, we haven't had any, so this deal has to happen first, and then from there, we'll move on and talk about that.
Mavs Suns floor seats tonight. Make sure you massage the ego if you're going to the AAC by standing up for the applause when he's on the Jumbotron. He's probably going to be sitting, I think Charlotte or the family has the seats right next to the scores table by the visitors bench. So we'll see. We'll see if he's sitting right there. What?
I was searching. I was curious. I had to go search Odell's Twitter history. I was like, has he ever mentioned Luka? And he has not. But he has tweeted several times about his good buddy Devin Booker.
Yeah, he was at the
he was inside the Cardinals then.
Suns playoff games.
Yeah, there's a picture of him wearing the jersey right
Could
here.
you imagine if he wears a Booker jersey tonight?
Oh my gosh. Here's the deal. Not only do you guys need to stand up and cheer, when he comes up on the Jumbotron, you need to chant OBJ.
I know.
You got to show him the love.
Yeah, got to. All right, let's go around the rest of the NFL real quick. Cincinnati beats Kansas City for the third straight time. Jamar Chase was back. It's Mahomes' first loss in December since 2018. The Bills are now the 1 seed. Deshaun Watson gets the boos. His team bails him out. Ugly offensive performance as the Browns beat the armpit. It'll be the Cowboys against the Texans next for us on Sunday. Lamar hurts his knee against the Broncos. What a hideous game this was.
Oh, terrible.
Huntley with the rushing touchdown at the very end to win it. John Harbaugh says Lamar's injury is not season ending.
It's just the days to weeks.
It's days to weeks. What is that going to mean right there? Speaking of Harbaugh, Bob Kravitz, longtime Indy reporter, is openly campaigning for the Colts to go and get Jim Harbaugh. So that Michigan love to Jim Harbaugh, the former Indianapolis Colt. Bob Kravitz wants him to take over for Jeff Saturday.
I don't get, why would Harbs leave?
Not now.
What do you mean? He almost left for the Vikings last year. He keeps flirting with the NFL.
Yeah, I know, but now is this back-to-back years he beat Ohio State?
Yeah, he's starting to get closer to God status there that he's always wanted.
Back-to-back trips to the Final Four, right? They went to the Final Four last year. I don't know, man. I guess the flip side is now or never. Like, do it now. You're at you're at your peak of value. You've beaten Ohio State twice in a row. But I would think this is the time to get that life. He's got a great contract already.
I'll tell you what, with that game though, Denver and Baltimore, Denver's got to fire Nathaniel Hackett. Like, I don't think you can even wait till the end of the season. You got to get him out. This is so bad. They're averaging 13 points a game.
Every time you turn it on in the third or fourth quarter, they have 6 or 9 points.
Bro.
That's it. It's hideous.
Nice.
Lions destroy Jacksonville. Justin Fields with a bad late interception. As the Bears are officially eliminated, Aaron Rodgers continues to own Chicago. Christian Watson, 8 touchdowns last 4 games.
Yikes.
8 in his last 4. Minka Fitzpatrick interception sealed the Pittsburgh win in Atlanta. Jets-Vikings got fun. The Jets are fun. Garrett Wilson going crazy. Big 4th down stop. Minnesota hangs on. The Chargers blow another lead. They've blown leads of 14, 17 twice, and 20 as they lose to the Raiders with Devontae Adams going nuts. And then DK Metcalf straight up against Jalen Ramsey wins it for Seattle. 6 straight losses by the Rams, most ever consecutive losses by a defending Super Bowl champ. You're speaking of Russ, Geno had more touchdowns yesterday, 3, than Russ has had since the end of October.
Jeez.
Wow.
3-2. Yesterday.
Wow.
Word. It's such a disaster.
It really is sad. I mean, we're laughing at it, but it really is sad. Like, this is one of the great fall from graces.
I'm not sad. I'm not to the point of sad yet.
Yeah, but
until he starts acting a little bit real, like a little less douchey, I won't be sad.
That's never going to happen. But I'm just saying, like, this is one of the great fall from graces that we've seen. Like, that, and it happened quick.
The voice of America's team, Brad Sham, on a Cowboys Monday to celebrate last night right after this.
But let's get you over to the
A full-service provider taking care of your project or special event. No matter the size, from start to finish. The Texas Authority and Barricade Rentals at SpiresBarricades.com.
Dallas needs another takeaway. Ryan will play fake, and under pressure, he screens it right to the tight
Fumble.
end. And it's fumbled by the tight end. It's picked up by Hooker. Hooker again. 5. Touchdown. Can you believe that? Oh, have a night, Malik Hooker.
And he did. Interception, fumble recovery, first career touchdown, 2 tackles against the former squad. Brad Sham, maybe he has the lottery numbers, joining us here on the Diamond Factory Hotline. You predicted, called for the turnover. You play, which one's at 350? Is it Power or Mega right now? You a lotto guy,
it's
Brad?
Mega. It's Mega.
I no, but I'm not greedy. I'll take the small one.
Yeah.
If one's 350 and one's 300, I'll take the 300.
Well,
No, we don't play when
we don't play if it's less than 100.
Yeah, we don't play
It's not
when
worth
it's
my
not,
time.
6, 7, 800 mil.
Well, that's you guys. I'm not making your money.
That's right. Brad, I want to talk about a couple of guys who usually don't get a ton of shine. Daron Bland. Let's start off with him and the night that he had and his journey throughout this season.
Yeah, those 2 interceptions were, they were like the ones that he had earlier in the year, and he's done a really good job filling in for Jordan Lewis. And we kind of thought that he would be okay based on what we saw. And I say we, I mean all of us who watch him in preseason and early on in training camp. We thought, okay, this guy looks pretty good. And he hasn't been perfect. There's been a couple of games where he's struggled. He's still a corner. He's playing mostly nickel, but he's still a corner. Every corner gives up something. But the fact that they lost a guy who is as significant to them as Jordan Lewis is, and they really haven't missed a beat with that, tells you how good Bland is already. And then you just forget that he's a rookie. Just think of what he'll be in the next couple of years. He's been really significant for them.
And then Jerry afterwards says that Anthony Brown is gone for the year. So how big of a problem is corner now?
It's big, and I will agree that Anthony Brown has not appeared to have had as good a year as he has the last couple. And he's a favorite whipping boy of fans who don't really watch his play carefully. And last year, especially when Diggs was getting all of the attention and deserved it for his interceptions, but Brown was so super solid. And this year, he does not appear to have played quite as well. And maybe the fact that he was in a contract year was weighing on him. I don't know. But I do know that you're going to miss him now. Because right now, to me, we'll see what McCarthy says this afternoon and Dan Quinn. You've got Kelvin Joseph. You've got Nashawn Wright. And you've got a kid, Sheffield, on the practice squad who was with Quinn in Atlanta, and Quinn has talked about his speed, his length, and his tackling ability as his primary characteristics that he likes. Well, you've got a lot of games left. One of those three guys, unless I'm missing something, one of those three guys is going to have to be the corner on the outside. Now, only the coaches have really seen Sheffield in practice, and you have the rest of us who, saw training camp. Wright's been inactive almost every game. So you just have to say, okay, are you going to be able to get by with this? I think it could be a problem.
What was different about Brown this year?
I just don't think he's tracked quite as well. I think that there have been some coverage things that got away from him a little bit. I don't think he's been horrible, but I think that he was really solid, really not just last year, RJ, I think in the last several years. Yeah. And he just doesn't seem as confident, doesn't seem to be tracking the ball quite as well. I'm not sure he's even tackling quite as well. He's really been an outstanding tackler. And he just didn't seem to me to be playing quite as well. But he was better than, he was starting, so he was better than what you had. So we'll see. Joseph still got some immaturity, and you're going to have to trust him on not just on special teams, but you're going to have to trust him in coverage and not to commit a lot of penalties. Wright is a different player. He's very long, very tall, but they're going to have. I would think they would have what would amount to kind of an open tryout for a couple of days in training camp and see who plays best.
We're talking with Brad Sham, voice of the Cowboys here on Sean and RJ on 105 through the Fan. Brad, one of the names you didn't mention there, and obviously it's because it's not the position he plays currently, but Israel Mukuamu got some work in training camp at corner. He had some decent reps against CeeDee Lamb. Corner is where he played the last couple of years at South Carolina. I mean, with all the uncertainty there, is it at least worth a shot if maybe seeing he can come in here, compete, and do something better since they just haven't gotten what they wanted?
That's a fair point. And it's you've got him at safety for a reason. I think when they drafted him, they saw him as a guy who had a lot of the characteristics that Jaron Kearse has. And every time we ask about Mukuamu, they talk about how much they really like everything that he's done this year. And Kearse is playing with a bad shoulder, so Mukuamu's a guy that I think they trust to play safety. But you're absolutely right. He was a corner at South Carolina, and it's not something that should be dismissed right now. You're going to have to look at everything. The fact that he's been playing mostly safety up to this point, to me, would indicate that they think he's better there than at corner, and you've got maybe as many as 3 guys, if you include Sheffield, who you think of as a corner. But I think that's a great point. I wouldn't dismiss Mukuamu out of hand.
CeeDee Lamb has been a lightning rod around here as well. What has he shown you in about the last month, Brad?
All of the things that people saw, especially scouts, when he was at Oklahoma, and why they drafted him after, they wouldn't have taken the kid that Oakland took I think it was still Oakland when they took him. So Lamb then came off the board ahead of all those other receivers. He's very tough. He's really, really tough. And he's obviously got great hands and speed and can break tackles. And he had some drop issues a couple of years ago. I don't think we see that very much anymore. And I think mostly, Sean, he's grown into the role. There's a thing mentally. I thought he looked shaky against Tampa. Well, they all look shaky against Tampa, for crying out loud. But he didn't look like the guy who, although this is our number one guy, this is the guy we're going to look to all the time. And he's grown into it. And I don't think there's any question now about whether CeeDee Lamb can be a number one receiver in terms of you have to mentally accept that all eyes are on you and the quarterback is going to be looking for you in all those big situations. And for a guy who's as wiry as he is, he's really incredibly tough. And I'm very comfortable with him being the number one guy. I think he's shown it.
Brad Sham on the Diamond Factory Hotline every Cowboys Monday at this time. Where do you stand on the whole, well, Odell's not going to work out? How much of a hurdle is that to trying to get him signed this week with him visiting today?
Depends on what you're going to pay him. I mean, let's objectively step back and say, have you ever heard of signing a player who won't work out? In any sport? Would any team in any sport sign a guy, a significant player, without him working out? Now, if it wasn't Beckham and it wasn't this time of year and it wasn't something that had a good upside, you wouldn't even be talking about it. Jerry's a big believer in risk-reward. And his definition of risk-reward sounds very simple, but it really is something that when you are the one in charge of the decisions, you really have to have a feel for it. You can take the risk if the potential reward is great enough. And if it's not, then you don't take the risk no matter what everybody says. I believe that there are a lot of people who will be involved in the decision who are very nervous about, not because it's Beckham, but about signing any player without watching him work out. Now, they do have a lot of video stuff, and they have a lot of medical stuff, and they'll do a lot of examination of it, and they will share all this with him. So the thing that you have to be careful of is how many years, how much money guaranteed, because he is 30 and he's had 2 ACLs, same knee. Now, when you get into salary cap stuff, there's a way to make everything work.
Yeah.
But you do have, Bobby can help me with this, but I believe that it's Lamb and Diggs who you can start after this year. You want to extend them.
Yep.
You're looking a year down the road at Parsons. And then just look at all of the people that are unsigned. You have 2 running backs, and you've got your backup quarterback, and you've got a number of players on D. You got Van Der Esch, and you've got your tight end, and there's a lot of players who are significant players. Some of whom I promise you they'll never say it, but they've already decided we're just not going to be able to compete for them financially. We're going to let them go. We think we've got their replacements, or we'll find, Anthony Brown might have been a 7-year guy. He might have been in that category. I don't know. But there's a long list of players who they're going to have to pay for. And if they start with too much money for too many years for a 30-year-old player with a twice rebuilt knee who won't even work out, if I was working for Jerry and in the meetings, I would be saying all this to him. I'd say, look, how much of this money do you want to not have to pay other people? Then if you're comfortable with, once you find a number, if you're comfortable with it, go ahead. I'm absolutely not averse to taking the chance. The Beckham we think we know would probably make them more dangerous. And here's another way to look at it. McCarthy says if you want to think about the goals that they have of playing in the last game of the year, then where they've reached now, they are literally only halfway through the season. If you add in if they were to play in every round of the playoffs and all the way to the Super Bowl, they've literally got half the season still to go.
Yeah.
And if they think that they're close enough, and why would they not think that based on what we're seeing, then it might be a risk that you take. But those are the things you have to keep in mind before you commit to the guy.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate it.
You bet. Have a great day.
Brad Sham, voice of the Cowboys, every single Monday at this time. NFC East yesterday, and Bobby says San Francisco's not done. They're still there as a pain in the rear end. Around the rest of the NFL and the NFC East next.
Well, let's get you over to QC.
Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios. Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Hurts, back, pumps, looks. He is floating it deep for A.J. Brown, who has it, and he scores! A.J. Brown took it away from Trey Avery and scored his second touchdown of the game.
Eagles radio. It's fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby, where Bobby Belt came in at 5:30 this morning, even though he didn't have to, after being at the stadium till past midnight, just because of the 54-19 dominance, to come in and celebrate. And starting tomorrow, your new Cowboys insider on the G-Bag Nation every day at 5:30 will be RJ Choppy as a result of the Dolphins and San Francisco. I don't know what else could have gone better for you. You got Tua with a 75-yard touchdown to start off, and Garoppolo's out for the entire season, and San Fran still ends up winning.
They won. As the fan text points out, most times, a lot of times, oftentimes, it's not scientific or anything like that. Going cross country will kill you. It has. Usually, though, the East teams going west hurts more for some reason, which I don't understand. I would think the West going east hurts more, but
is Garoppolo being out a bigger deal for the Eagles or for the Cowboys?
Well, I don't think either.
Wow.
I think both teams are better than San Francisco already. I wasn't worried about San Fran. Like, I thought San Fran, they certainly had a chance. Like, I wouldn't want to play them in the playoffs. They're like that kind of that tight-knee team from a couple years ago. They're just like a nightmare to tackle. I don't want to be around them. They're just too mean. They're bullies. I don't want to be around them. But like, yeah, I wasn't really petrified of them. I mean, I'm going to judge it based on who the better quarterbacks are. And even though I like Jimmy, he's not as good as Dak. He's not as good as Hurts. But I think they were that third team. They were better than Minnesota. They were better than just pick a team. They were better than the Giants. So they were up there, but they weren't a threat to
What do you think about that same question? Because a lot of Tolos yesterday were celebrating. Again, not trying to wish ill will, but now the Niners are out of the way with no quarterback. But earlier in the show, you think they're exactly the same.
Yeah, look, I know Jimmy's played. There's a little bit of like the devil you know versus the devil you don't know. So even though Jimmy has his limitations, like Kyle Shanahan knows him inside and out, and Brock Purdy he's an unknown. But he's a guy who, like, a lot of people liked coming out, and I think he can run the offense the same way that Jimmy Garoppolo did. He'll limit mistakes. He did that yesterday. He limited mistakes. He made a couple throws. That's all they really need anybody to do. Kyle Shanahan has it set up to where his offense basically runs on autopilot, I feel like. And the thing that messed them up
pick. So this guy, Brock Purdy, was Mr. Irrelevant.
Yeah, he was.
Out of Iowa State.
He was a good player in college. I mean, he would always have his months. I don't think he lost a game in October. I think he lost maybe one game in his college career in October. That's why they called him Brocktober. He had his moments.
I think the Cowboys visited with him too, leading up to the draft. And so, like, we had discussed him. He's a good player. He's small. He's a small guy. He's not super athletic. He doesn't have like great arm strength. And so there's all these like limitations there, but he was really accurate at Iowa State. He limited mistakes. He played in a couple big games. Like, I mean, he's got the makeup, I think, that fits running the autopilot Shanahan offense.
But except it's not an autopilot Shanahan offense.
It's not when they put in Trey Lance and they try to do different things.
Like, okay, but see, here's the issue.
Purdy yesterday, by the way, was 25 of 37 for 210, 5.7 per attempt, 2 touchdowns. QBR was a 57.
Yeah, like, since Shanny took over, they're 38-17 with Garoppolo and 9-29 with everybody else. Now, I'm not saying Jimmy G is some elite, unique, special talent, but those two seem to work well together. And it's proven by the points per game. They average 27.8 points per game with Jimmy Garoppolo at quarterback. They average 19 with anybody else. Like, we're not talking about, just like a 3-point difference.
Oh, no, I think Bobby's really I love the hot take, but you're being very disrespectful.
Did you bring your oven mitts?
Look, here's the deal, though. Like a big portion of what we're talking about there is 2020. like a big portion of the time away from Jimmy. Okay, that wasn't just time away from Jimmy. That was time away from George Kittle, who played 8 games that year. That was time away from Deebo Samuel, who played 7 games that year. That was Nick Bosa, who was out the whole year. They were destroyed by injuries in 2020. They were the most banged up team in the NFL. So I don't think you can, in a vacuum, take that chunk of games or some of these other ones where, again, I think you've got Trey Lance and trying to implement some things that you didn't necessarily have that he didn't have the ability to do yet. And then you've got 2020 where a bunch of guys were hurt.
But that wasn't his only year. Like he's been there since like 2016.
No, I know. And
we have years of records and history on Shanahan without Jimmy that shows that it's not. I mean, look, it's like 30. It's almost 40 games. It's not a fluke.
No,
it's not like an outlier.
No, but we're also talking about, like, that's not even the same team. 2018, like the 2018 where he was hurt for a lot of it, that's not even the same team anymore that they have now.
You're right, but how was Jimmy able to win with those teams and nobody else is?
Jimmy won those 5 games at the end, which, by the way, 7 touchdowns, 5 interceptions. I'm very surprised because you are Mr. like analytics and numbers and everything else, and but you're being very eye test on this one.
Oh, I'm not being eye test at all. He's just a middle of the road efficient quarterback.
But he wasn't when he went 5-0 down the stretch, for instance, that first year he was there.
I don't look at touchdown to interception ratio. I'm much more evolved.
Okay, I mean, not so evolved that you're counting quarterback wins, though.
I'm not counting quarterback wins.
You just gave me the records with Jimmy and versus not.
I'm just saying, like, this team, they're 10 points a game less difference without him. I'm not counting the wins. I'm just saying, like, it's just a data point.
Are you gonna have to do my G-bag hits for a month? Like February or something? What do we got to figure out here? They lose max 1 game the rest of the way.
Woo!
No, the regular season, of course. I don't know about
they lost by 14 to Atlanta with Jimmy.
They're a different football team right now. They've been a different football team the last 5 weeks.
I mean, they did run Miami without him.
Yeah,
37 attempts.
We all know, like, when a quarterback comes into the middle of a game, that the other team's not prepared.
I'm not buying. They weren't Brock Purdy scouted. I'm not buying that.
They ran the same offense, though. It was the same offense that Jimmy runs. So they the player's different, but Miami got the same game plan they prepped for.
All right, so is San Francisco the 3rd best team in the NFC, or is it Minnesota? Philly's 1.
Oh man.
The Cowboys are 2.
Cowboys are 2.
Bobby, are you going to co-sign?
I'm not moving my rankings from what I had last week. San Francisco's 2.
Wow.
They're all very close to each other.
Okay, but you're not bumping them with Brock Purdy. Then you got the Cowboys 3, and then you're going to have Minnesota 4.
Yes.
Choppy, I'm going to go Philly 1. By the way, I know a lot of Tolos are trying to hate on this. I think it's some homerism. I was impressed by what the Eagles did to the Titans. They kicked the Titans' ass.
How could you not be?
Well, Tennessee, it's just they were overhyped. They were overrated. They're only 7-5. They're 1-6 against teams over 500. Someone went and tweeted me that.
Yeah, at least they played 7 teams over 500.
If the Cowboys beat Tennessee 35-10, I'd be in here like much more impressed than what's happened the past 2 weeks over the Giants and the Colts.
I mean, like, yeah, they're 1-6.
They're tough physical football team.
They are. They played 7 teams over 500. The Eagles have played what now 3?
I just think the Eagles are clearly the best team in the NFC.
Yeah, I think right now
I'm going to go Eagles, Cowboys, Minnesota, San Fran.
You are such a San Francisco hater.
It's not about being a hater,
Good
man.
Lord, you're the only. Dude. I love that you're having this. I really do love that you're having this opinion. Mr. Irrelevant is now their quarterback. I know. I heard your entire argument. I'm punishing them. I had San Francisco high up in the power rankings last week. And I don't even like Garoppolo, but I'm not going to sit here like you and pretend like Brock Purdy can just beat Jimmy Garoppolo. I do think it matters a little bit. I could be wrong. Let's come up with a bet.
You're gonna do my G-bag hits. You're gonna do my K and C hits.
Let's come up with a bet on either points per game, how much they score, how much they average with Brock at QB.
I will look. I'm going to look at that today. I'm going to crunch the numbers and I'll tell you how it changes.
I mean, I don't think what I said was outrageous. You just said they were all tight and they were all close.
But we just watched we just saw San Francisco with this same guy beat down Miami
convincingly,
and you're taking a Minnesota team that we just saw Dallas beat by 40 2 weeks
Minnesota,
ago.
I put Minnesota
above San Francisco.
Yeah,
who just
because
won
of the quarterback.
They just won with that quarterback against the Dolphins.
But hang on a second. I mean, they got a late turnover, and they got turnovers deep in Miami's territory.
Yeah,
that was able to give them short field. And look, it happens; those things happen.
The Dolphins,
but it's not like he was doing like 93-yard drives out here.
He possessed the ball for 40 minutes. Miami held the ball for fewer than 20 minutes. Miami was 0 for 7 on third down. Tua threw 2 picks. Tua looked completely flustered.
Completely flustered.
He looked
Tua did not look good at all.
You can't say it's not the quarterback, though, when they hold the ball for 40 minutes and they threw 37 passes with the guy.
He had a good game. Yeah, I'm not saying he didn't have a good game. Repeat it. You want to take this stance on Jalen Hurts, where you got to see it for more than 12 games.
Yeah.
You know, I mean,
no, but Brock Purdy
no. Because my argument is not for Brock Purdy. No, my argument is not for Brock Purdy. My argument is for Kyle Shanahan's system that he has set up, and that he can put anybody in there.
That has never won with a quarterback other than Jimmy Garoppolo.
Meanwhile, Giants and the Commanders both end up tying, which I think we all have to just chuckle and laugh at.
It's fitting.
So Cowboys are 9-3. The Giants are 7-4. And the Commanders are 7-5. They've been the best team in the NFL record-wise since Week 6. They were 6-1. So here's the NFC playoff matchups as of today: Philly the 1, Minnesota the 2. They survive against the Jets. Vikings are still 10-2. San Fran is the 3. Tampa's the 4. Cowboys are the 5. So it would be Tampa hosting Dallas. Giants 6. Seattle 7. Commanders are 8. And by the way, don't look. The point spread for the armpit has come out. Cowboys by what against the Texans? Do you know it?
No, I'm going to guess, though.
All right, guess.
13.5.
I had retweeted. I had retweeted it already.
Okay. No, Bobby. You're actually like way off.
Oh.
Which direction are you off?
It better be higher than that.
It is.
16.5.
It is.
Is it?
16.5. Now, we all said this was going to be a 20-point win on the show against Indianapolis. I didn't hear Brad Shane give us credit for that, saying the Indy game would be a lot closer. But I feel much more confident in picking that versus taking a 16.5-point spread, right?
Oh, I would take 16.5 tomorrow. This thing might go up at 18.
If this was a 2-point game against Indy after 3.
Man, Houston
You would take 16?
Houston's awful.
They're really bad.
I know they're bad. They
might not have
16 for any team in the NFL.
They might not have 4 players that could start for this team.
It's a good question. That may be an exercise for tomorrow. I'm going to look it up now.
Definitely not for right now. 877-881-1053. Truckwreck.com text line. That is around the NFL and the NFC East with Jimmy Garoppolo out for the season. All right. Bobby said in the locker room the biggest story coming out was Zeke's punishment. It wasn't Tony Pollard all of a sudden being the new starter. Why was Zeke Elliott punished? Let's go inside the Cowboys locker room for the win with Nick Eatman. DallasCowboys.com next.
Let's get you over, though, to K.
soda.
Ryan's in the gun. He's got two receivers stacked on the right side and another one coming in motion, setting up, snap back. Oh, he's blitzed and sacked. Donovan Wilson blowing through on the safety blitz.
Donovan Wilson up the middle. Anthony Barr up the middle. Got to give props to Damon Clark in addition to Neon Daron Bland with all of his interceptions last night. It's a Cowboys Monday here with Sean, RJ, and Bobby Belt on DFW Sports Station as they blow away Indy 54-19 with 33 in the fourth quarter. But after the game, Jerry Jones making a little bit of news, explaining why Zeke Elliott did not start.
Yeah, I think there was a little issue that he had with his coach and some discipline issues that were being tardy for a meeting or a phone going off or something serious relative to Zeke. But I won't get into that. But I'm not giving out that punishment. I'd be a lot more lenient than that.
Sounds like he did.
He gave out a lot yesterday.
Yeah, he did.
Gave out, Anthony Brown. He's gone for the year. They haven't said that, but, it's
Dr. Jerry.
Dr. Jerry.
In my mind, in my opinion.
I think the team owner would probably know. Nick Eatman was there, and he's joining us now, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you from DallasCowboys.com. Good morning, Nick.
Good morning. How you guys doing?
Doing well. Who wouldn't want to join this team? The lead headline on DallasCowboys.com. Take us inside that. You think this was the final selling point to Odell, who's in town today?
I think so. I mean, that's kind of what I wrote. I mean, Jerry, I don't think has ever needed any help closing a deal and all that. But I thought, what the team did as a group might be the best selling point. And it wasn't a disrespect towards Odell. At some point when I wrote, I think that the Cowboys need him, but he might need him, might need the Cowboys more than the other way around, just because, this is a really good football team and it's a good team and they could still need him. There's enough ball, I think, to go around for him. And who knows, maybe a number has even opened up for him. I mean, who knows about that? But I just think that the stars are aligning perfectly after a game like that. And I don't know why Odell or anybody wouldn't want to come join this team.
Little reference to Anthony Brown. I don't think Anthony Brown going to give it up on IR. Is he here, go ahead, take this number. How big of a problem?
Do you think Anthony Brown will play again for the Cowboys, though? That's the question. I mean, if it's a torn Achilles, the free agent, I mean, I'm not sure he will play again for Dallas. Yeah. And I'm not trying to be, I mean, this, it's really bad. It's a bad situation. And I think that Anthony Brown is one player that I think is the most misunderstood as far as his talent and his importance to the team. From a fan's perspective, I mean, they hate this guy, because he's not Diggs and he does give up some plays, but just wait and see what it's going to look like when he's not there. I mean, I think that he's a lot better player than people think, and it's going to be tough to replace him.
A lot of media members have given this same sentiment that he's such a liked guy by the locker room that he gets unfair treatment from the fan base for the season that he's having this year.
Will they have to make Anthony Brown work out for them if they want to re-sign him after the injury, or will they just take the medicals?
Nick, how do we feel comfortable about Odell's physical status if he doesn't work out?
I think you trust the fact that the training staff that they have, and they're going to be able to. It's probably no different than the situations you see, at the draft, where guys have to go and maybe somebody's injured at the combine and I don't know if they're working out all these players there. They just kind of have to go off of what they've seen before with their team doctors and they don't get to work them out. But I mean, I think by poking and prodding and feeling and asking the right questions, I mean, I think you can kind of get a good answer there. I mean, I don't know how comfortable you're going to feel because, I don't believe that at the end of that sentence that Odell's going to give them the discount for a guy that's not necessarily working out and showing them where he is. So it's just going to have to be a a good faith type of situation, I think.
So what's your assignment today? Do you have to like sit on the practice fields waiting for the helicopter to land? Do you got to be stalking through the facility? What's your web team's Odell assignment today?
We really haven't gotten there. I can't. I mean, maybe I'm not a good manager. I guess we haven't gotten to that point. I mean, we're really just taking it 1 hour at a time.
Oh well, thanks, Coach.
Yeah, well, no, we are. I mean, I'm talking about actually from a sleep perspective there.
Oh.
But that's just me talking to the radio waves, not to you guys who probably had to watch the game and then get a couple hours sleep. So I'm not complaining to you.
Yeah, Bobby's on 2 Adderalls today.
Did you want to take 2?
I saw Bobby leaving, and I was thinking, man, and he was only leaving just a little bit before me, and I was thinking he's going to get up a lot earlier. So, no, but I'm sure it'll just be more of a kind of a hearsay thing and see what's going on. I kind of get the sense this thing's going to stretch out, at least for the day. I mean, it's going to be a full day of courting, I think. I mean, there's even talk about a Mavericks game tonight and all that. I don't know. We'll see how it all goes. But if they can get it done, if they get it done in the afternoon, that would be surprising. But I have a feeling tomorrow's interview with Jerry is going to be the most listened to interview you've ever had on the station.
Oh, no.
No, we've had way more. Oh, yeah, you don't know us very well at all.
Nick, who
I do know. I'm just saying that this thing goes into the night, and then all of a sudden, Jerry, tomorrow morning, just 8:30 in the morning. Yeah, I think there'll be a few people listening to that.
Nick, who did you catch up with in the locker room last night?
Couple guys. I mean, I think that the Micah Parsons, I thought, was really interesting. Just listening to him play, to him speak, and he was saying how this is one of those games where he thinks that the opposing teams now could kind of flip into their strategy. He said, they went into this game saying, all right, not going to let them rush. We're going to dink and dunk all the way down the field. We're going to run some. We're going to screen them to death, all that. But he said, hopefully the way we played towards the end and kind of let teams know that that's not going to work either, that, he's kind of hoping it might flip back and say now teams are going to be like, well, if we want to really win this game, we're going to have to open it up. And, of course, that helps him. So, he was thinking it's kind of a cat and mouse game for offensive coordinators and hoping that this game might turn them away from, we can't just fear their rush. We're going to have to open it up. So I thought that was an interesting take from Micah.
Nick, I know you and I were standing outside Jerry when we both realized what he had said about Ezekiel Elliott and everything that went down there. Do you think it is as simple as just Jerry went ahead and let something out of the bag that everybody else was going to just kind of gloss over and not let out there? Or do you think he maybe opened the door a little bit, didn't quite give us the truth, and maybe it wasn't just, we're dealing with a phone going off? Because it just seems a little odd that you'd sit your star running back for 6 plays because maybe his phone went off.
The whole thing was odd. Yeah. I mean, like when you ask questions and you get 4 different answers from Zeke and Jerry and then Dak and McCarthy and everyone's got, I mean, Dak's the one that threw the massive curveball, I thought, about saying, no, this is Zeke's idea all along. And it's like, what? And so.
What do you mean his idea? Oh, for Pollard to start?
Yeah, the rotation.
Yeah, wanted to try something different, and none of it's making sense. I mean, and somebody's not telling us the whole story, and it doesn't. The way I look at it though is that okay, whatever it is, this reminds me of Michael Irvin missing the plane, and he missed one series in Detroit and then play the rest of the game. Like whatever kind of suspension or not suspension, what kind of discipline. Discipline that they're giving him is like, okay, he still had 17 carries. I mean, he still led the team in carries. He had more carries. He ran well. I mean, so at the end of the day, like the start was different. The end result wasn't. Everybody got some in the fourth quarter. And so I just don't think it's that big a deal. What Jerry's motives were, I'm never going to get in the head of Jerry. So I don't really know there.
Because we never would have, to me, what would you rather do? Would you rather start or would you rather get more playing time? Like, give me the more playing time, right? Like, isn't that what most people would want? And he got more. He got more carries. So, like, who cares?
Ask Christian Wood.
Yeah.
Well, he doesn't get either.
Right. Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com here on 105.3 The Fan. Anything else that jumped out to you from this win last night or reaction afterwards?
Yeah, I think this offense, I mean, is obviously really rolling right now. CD Lamb, coincidence or not, that he's playing his best football of his career ever since this whole OBJ talk really came out. Like, I don't know if it's a coincidence, but I mean, he is really starting to look like a number one guy. And I'm not to say that they, don't need Odell or it wouldn't fit, with him, but it's obviously going to be a multi-year deal if they sign him. But I still think that Lamb is showing that he's still the guy, and he could use some help on that outside, of course, or inside or wherever that they line him up. But I really like the way he's playing his game. He's playing with, I mean, he doesn't look like he would. He looks like a lanky receiver that he is, but he's showing a little power, showing some grit, kind of running some people over, playing some running back and doing some different things. I just really like the way his game has evolved here the last few games.
Thank you. Try to get some rest before Odell flies in. Appreciate it.
Sounds good. See you guys.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by Ford. Built for Texas, built for you. It sounds like some of the reaction to the Zeke by the media members last night it sounds like it's an overreaction towards what it looks like on the surface, right? Like the way you were describing things.
Perhaps, but I'll say this. There were people there last night that were frustrated that this became a topic and that they ended out looking like they were saying different things. That frustrated some people last night. And so that in and of itself is notable.
Do you think there's something we should be digging on a lot more?
I mean, that's and that very well may be one of the reasons why. Either way, there's either something more to dig on, or the question's going to get asked, and then the guys are going to be frustrated that this is now something that's being asked that didn't need to, and now we're having people dig around thinking there's something more to it. So either way, I see why it's frustrating.
I'll tell you this: somebody doesn't not start because their phone goes off in a meeting,
right?
And if that is the case, and they do keep somebody from starting because their phone goes off in the meeting, then the only thing that I could take from that is that starting does not matter.
Sean, RJ, and Bobby on a Cowboys Monday. Let's do the Cowboys crosstalk and celebrate with KMC next on The Fan. But first, let me get you on over to
you know where sports content originates in this town? Of course you do. Thanks for listening and being an awesome teammate of the Fan.
9:54 left. First down, pitch off. Left to Pollard. Wending his way through people. 20, 15, 10, 5. Pollard dancing and walking the dog. Touchdown for the second time tonight.
Now time for a Cowboys crosstalk with the K&C masterpiece, as Mike Bassick is still not here. And
He should be back tomorrow.
Back tomorrow. Should be.
I mean, who the hell knows? Mike is a mystery sometimes.
What time is his flight back? What time is he supposed to get back? Is he getting back tonight, or is he getting back in the morning? Because I want to know if he's going to go to the Mavericks game tonight and try and sit down by Odell, or try and get down there and talk to him.
No, he would
I thought
care.
he was a man of the people in the 300 level.
Well, and he would care way more about the game than talking to Odell Beckham. Way more.
Oh, he was happy with the Brunson matchup on Saturday with the Mavs getting that W. Corey, what's coming up on the show?
Eventually, Sean. Because did you see in the first half, he said, who are the Mavericks drafting in the top 10 this year? Because this team sucks.
Oh.
So
he tweeted that in the first half?
Yes, he did.
Well, they did suck in the first half.
That's true.
And then they got better.
Yes, a lot better.
Cowboys thank you notes at 11, and Stephen Jones joins us at noon today for some stuff. I bet he tells us what happens at the end of the day today.
You think he's going to give you the Odell outcome?
No, I just think he'll say at the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, this usually he kind of throws one of those in there.
All right, your reaction on Saturday when the deGrom news hit?
It was pretty shocking. I am excited. I know that RJ is not, but I'll deal with the logistics of it all later. Right now, I just thought it was super cool that they were like, let's go get some pitching.
One of the first people I texted was our Tolo Rachel Ring, who purchased the Rangers suite for us to hang out with her at a Rangers game this year. Yeah, because she's purchased Jared's dinners with us and everything, and she's a massive Rangers fan, and she was all excited about it. It was great to see how excited Rangers fans were about this, because ownership feels an urgency to get talent, be a more talented team, even no matter the cost right now. And I love that part of it.
Bobby, what was your takeaway with your Rangers hat on?
I'm glad it's not apparently going to prevent them from going after Rodon or like going after other guys. That's encouraging. I fall down somewhere between like the super excited fan and Chop, which is like it's
a pretty wide spectrum.
It's exciting right now.
Very.
It's exciting right now, but I'm also like quietly in the back of my head going like, this could very easily turn south, and it could be very ugly, and we could all be complaining about it at the end, like Shinsu Chu or something.
What reaction did you get when you let your thoughts be known on Friday night?
People were so mad
on the radio.
Sorry, man. Everybody got. I mean, just look, whatever. I mean, I'm not going to sit there and worry about what the drivel of homers. I just there's a lot of these were a small minority of fans. Majority of fans understand that you can't spend five years and $38 million a year on somebody who is not reliable. Kevin, you should know all about reliability and injuries because you talk about Dak being injury prone. What the hell is Jake deGrom?
He is injury prone for sure.
Now, it's definitely exciting. Anybody who's not excited about this, I think is
dead.
You're dead inside. You're dead
I thought
inside.
it was a threat.
But you are excited then because
I'm excited about absolutely the possibilities. With Jake deGrom, if he's healthy, is fantastic. He's the best pitcher in the game. But the reality is that he's just not very healthy, and that becomes a problem.
I think the X factor for me is if they add another pitcher with him. I have a little bit of skepticism that I'm worried that they just want to spend to appease us a little bit. Like, let's get this name. Let's sell some seats. Let's do this versus like a real actual winning plan, which people would counter back with Bruce Bochy wouldn't have taken this job for that. And I would counter back with why did Bruce Bochy have to settle for this job? Like this job is very, I would think it was beneath Bruce Bochy.
Well, it's a big market. All right. It's a bigger market than when he was in San Diego. It's right at the same in San Francisco, right? It's like neck and neck with San Francisco. It's just this is a city that you can actually live in. Unlike California or San Francisco, you can't live there anymore.
Yeah, you live.
Politics.
Yeah, it's not politics. It's not politics. So you can actually live here. It's actually kind of cool. But no, I mean, they were going to spend. They're spending like a big market team, which is what they are. But Met fans, I mean, ask a Met fan. Every single pitch that Jake deGrom threw, they were holding their breath over the last 2 years. Literally every single pitch.
It doesn't feel like within this 4-year window, it's really 5. It's really 6. Like
Could be 7.
What's that?
Could be 7.
We're just
count.
What's the highest the Rangers are going to finish in the standings over the next 3 to 4 years? Doesn't feel like anyone in their right mind would say second. Okay.
Who's first? Houston the entire way?
Yeah.
You think Seattle has a shot of making that? If they started slow last year.
I definitely do. Seattle has a good base. I'm just curious how that carries over, and that's why I said even highest. I'm still like second.
That and that being said, Sean, if that's the case and you're that far out, you're still dealing with trying to compete against those two teams. And there's no way that Chris Young and the owner want to look in the stands and see what they keep seeing, which is empty seats all the time.
Yeah, I mean, if deGrom is healthy and pitches, he has 30 starts, and Seager and Simeon are, let's just say they're both top 25 in MVP voting. Maybe then you could be the second best team in the division.
Yeah,
but I still think that's. I mean, they were what 18 games less than Seattle last year. I mean, deGrom's not making up 18 games. Like, nobody's worth that.
Right. Yeah. Highlight of Boomer Jacks for you at the Tolos in Arlington.
There always comes a time in these events where probably 2 people now in particular in this room go on the offensive to rally the people, and you just needed a flashpoint. Your flashpoint was the TCU game, which is great, but it doesn't matter what it is. Y'all find something to get hyped about every time and lead all of the people in it. And then I liked seeing Reggie dance around.
You're not talking about me, right?
Oh, yes.
I don't.
You were
you don't remember it.
Yeah, you were super loud.
Yeah.
I think I was trying to troll Reggie a little bit because Reggie was K-State.
Good.
Which I didn't realize that he went to K-State.
Yeah.
He did.
For architecture.
For a year?
Hang on. He went to a school in Kansas for architecture?
Oh, no.
Yeah.
They know how to build meth houses. Oh, that's Missouri.
Oh, my God.
I was there. Were you there?
I mean, if he
I was there for a year. I can say that.
Out.
If he builds something 7 feet off
find
the
out.
ground in Kansas, it's already the highest structure in the state.
Jeez. Man.
Okay, sorry.
Kansas residents.
It was a lot of fun to hear the entire Boomer Jacks room cheering when TCU did something. And then just Reggie cheering whenever K-State did something.
And dancing around. Reggie was dancing as well.
Corey, how about for you? Did you have fun?
I did have a good time. Those lemon pepper wings were fantastic, even though I ordered a different flavor. But they were so good.
Well, see, Boomer Jacks knows what you need even when you don't.
Exactly. And see, I'm the kind of person who won't be like, hey, take this back. I'm just like, all right,
Me too.
I was hungry anyway.
Why is that?
I won't do it. I don't know. Choppy's recently discovered this, and now he feels liberated, and he wants to take on neighbors and stuff.
I'm a social assassin. You should have seen what I did to my light guy.
The Christmas lights aren't fixed?
The Christmas lights are not fixed. He said last week on Sunday, he said he would fix them on Monday. He said tomorrow. So I texted him on Monday. Nothing. He said, I'll do it tomorrow. I texted him on Tuesday. He said, I'm sorry. It rained. I'll be there tomorrow. He has ignored the last four texts I sent him. So I sent him my Venmo request, give my money back.
Oh,
man.
But you won't send food back?
No, now he does.
Now
he did
do.
recently, and now it's freed him up.
Everything's
good.
I'm killing off everybody.
Not like that.
Yeah. As Sean said last week, it's a full heel turn.
Yeah,
full heel turn on my part. I am here for it, man.
Plus, I don't know if this counts because I missed most of it, but there was rumblings that some gal was giving Reggie the eye, and he was busy.
All right,
and
so a
was like,
couple things
whatever.
here, Sean. I wanted to add also, hanging out with the Tolos was really the best part. Hanging out with the people who are like, I love your show.
Feels like you're being forced to say.
The other part, though,
scripted,
is
he's looking at his phone.
At one point,
Tolo love.
At one point, I'm not trying to get Lucius in any trouble here, but he leaned over and he was like, hey, that girl up there is looking at me like I'm a pork chop. And I was like, oh, yeah, she was a treat. And then it turns out I kind of kept an eye on what was going on, wanted to see.
she was definitely eyeballing Reggie.
Oh.
And then, like, I think one of the kids came down to meet Reggie and everything, and I was like,
he had a little girl that was a huge fan of his.
yeah. And there was another kid with him that I think, yeah. So anyway, there was definite eyeballing of Reginald out of Tula.
Did he work his game?
He was so busy focusing on the Tolos that he didn't.
In Kansas State.
Yeah, in Kansas State, that he didn't see his opportunity and seal the deal.
Yeah. Well, I got a piece of audio with my drunken voice interviewing a Tolo.
I saw this.
Is this with Corey's name coming up, right? I think so.
Yeah.
I think this little Corey Majors feature. This was Tolo Mike.
Yeah. What's your name? Just first name and where are you from?
Mike from Dallas.
Mike from Dallas. Do you listen to 105 through the fan? And if you do, how long?
Since 2018 and 5 days a week.
Who is the guy standing to my right?
Gavin Spittle.
Who is he?
He's the head honcho of 105.3.
Great.
Head honcho.
Great start. Who in here, if you had to invite 3 people on the fan to go out to dinner and party for the night, who would they be and why? And don't take me into account because I'm interviewing you.
Obviously you, because I can make fun of your small little hand.
Yep.
All right.
Your co-host. And
why Choppy?
Because he seems like he's a party person, and Brian brought us just to ask him about football.
That'd be your dream team. Who is the one person at the fan you would just want to punch in the damn face?
Corey.
Great answer.
Great
pick.
Why is that a great answer?
Sometimes he has an annoying voice and he talks too much.
Yeah.
Drinks on me, man. Shots the rest of the night on me.
Oh,
well done.
You're supposed to cut that out.
Yeah.
You're supposed to edit that.
First off, I dare you. All right.
I thought you were supposed to thank the Tolos.
Secondly,
on your index card.
Secondly, he and I ended up talking about barbecue for a very long time.
Are you that sensitive? You had to make good with him?
No, he just walked up and told me that he said he was going to punch me, and I was like, I dare you. And then we kind of had a really good conversation.
So angry.
But I also told him that I would never eat his bacon wrapped smoked Oreos because Oreos are trash and everybody knows it.
Have you never heard this from him before?
They're disgusting.
I don't want you to think I'm not alarmed. I have just heard this for a long time.
That might be worse than Kevin's only children wear shorts.
He dropped this late in the clock on purpose.
We do have to go. We have a show to do.
Oreos are great when you put them in chili. Amazing.
Huh.
Dear God.
We're back tomorrow with Jerry. Odell at the Mavs game tonight. Make sure y'all butter up his ego if you're going to the game for Odell Watch. KNC next on The Fan.
Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Taylor's on Ryan's right. He's in the gun. Looking to his left. Pumps. Down he goes. Barr blew right by his blocker and got the Cowboys' second sack of the night.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where the Dallas Cowboys destroy the Indianapolis Colts. Might have taken a little bit longer into the evening than some of us expected, but 54-19. And you know, Corey, there's a lot of stuff to get to about that game. A lot of positives.
You trying to say let's give something?
No,
okay.
I feel like there's something that is the most important part about this game. What could that be? What could that be? Well, let's see. It was 54-19.
Oh, yes!
And for the 1,074th time in NFL history, that is a unique final score. That, my friends, is Scorigami.
877-881-1053. If you've never heard of Scorigami before, we invented it.
I don't know about that part, but I will tell you.
Tolos think we did.
While this game was long over, when it was 54-19, and I saw that the odds of hitting that Scorigami were 99.86, I'm not kidding. I sat up on my couch and I was like, come on, defense, let's shut this down. Because I really felt like we needed to get that Scorigami. And then the Colts were like, let's just kneel the ball and get the hell out of here.
I appreciate the 682 texting in. However, today I'm going to say shut up. Oh, sorry about it. Yeah, let's celebrate just a little bit. And this is why. Yeah, no, this celebration music is why. Let's not forget that we were a review away from a second Dak interception, and this is a one-possession game. They suck for 3 quarters. Don't let the fourth quarter fool you. Look, this was an exhibition game, all right? This was taking free money from the NFL to get a real game in front of big-time lights, all right? Ooh. Yeah, the Cowboys warmed it up, and once the engine got, ready, the talent level and overall better class of NFL football teams showed up and absolutely kicked in. And it was what? It was a 40 burger at one point and turned into what Zach Wolchuk's calling a 50 brisket right now. All right. And this was one of those moments where you can just say, I was entertained. Everything that happened, dude, everything that happened last night was entertaining at the end of the night. Your team just whooped the other team's ass. They blew them out of the water. And you can let the coaches ride them this week, all right? If that's let the coaches pay attention to all these funky little details and anything else that's going on. But they learned some things last night, all right? And you learned that you're a really good football team. And Indianapolis is a really bad football team. And you should have blown them out of the water last night. You got entertainment, man.
Now, this might be the most important thing for you, Corey, to know from the 469. That's how you out-swag somebody, Corey.
That's exactly what happened.
It's not about fashion, although that does help the process. Uh-huh. It's about attitude and our relentlessness.
Did you get 50 points last night, Kevin?
Yes, you got 54.
Did you get a CeeDee Lamb touchdown last night?
I also think you might have the 2 highest scoring games in the league this year.
Let's go.
Let's go back and double check that.
Did you get a CeeDee Lamb touchdown?
Yes.
Did you get a Michael Gallup touchdown?
You got 2.
Did you get a Tony Pollard touchdown?
You got 2.
Did the entire stadium start chanting for Ezekiel Elliott to get into the end zone?
Yes.
And then he delivered for them.
Yes.
Also, Kevin, one thing you asked for all week last week was to clean up the penalties.
Yes.
How many penalties did they have last night? 3. Count them 3, which is a season low in penalties. So, Kevin, they said, you know what, Kevin Hagelin, we're going to be better for you. So
I appreciate that.
And they delivered Scorigami. I'm not going to worry and stress about the first 3 quarters of the game today. All right? I'm not going to do that at all because I had too much fun watching the Cowboys destroy their opponent last night.
Plus, I'm just going to say, if we're going off of the basis of the fourth quarter doesn't count, then the Eagles lost to the Colts by 9 points, and we beat them by 2. I'm all for that. If that's the standard, don't forget the best team in the NFL record-wise, they were on the ropes against the Colts through 3 quarters. They were down by 9. They won by 1 point, in the last 2 minutes, 1.5 minutes. All right. And the Cowboys systematically put together the most fun fourth quarter I've seen since Super Bowl 27.
Yes. No, you know what? I was thinking that exact same. We didn't even text last night. I was thinking that exact same thing last night as we were going in through that fourth quarter. And I was like, yeah, let's go ahead and put 50 on them now. Let's go ahead and have that entertaining of a game. And hey, Chris Collinsworth did say it last night. It was an embarrassing loss. I've said this before. That was an embarrassing loss for Indianapolis. Really? It really was. But they never stood a chance against the Cowboys, honestly. Two different classes of football teams.
And this is where I get to think about it, is are some fans too tough on the Cowboys because so much baggage is built up? Like, I get why that baggage...
Yes.
Oh, yeah. We get why that baggage is built up. But I thought about it is... in the first half, I think it was Blogging the Boys was like, man, why does this defense always suck against teams like this? And you're like, cool.
Yeah, Darren Curtis called him out.
Yeah, did you see the rest of the game where they had 5 turnovers? But whatever. And people in the first half calling for Kellen Moore's job. I found this really interesting. Like, it wasn't interesting. I was shocked based on the narrative. Because, like, a lot of times Kellen Moore's a bum, right? Like, that's what we learned.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Most 40-point games in the league since 2019 when Kellen Moore became the offensive coordinator. And don't worry, I understand that some of those points were scored defensively, not only last night, but throughout the run. Baltimore, Cleveland, and Buffalo have all done it 7 times. Tennessee and Tampa Bay 8 times. Kansas City, who has Patrick Mahomes, has done it 9 times. And the Dallas Cowboys have done it 12 times.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just saying, like, maybe there can be something between we have the best offense in the history of time and Kellen Moore needs to be fired today. Like, surely there is a happy medium where, hey, sometimes I wish we would call less trick plays when fundamental offense is working just fine. And, hey, sometimes when we're just doing fundamental offense and it's not making the inroads we hope, that's when you decide to trick it up. Surely there is some happy medium in there between A and B of he's the worst, he's the best. This offense has been looking fantastic.
Well, and, you know, I go back to Saturday when Will was asking about, you know, this team's legitimacy. And I said, look, I believe in them because of their defense first. I think their defense is legit. I really do. And then their offense did some things last night, Kevin, that I was going, I've been waiting for this to happen. And the key factor for me, and I don't know, maybe you did see this. I know you love listening to Brad Sham and Babe on the broadcast, but motion with CeeDee Lamb. CeeDee Lamb goes into motion, Kevin, and finds mismatches because they're able to do that. And I think all of his yards at one point and his touchdowns were off of motion. And that's something we just haven't seen. And Kevin, this is where, I know you'll get tired of this, but OBJ Day is today. This is where I contend this is the best for CeeDee Lamb. Kevin, you saw the best version. This is the version of CeeDee Lamb that I was telling you at Oklahoma was the kind of guy that could do these things. When he gets the ball in space, he can do things differently. And you saw that last night whenever they put him in motion and then called plays towards him. Bam, that opens up. Kevin, my key moment in the game, I think we'll go to the Hooker moment as a huge moment, but my key moment of the game was when CeeDee Lamb got the ball and he's running around on the outside. He's near the sideline, and Ezekiel Elliott makes a crushing block right in front of him, all right? And then CeeDee Lamb, as he passes Zeke in that block, lowers his shoulder and puts it into whoever that was, maybe the safety that was lined up back there too. Bam! Hits him. They became the dominant force right then. He turned around and he flexed on them, and then on the very next play, perfect throw from Dak to Gallup for the touchdown. On those two moments, and by the way, that's the play, Kevin, that pass that he made to Michael Gallup on that play, that was the play that he was working on with CeeDee Lamb that they couldn't get right in Oxnard.
I love that play.
And they got it right with Michael Gallup. A perfect throw right there. But that physicality from Zeke, CeeDee sees it, and then Michael Gallup gets the ball. I mean, it was a perfect combination of plays.
And I just wanted to hit this real quick because I think it's fair. I'm not in that space right now, and I don't think fans should be either, but you can fan however you like. From the 214, I'm not doing it today, but remember last year we was running up the score on bad teams and struggling or losing to average or good teams. But you can't make that argument right now, would you? Like if you say you ran up the score on a garbage team last night, fair enough. Guess what? That's not going to change this weekend. Like the Cowboys could win 68-0.
You get another exhibition game.
Yeah, against the Texans, and it's not going to matter. But the 2 weeks before that, they beat the Giants and the Vikings.
You steamrolled the Vikings.
And before you tell me that the Giants and the Vikings aren't good, just remember this. Against the rest of the NFL, the Giants and the Vikings are 17-3-1. Against the Cowboys, they're 0-3. So, like, if you don't think they're good, I mean, that's fine. But they have the same number of losses against the Cowboys as they do against the rest of the league, and they've played the rest of the league 21 times. Those are good teams that you beat. Yes, I still can't explain the Packers game, but you are on a roll, and you should, and if they don't, I will be upset to be sure. You should have at least a 5-game winning streak going into the Philly game.
From the 5-4-0, we score a lot against bums. Absolutely, and you should. Like, you should score a lot against bums. Going into games against bums, you should say, we're going to be really good at something tonight. And then they were. So that's another additive to it. Kevin and Reggie asked this morning when we walked in. Now that you're looking at the NFC standings, one team is the only team that really you're looking at going, we got to go make a statement against them. And that's the Philadelphia Eagles down the road. That's the one team that you're like, okay, once we make that statement against them, you have to believe that you can beat anybody in the NFC, and then that's the path to get to the Super Bowl. You want to say let's work on next week first? That's fine. I'm okay with that. But if you're looking at the rest of the conference right now, there's one team that really is the threat, and you have another opportunity before the playoffs to show what you are against them.
And if you don't want to get hyped, like that's totally fine. Me personally, right now, I do not think there's a team in the NFL the Cowboys cannot beat. Now, does that mean they will beat them? Well, no, because sometimes the Cowboys are going to cowboy, and that's where my own baggage of the last 27 years comes into play as well. But there is no team that I think you'll step on the field and I'm like, I don't know how we win this game. And I was hoping that people are hyped about the Cowboys offense right now. 199 points in the last 5 games. That's the most in a 5-game span ever.
Is that good, though?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, for the Cowboys. Most of the 5-game span for the Cowboys. And they lead the league in the last 4 years in scoring 40 or more points. They just put together the best 5-game run offensively they've had. And I know the game has changed a lot, but shout out to Dak. He passed Danny White for 3rd most touchdown passes in Cowboys history. Making mistakes happen. Like, I get it. I know people are frustrated. And I also, later on, was going to thank gravity for making a terrible Dak throw and incompletion instead of an interception.
That was tough.
Because that was a bad throw.
It was intimidating.
But a dominating win doesn't mean it was perfect by any means. But what have we complained about the last 3 weeks? Fix your run defense and fix the penalties. Well, holy cow. Did you see the penalties in this game, and have you seen the run defense?
They gave up 100 yards. Phenomenal. They gave up 106 yards rushing.
On 30 carries, that is 3.5 yards per carry. That is elite.
And that was every person's fantasy draft number 1 overall pick was Jonathan Taylor this year. That was what every fantasy draft was saying. This is going to be the best running back in this season. And they held him to 82 yards on 21 carries, which is an average of 3.9. So that means you were doing something right against their. Now, if you say, well, we knew they couldn't throw the ball, okay, that's fine too. You still did stop them from doing so. The Chicago couldn't throw the ball, yet you were still able to stop. That you couldn't stop them from running. Once the Cowboys commit to it, it's a completely different game. And seeing Micah this morning, Kevin, or maybe late in the night last night, text, people really are playing scared of us right now. Like, people are playing scared because they know what the team is capable of. Now, I think on both sides of the ball, as you're starting to see Dak get into I think the offense get into a groove more than Dak maybe. But the offense is definitely in its place right now.
And I know it's probably not fair because the Texans aren't good, but have you seen the point spread?
14.5.
It went up to 17.
Gosh.
What was that noise?
Wait, we got Goofy in the house?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
So-
man, that's insane.
Really-
Did you say 17?
17.
Wow.
And matchup predictor on ESPN, which I've told you, the analytics at ESPN freaking love the Cowboys. 96.6% probability of victory. So if you're looking for better opponents, you're not going to see it until Christmas Eve. And if you're like, I'm not going to believe it until they beat the Eagles, fair enough. Like, I hope you still listen and maybe watch the games or listen to the games over the next 2 weeks, but I don't think those are going to change anybody's mind.
From the 972. I've tried after many years of disappointment. I said I would not drink the Kool-Aid this year, but I think I'm ready for a sip.
I think you should be.
You know what?
I
Today,
do.
drink up today. Not while you're driving, but you know, or while you're driving. When it comes to the Cowboys Kool-Aid, not the other things.
Yeah. Not the we're going to the planet Zoltan Kool-Aid or whatever. We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Don't do that, kids.
No.
Coming up next, we will talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, and maybe a little bit of soccer next on The Fan.
He brings the energy to your hump day morning.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Buyers Barricades and is brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in big trucks should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
It's 3rd and 9 at the 21. Snap to Prescott. Good block from Smith. Throws it right. Caught. Lamb. It's good. Oh, he broke a tackle. Runs to the 10. Runs to the goal line. He's in for the touchdown.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan right now. Brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. It is our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. It seems like an early morning.
Indeed.
It is almost 10:30, Mickey. What were you doing last night?
Yeah. What was I doing? I think I got to bed about, 2:30, 3.
Oh, man. What are you out there partying all the time? Look at
yeah,
you.
right. Exactly.
Like you're in your 20s
with everybody
again.
else that was partying after the game, right?
Man, that's a good point because I have to admit, I would have thought that the atmosphere on the fan text would have been a little bit more festive this morning, but there are a lot of people who are upset that it took until the fourth quarter to annihilate the Colts. I am not one of those people, but what would you say to the folks who are like, man, we could have been better?
Well, if they just quit handing out points, because if you look at it in that their first half between a one play basically touchdown, the 45-yard completion, and then it ended up with a touchdown. The personal foul on the fair catch interference was a field goal. And then they got another gifted field goal. And they just handed the Colts 13 points. And while I know everybody was probably a little bit pensive, even at with 3:43 to go in the third quarter, it's 21-19.
Yeah.
I just never had the feeling that they were going to lose this game. The Colts they're terrible. There's no other way to put it, right?
No, you're right.
And, and then the avalanche occurred in the fourth quarter. And the way I look at it this time of year, a win is a win, no matter how you get it. While this ended up being a laugher, as Michael Parsons told me after the game, he goes, we accomplished a lot of great things last year, but the object is to go all the way. So you can, look at statistics or whatever, but that just shows you the firepower if this team, and this is like 2 games in a row, they've had to overcome a lot of difficulties to be able to win, but they've been good enough to overcome their transgressions against the game. And I think that speaks well for this team. Now, when you start playing better teams, you can't put yourself in those holes the way they did against the Giants early and then in this game too.
As good as they were last year, Mickey, and what Michael was talking about there, you can see a significant difference between last year's team, the ability defensively. Like they started growing late in the year defensively, I thought, but you can definitely see a distinct difference between what last year's team was and what this year's team is.
Yeah, I think definitely defensively. They have improved greatly. They held Jonathan Taylor to 81 yards rushing, and they almost got 3 games in a row holding the opponent to less than 100 yards. The Colts ended up with 106.
Right.
So we can start right there. And then you just knew at some point that pass rush was just going to crush Matt Ryan, and it finally did. I mean, gosh, they should have put him in some sort of protection agency or something. I mean, that one sack, the one from was it Osa, that just clobbered him so fast?
Yeah.
I was
like, what the hell was he supposed to do on that play?
Yeah, right? I mean, he was there so soon. And it's like, oh, can you put the backup in? This guy's too old to be getting hit like that. But yeah, so, the defense gets you a turnover, the offense gets you a score. Defense gets you a turnover, the offense gets you a score. And once again, a lot of this that took place was rookies, right? Young guys. Daron Bland, Damon Clark, Tyler Smith playing awfully well. I think it bodes well going forward, but you got to kind of keep it up. They don't allow you after scoring 54 points saying, you know what, I'm going to take 20 of those and use them in the next game.
Man. Well, or the game after that. I have to admit, I'm not super worried. Have you seen that the point spread for the Texans game has jumped up to the Cowboys are favored by 17?
No way. Seriously.
Yes.
That's probably about right. And unfortunately, you don't get to use those points, right? You just got to, and I thought Dak, hit the nail on the head at the end. He said, we got about an hour here to finish celebrating, and we got to get back to work. And I think that was, if that sets the tone for this week, then that's what they need. Because there's enough things that they need to correct and worry about going forward because, no one ever plays a perfect game, but you'd like to come close to that. And I think, if you look at what the Cowboys have done during the streak of winning 5 of the last 6, the Minnesota game was probably close to that, where the offense dominated, the defense dominated, and they win 40-3. But again, I think there's enough coaching points for this coaching staff to grind on when they get back to work.
Do we know the disciplinary action the disciplinary reason that Ezekiel Elliott did not start?
Yeah, I did not hear anything specific on that. But, so you didn't start, but you ended up with the most carries of the 2 running backs, right?
Mm-hmm.
He had 17, Pollard had 12.
And a touchdown with the stadium chanting your name.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
So, it kind of reminded me of, and stop me if I told you this story, but it was like 91, 92, somewhere in there. Michael Irvin missed the charter. He was late for the charter, and basically one of the flight attendants went to Jimmy and said, Michael's not here. Jimmy said, what time is it? He said, 2:00. Well, what time were we supposed to take off? 2:00. Let's go. And so Michael had to get a commercial flight to fly to Detroit to get there in time for the game. And when Jimmy talked to him, he punished him. He said, you will be benched for the first possession of the game for us.
Painful.
And when Norv Turner found out, he asked Jimmy, so if they get the ball for the first possession, is that the first possession? So
that's pretty clever.
Okay, so he didn't start. I don't know if he had some, whatever streak he had. It's like, oh well.
But it meant something to Michael. Like that's a guy that takes a lot of pride in that, and that I know it seems like a joke, but in Michael's mind, he probably used it.
And then after the first possession, he was in the ball game. So yeah. That's like slapping somebody's hand, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now I know
if indeed that's what I think the biggest concern is losing Anthony Brown if indeed he's got the torn Achilles. I went back and looked. It happened during their 8-minute touchdown drive to make it 21-19. It was 2nd and 15, and I saw him come up after the play limping pretty badly. It was like 6 plays before they scored their touchdown. And boy, that's a tough one for him. He's playing so well, and this is the last year of his 3-year contract, by the way.
Well,
and and I, speaking from experience, I don't know that he can get back in time to play within 9 months.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm curious what his future is as well. And then that puts a whole lot more focus on Kelvin Joseph then, does it not?
Yes, it absolutely does. And you saw right away where the Colts went, right?
Yeah.
Right after him.
Yeah.
And so that's a little bit concerning. They do have somewhat of a veteran guy, maybe for depth. Sheffield that they put on the practice squad.
Yeah.
He's got some experience, so maybe he is one of the guys they can use for elevation to help out if they don't think Nashawn Wright's that next backup cornerback. And it's like they kind of head faked the one injury at cornerback with Jordan Lewis, since Daron Bland, by the way, continues to play well. Now, if they just, if I don't know if Kelvin Joseph just needs more reps, but he did actually make a play later in the game after giving up that touchdown, which he was there at least. It's the guy just beat him jumping for a contested ball. So we'll see where that one goes. But that's if you come out of the game, I would think that was probably the biggest concern going forward.
And then the last thing I really wanted to know, I know it's been talked to death, but let's say that Mickey Spagnola was put in charge of the events of the day for Odell Beckham Jr. How would you entertain and lock down Odell Beckham to the Cowboys?
Well, I don't know how much of a salesman I am, and it's not my money. And it's, you know what? And it's not Jerry's money either. It's the Cowboys salary cap money.
Yeah.
And so if I'm selling or buying, I'm buying low. I'm not desperate. Would I like him? Sure. If he can be better than Noah Brown as the third receiver, welcome aboard. But I can't give up the ranch to bring him in. And I've got to find out, without a shadow of a doubt, is he ready to play this year, or am I buying him for next year? Because if I'm buying him for next year, I'm buying low.
Yeah.
Because I've got other things I've got to take care of next year from a salary cap standpoint. So, and I got to be very careful with guaranteed money because we're talking 2 torn ACLs in the last 2 years. And he hasn't played. He hasn't practiced. He's had no training camp. How long will it take him to get ready to go? And this is unlike last year when he shined for the Rams in the playoffs, because he had gone to training camp, right? He had played games with the Cleveland Browns before that trade. I would tread lightly on this one going forward, having to find out just what his expectations are. I know what my financial expectations would be. Let's see if they match.
Excellent insight across the board, as always. We will catch up with you again tomorrow.
Okay, guys. Have a good day.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com.
Tracking the flight of Odell Beckham Jr. all day long, Reggie, right here on 105 through the Fan, to make sure we get the updates to Kevin, because that's the thing that he wants to hear most about, is where the plane is for Odell Beckham Jr.
And more importantly, it's what he needs to hear.
How is that what I need to hear?
877-881-1053. Truckwreck.com text line if you think Kevin needs to hear where the airplane is.
All right. Well, I have something Twolos, and our YouTubers need to hear. In the noon o'clock hour, we will give away Cowboys tickets to the Texans game.
Yes.
So
another boat race.
Man. Probably. And I'm going to need to start investigating biggest point spreads in Cowboys history and everything like that. Coming up next, TCU went down at the Fan Hang, but still makes the playoff. You like how the committee set it all up? We'll do it next right here on the Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation.
This segment of the K&C Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. It all comes down to this. Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine is leading the way to finish the year #1 in America. They never charge more than MSRP, not now, not ever. Plus, they'll pay full market value for your current vehicle. So find new roads and visit Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference.
Good snap and placement. Kick on the way. It is up. And good! It's good! The Wildcats are champions of the Big 12 in 2022. They stun 12-0 TCU and win it in overtime 31-28. How about those Wildcats? A third Big 12 championship.
Definitely felt like the fans knew it was good before the broadcaster knew it was good. Kansas State, Reggie, and a couple other people at Boomer Jacks on Saturday were pumped about this. But the vast majority of people in Arlington were sad, and they were all watching this game, hyped up. They were sad that Kansas State was victorious. They are the Big 12 champions. However, TCU, no need to fear. They still made the playoff. There were predictions that SEC bias was going to be a trending topic on Twitter yesterday. 'Tis not to be. Number 3 TCU will play number 2 Michigan, and number 1 Georgia will play number 4 Ohio State in the college football playoff. Never forget, they spent $60,000 on marketing to come up with that name.
The college football playoff.
Sure.
Consultation is it's like the biggest racket ever.
I know.
We need to start a consulting firm.
I could have come up with that for 70, you know?
And you know what? Like,
that's more.
Yeah.
$70?
Yeah, dude. No, 70,000.
Uh-huh,
I know it's more, but Kevin, come on. I could have told him ahead of time. I'll give you this for 70,000.
It's also like the consulting firms that help with the coaches searches, and they ultimately just hire one of Nick Saban's assistants.
Oh, yeah. Because, see, if you're going to pitch the 70,000, Corey, I at least need you to go, it's not like you're giving it to the student athletes, and then go,
then we smoke our cigars and drink brandy together.
Yeah. Then at the Gentleman's Club is then
Still the booty club.
This is a different. We're talking about different clubs.
I mean, we can do deals in there.
I still think that would have won them over. They're like, you know what? Then I'm here for it. All right. Were you worried, TCU fans, about TCU not making the cut? And from the 817, no, I absolutely do not need Odell Beckham airplane updates. Apparently, he's already at the Star. Updates over. Were you?
You just gave an update.
He's in town at the Star, per Josina Anderson, and doing medical stuffs, I do believe, is the term that I was told.
Okay. TCU makes the cut. Were you nervous that they would not? Because as it turns out, the need to be nervous was not there because they did not get jumped by Ohio State, let alone Alabama, which I know people were concerned about. Did you see Nick Saban's, by the way, did you see his final pitch for making it in?
No.
And I think this is what made people nervous. He goes, I don't know. I thought it was just about finding the best 4 teams. So, like, what would the point spread be at a neutral field? And I was like, ooh, if that is how the committee is judging this, Vegas has not been kind to TCU for much of the year. Alabama will get in, but you didn't need to worry about any of that. Although, looking ahead, TCU, if the projected final was TCU against Georgia, TCU would be underdog by 15 points. TCU against Ohio State, underdog by 10 points.
Yeah, I was like, let's go all the way around the horn there because this is another one of those instances where we have one team that is clearly better than all the other ones, which is typically what it is. One or two teams are better than everybody else, and we're doing this playoff thing just to get more games and appease our sensibilities in that way. That's fine. That being said, was I afraid that TCU would get in or worried in that ways that they would not get in? Yes and no. Like, analytically, no. They absolutely deserve to be in. They had an incredible resume in which their only loss was in the championship game.
In overtime.
And with the way that the college football playoff committee had been talking about conference champions for the longest time, it doesn't make sense to penalize a team for making it to a championship game and then award that spot to a team that did not even make that game.
Because they got cooked on their home field with a chance to make it. I just know that people were worried about the brand name, right? because Alabama carries.
Well, Alabama's best win is Ole Miss. Get that out of my face.
Yeah, but you know how these are human beings who maybe don't always go by the analytics. In fact, sometimes I think they violate their own rules.
And that's the reason why I was afraid, is because I don't know that there is actually
criteria.
I don't feel comfortable about the idea that the criteria is similar and always the same. And so that's the thing that scared me. But thankfully, Reason won out. And honestly, there's reporting that in the way that they put out the rankings every week, it's not them taking, a card and moving it up or down. They actually are reordering by the resume week by week. And I guess this is another instance where you look up and you go, maybe the college football committee is actually doing this on the up and up.
That's when they said the entire body of work, we were comfortable with Ohio State over Alabama.
Right.
Instead of TCU over Alabama, they were no, we're comfortable with Ohio State over Alabama here. Because if you watch Alabama most of the season, they weren't Alabama. They weren't the typical Nick Saban Alabama team you're used to seeing out there. Kevin, again, I will go back to, it could have been 3 losses very easily if Quinn Ewers hadn't gotten hurt. He would have won that game.
Debatable.
Well, I understand the rest of the season wasn't great for him. He was great that day, and Alabama wasn't, and so that's where that they're out of it, and we have this. I wasn't nervous for TCU. I felt really bad for Max Duggan. That dude put heart and soul on the line in that game and body.
Okay, the good news for him, I believe he will still be a Heisman finalist.
Did you see when they were announced? Did you see when the team was announced and the whole team was together?
Oh, no.
And he almost stood up and then sat back down and crossed his legs, his arms, and just kind of sat there with a smile on his face. Rest of the team's cheering and going insane.
I saw him after they lost and the just emotion.
Yeah, he was a wreck, man.
And I will tell you this.
Rightfully so.
If you think that TCU is going to win the national championship, you need to get in on the betting here. Because I was taking a look at it. TCU, even now, to win the national championship, 16-1. They are in that field of 4. Ohio State, 4-1. Michigan, 3-1. Georgia, less than even. So people are not, like I told you, they're 9-point dogs to Michigan. They'd be 10-point dogs to Ohio State and 15-point dogs to the Dogs if they played in the finals. People are still not believing in TCU, and I've seen multiple people texting in, TCU likes being the underdog. Get in on this. You have to win 2 games, and TCU is 16-1. That's a hell of a bargain if you hit.
Is this Michigan team, though, legit, dude? Because what they did to Ohio State's pretty impressive, and their resume, as Reggie was saying, their resume this season's been pretty good.
You know what's crazy about that, though? How hard it is to break perception, right? Michigan and Ohio State was very similar to the Cowboys game last night in terms of it was competitive for the first 3 quarters, and they just put the beat down in the 4th quarter. But Michigan almost doubled up Ohio State on Ohio State's own home field. If that's the final opening odds, Ohio State favored by 5.5. It is hard to change people's perceptions of what they anticipated happening. So Ohio State, Georgia in the Peach Bowl, and Michigan, TCU in the Fiesta Bowl.
I got to go mark that on the chart.
Both on December 31st.
You still didn't say it. That's what's wild is dude, come on, man. It hasn't been that long.
It'll be much easier off air as opposed to on air. But yeah, both of those games, December 31st, and then the final January 9th at SoFi Stadium. Now, you were talking about Max Duggan, and my question is, and I asked Reggie this at the Fan Hang, I believe I asked you as well, do you prefer Hacksaw Max Duggan, or do you prefer Maxaw Duggan?
Oh, man. What about Mad Max Duggan? Ooh, I do like
also a viable candidate.
I like Maxaw Duggan, though. That's pretty good.
Is it because it's less words?
Yeah, it does kind of tighten it all up there.
Passing, he was very run-of-the-mill on Saturday.
Yeah.
But
Kansas State did a really good job making sure their coverage was
It's a
good.
solid defense.
Yeah.
Well, when you needed to move the ball, they were like, you run now, and we will figure it out. And he
athlete.
was, yes,
say it with 3 syllables.
He was dragging them down the field, and his arm was all busted up and stuff like that. It was a cool performance. I still think that Caleb Williams is going to take home the Heisman, but I think Max Duggan is going to be a finalist. So, I mean, it's a hell of a run. And probably more importantly to him, like when you saw the tears streaming down, he's in it to win a national championship. He's like, I want to win it for this school. He cares more about that, it appears, than the Heisman Trophy by a great deal. And whether or not you think they're going to win, they're in it.
You take the Patterson statue down and erect a Sonny Dykes statue now?
Man, I don't
know that there is.
Surely we can find
statue?
more spots on campus for statues,
Nope,
right?
That's the only designated statue spot.
Well, then I guess probably because he came in. If he comes in his first year, it's going to be a statue.
Kevin hates that Rose Bowl trip from TCU.
No.
You make it like a totem pole, and you have just put his statue on top.
Okay, I actually really like that.
Kevin says he hates the 425. That's wild, dude.
Wow.
No.
Wow.
It's a statue
It's
of
a great place.
It's a statue of Dykes and Duggan with their arms around each other, like celebrating their national championship. I don't think people would be mad about that.
While kicking Patterson away.
No, we can still. I insist we can find another spot on campus.
Kevin said visors are stupid.
His UT visor.
Okay, well, look. I am not in favor of taking down the statue. If you told me for some reason we had to take down a statue, we can't find somebody to put it up in front of their dorm.
Wow, from the 469, absolutely not. And they said Patterson was wrong.
That's the same person.
Even
That's
though
one
I said,
person.
and they said that. Hold on, but let me ask you this: like, did Dykes make that much of an impression on you, TCU fans, that quickly?
They're in the playoff. I also am ensuring people we don't have to take down any statue.
Kevin says we shouldn't take down any statues.
No.
Jeez,
In the Gary Patterson TCU vein, I'm not talking about all of the other stuff that's been happening for years.
You're going to just leave that Saddam Hussein
No,
statue
that is
up.
not what I am talking about. I want to make that very clear. We're the KNC Masterpiece. I did not give an opinion on that
Good
in
segment, boys.
any form or fashion. Coming up next, you guys are
Or is that
jerks.
Stalin statue now?
Probably had some kids doing.
Oh my God!
Cowboys thank you notes. Who deserves a tip of the cap after a dominating Sunday night victory? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next. Hopefully no statue talk.
You're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Lamb in motion across the formation to the left. Prescott back, flushed out. Rolls right, throws on the run to Gallup at the 5. Diving to the goal line. Touchdown to Michael Gallup.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. It is time for Cowboys thank you notes. Here's a great example from the 682. Thank you, Daron Bland, for proving my theory that you're an effing beast.
Yes.
Now, normally we don't do this, but I hope you'll engage me, and I'm not joking about this. I did want to thank one Colts person. I thought this was super cool. Thank you to Colts center Ryan Kelly. If you were watching the TV broadcast, he was representing Count the Kicks, which is an app that we used with baby Noah, and it was a nonprofit. It's a nonprofit dedicated to the prevention of stillborn babies. Their baby died at 19 weeks, and I thought it was really cool. And there are so many great causes out there. That was one that specifically really spoke to us during that game, but all the rest of it will be Cowboys-centric.
Did you tip your cap then to Ryan Kelly last night?
I do tip my cap, sir. Congratulations to you and your wife for supporting an outstanding cause. Wish nothing but the best for y'all going forward. Tip of my cap to Malik Hooker for dominating his old team. First defensive touchdown of his career, and he was the first Cowboy with an interception and then a fumble recovery touchdown in the same game since Dennis Thurman in 1983.
He was a running back for Buffalo, I believe, Kevin.
That is Thurman Thomas, I think, is who you're getting at there.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so almost 40 years since a Cowboys player has had a fumble recovery touchdown and then also an interception in the same game. Outstanding for Malik Hooker.
Was that the turning point in this game? It was for me.
Okay.
That was a game-changing interception, in my opinion, because that gave you the opportunity to give the Gallup touchdown that we just played right there before the end of the half. And that puts you up, like, that made a big difference in where you were in the score going into halftime. And it was like, all right, we know what we can do now. Let's go do it again. So that was the big game-changing moment right before halftime for me in the game. I love that he scooped one and scored. That was fun and everything too. Did you hear him after the game talking to I think it was Melissa Stark, and I think Dak was like, he deserves both of these balls.
I did think that was great.
And he was like it was something along the lines of, did you want to have revenge against your old team? And he was like, I just wanted to show that I was still the player that I think I am. And that was something nice to see, especially Kevin, because last year he was still working his way back. And now this year, I think we've gotten to see a really good version of Malik Hooker.
You know what's interesting about that is, because I interpreted that last part a little bit differently, is the player everyone always thought I could be.
Yeah.
Because he has underperformed in the NFL for sure. And so that felt very much more than like a 1-year statement. It felt like a 5-year statement, right? Like, I know everybody wrote me off. Well, guess what? The Cowboys brought me in, and I want to show you what I can do. So, man, yeah, I do remember that statement. I also agreed with Dak when he was like, give that guy both of the footballs. I was like...
He didn't say footballs.
Both of the balls.
Mm-hmm. He absolutely did say that. I was just trying to point that out.
Where's that audio?
From the 972, thank you to Will McClay. Our rookie class is looking extremely solid, and we have a very young, strong foundation going forward.
I'm telling you, if we can turn the second-year cornerbacks from last year into usable pieces, this thing will feel just like a juggernaut defensively.
Yes. Oh, man, come on, computer. I won't hold those against Will McClay. I will balance, good and bad because, dude, just think about how many players you have right now that are rookies that are playing and contributing. Clark is contributing plenty of time right now. To the point last night where they brought him up and they were like, hey, don't forget about what this guy is. Sam Williams contributing significant, a starting left tackle, / guard / whatever you want in the future, basically, of your offensive line right there. And it just continues. You're looking at it going, man, how do y'all keep doing this? I don't know what the hit rate is. I really don't. I don't know what you can factor as a hit rate in the NFL. But for the most part, Will McClay nails number 1 picks or first round picks, and then he has some really good hits of starters or significant playing time in the later rounds.
And that's one of the reasons you can, regardless of if you think they should sign Odell Beckham or not, that's one of the reasons you would be in position to do that, right? Because you're thinking, hey, we just found Damon Clark, or hey, Daron Bland looks like he's going to be these are guys on the cheap that you can substitute in the lineup, and that allows you to spend perhaps more extravagantly other places. From the 817, this is a good one. Thank you to CeeDee Lamb. Think we're underselling how much of a heads-up play it was when he rolled up off the defender and kept running for the touchdown. My wife was perplexed by that play because we talked about it, and she goes, "What? How come he gets to keep running?" And I was like, "He did not touch the ground." And we're watching the replay, and she's like, "Oh, wow. So he just rolled right off that guy and didn't touch at all," which is the second time you've had a beneficial kind of no touch, right? First, it was Justin Fields hurdling somebody, and then it was this one where you almost whoop, and then he just rolled right off and kept going. I thought that was phenomenal.
So I guess then my thank you note, I was going to say CeeDee Lamb, but I'm going to say thank you to...
You can also thank him.
To Kellen Moore, who everybody thinks, said is garbage. We all agreed he's garbage.
That's weird. That is a weird thing.
But he was on fire last night, man. There were some play calls, and obviously it worked out in the favor, but he made CeeDee Lamb kind of look like Devontae Adams at times last night with the ability to move back and forth either side, and then you knew what you had in Michael Gallup on the other side. This, Kevin, I know Mike uses this a lot. I use it a lot. Kellen Moore last night was a pitcher that was kind of, I got my change up. I got every pitch right now, and I'm gonna work them all in, and they did. I mean, the running game was on fire, so they just kept going with it. Kellen Moore did a really good job at play calling last night and highlighted. You go 2 different directions with this. Either Jerry Jones and Steven are looking at their wide receiver position, which they've been trying to figure out all season if they need to add something to it, or if what they have is good enough, or if the guy who was running the offense was good enough to make sure that those guys were good enough. They have been working on that. And last night was a culmination of, oh yeah, man, we have some really good stuff. If we add one more. And the current update is that he is at the Star, Kevin. And we'll find out more about when his airplane leaves tomorrow.
And yeah, somebody texted in, thank you to Odell Beckham's pilot. I'm not him, but I just wanted to annoy Kevin. So yes, thank you very much for that. And just take this for what you will. CeeDee Lamb's projections for the season right now, 98 catches, 1,315 yards, and 9 touchdowns. Like that's a heck of a season right there. Okay. I know it's not going to match some people's expectations, but 98 catches, 1,300 yards, and 9 touchdowns, pretty good.
Legitimate number one? Have you thought any differently this year?
I do think.
Is your mind changing?
No, I do think he's a legitimate number one. There's just, people lump all of that together. There can be a category of, hey, are you Tyreek Hill or Justin Jefferson or Devontae Adams? And I'm like, if those are the only number ones, then I guess not. But I think he's shown himself to be a heck of a wide receiver.
Did it concern you at all that, like, it seemed like all of his catches came off of that motion and movement before you got him out in space?
Not really, because that is something that I feel like we had asked for in terms of taking advantage of what he does better. Now, I understand your question, I really do. But I feel like we had just complained a lot about not like taking advantage of what he does best. And so they were like, hey, let's take advantage of what he does best. And it was wildly effective. So that really doesn't bother me, because I guess I'm hopeful that once that gets figured out, they'll like, well, we'll find a new way to utilize him then.
I'm going to write a thank you note to, and I think it's maybe to Charlotte.
Okay.
For putting the salvation kettles out there on the football field, because that's entertainment, man.
Right.
Hey, NFL, get with the program, bro. What do y'all actually, because you find Dalton Schultz and the tight ends like that, that's why Dak and Zeke went and did what they did. They know this is something that we can do on national TV. It's awesome. It's fun. Let's bring some more attention to this sucker. Sure. And they know that fine's getting paid pretty quickly by somebody for them. And I loved it. I loved the entertainment of Zeke popping up out of it and Dak giving it the crank. That was fun.
What?
It's a crank, right? Mm-hmm. Isn't that what it's called? He was spinning the crank.
Okay. Thank you to Michael Gallup for having more touchdowns Sunday night than he had the rest of the season combined.
Is that a shot? That feels like a shot.
No.
Did it feel like a shot?
No. I mean, he's making his way out, and then Dak was gone. Like, remember, Jerry said, hey, let's give it just a damn minute.
Okay. All right.
And
I'm watching you, Kevin.
It's okay. No, I thought that was the best. I thought that was my favorite throw of the game. I was going to say the best play of the game, but like everything Daron Bland.
That kind of back shoulder.
Yeah. Well.
Or fade almost.
And that one is because he led Michael Gallup. It was the one where he led Michael Gallup to the end zone because
that was perfect.
And because what do people complain about with that?
Can't do that.
Yeah, and they'll be like, well, he completed the pass, but he didn't lead him to where he wanted to be. The reason that touchdown was scored, obviously Michael Gallup did a heck of a job, but it was also set up because Dak led that throw exactly where you needed it to be. I thought that throw and that catch and that move into the end zone was a thing of beauty.
I want to see more of that. Like,
sure.
Not just the Dak throw. Like, obviously, that has to be the thing. But, Reggie, Michael Gallup with a head of steam? What? That dude, like, he's big and strong already, and he's got great speed behind it. I want to see more because he picks up bigger yards doing something like that. And as he gets more, again, continues to get more comfortable, he'll be able to make bigger plays out of that. You know, we're talking about Zeke and watching Zeke run right now, and he looks like a different runner. And I don't know if it's just confidence or what, like his vision's gotten a little bit better, but he looks like a bit of a different runner at times.
Man, I'm really glad that this person texted in because somebody tweeted me last night. I was like, man, I don't feel that way at all. From the 214, thank you to Dakota for being super duper solid. If Mahomes made that throw on the run to Gallup, people would still be ranting and raving about it. Because I tweeted about that throw and somebody goes, oh, DFW is the only market where they try to hype up mediocre throws into something. And I was like, man, I don't know like who you talk to and stuff like that, or if you just really hate Dak. I don't feel like that is the case at all.
Also, this is besides the point, but I disagree with the idea that if that was Mahomes, we'd be ranting and raving about it because he would just give us another one. 5 minutes later.
Yeah, and also, like, I don't know, you compare anything to Patrick Mahomes, and my default is like, sure, he's not Patrick Mahomes. And, like, I just kind of move about my day. I think it's fine to say, man, That was a heck of an escape, heck of a throw, heck of a move by Gallup for a great touchdown that, at least at that stage in the game, it looked like you were definitely going to need. Clearly, the fourth quarter threw all of that out the window, but still. And then I feel like we have to say thank you to Daron Bland, because at first...
It's about time we mentioned his name.
Well, at first...
Hey, you need to start that man.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hold on. Wait.
We have been starting him.
Start him more.
Okay.
Yeah.
Were they just... Okay. When people say start him more, they mean
Start
in
him
the
on
place
both
of
sides of the
Anthony
ball.
Brown, right? Like, they don't mean would have been running so hard, like out of the slot and everything. They're like, no. I needed you to go right here. And that's what I was thinking of. But my initial note for Daron Bland was stopping that 2-point conversion. Because remember, it was when it was 21-19, and you're like, yes. And then the Cowboys were like, don't worry about it, because we will score the third most points in a fourth quarter in the history of football. So it's going to be all right. But he was a huge part of that as well, because then he got 2 interceptions. Third.
Explain. I have it as second. Tied for second.
What I saw was there's 2 teams that were tied for first, and for some reason people like to misinterpret that as second. And
okay,
realistically,
I know the Lions scored
third.
34 in 2007. I don't have another team aside from that. But I was about to throw that stat your way, Kevin, because that's pretty awesome too, but you missed it by 1 point. Guess what would have been the difference there? Would that have been the Maher extra point where you've been tied for it then, and then things are all different? So I don't know, man. It's either way, an exceptional evening.
It is third. The Chicago Cardinals, back on December 10th. Feel free to rule this out if you want.
In 1925?
1925
It's a great
also scored 34 points.
You remember that season, right, Kevin?
I don't.
I have them as scoring 33 against the Milwaukee Badgers in 1925.
What? No, we can't just gloss past that.
Okay, hold on. We're gonna have to investigate this.
Badgers?
Yeah, but this is also from Sportskeeda.com, so I don't know exactly how that stands on things. But I know Detroit in 2007.
Whoa, oh my
scored 34.
God! Hold on.
Oh man, I can't wait.
This is going to become a segment, because if you want to take another one, there is one account that says they only scored 32 in the fourth quarter.
Shenanigans.
Because of a scandal by which Chicago player Art Fultz hired
Not
a
a real
group
name.
of high school players to play for the Milwaukee Badgers. So
awesome.
Here's what we've learned.
History lessons coming this week.
One site says 32, one says 33, one says 34, and one spot says they hired high school kids to play for Milwaukee, and that's why they beat them 58-0. And also, just to show you how weird football used to be, my notes right here say at that point the Chicago Cardinals were 11-2-1 and the Milwaukee Badgers were 0-6. Like,
sure. Why were they 0-6?
Because those kids had school the other days.
Adults couldn't.
Yeah, they had high school the other days, and they're like, we can't. Okay, I know we got other stuff to get to, but I have become, I don't know.
Look, hey, Kevin, we have a full week of radio.
That is true.
So let's go ahead and, you know what? Let's finish today. And let's go ahead. We have a history lesson segment coming with the Milwaukee Badgers.
I just want to bring that up to Mike, and he's just like, what?
Yeah, no, I can see his face right now.
No clue what we're talking about. All right, we will investigate that further. But coming up next, what was the bigger Metroplex Pro Sports story of the weekend? The Cowboys win or the Texas Rangers signing Jacob deGrom? We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
The Cowboys' DeMarcus Lawrence lets his opinions fly with the G-Bag Nation.
by Permapure Foundation Repair, and it's brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in big trucks should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where I'm going to tell you this history lesson tomorrow about the dispute about how many points the Chicago Cardinals scored in the fourth quarter. Was it more than the Cowboys scored? Is going to be amazing. Like, amazing.
Can I ask you a question, Kevin?
Yes.
Since Odell Beckham Jr. is doing medical stuff right now, was. Okay. I did put in the chat that I'm told he's out of his nightgown, back in street clothes as he's heading down the hallway to look at the apparel wing of the Star, where they're going to make some mock-ups of OBJ tees. That is from my sources, which are me. Made that up completely. So, but I can imagine, like, Kevin, we've been to the area where they pitch the tees, they pitch all the new gear and everything. So I imagine that they probably swing him through there and say, by the way, this is in-house. We own the brand of the Star. This Star is our brand. We own the rights to it. So here are the things that we can do with you to connect you to that as well. But do you think, you know how you go to the doctor and you have to wait a while?
Yes.
Boy, do I.
And you're sitting there waiting and you're like, man, where is this doctor? And he's your uncle, and you're like, it's even taking longer for me than it is for other people. My doctor's my uncle. But you go there and you're waiting for a while. Do you think that that's the case with him? Like that he's showing up and he's sitting in a room staring at the ceiling and he's just like, good gosh, when are they going to actually get here? Or do you think it's a very quick process?
See, I would have him wait. But here's what I would do.
You're playing mind games.
No. I would just have people walk by. And I would be like, oh, that's Emmitt Smith. That's the all-time leading rusher. Oh, there's Troy Aikman. He's in the Hall of Fame. And then I'd have the people come out.
He didn't even say hi. They just walk. Gotcha, okay.
And then I would have like a news crew following around Herschel Walker and be like, oh, yeah, he's running for Senate right now. And then I would have people one by one take out the Super Bowl trophies and just start polishing them like right in front of him. And I would be like, yeah, it's crazy. You can't find any of these in Buffalo. Like, I would just it's true. It's true.
We have breaking news.
What?
Breaking news on 105.3 The Fan is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
So this comes from the Twitter account of @JeffPassan. Right-hander Justin Verlander and the New York Mets are in agreement on a contract. Sources familiar with the deal tell
what?
That is significant. That's interesting. That's interesting. And Kevin, I thought that goes, I think Passan said that this is going to go very well with the next KNC segment.
And per John Heyman, Verlander to the Mets is $86 million for 2 years with a vesting option third year.
$86 million?
Yeah, dog.
Great googly moogly. Good God, that's a lot of money. 43 a year?
Yeah.
And deGrom only got 37?
Yeah.
What a chump.
I mean, I don't know if deGrom views it that way, but man. So the question was, why? Well, the question was going to be, what's a bigger deal in the Metroplex? But the question was also going to be, what will the Mets do now that they've lost Jacob deGrom?
Oh, really?
Sign Justin Verlander.
You're welcome.
You know what, though? I will tell you this.
Wow.
Just think about this, how signing Jacob deGrom dropped a haymaker on the Astros, right? Like,
yes.
Yep.
I mean, you just lost the Cy Young Award winner.
That's great. I mean, Verlander's been playing incredible. I've been wondering, like, what level Verlander would continue to play at. And also the Astros, and this is something that, I mean, depending on how you feel about it, you could be happy or sad that Mike's not here to reiterate, is that the Astros have done a great job of, like, developing into the point where they have a whole bunch of other pitching prospects.
No, and you're definitely right about that. And I'm sure they're like, we'll survive. But the last 3 full seasons for Verlander, because I know obviously he got hurt in between, second for Cy Young winner. So his last 3 seasons, including just this last year,
right,
2 Cy Youngs in a second place. So you dropped at least a good jab or counterpunch on him, even if you don't think it's a haymaker because of their pitching depth. I'm sure that Houston thinks they'll be fine.
Do you feel like this is going to end up being a carousel thing where they end up like signing Rodon or something?
And I would not, I don't know about that just because they have 6 or 7 or had 6 or 7 viable starting pitchers. Sure. So I guess I probably shouldn't rule that out. And then they're like, well, you know what? We're going to outbid you for Rodon then if you're the Texas Rangers. But I also wonder if they're like, that's fine because now we can save money to do other things or just save money in general. I think you ask a very valid question because there were already like 9 teams in on Rodon. But I have to admit, I'm surprised. I wonder... Houston clearly would have. I'm sure Houston would have given 2 years.
He's going to be 40 at the start of the next season.
So I wonder if it was the money or if it was the vesting option that essentially could have made it 3 years for the Mets. But man, that is crazy.
So you're telling me that Verlander and Max Scherzer are back together again after their long stint of being away from each other with the Tigers years and years and years ago. What a wild life we're living right now.
Man, and that is a heck of a move.
Why are we talking about their pitchers and not our pitchers?
Yes.
All right, let's talk about our pitcher.
Let's talk about our pitcher.
He's the best.
I mean, Chris Young.
When he's healthy, yeah.
Who we're working on trying to get on the show, but Chris Young definitively said, is this the best pitcher in baseball? He was asked, and he said yes. And so I think that is super encouraging. I think it's exciting. I saw Choppy's tweet. He said, even if this works out, it was still a bad deal because you just got lucky. Like that.
Can you explain that?
I can't because
we need to interview Choppy now.
Yeah. I mean, I felt like we were talking to him about that this morning, and I understand all of the pitfalls that come along with this, but you're also showing your organization that you're serious about this. You're also buying more time for your young pitchers. That's still what I think. And I'm not going to lie. I know he gets hurt, but if for some reason you did get Jacob deGrom and you're telling me our starting rotation is going to, and we did get Rodon, and you're telling me our starting rotation is deGrom, Rodon, Perez, Gray, and Odorizzi. Yeah.
Or Dunning. I'm not sold on Odorizzi, but I'm better with it.
Yeah.
Than I thought.
That's incredible. We would all be stoked about that. That gives time. If you want to put Odorizzi and Dunning in a true competition in spring training, right on. But I would also pull them to the side and be like, hey, look, you're definitely still going to get starts. You know how this is going to go. But also, then you don't have to rush Wynn or Leiter or Rocker, and because they're still a little bit of a ways away. I like the move, even though I am well aware the financial problems it could bring on the back 2 years.
I'm gonna speak as a Cowboys fan here.
Okay.
Or I'm sorry, a Rangers fan. My apologies.
Thanks.
I'm also a Cowboys fan.
Oh, you were just gonna be like, as a fan of a team that put up a whole bunch of points.
Yeah. When have we ever seen them go out and get the best pitcher? We saw them do it with Cliff Lee.
Yep.
But in free agency,
never.
No. And that's for me, this is the first time in my history as a fan of the Rangers that there was a rumor that the best pitcher in baseball was interested in my baseball team.
Yeah.
Because of money. And a lot of Derek laid out the entire, we asked the other day, why? What is about this place? And he laid it all out. There's some good things about the pitcher's park. It's a great place to be and live, especially after your career's done. Lots of great quality reasons to want to be here. But it's the first time that I wasn't just leveraged and felt gross after it was all said and done with because they signed with somebody else.
Right.
And holy crap, my dream just came true. They got that guy. Now, it's not a great deal.
Yeah.
Because he's going to get hurt. He is. It's going to happen. But on the off chance that he doesn't get hurt a lot while he's here, we're going to see some really good pitching. Some of the best pitching we've ever seen here in DFW. We've had Nolan, Cliff Lee, and then Jacob deGrom. Those are going to be the 3 best pitchers, Kevin, I think in our history, right? You say Kenny Rogers.
No, I was just curious.
Mike Bassick. I got you.
I was just curious, if you go to the generation before, how people hold up Ferguson Jenkins and how you feel about the Kevin Brown mini era and stuff like that. And I am a little curious about that. But
they got the guy. And somebody said Cole Hamels. That was a trade. They've even Yu Darvish's situation. they paid for the rights to be the first ones to talk to him.
And also, nobody thought at the time that Yu Darvish was the best. I know there was hope that he could become the best, but nobody at the time said you just signed the best pitcher in baseball. Although clearly, I wonder, like, what the word's going to come out is you got Verlander for cheaper and for less years. And I certainly understand that. The thing I will argue is the Mets can get away with that better than the Rangers,
That's
right?
fact.
Is you're getting Jacob deGrom because he does get hurt, right? Otherwise, why in the world would a 34-year-old pitcher who has won multiple Cy Youngs and has one of the most incredible seasons we've seen in our lifetime be like, that's where I'm going to go? It's because he's been hurt and you paid more. That's just how the deal works.
Yeah, and hopefully, I think the hope and the dream is that you give yourself a shot to win games and be a competitive baseball team. And that's what Chris Young wants to be. So that, like, I am interested in talking to Chris Young for various reasons. I was told that he's supposed to be on MLB Network here shortly, so I was kind of keeping an eye on that. But that dude has a competitive fire in him that I'm not going to sit around and wait for 6 years to make moves. Might as well go ahead and do them now.
Yeah.
I don't know how long I'm going to have this job. Might as well try and win while I can. And let's go be aggressive and do it at the same time. I like it.
And look, and I'm not, like, if you choose to not care about Jacob deGrom or think it was stupid, like, rock on. But there are a lot of Rangers fans out there, myself included, who are excited because it's just another person to get you out to the ballpark that could make an impact on this team. Like, that's what I'm hoping for, is Jacob deGrom not only can pitch well, but he can talk to some of the younger pitchers and be like, hey, here's how I've dealt with adversity in the past, or here's how I've done this, or here's how I've perfected this pitch, or whatever.
And getting the high level player, like the top end of your roster type player, is notable whenever it happens, right? Like getting the, for lack of a better term, and I don't mean this as disrespect, the guys that are like middle, bottom of those roster type guys, that's something that most teams can do. Managing to get somebody at the top of the roster is notable, even if you haven't filled out the entirety of the roster yet. And I think that does speak highly of what Chris Young is trying to do with Sword.
I still think it's second place, though, to the Cowboys' 58,000 points that they scored yesterday.
Technically correct.
Yeah.
It's just 54 would be technically correct, right? But I
don't think you know what technically means.
Yeah, man.
I don't think you know what technically means.
If they had not had a clock on that game, Cowboys definitely would have scored 58,000.
I mean,
and the
sure?
Colts still would have stuck at 19.
Oh,
those are facts.
I believe the first one, if there's no clock on the game, that eventually they would get to that. I don't know about the second
But
part.
what's frustrating to me is, like, looking at the fan text, Kevin, does the fan text seem pretty happy about the deGrom signing? Like, they seem pretty significantly,
they're way more
like,
negative
wow.
about the Cowboys
Yes,
today.
that's what's wild to me is the Cowboys just whooped the Colts, and they're all like, I'll believe it when I see it. No, you just saw it. They're like, nah, I don't know. And they're like, but this Rangers thing, I'm in.
That team wasn't good. Okay, well, what about the last 2 weeks? Those teams weren't really good. Okay, well then hit me back Christmas Day and let me know what you thought about the Eagles game, because I'm clearly not going to convince you the next couple of weeks, and then it's going to be like, well, the Eagles lost a game before that, so they weren't that great, and like, that's fine. But I like from the 214, Bochy, Maddox, and deGrom. That's an amazing offseason, and they might not be done.
Man, we don't count that, do we?
Okay,
we don't count that enough. The Bochy and Maddox additions.
That's fair.
I don't know if people really recognize how good Maddox is.
Yeah.
Hopefully they did after our interview with him last week.
I did
for sure. I love that guy. But Bochy, on top of that, we're about to find out what that manager's about. He's about a lot of good things.
And this is what I'm curious how many like casual or lapsed fans it makes a difference with from the 682. I haven't watched the Rangers since Pudge, Greer, Palmeiro, but this excites me to a degree.
All right.
That's a step in the right direction. Hey, look, I can't win it all the way over. If you've been out for that long, like, it'd be tough to be like, you know what? Back in 100%.
Oh, and happy birthday to Coach Tony Beasley. So throw that out there as well today.
Lovely. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, a monumental Chiefs-Bengals outcome and a depressing Rams one. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Keep an eye on deliveries, kids, employees, or
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Buyers Barricades. If you're in need of traffic control or barricade rentals, Buyers Barricades is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event, no matter the size, from start to finish. The Texas Authority and Barricade Rental is buyersbarricades.com.
Burrow wants to throw, short pass, caught at the 5, boom. Chris Evans into the end zone, touchdown, Bengals! Cincinnati takes the lead with 8:54 to go.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We got that coming up in Gridiron in just 1 second, but in case you've been missing all of the news, Croatia defeats Japan via PKs in the round of 16 to advance to the quarterfinals in the World Cup. And then also, we'll be doing a Cowboys giveaway in the noon hour, but wanted to remind you guys that this weekend is Jared Sandler's Swinging for a Cause. It gets going, on Sunday. And if you want to be in our bay,
your bay,
the opening, that's right, man, we're competing with Reggie now.
Bay.
Thank
you.
If you want to be in the KNC Masterpiece Bay, the opening bid is $1,000, and you can call in at 877-881-1053 because all the bays are sold out, but you can come hang out with us, and we will have celebrity guests, and I'm pretty sure we're going to steal Derek Holland if we don't already have him from another bay, and I'm going to bring my baby to the event. So, my God, Colby is getting so mad right now. So, yeah, if you want to go ahead and start the bidding off for KNC, minimum bid is $1,000, though all of this, obviously, it goes to a good cause. Feel free to bid whatever the hell you want. 877-881-1053 if you want to call in. That also gets you access to the Bowling for Soup concert.
$3,000.
It gets you access to all the food. There's going to be the silent auction going on there. All kinds of cool stuff.
We do not have a current update on Odell Beckham right now, Kevin, but I did see a tweet from Bobby that said all of the injuries that he's had since 2017 have been to his left leg. So I do want to put that in there. 5 injuries since 17, all on the left leg.
Okay. So you don't really care about the rest of his body. Just check out the left leg.
Yeah, just see if the left leg works. If the left leg works, then you can get out there and he doesn't have to kick. He just has a run and catch.
Oh, all right. Right now, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. And we start with hopefully somebody bidding on our bay, it appears. But also, sorry, Reggie.
I'll take care of this other stuff for now.
But also, the clip we played, that was the Bengals defeating the Chiefs. The last time the Chiefs lost in November or December was November 10th, 2019. It had been 3 years since they lost in either one of those months. And you remember, was it Justin Reed going into the game who was talking smack about T. Higgins and everything like that?
It was.
After the game, Joe Burrow said, I would have cared a lot more if he knew who he was talking about.
Valid. Remember, because he was like Higginbotham, whatever his name is.
Yeah.
Lock him down.
Yeah.
I see, man, dude, that's another time when your quarterback is like, I got you.
Yeah.
I got your back all the way. And by the way, the T. Higgins touchdown, I know he only had like 3 catches for 35 yards. He had 2 monster catches. One was a significant catch that gave them the ball back at the end of the game. They were about to give the ball to Patrick Mahomes with time left, and T. Higgins makes a big catch. The other one, though, was that touchdown, and that was a touchdown, Kevin, where he was like, I'm a man, and I'm about to just force my way into the end zone here, and he did. It was a great game to watch. Bears nothing really on, except for maybe home field advantage, I don't know, down the road, but these is 2 really good football teams, and right now, Joe Burrow is a better quarterback than Patrick Mahomes.
Well, I'm going to loop back around
What's
to that.
the record?
But I will tell you that. But the biggest winner out of all of this was the Buffalo Bills. The losses by the Chiefs and the Dolphins push Buffalo back up to number 1 in the AFC. But you mentioned the record. Joe Burrow is now 3-0 against Patrick Mahomes. He is the only quarterback that has faced Mahomes multiple times and not lost. Okay, multiple can be 2, and he's done it 3 times. He is also, along with Tom Brady, the only quarterbacks in the league to defeat Patrick Mahomes 3 times. Tom Brady 3-3 against Patrick Mahomes. Clearly, he holds that one super important victory. And Joe Burrow is 3-0. So, heck of a game for the Bengals.
And I'm so proud of Joe Burrow for single-handedly going out there and stopping Patrick Mahomes. I'm going to give credit to the Bengals defense, Kevin.
Okay.
Like, they didn't stop him. But even still, they're a big factor. Joe just continues to have that extra thing. Him and his team just have that just a little bit extra late in the game that can overcome whatever Kansas City has. It's fun to watch, man.
If you want to go ahead and fire off cut number 40, we will transition into what ended up being another very important game for a variety of reasons.
McCaffrey on the goal line. Touchdown! San Francisco! Light the fuse. CMC has detonated.
You can tell they rehearsed that for a really long time, and I'm proud of them that they got to say it, but
that's actually pretty funny.
Have you never heard that?
Never, like, CMC is detonated. That's pretty good. That's clever.
So the 49ers defeated the Dolphins 33-17 in a game that had all kinds of things happening. The Dolphins said that Tua suffered an ankle injury. This was the first game where he played the majority of the game, and they ended up losing. And they lost definitively to the backup, or I guess the third string quarterback.
He's a starter now, Kevin.
I know. He is Mr. Irrelevant. Brock Purdy, always felt rude, is Jimmy Garoppolo, foot injury. He's out for the rest of the season.
Mm-hmm.
And Brock Purdy came in and led them to the victory. And then they went ahead and picked up Josh Johnson, who has now been on 14 different NFL teams, and this is his 3rd stint with the 49ers.
You knew it would happen at some point.
Sure.
You knew that at some point Josh Johnson would get his opportunity this year.
I mean, history would tell you yes.
Yeah.
But
he always gets his opportunity.
So I wanted to play cut 51, and this is Kyle Shanahan in the aftermath giving the news and talking about how the 49ers have to move forward without Garoppolo. Not just quite yet, but you have to believe me, he definitely said it. And so Garoppolo is going to be out for the rest of the year. How much does that change your perspective? Because I know they still won the game against a really tough opponent. How much does that change your perspective on the 49ers?
I want to see more Brock Purdy or Baker Mayfield because he was released, so like maybe he ends up being that guy. I still think that their method was going to be we run the ball physically, we pick up, we act as our running game, our passing game is part of our running game. We play great defense. That is still there, and it wasn't Jimmy Garoppolo is going to take us or Trey Lance is going to take us to the house. It was always our defense first and our running game. So right now, I'm like, I still think they can win games. I feel a lot better as the Cowboys, though, if I have to go travel to them. That the Cowboys can throw things at Brock Purdy that he's going to be like, oh, crap, I haven't seen this before. And it's going to fall on him to win a game, and I don't think he can.
Or will it not be Brock Purdy? So,
who else could it be?
Well,
Josh Johnson?
The thought, or let's connect the dots here. Baker Mayfield requested a release. He has been granted his release because he's not good by the Panthers, and the Panthers are like, whatever, we don't care. We've been scouting quarterbacks. Do you believe Baker Mayfield is going to go to the 49ers? And if so, do you think that makes a lick of difference?
I think this would be the best situation that Baker would have ever been in.
Okay.
I mean, Cleveland going to Cleveland, all right?
Sure. I saw the game.
And like all the people that ran through up there, not super the smartest, coordinators. He didn't have a chance in Carolina. Like he had zero chance in Carolina. This would be the best team that he's played for. So I could totally see it being a good situation for him. Whether or not he can get on page with everything that he needs to that quickly, that's a different story, but it would be the best situation he's been in.
Let's move quickly through a couple more things. Seattle defeated the Rams 27 to 23.
Sure did.
And also to go along with that, the Rams put Matthew Stafford on injured reserve. It effectively ends his season, even though he could come back in the final week of the season. I wonder if he's going to decide he wants to keep playing as well. But DK Metcalf and Tyler Lockett became the first duo in Seattle franchise history with 125 receiving yards and a receiving touchdown in the same game. Now let's move to the Vikings defeating the Jets 27-22. This is DJ Reed talking about how he covered Justin Jefferson.
You just asked us about how did you guys feel like you did on Justin today?
I was in his shit all game.
Whoa! There's another one.
Yeah.
All right, well, we'll just go ahead and leave it at that.
Sometimes
we did not get that edited, and he said he got that one route on me and then went back to essentially say the exact thing. Same thing. Justin Jefferson replied on Twitter, and he said, "Come at me when you don't need safety help. Call me when your coach trusts you to go 1v1.
Oh, dang.
Which I thought that was a pretty sweet response. And also in that game, Greg Zuerlein became the first Jets kicker to ever make a field goal of 60 or more yards.
I do want to say, though, that did sound like a 10-year-old playing Fortnite against somebody, and they're like, 1v1 me! 1v1 me! And you're like, hey, come on, buddy, even still, he's right.
I know, but also couldn't he have just been like, cool, hope you enjoyed the loss? Like, that's
1v1
probably,
me, bro. I dare you.
Because the Jets had the sweet idea as they were at the 1 yard line, 3rd and goal. They're like, let's go ahead and throw it a couple times, and it didn't work out for them. So they lose to the Vikings 27-22 with a KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will talk with Dallas Cowboys Executive Vice President Stephen Jones right here in your home, the Cowboys and the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan.
Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. It is Dallas Cowboys Executive Vice President Stephen Jones. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, John.
Was that the most fun you had watching a fourth quarter of football since Super Bowl 27?
Yes, if you qualify it with the fourth quarter. I think up until then it was, as usual, in an NFL game, it was pretty nerve-wracking. But, eventually our guys stepped up, made big plays, both sides of the ball. And, the bigger thing we were wanting to work on, I think we made headway last night. We wanted to obviously clean up the penalties and then work on making plays on the ball, which we did in defense big time, especially in the fourth quarter. And then I thought overall we did a good job of protecting the ball.
You talk about cleaning up the penalties. I know Kevin asked you. He asked Jerry that last week. There was a lot of Kevin asking a lot about the penalties last week. What exactly was the main factor in being able to – I mean, you only had 3 for 43 yards last night.
Well, I think every game's different, and of course, every officiating crew's different. It is what it is. I mean, that's every crew's gonna have a different eye for things, and then of course, I don't know if you watched the Philly game yesterday. I think they had 5 pre-snap penalties in the first half.
Yes,
and that's a team that doesn't get penalized, and you just don't. You're talking about human beings out there when you're talking about officiating and you're talking about players, and you just never totally get your hands around other than you focus on it. Mike made it a big part of practice in terms of cleaning it up, cleaning the penalties up, and coaches them up on the crew that's coming in, and we'll continue to do that. But you're going to have the games where you get a crew that's got their eye on something, and you're not doing it quite to the way they think you should in terms of following the protocols that are in the rule book, and those things happen. But we have to continue to make them a focus because, as you can see, you clean those things up and you protect the ball and you make plays. You can you can have a big night like we did last night.
Stephen, last night, CeeDee Lamb was used in motion, and I think there was at one point 100% of his yards and catches came while he was in motion and moving around. That's an addition that we've seen for him so far. Are we watching CeeDee Lamb flourish and blossom into a real, true number one type receiver right now?
Well, he just keeps getting better, and that's what you expect. Obviously, going to that role. As the quote-unquote number one, but Michael Gallup's right there, too. He keeps getting better every week, and these guys are really playing well together. I think Kellen and Mike are doing a great job of, coming up with game plans that allow them to use their skill set to have success, and hopefully that's just going to continue to get better. And then, we're using those 4 tight ends to really help us out. I thought we ran the ball well yesterday, and I think things are obviously coming together on the offensive side of the ball, and then on defense we got dialed in, and you're playing a veteran quarterback who knows what he's up against, and he was getting that ball out of there quick, so it was obviously really hard to get to him. But when you have to move the ball quickly, sometimes you can make mistakes with it, and ultimately we got our share of the mistakes that he made along the way.
Now, you mentioned the defense. One of the unfortunate parts in an otherwise outstanding day was it sounds like an Achilles rupture for Anthony Brown. Is that, in fact, correct, or do you anticipate he will miss the rest of the season?
Yeah, right now it's looking like that's what he has, and certainly, as you said, it's unfortunate. Anthony Brown's played good football for us for years. We came into the season. We were heavy when we did our roster, and we knew it was 7 corners. I think normally you'd carry 5, but we've lost 2, really good players, and Anthony Brown and Jordan Lewis. But just like Bland stepped up for Jordan Lewis, we fully expect Kelvin Joseph and Nashawn Wright and those guys will step up as well. So, it's a part of our game. All 32 teams have to deal with it. And, it's a tough loss, but we'll work through it.
So you don't see any need right now to go outside of the star or outside of the facility to find another cornerback? You're feeling pretty good what you have here?
Well, we're always looking to improve and have depth. And certainly, it's shown us, this year, unfortunately, that makes our second corner that we've lost. And we'll continue to see if there's ways to improve in that area. But Nashawn Wright's been chomping at the bit. He's gotten a few opportunities. He's one of our better special teams players. And, this is when guys get opportunities, they shine. And certainly Kelvin Joseph has been one of our better special teams player this year and has filled in good when he's called upon. And I think, given the experience he's going to get, he'll do well.
Now, I was really curious if we could get some of your insight into the story and performance of Damon Clark as somebody who C3, C4 spinal fusion neck surgery to repair a herniated disc, and he punched the ball out on that play that led to the Malik Hooker touchdown. So I was just hoping you could give us some insight about his return to the field and then how he's done on the field.
Well, Damon Clark has just, been an inspirational guy around the facility. Hats off to not only our scouting staff, our coaching staff, but even more important, our medical staff for diagnosing him the right way. They really felt like that, if he progressed as they thought he would and the type of person he is, that he could play for us this year, and it came to fruition. We knew the flip side of that was he may miss the year, but we still felt like we were getting a first-class individual, a leader type, who really plays the game at a high level, and I think he's only going to get better. Obviously, he wasn't really even able to start practicing till after training camp, and he's just done a good job, and he's only going to get better, and he's made up of all the right things you want in a defensive player in the NFL.
And Stephen, Malik Hooker had an exceptional night last night, and we've been kind of watching his progression back since his injury, as y'all picked him up last year. What's his veteran leadership added to what this team is?
Well, he's just, as you know, when we had him there, he was a top 10 type player coming out of college. Had some, tough injury things he had to fight through that probably pulled his career back a little bit in terms of progression. But, he's a guy we loved when he came out of school, and he's fit in nicely here with what Dan Quinn wants out of that position. And, he's done nothing but be a team player for us. As you know, he came in last year at training camp, and it took a while, for him to get to the point where he was ready to go, not unlike Damon Clark. And he's certainly, a guy who's really paying off for us. He's well respected on this football team. He's a hard worker. He's a team guy, and doesn't surprise me a bit, that he's rising to the level of play, that he's exhibiting out there on our defensive football team. And, we're fortunate to have him, and, a great guy to have on this team.
And Tyler Smith gets in at left guard last night. Kevin, I know your question is that something more to come? My question is, how did you feel seeing him at left guard? What were you feeling last night when you were watching him out there?
Well, that's all we saw him at in training camp and mini camp. So it wasn't like it was that's all he practiced, which is all the more impressive as to what he's done at left tackle for us while Tyron Smith's been out. But the great news is that's the only place he worked for the most part during training camp. And certainly if we need him to man that spot when Tyron Smith gets back, which, by the way, he's just doing outstanding, barring something unforeseen, we'll activate him to the practice level to where he's practicing with the team and feel like he's going to do really well. And then I know the coaches, I know Mike's a big believer in, I know Joe Philbin is, you want your best 5 players out there, and I know they'll get our best 5 out there.
So you believe that activation will take place this week then?
I think he'll activate to where he's practicing. When you're on IR, DTR, your first step is you go just like James Washington did last week. He won't be on the 53, but he has 3 weeks to practice, and then you make a decision and he doesn't have to go the full 3 weeks. He can go. You can do it week 1, or you can do it week 2 or week 3. But once you activate them, then they count on your 53, and you move on from there. So Tyron will be doing the same thing James Washington did, and we'll just see how that goes. It should happen this week, and then we'll decide as to when we think he's ready to actually play in the game.
Talking with Stephen Jones right here on 105.3 The Fan. Obviously, you're intricately involved with the Cowboys salary cap and managing that. There's rumblings floating around that the cap will be $220 million plus. I was just kind of curious, a couple of things. How do they release that information to you usually? And have you also heard numbers that it will be above 220 next year?
Well, you always use your own, your own calculus, if you will, in terms of what it normally does. And, you get a feel for that. We're getting ready to have NFL meetings next week, management council meetings where, our salary cap staff, and we sit in a meeting and they start to project where they think that cap's going to be. We don't have anything official as we sit here right now, but you're always trying to, use your best guess, your best efforts, and they project. I mean, they give us projections, but certainly subject to change. So there's nothing definitive at this point, but we should be getting the first look at what they think that number might be, but that'll be subject to change as well.
Has that been more difficult the last couple of years with obviously the ebbs and flows of COVID and like expediting repayments? Has that made it more difficult to make those projections?
Absolutely. I mean, you just, when you don't know what your revenue is going to be, especially in the COVID year, and then you're trying to smooth the curve out for the players and the clubs, then, it puts everything, all your original projections, you have to go back to the drawing board. And I think the league, the staff, the management council staff did a great job of smoothing that out, doing a great job to where, it's certainly in a situation where teams can get back in the groove and the swing of things and understand what they're going to be looking at. But there's no doubt the COVID year took a big swing at the cap, and certainly, I think all 32 teams had to work through how they were going to manage through, lesser salary caps than they had projected before COVID.
Stephen, blink twice if Odell Beckham Jr. is in the car with you right now.
He would be in the car with me doing this, I can assure you. He's got, you don't have long with these guys when they come in to visit, and he's got a busy schedule, and we look forward to our visit with him, Jerry and I do. And I know there's a lot of people, from medical staff to our leadership council, to our coaching staff, right on down the line that are going to be visiting with him, and we'll just see where things go.
Is it pressing in your mind that you view this as we need help for this year as opposed to, I know it could be a multi-year deal, but do you view it more from the perspective of we're looking for help this year and we'll figure out the other years later?
I mean, I think this year is our priority as we sit here right now, and no question about it. We've got I think everybody recognizes we've got a really solid football team that can compete to win a championship this year, and certainly that's our focus. And obviously we have. We've done our planning and we understand how future years work as well, but our number one priority is to win football games right now.
And on your confidence meter right now, are you about 85% confident? Where's your number right now?
It's like doing contracts, as I've always said. I never project and never guess, are we close? Are we a long ways out? Nothing's ever done till it's done, and a lot of times it doesn't get done. So we'll just see where this thing takes us. We look forward to the next 24 to 36 hours spending time with Odell, and we'll see where it takes us.
Hey, real quick, Stephen, last night Jerry did say that he might do something uncomfortable. Was he talking about you would be uncomfortable because of the amount of money? Is that what he meant by that?
I don't know. I didn't hear it, so it's hard for me to comment on, but I think anytime you stretch to make yourself better, it's going to, and you're trying to make a deal, then you can be uncomfortable. And usually the best deals are when both sides are a little uncomfortable, and it ends up working out. But we'll just see. And but I'm not exactly sure what he meant by that.
Appreciate the time as always, good sir. Best of luck over the next couple of days, and obviously congratulations on that 3-game winning streak.
Appreciate it, guys. Always great being on with you.
There you go, Stephen Jones right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Always great being on with us, he says. I appreciate
it.
That.
It is true.
Yeah.
It is true.
I think most people feel that way.
I knew it wasn't going to happen, but you were like, blink twice if Odell Beckham is in the car. I was like, part of me was hoping he was like, oh, do you want proof? And he was like, hey, guys. And then I realized that was very,
and then you're like, hold on, how do we
unlikely.
confirm that it's Odell? And he's like, I made that catch. Do you remember? And we're like, oh, it is him.
Yeah, nobody could have faked that at all. Coming up next, we will move into the lunch rush and the expressway. We'll talk a little Stars, talk about the Rangers and that epic signing, and then go around the NFC East. Plus, we will give away Cowboys tickets to the Texans game. All of it happens next right here on The Fan.
Where you going?
Fan is brought to you by Permit Pure Foundation Repair and is brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in big trucks should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com today.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, giving you what you really want on this Monday morning, or I guess now it's Monday afternoon. That's how long it's been going. But there's going to be a lot happening in this segment, and we will start by going around the NFC East. Now, it's always choose your own adventure in around the NFC East. We will be giving away Cowboys tickets at some point in this segment, but I'm going to warn you, I've been watching Reggie on the phone. If people are calling in too early before the giveaway, he's just dropping them.
Are you serious?
Off.
That's what I'm talking about, Reggie.
Off of the board.
God.
And so I believe that is what just happened.
Do you even say anything? You say, hey, how's it going? Or do you just say, nope?
Why?
Exactly.
Well, and it's the tough part is because we are trying to get people to call in if you want to bid on doing the Bay with us for Swinging for a Cause for Jared Sandler's charitable event on Sunday, which is sold out. But if you want to hang out in our Bay with us, and we'll have a celebrity, it's going to be a good one. And my baby's going to be there, and it's going to be a big old fun time. But people are just like, hey, I want to win the Cowboys tickets. And you're like, hey, we haven't started that yet. All right. You want to start with the Eagles, the Giants, the Commanders, or the Dallas Cowboys?
Well, the Eagles are still in first place, so I think we have to go with them first.
Gross. Can we fire off cut number 38 then? Even if it makes me a little bit sad.
Back, pumps, looks. He is floating it deep for A.J. Brown, who has it, and he scores! A.J. Brown took it away from Trey Avery and scored his second touchdown of the game.
A.J. Brown, who said that this game meant a lot to him, scored touchdowns of 40 yards and 29 yards. He had 8 catches for 119 yards and 2 touchdowns. The Eagles crushed the Titans 35-10. Like, I know we've talked a lot of Cowboys today. I thought that was a very impressive win.
Yeah, and here's the thing that really is irritating, Kevin. Smith gets open pretty easily. A.J. Brown can get open pretty easily. I'm always shocked at how you'll look up and the ball's in the air and one of those two receivers is just standing all alone somewhere on the field. I'm like, how? How did either of those guys not have a man on him? Then you watch it and like A.J. Brown pushed the guy down at the line of scrimmage or something. And then, Devontae Smith just shook somebody and you're like, wow. This is a tough tandem to deal with, and I am looking forward to the future matchup. But man, Philly is feeling themselves right now.
I don't know if this will make you feel that much better, but the whole reason, or one of the reasons that Kelvin Joseph moved up the draft board is because he shut down Devontae Smith in college.
That is true.
Like, now there's
maybe the best game of his career.
There's a whole bunch of other stuff, the problems that go along with that, and the fact that he only started 8 games. Look, don't worry about all of that right now. You have that.
Yeah, we'll get into some Kelvin Joseph stuff later this week.
Okay.
Or maybe even later today.
Ooh, okay. So Devontae Smith and A.J. Brown both had more than 100 yards with about 5 minutes left in the third quarter.
Wow.
And they were like, let's go ahead and pack it up. And then Jalen Hurts. Last week, I thought Tua should have been the second choice behind Mahomes. Now, Jalen Hurts is like, well, hold on. He had 380 yards and then 3 touchdowns passing and then ran for another touchdown. So 4 touchdowns, 389 yards. Fantastic performance from Jalen Hurts.
Wow. Are you like an Eagles fan or something, bro? Like,
what's
going on here?
If you don't like that, you're not going to like the next one. The Eagles' defense was also tremendous. They sacked Ryan Tannehill 6 times and held Derrick Henry to 30 yards and 11 carries.
So they were committed to stopping the run then, huh?
Yes.
That front does a pretty good job, man. They're really good up front. They're going to continue to be good up front. Cowboys got to, figure that out, figure out how to do that. But, man, I think that you think that the Titans are good. I'm going to stick by last year. I was very towards them, and in the playoffs, I was proven correct. I'm going to stick to that this year. I think Tannehill's good. Okay, I don't think.
Wait, do you think he's good or do you? He's good.
He's good. Yeah,
Okay.
exactly. That's
Okay.
exactly where I put him in the. All right, I gotta rank him. I gotta put him somewhere. Category. So might as well put him just after all the good ones. And then so that's where I have him. The Derrick Henry part's pretty interesting though. But yeah, I still think that Philadelphia has yet to make that one statement game that makes me go okay. I think you said it was impressive. I agree.
Yeah.
Because you're supposed to beat teams that you can beat. Cowboys should be able to beat them too, I think.
If you look at the Cowboys' run defense the last 3 weeks, it's been top notch. And you look at that performance from the Eagles, I wonder if both of them are paralleling once more by improving their run defense. You want to go Giants, Commanders, or Dallas Cowboys?
Kevin, let's go with the 9-win Dallas Cowboys, who are currently in second place in the NFC East.
So there's about to be another fine, of course, because you saw the Jack in the Box touchdown celebration from Dak
I
and
did.
Zeke.
And I loved it.
Okay, which did you like more, that or the Whack-A-Mole?
Oh, Whack-A-Mole's great. Whack-A-Mole is significantly better. I think the thing about the Dak one, the Dak and Zeke one, is I like how they backed up their tight ends. When Dak was asked about the fine for those guys, he was like, yeah, well, team leadership will take care of that.
He said, we got money guys in this room. And I was like, hell yeah.
And then they basically said, hey, NFL, here's a couple of birds for you. We're going to do it too because we think it's fun and cool. And I agree with Collinsworth. I don't always agree with Chris Collinsworth. But I agree, if they're good at entertaining, that's entertaining. That was fun.
Those guys got fined a total of about $27,000.
I guarantee you Dak and Zeke get fined more.
Because
they make bigger money.
Yeah.
They have bigger contracts. Let's take a bigger chunk out of their pockets.
It is still a weird bit that the NFL's like, you know what? How dare you? How dare you bring attention to that charity? And because Jess even was like, Jess goes, does the Salvation Army think it's disrespectful? And I was like, I do not believe so, as it brings greater visibility. And then she's like, well, that's stupid then. Why they fine them?
The tough thing about it, though, is if now we're starting to grade what is more moral, an additional over and above the rules, then you start having to discern which causes are worthy.
So you can't just say it's for a charity, and they're like, what charity? Which charity?
I did the gritty for the Boys and Girls Club, so I get to do it.
Yeah, I still think Jerry's got to take part in the whole part of. I did put those bells down there.
Sure.
I didn't I did put the props on the field.
Right.
I'm more than happy to. I'm glad y'all took part. Y'all helped us out. Thank you.
Yeah. And look, here's the other thing. That celebration and this celebration both happened when it was a multi-score game. So I'm sure they don't give a crap. They're like, let me know how much it is. And if the owners could pay it without circumventing the salary cap, I have no doubt that they would as well. So Dallas had 3 sacks yesterday. They have 48 sacks on the season, tied with the 1977 and 1985 Dallas Cowboys for the second most in team history through 12 games. That 1977 team won the Super Bowl. The only Dallas team that has more sacks through 12 games, 1966. Now, I know you might be like, well, hold on just a damn minute.
Significant of that year.
I thought we weren't even counting sacks then. There's a whole weird thing about team stats versus individual statistics and why they didn't count them then. That's a whole different thing. What is significant about that year, that was 1966. The Dallas Cowboys lost the NFL championship game to the Packers, which fed them into Super Bowl I.
You mean the game that should have been the Cowboys because there was a false start on the goal line, but they couldn't pick it up because they did pick it up. They saw it because the freaking cameras were frozen still.
I think, did the Ice Bowl feed into Super Bowl II?
Oh, I don't know.
Okay,
Is that not the same game?
No.
Okay, two different games then. Never mind.
I think, I'm not 100%, but I thought the Ice Bowl fed into Super Bowl II. But the point is, they did make it to the NFL championship game, which is now the NFC championship game. And
so you're saying that we're about to go to the Super Bowl? You're saying book it.
I think we're gonna make it to the NFC championship game.
You're saying, boss man, we need Radio Row seats right now.
Man.
Because we're going to go to Phoenix.
That would be, man, what a weird bit that would be. And they're like, we're back here getting ready for the Minnesota-Miami Super Bowl. And you're just like, oh, no.
Sorry, boss.
At least if it was the Philly Super Bowl, you could like hate on it the entire way.
Oh, yes. That's all I would do.
But yeah, so.
I would just walk around like carrying Philly cream cheese and just throwing it on the ground. And throwing it on the ground.
The whole package, or you open it up and throw it?
No, one tablespoon at a time.
Okay.
Yeah.
I would like to see how that
Watch
cream
it
cheese
melt in Phoenix.
How does that cream cheese fly out of that tablespoon? I defy physics on that one. All right. Do you want to go with the Commanders or the Giants? It doesn't matter because they tied. So
I'm going to go Giants.
Let's just lump the
I'm going to go Commandos.
Because the Giants are currently higher in the standings.
Well, guess what? It all goes together because they played each other. All right. So
now I'm going to go Giants.
Well, either way, we're still doing the exact same thing. Is Taylor Heineke, who, by the way, looked like he was dressed up as Tommy from Peaky Blinders at the beginning of the game.
Yeah, he did.
He engineered the game-tying touchdown drive in final 2 minutes, included a 4th and 4 conversion from his own 27, and ended up with a touchdown pass to Jahan Dotson with 1 minute and 45 seconds left to play. The Giants tried to get it back. Graham Gano kicked a 58-yard field goal. No good. And then we went into overtime where both teams are like, you know what? Offense is stupid. Sunday was the first tie for the Giants in 25 years. And it was the first tie for Washington in 6 years. We go to the Giants defense. They came up with 5 sacks and a turnover. And they played dominant for the first 3 quarters. And then they're like, you know what? 90-yard drive, no problem. Do you feel like these teams are equal? Like, I know they literally tied, but...
Yeah, I think they're pretty even teams. I actually probably, going into yesterday, would have given Washington a little bit of a better nod. But I think they're pretty evenly, talent-wise, where they are in their maturation with their coach. I think Dable is... Like, I can't call him Dabes. Actually, you know what? I'm taking the tie as a win. Dabes.
No.
I make the rules.
Disagree.
Yep.
You can call him Dabs.
No.
You don't get the full Dable.
Did you see how, as they were going to shake hands after the game, how everybody kind of had this look like, what?
Well, hey, the Commanders better get ready. You know who their next opponent is?
The Giants.
It's the Giants again. So they're off, and then they play the Giants. In between, the Giants play the Eagles. But the Commanders and the Giants will get it going once again in a couple weeks on Sunday Night Football. So hopefully we can get some semblance of decisiveness out of that. Now, we talked about the My Cause.
Will that be the ultimate winner? Will they just be like, you know what, we'll retroact it. You won the last game as well.
Yes. You know what? I think that is what should happen. So now they're still 7-4 and 7-5. And whoever wins this, double win or double loss on your record. That's how, if you're an NBC exec, you got to be all over this.
Yes.
Because it's Sunday Night Football, and you're like, hold on, what?
This is the winner of the last game as well.
Let's go ahead and interview the leadership councils. They'll all go along with it probably. Now, Brian Robinson, I thought, had obviously a very logical and amazing My Cause, My Cleats. His was end gun violence.
All right.
Which, you know.
I can get down with that.
That makes a whole lot of sense given that he got shot twice before the season started.
I can get down with that for sure.
By the way, your guy, Terry McLaurin, 8 receptions,
He's good.
105 yards, and 1 touchdown.
You see that touchdown catch?
Yes, I did. I'm gonna put him in some elite company. Are you ready?
Do it.
McLaurin is the 6th player in NFL history with at least 50 catches and 900 receiving yards in each of his first 4 seasons, joining Mike Evans, Joey Galloway, A.J. Green, Randy Moss, and Michael Thomas.
All Hall of Famers.
I mean, well, a couple of them are still playing, and so that is an impossibility.
Name one.
Joey Galloway. Well, I mean, Mike Evans is still playing, and Michael Thomas is.
We just discussed that Mike Evans is probably a Hall of Famer the other day.
You don't think that Joey Galloway is a Hall of Famer, though, do you?
I mean, we traded 2 number 1 picks for him, Kevin.
Sure.
Why would you trade number 1 picks if he's not going to be a Hall of Famer at some point?
If you really want me to answer that, because sometimes we don't make the best deals. I know that's probably not what you want to hear on Odell Beckham Day, but sometimes we don't make the best deals.
I'm so happy you just referred to it as Odell Beckham Day. That made me really happy. Do you need an update?
No, look, I saw Empire Records. It's Odell Beckham Day. I get it. You're going to give me an update anyway, aren't you?
Nah, you know what? Now that I have the drop of you saying it's Odell Beckham Day, I'm happy. That was all I really needed.
Son of a biscuit. You know what? This time, Reggie, will you go ahead and fire off cut number 42? I would like to hear that, please.
Zimmerman recovers. Yedlin resets. Pulisic's going to get there. Pulisic running into the middle to the touch. And it's in! The U.S. has scored! 15 minutes to go. Did Haji Wright get the touch? The United States a goal away.
That pulled the knockout round match to within 2-1. Then, of course, the Netherlands, or as Mike believes the team they played, Neverland, put another goal on. Oh, yeah, he does. Is probably a lot better people there than Peter Pan. So the Netherlands scored again to make it 3-1. The U.S. men's national team was looking for their first run of 4 consecutive World Cup matches without a loss. They did not get there. They lost. So my question for everybody, you, Corey, you, Reggie, all the good folks listening, 877-881-1053, if you want to text in, are you now done?
Yeah, I'm done with soccer.
Okay. I was just going to say the World Cup. Are you done with soccer for good for 4 years?
Forever.
Oh.
Yeah, we couldn't win that one. Mm-hmm. And this was our only shot. Mm-hmm. This is our really only chance as how long is Pulisic going to be young? I
feel like he'll still be there for the next World Cup, right?
How long is Ferreira going to be young? Nobody knows the answer to those questions.
That was not the best performance ever from him in that game.
Will Weston McKennie move to the other side of McKennie? Nobody really knows the answer to those questions either.
Play for the World Cup team.
There won't be any more Ted Lasso whenever.
True. That's technically correct.
Whenever the next World Cup comes around.
Yeah.
So lots of questions there. But hold on. You know what? Maybe I'm back in. World Cup will be here.
That's true. We will have a semifinal or the final, I do believe.
Therefore, we have an opportunity to really make an impact on that World Cup. You know what I mean? Restaurant businesses.
Yeah.
Visine, stuff like that.
Oh, my God.
Visine, yeah. Lots of different options there. So maybe I'm back in. Who knows?
How is that your second in the line of things that you were talking about? How is Visine second?
Mm-hmm. Well, because that's the way you do it. Or, fire alarms in their hotel rooms. There's lots of different ways to rattle an opponent. You know what I mean? So I'm just trying to think up ways. Reggie, if you have a couple ways, how would you do it? How would you rattle your opponent?
Just gathering a whole bunch of people outside the hotel and chanting late at night.
There you go. Yeah, you can do that.
Okay.
Have candlelight vigils for them. And they're like, we're not even dead yet. And you're like,
man, you take every one of these in a different direction that I was anticipating.
Car alarms.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Ooh, can we send them like a poison pizza, like the flu game?
Yeah, Visine. That's what I was saying. Visine. Put Visine on a pizza.
See, I didn't catch that.
Okay.
See, I'm not as debaucherous as you, so that typically doesn't come to mind.
Don't poison anybody.
Well, you won't die. They'll just feel really bad.
Poison,
is that diarrhea. Really your bar? You won't die, yes. So it's fine?
Yes.
Okay, laxatives. Is that better?
Yeah.
No, don't do that to people. Just take the fact that you had the second youngest roster in the World Cup and continue to grow those players.
We'll just go for the youngest roster next time too.
Okay.
We'll just be like, you know what? We're trying it again. From the 817, is it possible to be done if you never started? So there you go. And you know what? I can't be done with FC Dallas. I'm Dallas till I die.
That's right,
as they say. So I'm not out on soccer completely.
Okay, good.
And I'm sure that I'll have a kid again sometime, and they're going to want to play soccer.
Okay. I look forward to some of those things. All right. We talked about the Rangers and how big of an impact they made versus how hyped up people were for the Cowboys. But I do want to know now, specifically just focusing on the Rangers. The Rangers signed the best pitcher in baseball, and your reaction is what?
I lost my mind, dude. I really had wished that I was around people who cared about that as much as I did. Because I know you guys would care. Like if we were all, at dinner or whatever, or even doing the show in the middle of it, it would be like oh my gosh, can you believe this? We would have one of these. It would be a buzz that's going on. I was at a holiday party, and I'm gonna say maybe one person was had a significant interest in that, and that was about it. And so I was kind of just texting as many people as I could to see, kind of gauge their interest on it. But I love it because I'm not looking at it going, oh, he's gonna be hurt. And also, I don't care how much money he makes. I don't care how much money they spend on these guys. That's their money. And to be quite honest, I don't think that it impacts what their opportunities are to add other people or their interest in adding other people either. Yeah. Like RJ, when he looks at this, he's like, well, it's gonna kill your ability to get these other guys. I don't think so. I think the Rangers are in this like, hey, we have some money. Let's go spend some money. So I think they're very interested in making that happen right now. And I also, because you've spent that money there, Kevin, you talked about it too. It does alleviate the quickness that you have to get the lighters and those guys up, but it also helps their progression. And you will have cheap pitching while you have some veteran pitching to go with it. So I was stoked about this. Plus, man, I want to watch good baseball. I want to listen to Eric Nadel be excited about calling a game that is really good because deGrom is pitching a potential no-hitter tonight. And that is something that you get when he steps to the mound, which might be infrequent. Hopefully he's healthier here. It doesn't always happen that way. But when he steps to the mound, man, you have a chance to watch something special happen every time. And that's something cool, man.
Yeah, I'm not trying to make you jealous, Corey, but we did have friends over on Friday night, and a couple of them are humongous Rangers fans.
Jealous.
And they were driving over when the news broke.
So as soon as the door opened, it was like hugs and everything.
I was like, did you listen to the radio on the way over here? And either check Twitter, and he's like, no, why? What happened?
Do you know anybody that was on radio while it happened?
I do. I watched the video of you.
What?
Of the Get Right breaking the news. And was it Kevin Gray and then that broke the news, and Reggie was like getting ready, like he was like bunkering down. He's like, okay, what are we doing?
That's right.
And that's why live and local all the time. That's why you got to listen, because the news got broken right here on 105.3 The Fan. It didn't take 2.5 days for somebody else to hit it. We also talked about it Saturday at the Fan Christmas party on air. So, yeah.
Sean was trying to get me to hate on it.
He was because he wanted somebody to agree with Choppy.
And he was like, fine, I'll do it myself.
Yeah. Now, man, I am a little jealous that you were able to do that and that you were on air during that time, because that's a fun moment. Like, did you feel the buzz of it?
Oh, yeah. I got some yelling off. You know what I mean? I talked about the fact that Ray Davis was putting the money on the table, you know? And no, it really does. I found it more indicative of the culture that the organization is trying to craft. Like this idea of being aggressive. Ray Davis, in the few times that we've actually gotten a chance to hear from him, when he spoke into that microphone, made it very clear that they want to be aggressive and they desperately want to win. And I do appreciate that mindset and the fact that they are going for it in these ways. So that's one of the reasons why I'm like, yeah, I don't think that they're done, right? This is what we saw last offseason, where they got Corey Seager and we were like, cool. And they said, no, there's more to come on this. And I think this is going to be a similar offseason.
And the concern, I get it. The concern always comes back to the injuries. I saw somebody say he hasn't pitched at least 100 innings since 2019. Now, he was healthy in 2020. We just got the
shortened season,
truncated version of 2020. And if your counter argument is Woody would have stayed healthy, like clearly I can't project that. But before that,
that's very Stephen Jones of you.
Yeah, absolutely.
I can't project that.
I did love his answer about the cap, though, is 2018 Cy Young, 2019 Cy Young, 2020 third place for Cy Young, 2021 he missed, I think, a little bit more than half the season and finished 9th in the Cy Young voting.
92 innings pitched, something in there?
Yeah, he was on pace to have the greatest season we've seen of pitching since they raised the mound, or since they lowered the mound, excuse me. And unfortunately, that's the hook, right? Is 2021. You never would have gotten that Jacob deGrom on the open market. The Mets would have been like, here's the check. Let us know what to make it out for. But he did get hurt that year. And then obviously he did get hurt last year as well. That is the only reason you're in position to go ahead and make this move. And the thing about it that is still so intriguing, even with all of that in mind, his ERA in 2021 was 1.08 through 15 starts.
Yeah, that's the thing is I was going to say is when he's injured, that's problematic. It happens. When he comes back, it's not like ramp up time. It is immediately best pitcher in the league type stuff.
Last year, he got hurt. His whip was 0.75. If you have a whip below 1, that is madness. And that's the whole reason that you have him there. So for every person who's apprehensive about the signing, I 100% understand why. You would not be able to make this deal if it weren't for those things that come along. And Corey, you said something earlier about adding talent, and I'm here for it. And Reggie, you said they're not done yet. I'm here for the idea of a rotation that is DeGrom, Rodon, Perez, Gray, and then if you think it's Odorizzi,
do you feel like it has to be Rodon though? Because that's really high level.
Italian, like whoever your substitute person is.
It is an interesting person of interest right there.
Yeah, whoever your substitute person is like, I'm here for it because as Corey said, I think it buys you time, but also gets you closer to competing. I know at some point when push comes to shove, if you don't develop these young pitchers or these young position players, you're never going to do jack S unless you're the 97 Florida Marlins. All right. But in the meantime, I like the idea that they're like, we hear you. We don't spend money and we're not competitive. Let's go get guys to see if they can make us competitive. We're going to switch out all of our pitching coaches. We're going to switch out our manager. We're going to switch out our GM. It might work. It might not. But Rangers fans, I hope you see they're giving you something.
Yeah, they're trying.
They're trying.
That's a huge deal to try and put a competitive team out on the field. That's the part of being in the conversation as opposed to just being out of it and going, man, what are we hoping for? You know, all the conversation of what are we acquiring all these picks for? What are we acquiring all these minor leaguers for? Why are we doing this? This definitely puts you in the conversation. They're being bold with what they're doing, and that's the thing that I'm thankful for right now. We'll see how it works out on the field whenever February rolls around.
Sure.
Whenever we head to spring training, which by the way, Kevin, I've been told we're heading to spring training.
That we are.
So looking forward to being out there and talking to them about stuff and seeing how that goes.
And then for the 903, that and the fact that you were willing to give him 2 to 3 years longer than anybody else. You don't know that. That's just a guess on your part. And the money over 5 years was very close to what we thought it was going to be if you went over 4 years.
Even if that's the only reason, I mean, that's kind of the tax. Yeah. It's the Rangers tax.
Exactly. That's how they got A-Rod. And, it's unfortunate. It ain't 2012 where I think you could have convinced Jacob deGrom. He's like, hey, come here. We're rocking and rolling on all cylinders. Otherwise, if you didn't give him an extra year, if you didn't give him more money, why the hell would he come here? He wouldn't, is the answer.
Because he loves the Rangers training staff?
Okay, that's neat. That is not going to push it as much as money and competitiveness.
He respects Bruce Bochy, that's why.
And you know what?
He heard about Hurtado barbecue.
All of those are possible. I still feel like if they're like, you can win a World Series here, I would be like, you can win a World Series here. I'll get Hurtados. I'll just bring them over to wherever we are.
It'll be cold.
Yeah, it wouldn't be warm at that point.
Okay, no.
You just pull up to Zavala's.
No. You've misunderstood. You thought I meant the food. No, I meant the organization. I will just buy them out and move them to wherever I am.
They're committed to the city of Arlington and Little Elm.
But there's article after article. The Rangers off-season depends on how they address pitching. This is an incredible first step that, sure, it could backfire. If you tell me we go to spring training and Jacob deGrom is going to be out there pitching, I'm going to lose my freaking mind and be stoked. But on the flip side, if you're like, yeah, he pulled his oblique and we're just not really sure, he might be ready in May, I get it. And I know everyone's going to be like, I told you it was a mistake. But in this moment, I think it's amazing that they made this deal, and I can't wait to see what happens next. We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors. But before we get to any of that,
and my tease was going to crush too. Let's get something away!
877-881-1053, caller number 10 will win a pair of party passes courtesy of Miller Lite to Sunday's game between the Cowboys and the Texans. All you got to do, be caller number 10, 877-881-1053.
And next up, Reggie, the Odell Beckham Jr. update you've been waiting for.
No!
Next on The Fan.
500,000 downloads and counting.
This is cool.
Get Cowboys Insider Access by Style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Snap is back, throws it left, high again, and a diving interception at the 50. Hooker against his old team down the right side. Hooker down the sideline. Hooker to the 15 before he's out of bounds. That's what we're talking about.
And I think DeMarcus Lawrence may have made that tackle, Brad. I think he's the one. He's trying to help Hooker out and get a block, but ultimately, I think he bumps him out of bounds here.
Don't worry. The Cowboys are still victorious in a dominating 54-19 win over the Colts. If you didn't win the ticket giveaway, don't worry. In the 5 o'clock hour, G-Bag will do the giveaway as well. Now it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin Hagelin, for dropping that on everybody out there on Odell Beckham Jr. Day, as we are keeping an eye on everything that he's doing and the update that you've been waiting for.
Oh, my gosh. Give it to me.
This is that the Dallas Mavericks will unveil their city floor tonight.
Oh.
Yeah, I thought it was weird because we got the city uniforms.
Uh-huh.
I was like, but don't they usually have a matching floor?
Yeah.
Why did they release those separately,
They're
Kevin?
waiting for Odell Beckham Jr. Day.
That
Good
is
point.
not why that's happening.
No, that
All right.
sounds right.
You know
He
what?
is a fashionista.
Uh-huh.
And he loves the cities. So he wanted to
Also true.
Yeah, they said, "You know what? We'll wait. So we'll have the floor," and he'll look at it and be like, "You know what? Jerry, go ahead and bring that contract over here. I'm signing it right
You know
now.
what?
Whatever number you want."
I'm going to hate myself for this, but I do have to tell you. Also making its debut tonight, the limited edition Michelob Ultra Mavericks can will be available just starting tonight at the Mavericks game.
All I'm saying.
Damn it.
All I'm saying is that Odell's going home with one of those cans. He's absolutely taking one of those cans home.
Trust me, he could go home with plenty more cans if he wanted.
I'm sure
are you doing right
yeah,
now?
I'm sure he could get a case if he wanted a case of cans.
You realize you're on video, right?
Oh, yeah,
Yeah, dude. What are you doing?
Sometimes I just look at Reggie and I'm just talking to Reggie, not thousands of other people.
That's making Carter's highlight reel from
Oh,
2023. In addition to that, Kevin, did you see Dak Prescott was asked about Odell going to the Mavericks game tonight?
Oh.
And he said, "Oh, there's a game tomorrow night," because he was last night when he was asked about it.
Which is probably good. I don't need him focused on the Mavs schedule going, "Oh yeah, that's all I've been thinking about all day." And you're like, "What?"
He's like, "Oh, there's a game tomorrow night." He said, "Yeah, I might have to go say hi to him." He said, "But he's a sweet guy, so we might have to meet in the middle somewhere." Now, here's my thought.
Yeah, he does seem like a very nice gentleman.
Yeah, very kind fellow.
S-U-I-T.
Oh.
And that's the thing that I'm trying to understand. Every time I've ever seen Dak is in a suite. Like, I've seen him at Stars games and Mavs games, and I've seen him at Rangers games up in the suite and everything. So I thought Dak was a suite guy, not a front row seat guy. So I'm trying to figure that out. That being said, the question I wanted to ask, 877-881-1053. Where do you like to sit? If you have you get your choice.
Your druthers.
Where you have. All right.
That was the correct use of that.
No, I get
you're
it.
right.
I get it, but choice was just fine.
Yeah,
Kevin.
like he had already executed the sentence, you know?
Oh, sorry.
If you have your druthers about you, where are you sitting?
I think I want to sit close.
You don't want to sit in a suite?
No, don't get me wrong. Like, I do want to sit in a suite.
You can get a massage up there.
Well, what game am I at? Is on Thursday, we will give away Dallas Cowboys suite tickets.
You're kidding me.
And I once again
Dallas Cowboys suite tickets?
S-U-I-T-E on Thursday. But I wouldn't turn that down. But if given the choice to sit like right up there or in the suite, I'm going right up at the front.
That is something that I have been second row at a Mavs game. It's a completely different view. I've been on the floor before. Like before the game, before game 5, I was on the floor.
Isn't it always fun when you're close and you're like, oh yeah, I forgot. These people are giants.
Yes.
That's a great point because you're like, oh, Jalen Brunson is so small. And then you're like, well, it's small for that context.
Yeah, it's all relative.
Yeah.
I also, there is nothing, I may never think there's a better seat than on the glass at a hockey game.
Oh my God.
That is the coolest seat I've ever been at. And the first time somebody came into the corner over there and I got my opportunity to hit the glass and like.
You get why people bang on that glass, right?
Like I felt like I was part of the game. At that point, I was like, whoa, this is different.
And if something happens, it's because of you.
Yes. I got the puck out. Look what I just did. They were stalled up until I started banging on the glass. And now.
Glad you finished that sentence.
I got the puck out. So yeah, I think that's my favorite. But I do love the idea of, going to a game, not wrinkling any of my stuff, sitting up in the seats up there. I like that. That I get to stretch out just a little bit, not have
being
to
away
worry.
from the common folk.
Not the common folk, but they're.
You would think this would be right up my alley.
I told you about that New York Rangers fan that was sitting next to me mumbling really smart hockey stuff under his breath, and it was irritating me because he knew what he was talking about.
So you couldn't be mad at him?
Yeah, it was kind of frustrating because I wanted it, so I would mumble stuff back, not at him, but like to Avery, loud enough for that guy to hear it. So yeah, I do like the idea of a suite.
Wait, so you're telling me you were passive aggressively giving analysis to your son?
Yes, but not necessarily for my son's ears. It was for the person sitting next to me to let him know that I knew also.
It's a very well-adjusted thing to do.
Yeah, I don't think so. I really think it's a little off kilter. But that did happen. That is. I would prefer suite. Reggie, you get your choice.
Mm-hmm.
Where are you sitting?
Close to the action.
You're close to the action guy too. Are you sitting in the suites down at ground level at Cowboys Stadium at AT&T?
Yes.
That's like the best of both worlds.
Really?
Isn't it?
Feels like you're just looking at feet and butts the whole time.
No, because I also think there's a chance that.
In a different context, that's a hilarious sentence.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah, like in regards to the theme of the day, I feel like Odell will make an amazing catch and then just keep running and somehow just jump into
your suite.
Yeah.
Okay, I see where you're going.
I realize that might not be likely, but I think.
Is that an update?
No, I'm not saying he signed and that's how it will happen.
From the 469, did I miss the snaps?
Is that right, Reggie?
I have no idea what that even means. I don't understand the context at all.
It's so good, though.
We helped you get your own show and stuff.
He did that on his own.
I said we helped.
I think you did.
But so nobody's going for like lower bowl, top section.
No.
Nobody's going for press box.
Well, it depends on which press box. You sit like 8,000 miles up in the air. The lower bowl seat is incredible if you're like going with your family and everything like that. This is a fantasy world where you told me I get to pick whatever I want. Finances are no option.
Corey's like, my dream, section 124, just
row W. Yeah, like that's, which is a great seat under normal circumstances. But this is a fantasy scenario in which we get to pick wherever the hell we want to sit. So I want to sit right there.
Okay. I appreciate that, man. From the 817, am I the 10th caller? If you are
for legal purposes, no.
Okay. I just wanted to okay, thank you. Yeah. I appreciate that.
I wanted to say yes as a joke, but legally, no, you're not.
Like I would have hoped that when I said if you didn't win, then it'll do it again in G-Bag. Like, the phone calls are over. If you call in now, I want it to be because you want to bid on our bay at Jared Sandler's event on Sunday.
Bay.
You get to play Top Golf with us. We're going to have a celebrity. Can't tell you who that is yet.
Is it me?
It's me.
No, you're against us now.
I'm the celebrity.
Snacks, drinks.
You're against us.
You get to see, it is true. Dessert, you get to see the Bowling for Soup concert. There's going to be all kinds of other celebrities across there if you want to wander around, talk with some other folks.
Will there be soup?
I can't confirm if they'll separately be bowling or soup, but there will be Bowling for Soup.
Okay.
So you can never rule out that Alexa Bliss could show up.
Oh my God.
And
loves that band.
My baby will be there, if that makes a difference to anybody.
Yeah, Jess will show up.
I meant Noah, but yes, Jess will be there too.
You're not just going to bring the baby solo?
I'm too much of a coward for that.
Oh.
If I didn't have obligations and I could just walk away, then
will
sure.
you take a swing while holding baby Noah?
I would probably do that.
No, don't do that.
Oh, no. Probably.
letting him hold the club, and you're just you got a picture of you trying to teach him.
He is ridiculously strong. No, Steve DeBerg is not the celebrity. That would be amazing.
That would be the most amazing thing ever. That would be, my gosh.
If you're calling in now, call in to bid on the Bay. Opening bid is $1,000. Ticket giveaway is done for now, but call in to bid on the Bay if you're interested.
Bay.
From the 214, Odell Beckham here. Am I the 10th texter?
No, why? You could just get tickets. You can make that part of the contract.
I love the idea, though, that Odell Beckham Jr., like the first thing he wants to do is be with our station.
Yes.
Like he's like, I want to be with the flagship station of the Cowboys, hang out with them. Here's my other thing. What was the game-changing play of the night for y'all? Last night, in what seemed to be 58,000 points scored by the Cowboys.
Kickoff.
The kickoff was your favorite play of the game, the one that Turpin took back for like 10 yards?
It changed the game.
Oh, it did. It did.
I thought it probably was the highlight that we had heard is the Clark punch out and the Malik Hooker return. But if you don't want to go with that, the Gallup touchdown pass, because you fired right back in terms of it looks like this could be an uncomfortably close game, and that just opened the floodgates. So one of those two plays is what stands out to me.
For me, it's definitely still the Malik Hooker interception that led to the Gallup touchdown at the end of the game. It's either that or it's Ezekiel Elliott's block that CD didn't score a touchdown on this play, but they end up throwing the touchdown to Michael Gallup. It was a physical block. It set the tone of, look, we're a better team. We're a different class than you are. Y'all are in the Indianapolis Colts. You're really struggling. We are the Cowboys. We're going to go on to have 9 wins after tonight.
Yeah.
We are the better team. Let's just go ahead and establish this. It took a long time. I know people were frustrated that it took 3 quarters for that to happen. But once it did happen, man, like that was a floodgate opening that you're like, wow, that's what they're really capable of doing, man. And the Colts just couldn't keep up at all. That was the difference.
I know it didn't end up making a difference, but was there any part of you that thought for a second Dorrance Armstrong was going to officially shut down another kick when it led to the ugliest kick
that was nasty
of all time? Because you were like, what the hell happened there? And then they showed it again, and he got a hand on it again, which was super impressive. He has been top-notch for a variety of reasons this year.
Terrell Basham has signed with the Tennessee Titans.
Oh, no.
What do you mean?
I mean, come on.
He was just, one of those guys we had a bunch of guys.
Yeah. And then we just moved
Now
on.
we have less guys.
And we were like, we don't think you're good enough. But if he has inside info, like, rock on.
You think?
No.
We've asked Jerry about that. Jerry's like, absolutely. It makes a little bit of difference.
Okay.
Right?
Well, you just said earlier the Titans are no good. So how much of a difference is it going to make?
Pro Football Focus has released their grades for last night's game, Kevin.
Probably thought Daron Bland was terrible.
Number 5, Dorrance Armstrong with an 80.6.
Woo!
Number 4, Micah Parsons with an 81.1.
Oh, is this just for the Cowboys?
Yeah, just for the Cowboys.
Okay. I thought this was across the NFL. I was like, wow.
Number 3, CeeDee Lamb, 82.6. Number 2, Malik Hooker, the game changer, 83.1. Did you hear all those numbers I just said, Kevin?
Yes, I did.
80 to 83.
Okay.
Daron Bland.
Here we go.
Number 1.
Give it to me.
94.3.
I mean, look.
Holy crap.
He should. He shut down the 2-point conversion that would have tied the game when it felt like that still mattered.
Yep.
And then he had 2 interceptions.
Yeah.
So
2 monster interceptions,
in the
man.
span of it felt like 5 seconds. I know it wasn't really 5 seconds, but
It
without.
did feel like he went out there, intercepted, and they were like, oh, all right. And then he got it again.
So absolutely. And so props to them. It is amazing in a game where your argument is, who might have been our best 2 players, Malik Hooker and Daron Bland, is you destroyed them as the game went along. And another thing, we can talk about this at another point, I'm sure. This Cowboys team is a second half team. And I know you would love it if they were just an
They're making some good adjustments.
Yes. I'd love it if they were an all the quarter team. Like, I get that. But I would rather us be a second half team than a first half team, right?
I would hate to be a first half team, and then in the second half you never do anything, and you're just like, Well, we're not a second half team. If we start losing, we're gonna lose.
Yeah.
I would hate for that to happen.
Yeah, if you're losing at half, you're just like, the hell with it.
Yeah,
Let's just go ahead and go home. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, a little something from Mavs Knicks and what we've learned through the first quarter of the NBA season. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
105 through the Fan is brought to you by Baker Brothers Plumbing, Air, and Electric.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. And yes, I believe I can help out with this. Can you confirm that the Cowboys haven't had back-to-back 10-win seasons since 1995-1996? That is correct. And we're on the precipice.
Back-to-back winning seasons?
No, back-to-back 10-win seasons since 1995 and 1996.
Oh, yeah, I can guarantee that's about to happen.
And they haven't.
There's no way they lose all the rest of their games.
What you're doing. And they haven't had back-to-back playoff appearances since 06-07.
Are you that concerned about my jinx powers?
Concerned about your jinx powers. And if they lost against the Texans, I would know they were a fact, even if they won the rest of their games. The Cowboys are now, I still believe, 17-point, I'm going to say overdogs against
I don't think that's how that
the
works.
Texans. You want me to say favorites?
Yep.
He's actually correct. It is overdogs.
Ooh, okay.
Okay, well, I'll go ahead and take
And now
that.
you have to say it every time from here on out.
All right, the Cowboys are 17-point overdogs. Now, let's hear this audio right here.
Luka with a hard drive into the paint. He goes down to the corner on the kick out. Found Finney Smith. Tip out rebound by Powell.
Yeah, there's that exclusive.
Oh, that's the hands you wanted in. Fire off of his fingertips right now.
Tim Hardaway Jr. knew that Mike was in the Garden on Saturday.
Yeah, he did.
Put together his most efficient performance of the season.
And told him to hold that.
That's right. He's like, this is my city. And in your face, Mike Bassick. He went 8 for 13 from distance, 28 points, and the Mavericks win 121-100. Mike's going to be back tomorrow, so we're going to have a whole new game to talk about. But just to show you that the gamut of Mike emotions goes far beyond just this show. From the Garden, with his 2 sons with him at the game, he tweeted out, who are the Mavericks taking in the top 10 in the next draft because this team sucks. And this was in a game that they won by 21 points.
Does anybody, let me ask you this. Do any Mavericks fans out there on Odell Beckham Jr. Day, do y'all ride this roller coaster the way Mike does? I don't think anybody actually does or can. Like, how can you survive the roller coaster the way Mike does? Like, everything, every minute, Kevin, is, well, time to tank, or we're going to win it all for the next 10 years. And I don't know how he makes it, man. Like, there are mornings, Kevin, he walks in there and it's like, okay, he's letting all of his emotions out. And I appreciate, because he needs that, right? He needs to be able to talk to somebody, and we're there for him. So I appreciate that he does, but that dude rides the roller coaster of Mavs emotion. And we're 22 games into the season now for Mavericks? They're 11-11, right?
Yes.
So they're not the worst team in the NBA.
They're not.
They're not the best team in the NBA.
Also
correct.
True.
And there's still a lot of NBA season left.
But just think about how dizzyingly exciting that third quarter
Oh my
must have
gosh,
been.
it must have been amazing for him.
I shouted out at Tolo because when they walked up to me to talk at Boomer Jacks on Saturday, the Mavericks were losing by 9. Within 35 seconds, it felt like it was a tie.
Yeah.
I credited that Tolo with bringing us back, and then the Mavericks went on an onslaught of 41-15 over the rest of the third quarter.
I will add this.
Or for the third.
The way that Mike experiences it, the highs, the greats are so fun. And I've told you this before, Kevin. You can't be like, well, I'm not going to invest my heart and then until they win.
Sure.
You have to invest so that you can enjoy the glory as much as you felt the deep down bad parts, like the agony that came along with it. It helps. Like when Dirk won his finally, we were like, you know what, there it is. So I see where Mike is on the spectrum there.
Now, let's go ahead and mark that last part,
that wasn't intentional.
Let's go through some of the things that we've learned along the NBA season. The Celtics are distraction proof. Would you be inclined to agree with that? They have
right now, yeah, they're in a zone.
They have the best record in the NBA in an offseason in which their coach was suspended, but only for them. And then it looked like he was going to go to their rivals, but then he didn't. And then the coach's fiance, who I don't know if they're still together, came out and blasted the Celtics for putting all their business out into the public air. And they're like, don't care, we're still good.
She also, didn't she say something along the lines of like, nobody's even reached out to talk to me about any of this stuff either? So,
oh, dear.
Like,
all right,
just
look,
check in on
so
how
the
we are.
Celtics can't even be distracted to do a proper investigation. So they're undistractable across the board.
They wouldn't be alone in the sports world in that way.
That is very, very fair. What do you mean I had to talk to the victims too? No. I talked to our guy. He gave me the scoop. We figured it out. Let's move on. The Brooklyn Nets are nothing but distraction.
Yeah, that's it. They are just all distraction. Did we just see that Kyrie is no longer with Nike at all, a spokesperson just recently said?
Yes.
And then Ja Morant is the next now in line for his big new shoe deal. So that's an interesting kind of move and transition. Pivot on their part.
Rudy Gobert isn't the answer in Minnesota, but Donovan Mitchell is the answer in Cleveland.
So
what do you feel?
The thing about the Donovan Mitchell thing in Cleveland is...
You had to hate on him?
No.
Okay.
I'm actually very proud of him. He's bought into a defensive idea, even though he's not like a particularly great defender. If you try and within the concept, you could do some things. The thing about it with him is that Cleveland team is just built well. They have a great foundation so that he can do the things that he does well and not have to worry too much about the things that he doesn't do well. And I feel like in any one of our lives, if we are offered that type of situation, we will excel.
Do you think that Evan Mobley will eventually be a star, or do you think he'll just be a really good player, or even just a good player?
This is tough because I think with our stars, we like a large portion of offense, and he could do offensive things, but I don't know how much we give those folks credit unless they're like racking up defensive players of the year, which I think Evan Mobley can do. I just don't know how much he'll be like wildly respected and regarded for that without all those defensive players of the year, especially playing in Cleveland.
I have a question for you, Kevin.
Okay.
Where does Donovan Mitchell stand in any top 5 categories right now in the NBA?
Ooh, I'm going to think it's either going to be really good or he's not in any of them.
He is in only one, and that is 3-pointers made.
Okay.
So he's made 85.
Threes like that this year?
He's made 85, which is still behind Steph Curry at 115.
Yeah, but that's not a fair metric.
He's also 42% on that mark. So.
I did not even realize that he was shooting that well. He's doing such a good job.
Rudy Gobert, top 5 in rebounds, and also top 5 in field goal percentage.
You know what? Maybe he is what they needed. Maybe I'm tripping.
Okay. Well, hold on.
What?
Rudy Gobert shoots the ball like 2 feet from the basket.
And
they're not
go in, Kevin.
Yeah.
They're not good.
And he makes it 65% of the time.
But they're not good.
Says you. They're only one game out of 500.
It's only a half game, but they're still worse than the Mavericks, and this was supposed to be their major upgrade.
Hear that swipe at the Mavericks?
Where, I mean, look, the Mavericks have been all kinds of mediocre this year.
No, you're right. Like this was always going to be a tough situation to figure out because you have 2 bigs that you were going to try and play in addition to some other issues. What they're finding is they're actually having to figure out their guard situation. D'Angelo Russell is solid. He's a nice player. I don't think he's like the guy that you want to run your offense consistently. And Anthony Edwards, while he has that dog in him, he does have some stuff that he needs to figure out, like especially getting those guys involved if he's going to be your primary ball handler at times. He does not have the full point guard experience to him, and there's going to be some maturing that needs to be figured out. So there's a lot of like figuring out that needs to happen with that group if they're going to work as constituted.
Now, I'm reading some of this off of NBA.com, and the rest of it's from me. I'll let you try to figure out in this next question which one is from which. LeBron is not a title contender.
Facts.
And Reggie thinks Anthony Davis could make a run at MVP.
I think
NBA.com definitely wrote that part about me.
Yeah, it's true.
I think
I said the LeBron.
I think the LeBron part's real, but if Anthony Davis is playing at MVP level, that changes things for LeBron. The thing about Anthony Davis, like, I just don't trust that he'll be healthy enough to do it.
Sure.
Like, I can't trust that he can.
Jacob deGrom syndrome right here.
Like what he's doing is special. Like it's really special. I just cannot trust that he's going to be there at the end of the year or in the middle of the year or in the next week. You know,
He's
like there's just
there
this,
for now.
You know, yeah, exactly. And that's what you kind of have to enjoy is whenever he does stuff like this and goes on these kinds of tears, it's awesome. But, you know, you got to let him be him and see what happens.
The New Orleans Pelicans are for real.
I mean, I said that going into the season. They were my new Phoenix.
Man, and they're up there. Now that, unfortunately, the Cinderella run of Utah, which is probably very disappointing for all the people in Utah who run the front office. They're like, hey,
thank God.
Rory Markkanen, knock this ass off. Get it together. They have slid back down in the standings. But as we've talked about many times, thinkers are very tightly packed in the West. First, because it's a fourth of the way through the season, a little bit more. And then also because there hasn't been that dominant team the way Boston has kind of spaced it out a little bit more in the East.
Yeah, man. Do you like Zion? Have you decided on him yet?
No, I like Zion, but
like, do you think he's gonna ever grow into the player we thought, or that people expected or wanted?
Those are two different questions,
Okay.
because my answer is definitely yes to the first question. The second question, I just don't know, because he doesn't have that. Like, I think a lot of people were projecting. I don't know if they were thinking like Weber, or if we're going back to Larry Johnson in terms of like just also being more of a beast on the boards. He wasn't a beast on the boards in college either. And then unfortunate that we come back to this so often, but I think with him, it's going to revolve around health as well, because otherwise he's a damn good player.
Will he dunk from the 3-point line at some point, though?
I do not believe
Wishful thinking
that will happen.
Yeah, one of the things to remember about Zion Williamson, I think it was 2 or 3 weeks ago where he finally crossed the 100 games played threshold on his career. Like, some of this is tough because of the injuries and stuff, and I understand that is a valid concern. He just hasn't played that much pro basketball yet.
Yeah.
For you to even really understand or have a good feeling of what he can be as a player in this league.
Really interesting point.
Which team would you rather be right now? The Warriors or
Cowboys.
the Clippers?
Oh.
Well, sure. Would you rather be the Cowboys or the Eagles?
Cowboys.
Okay. Would you rather be the Warriors or the Clippers? Both are 13 and 11. The Warriors have struggled with this youth movement. They've had to backtrack. Obviously, we talked about movement to the G League and everything like that. So they've had to kind of backtrack. Whereas it feels like the Clippers have gotten to 13 and 11 doing what they wanted to all along. We'll use our guys here and there, but we're all about gearing up for the playoff run. Which would you rather be?
I think the Warriors.
Okay. Defending champ.
Just won a championship.
They did.
So I'm gonna rest on that for a little bit.
And I definitely get that. Their young kids are just really struggling.
Well, I don't even know that they're struggling that much. I think
they're struggling at integrating them as well.
Yeah, that's the issue, is that typically teams don't try and play for now and the future at the same time. They want to do that. So the teams that are playing for the future, usually the young guys play similar to what you're having right now. They just are given room to grow because nobody's really paying attention in that way.
I thought we saw flashes. Sorry, Reggie. I thought we saw flashes with especially Kuminga and Moody that would be built upon.
Yeah, but flashes aren't good enough when you have a team that's trying to play for a championship. So you've got this old guard of guys who, are playing at that high level and that you need, a full complement of players around. And then you've got young guys that you're bringing in and you can't afford to play multiple of them at the same time because they're liable to make young guy mistakes, which are reasonable. I think it's just the expectations do not match the reality of what those guys can provide. On top of that, an interesting thing off of the game court and on the practice court, think about it like this. That's a team that actually is practicing less than usual because you have older guys and they're understanding that those guys need some rest here or there. But the young guys need practice more than anybody. So you have this situation where you have to figure out how to balance two ideas at the same time. I think it's a really difficult place to be as an organization for Steve Kerr.
Are they practicing more or less than Trae Young?
That's a great question.
I know you saw that story.
That's a great question.
And also, we could talk about
Trae Young's a winner.
Yeah. How's that going? And we could talk about this more maybe tomorrow. Did you see that supposedly there's interest between Derrick Rose and the Mavs? If you're looking for...
I'll take it.
Yeah.
Have you seen that video of Steph hitting 5 straight full court shots?
No.
In the practice facility. He's just grabbing balls off the rack and throwing them full court. And it's pretty special, dude. Check it out if you get a chance.
Okay.
Man. It's awesome.
Holy moly, that is impressive.
Do I ruin it for him?
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Is it not real?
Oh, now I'm deleting this. I'm deleting it.
You more offended by that or the Drew Brees one? Coming up next, let's chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Buyers Barricades. If you're in need of traffic control or barricade rentals, Buyers Barricades is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event, no matter the size, from start to finish. The Texas Authority on Barricade Rentals, buyersbarricades.com.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing. It is time for our chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is it today?
Amazing, Hagee. How are you?
Man, I think amazing is a great way to put it. There's baseball doings and happenings. The Cowboys destroyed the Colts, so there's a lot of fun stuff. And then, Zach, you were just bringing this up, is Jackson Smith-Njigba has been dealing with like a hamstring issue.
Yeah.
And so he has said he's not going to play against Georgia and declare for the NFL draft. The NFL draft part, not a surprise. That he's not going to play, I have to admit, I'm a little surprised by that.
Yeah, he said, quote, "I want to be out there competing with my brothers more than anything. The decision to turn pro was made after I was unable to come back on multiple occasions during the season, and the doctors determined I would be unable to participate in the playoffs." So I guess medically he can't do it, but I guess, I mean, it is a hammy, and I watched him. I was at the game against Iowa, where he came back and he started, and he went for a deep ball that C.J. Stroud threw to him, and he immediately came up and was just grabbing the hamstring and went directly to the sideline and did not come back for the rest of the game. So maybe he needed the playoff because Quentin Johnston of TCU in the latest Dane Brugler mock draft is now the #1 receiver coming off the board. I think Jackson Smith-Njigba is a rare talent. I think he is the best receiver. Now, Broadus, we're doing our draft film study now.
Because we only saw it for 1 year in college.
Right. And he was amazing in that Rose Bowl.
Agreed.
Against Utah. But he benefited. Why? Because Garrett Wilson and Chris Olave did not play in that bowl game because they were going to the draft. So it'll be fascinating to see how this impacts his draft stock. But I think if he's healthy and he works out for teams, he's a freak athlete. He's a rare talent and a stud out of Rockwall. And I hope whoever drafts him is going to get an absolute super stud.
And then we talked earlier about Jacob deGrom coming to the Rangers and then the domino effect that has started to have in terms of now Justin Verlander's going to the Mets. We just heard, I know this is out of pitching realm, Trey Turner is going with the Phillies.
Gosh, dang it.
And baseball fundamentalist
You want to
Fred
add another
McGriff
shortstop? I thought we were getting Trey Turner too.
is going to the Hall of Fame. Are you most excited about the crime dog getting in the Hall of Fame or Verlander leaving the Astros?
Oh, Verlander. Is it weird that I don't care that much about the Baseball Hall of Fame?
Oh.
What are you doing right now?
because they decided to like turn it into the moral police and stuff.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's like you have so many players that are deserving to be in that you just decide, no, we're not going to put you in it.
I kind of feel like the Crime Dog deserves an award, maybe an Academy Award for his acting for that Tom Kamansky commercial.
Is it Amansky? with
Tom
an E?
Amansky, whatever his name is.
I totally remember those videos.
It was the McGriff commercial.
If you're one of those guys that can kind of like, throw a ball from the outfield and it goes right into a trash can, I'm all about that. If those are the drills that help you get into Major League Baseball.
How many baseball careers were launched?
I want to see Brian do these drills.
I want to see.
Oh my God!
I want to see that. I want to see the Crime Dog with the ill-fitting hat that was sitting on top of his head. Like, hey, listen, Crime Dog, we're going to give you this hat. Put it on. Point to the camera. Talk about this video and all that.
That's the way Dak wears hats now. Yeah. They're all super high.
Did you see what Dak was wearing yesterday at the podium?
The suit with the no socks.
Yes.
I mean, everything fits right on that.
Stylish as hell, man.
Yeah, he definitely does.
Did you guys also talk about the 50 brisket today?
I did bring up the 50
He
brisket
did bring it
conversation.
up.
Yeah.
Did you crap on it, Hagee?
No, I was going against the idea that people want to fire Kellen Moore, and it feels like a week-to-week proposition. And I was like, the Chiefs with Patrick Mahomes have the second most 40 or more games in the league since Kellen Moore got there with 9. The Cowboys have 12.
Yeah.
And I get that the defense scores points or sets a lot of that points, some of those points up, but we can't like completely discount. There has to be some sort of medium ground between he's the greatest and we need to fire him because he's a bum. Can we at least admit, like, hey, sometimes you don't have to trick it up when your fundamental offense is working, but otherwise, I like you just fine.
Kevin's also been struggling today with OBJ Day. He's having a difficult time.
What'd you say?
OBJ Day.
You'd say it like that.
OBJ Day?
Yeah. That's what I said. Yeah. Odell Beckham Jr. Day.
Right.
Yeah, he's struggling with the fact that this is we're very committed to what he's trying to.
I just want it to be done.
Like you're trying to get
pick us, don't pick us.
I'm ready for it to be over too, Hagee.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I just don't know how much he's going to help. You're scoring so many points.
If you play cornerback, I'd be like, yeah.
It's great to have him as like, yeah, that would be awesome. Can we? No, but it's great to have him in case somebody gets hurt.
Yeah.
But I just think the Cowboys got to be looking at this like it really only makes sense if it makes sense for us for all the right reasons. So for that, like the day's finally here. I don't think it's going to happen. I don't think the Cowboys are going to offer something that Odell Beckham Jr. thinks it's worth it. And there's going to be some other team who's not leading the league in points scored with 35 points per game over the last 5 weeks. It's going to be desperate that will give up something of significance. The Cowboys are looking for an Anthony Barr deal here today. That's what they're doing.
I think Jerry's back in his old bag. And I'm going to be a little reckless here, and I think he's going to call in and probably break my neck. But he was back to his old ways. He was undermining his head coach yesterday. He was back to just like going out there. Nobody was talking to McCarthy because everyone was talking to Jerry.
Interesting.
Right?
Yeah, it was interesting doing
he
that.
sees that 90s potential.
He was basically airing out the dirty laundry.
Yeah.
Zeke didn't start. Why? Because of disciplinary reasons.
Yeah.
Nobody wanted that out there. Jerry's like, well, I'm just going to go ahead and air that out.
Yeah.
Sorry, Mike. You might not have wanted it. I'm going to go ahead and air it out because I'm Jerry. And then he said, I might get a little reckless, do something uncomfortable. I think Jerry wants to get this done, and he might go ahead and overpay like the old Jerry.
I've never seen a press conference for a head coach where there were two people in there. And then all of a sudden,
one time.
And then Mickey,
I love you, Jerry.
Mickey came rolling in there. So then it became Calvin Watkins and Mickey asking like one of the historic night for the Cowboys of scoring. And the head coach is like looking out there like, Mickey, you got a question? Calvin, you got a question? And they just kind of ran with the press conference because everybody knows that they can go, they're going to just kind of get the
company answer.
The company answer from Mike. And they know that Jerry is going to tell them that where's Dak's thumbs broken and where's Zeke, why he was punished. And, Odell Beckham, what the menu's going to be. That's what you're going to get from Jerry. I wonder if there's going to be a time where we don't see Jerry do this anymore.
Well, and because it remains.
Maybe that's something that I don't know. I say that, but I'm thinking like, Jerry, he likes doing that. He likes standing there and answering those questions. And but like I said, his head coach had 3 people post game, and actually 2 reporters and 1 lady that was taking notes to transcribe what he said. I have never seen a post game press conference like that for a head football coach, especially after a win.
And it was a hell of a win, not to be lost in all of the talk about Beckham, who I still think it's fascinating that they're like, well, he's probably not going to work out, but we care a lot about this year. And I'm like, so we're only going to look at the medicals and that will decide without seeing him work out or anything. I think that's weird.
I just don't think they have an idea what they want to pay him without the medical. That's the thing. I think, this thing probably people are like, well, boy, this could have been done 3 weeks ago. What? Well, they're like, okay, what do you pay a guy and we don't know how healthy he really is?
Sure.
That's the biggest issue, I think.
Were they poking and prodding him today, though? Was that kind of the plan?
Sounds like that's what the plan was today, yeah.
Okay. I mean, we've been keeping up all day long, Kevin.
So we're getting a physical, right? We're getting a physical today, but they're not going to actually go out to the field?
No, it sounds like both visits were listed as visits on the waiver wire.
And this is his third visit, right?
Yeah, this is the third and final one.
Did he work out for Kansas City? No.
No.
Did he work out for New York? No. So at the
Buffalo, Giants, Buffalo, Dallas. That's your order.
So at the end of this, if there's no offer, would Odell say, okay, we're going to do a round of workouts now this week? If nobody wants to offer him money?
I think if he doesn't get offered money, he doesn't play. That's what I think happens.
Yeah, I probably would agree with that.
And then if you want to in the spring, then you try and get him to do a workout, or he's even more healthy than he is. The workout to me, from talking to teams, was going to be all about gauging how far along he is to be ready to play right now.
Maybe we get an OBJ week.
Yeah.
You guys need to stop that. What do y'all got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always. Heggie, thanks for asking. We do have the Mike McCarthy presser at 3. We'll give our thoughts on every massive local sports story that developed over the weekend.
All right.
How glorious was that?
Oh,
awesome
what
weekend.
a great weekend, even when Zach was rooting against TCU. Roll home with the G-Bag. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say congratulations. We made it through Odell Beckham Jr. Day.
Did we, though? Or is tomorrow going to be that day, too?
Say bay, Kevin.
Bay.
Bay. Blasting out 100. Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
It's hour one of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan, and I hope you are having a terrific day, as we are right here. It's a glorious Cowboys Monday, guys. General at your service. There's Brian Broda, Zach Wolchuk, Lucius Alexander. Carter Freeman is coordinating your video, and along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. 405 says, Dawson, I love you, but if you think you can come in with this negative dumbassery that I just saw in Crosstalk, you must be held accountable. It's Victory Monday, and it's OBJ Monday, and I need crotch first energy. Hey, I only give you the real deal, okay? When my energy is crotch first, it's genuine. I'm not going to lie. They're not getting Odell Beckham Jr., guys. Relax, okay? He's not going to work out. He ain't ready. He's torn his ACL twice. It's fine. Be happy that you have an awesome team. That's how I genuinely feel about this. The Cowboys are less risky with their money than anybody in the NFL. They don't need Odell Beckham Jr. to win the NFC Championship game. They don't need Odell Beckham Jr. to win the Super Bowl, and it might be a waste of money. Cowboys have done a hell of a job bringing in a lot of good young players. I don't want to waste any on Odell Beckham Jr. How many games before he gets hurt again? Okay? 5, 6, 2? You know, can he even help you this year? That's where I am. So, if you're detecting my dauber is down a little bit, you know, I had an interesting Sunday afternoon, and I still haven't recovered from it.
Oh, no. Is something wrong?
I have to be vulnerable here.
All right, let's
Scooby-Doo van again?
Scooby-Doo van is operational.
Okay.
I'll have you know.
All right.
It's kind of Odell Beckham Jr.-esque, though, so give it a couple of drives. And
what, you didn't like...
Maybe it could be
wait a minute. Was it an injury during a practice?
No, it was not an injury during a practice. Although I'm not getting along very good. My arthritic left knee is acting up.
Oh, dang it.
You weren't like kind of being an Uber driver and then went and picked up Odell and had a bad situation like me and Danica Patrick?
Your team got your ass kicked again.
No, we didn't get our ass kicked.
Yeah.
We were the better team and we lost.
Oh, that is the worst, actually.
And Abby missed a penalty kick in the second half that would have equalized.
I just told you I wanted nothing to do with ever taking a penalty kick. I'm sorry.
I know, and I'm sorry. I shouldn't let that impact my energy here. It's a glorious Cowboys Monday.
Yeah.
But I had to be transparent because several on the text were like, wow, Gavin's down for a win. And I know, okay? 11-year-old girl soccer should not be that important in my life, but it is. Okay, so I'm going to focus on the positive, which is the Cowboys are awesome and they don't need Odell Beckham Jr. React to that.
Well, we put up a 50 brisket, baby.
Yeah,
and I'm all for this. Now, I don't think that they have to get OBJ either, right? You're number one in virtually every offensive statistical category since Dak Prescott is back in the lineup. I think OBJ would be really nice. It's a great insurance policy because what happened last night? I get Anthony Brown has not been playing great, but you just lost him for the season.
Good point.
So if you were to lose a wide receiver, knock on wood, I'm going to have to run over to that cornhole thing to actually knock on some real wood. We don't want this to happen. But
just knock on your forehead.
But knocking on it.
There you go.
That would be great to just have him in your back pocket. It would help. And as Brian's talked about immensely, that fourth down play against Green Bay. It's great to have an Odell Beckham Jr. on the field for you in that situation. Yeah. Defense has to account for it, right? Defensive coordinators have to account for Odell Beckham Jr. at all times. He can open things up for CeeDee Lamb. He can open things up for Michael Gallup. But no, with the Jimmy Garoppolo injury, with him now going down to a broken foot, and who knows about Brock Purdy, maybe he is the savior for the San Francisco 49ers. I don't know. They still have an elite defense, but we'll see. They haven't had great success with backup quarterbacks in the Kyle Shanahan regime. Maybe that continues. I'm praying to God that continues. But the NFC is so wide open now. You don't have to have him. It would be a luxury. So if everything doesn't check off, you don't have to rush to just make this move. I agree with you 100%.
Okay, Todd Archer tweeting 3 minutes ago, I'm told Odell is going through the medical process now with the Cowboys as he starts the first of his 2 days visiting the Star, Brian.
That is absolutely true. I was talking to somebody in the front office. I asked today, is today the medical or tomorrow the medical? And they said today. So they're absolutely going through that right now.
Okay. 405 asked, where's Cheech? Chief's hurt. He's sick, actually. That flu got him.
Yeah, it did.
Okay, and it's taken people down for about 72 hours or so. So we hope to have him back tomorrow. He missed yesterday. So this is day 2. Had a great time Saturday at the Boomer Jacks there in Arlington. It was great to see all the Tolos. Do I want OBJ? Yes. Will it break me if they don't get him? Not at all, says the 806. I think that's a pretty good perspective or set of expectations to have for it. But whatever the case, complete domination in the fourth quarter. Second most points ever in the NFL in a fourth quarter. Just unbelievable. What does it mean for you, the fact that they're doing all these 50 briskets and 40 burgers and 35 points per game since Dak came back? Obviously, this offense is really, really good. The entire NFL combined has as many 50-point games as the Cowboys have over the last 3 years. Does it feel like they're the best offense? Does it feel like they are the invincible object?
I'll tell you what, the drive they had to start the second half that went 3 and out from the 50-yard line, they looked like the worst offense. They looked like that New York Jet team that was trying to gain inches instead of yards. I don't know, man. This team, it's amazing how sometimes they don't start very well. They go 3 and out, get stopped, maybe have a turnover, have another punt. I just, Zach and I were talking about it in the halftime show. It's like, listen, second half, what do? You get a stop, you get a 3 and out. Yeah, you got to stop. You got it to the point where the Colts they just ran the ball to get off the field, to punch you the ball. You get it midfield, and then all of a sudden you don't go anywhere. And that's what's so crazy sometimes about this team, that it is capable of just putting back-to-back plays together and looking absolutely brilliant. And then other times it's like, what the hell are they trying to do here? And I'll say this though, that I've kind of felt like on that drive that won the holding, they got a holding penalty on Ferguson. That to me that's a rough call right there. You know me and these officials. By the way, I thought that wasn't pass interference though on Gilmore.
Oh, of course you didn't think it was.
No, it wasn't. It really wasn't.
Yeah.
When you watched the all 22.
Just take your shots at Dak, huh?
No, I'm not saying. I mean, it just saying
no,
it wasn't.
It was. Yeah,
but I mean,
I don't disagree.
For you to get out of that game with 3 penalties from that officiating crew, I think that you might have helped yourself in a lot of ways. But like I said, this team is capable of just embarrassing anybody moving the football. And then they're also capable of embarrassing themselves. You know, that's the thing that I wish there was just that more consistency throughout. Yeah, I mean, their defense did a great job of getting the ball back for them in the second half.
It did. And, Dak only had 170 yards passing, but they were running
okay.
the ball so well.
Yeah.
And, they got the points. But it's a close game going to the fourth quarter because their passing game was misfiring a lot in those first three quarters. So it's very interesting as the stats continue to paint a picture that this is elite. And I think Dak deserves a ton of credit because his offensive line isn't elite. His wide receivers, I think CeeDee Lamb's elite. But it's been an uphill battle all year long. They aren't three deep at wide receiver. They aren't three deep at good offensive linemen. And they're managing to put up some incredible numbers. But the eyes tell me they're prone to significant letdowns for extended periods of time.
No, they're trying to get that offensive line to where it needs to be by shuffling these guys around. And at least, if you get Tyron Smith back, we'll see. But they're trying to keep, they're not letting the rust develop on Jason Peters. They're just kind of saying, okay, let's go ahead and play him. So if we have to have him in week 15 or week 16, it won't be like he's gone a long stretch without playing. At least his conditioning will be right where it needs to be. I think they have a question seriously at left guard where do they really want to take McGovern off the field? That's something that they're going to have.
Well,
to
you
deal
looked
with.
at the film and you have a report on that coming up at 2:40. I'd love to know more about that. Tyler, did he just not look good?
It's not that. It's just that
they think McGovern's better.
McGovern is playing well. That's the thing. Yeah.
He's playing well. How about these for some numbers along the offense? And I know you said the numbers don't lie. And we did get a text numbers can stretch the truth. And I do agree with that from the 469. But in each of the Cowboys' last 5 games, they've rushed for 150 plus yards. They've passed for 150 plus yards. They've scored 25 or more points, right? They're the first team in NFL history to do that. In 5 consecutive games.
Yeah, see,
pretty damn remarkable.
Yeah, the run that they're on. I think what they've done is they've put another brick in their resume as a real contender doing that because they showed that even if their offense is struggling, they can still totally blow you out. They're converting in the red zone. They're converting on third down. They're doing so many things right. So on full display is the complete dominance that is your Dallas Cowboys offense and defense. And as impressive as that win was, there was something that happened that was even better for your Super Bowl chances, and that was Jimmy Garoppolo's broken foot. So now you don't have to worry about Aaron Rodgers. Probably don't have to worry about the 49ers. It's 2 scary things. Tom Brady, not even a scary football team in Tampa, just Tom Brady, and exercising those demons. And then the Eagles, But now you don't want to celebrate the injuries, but hey, it's football. And Jimmy G gets hurt, and that's part of it. Nobody's losing any sleep over Anthony Brown today. No,
nobody's feeling sorry for you for that, for sure.
So the Cowboys do look good. I think this has got to be the best chance they've had to win a Super Bowl since the 90s, just because of how balanced they are on offense, how balanced they are offense to defense. Their special teams are reliable, and the conference is down.
Well, they need to block better at right guard and center if they're going to. That blocked extra point wasn't good, and teams are going to try and take advantage of that. If you want to nitpick on something that the special teams have been outstanding. I mean, they got a penalty on special teams yesterday with Joseph. That was just a silly play on his part. But to your point, yeah, you're right about the balance on the offense. They are so much better when you get CeeDee Lamb. You were kind of seeing Oklahoma CeeDee Lamb, with him moving around and run after catch and him eliminating angles and stuff like that for tacklers. So yeah, I mean that to me is something you look as a real positive.
Okay, the text is coming after me on a couple of different fronts. 469, isn't this the same dumbass always crying about the Cowboys needing to swipe the credit card? 803, stop crying about Jerry needing to be the old Jerry and write the check. That's all I've heard from you, and now it's a no. Well, I hate to bring a different perspective to you. I know we're all hoping for this, and I wouldn't be mad if they sign OBJ as long as they're responsible, and I'm sure they will be because that's their approach to the salary cap. But their approach to the salary cap is a big reason it's not going to happen. And on top of that, here's the thing. What else have I done other than pressure the Cowboys? I've been against injured players my entire broadcast career. And that's what Odell Beckham Jr. is. He's a Kristaps Porzingis, maybe even more injury prone because the game is more violent. We don't even know if he can help this year. I want to be responsible. So the time to throw money at it was the trade deadline, when actual good players in their actual prime, not coming off of two ACLs, were available. Now's not the time to do it when the only guy can help, unless it makes sense for all the reasons. And that is Jason Peters and Anthony Barr money. Incentive-laden deal. If you play all of these games, you get this amount of money, but you can't want your team to be on the hook for something. We got the draft coming up. There are wide receivers that can help you in the first 3 rounds of every draft. Now, there's about 10 of them. So, if you want to, obsess over Odell Beckham Jr., that's fine. But I don't think at this point it's as realistic as we thought it was going to be. All right. The other thing is, people are thinking that I was, down on Abby or something, like Mr. Nasty Time. Gavin, get your head out of your butt. You should be happy she's even in the position to put the team on her shoulders. Okay, first of all, it's a great team other than her, but she has been playing awesome. I just feel bad for her, Like when she was walking back to the car, so how I pick who takes the kick is who's been scoring and who wants it, right? Because of the mental pressure of a penalty kick. And as soon as it's a penalty kick, you can see the girls, they start looking at their shoes. They're not wanting to make eye contact. And sometimes I call their name and they're like, oh, crap, right?
Yeah.
So Abby was like, I want it. I was like, okay, here's somebody that wants it, right? And I'm not mad at her for missing the kick. I know what that felt like as a kid. I was put in 2 situations and I did not make either of them. And it still sticks out to me like as a piece of sports trauma. So walking back to the car in tears, she's like, if I had made that kick, we'd be in overtime right now. And that just guts you as a dad, I think, to see your kid so torn up over things like that.
We had a kid throw for 508 yards in a game and lose by 18.
Yeah. Yeah, you know what that's like. You just feel horrible for him.
Kid, and again, when one high school game in 4 years, and every playing, going out there and throwing 70-something times. It's crazy that you feel like I say, as yourself, you can go through it. Like I could go through things, but when you see your kid go through something and just see their frustration and their disbelief and. Is it ever going to get better kind of a thing? That's the thing that just used to crush me.
And I probably got my expectations too high because we played amazing. We played our best 3 games. We're undefeated in group stage. It was clear we were better than the other team in the semifinals, and we lose, So that to me is always a big hit as a coach when you have the better team and you lose. You sit there thinking about everything. Huge weekend of news, though. Congrats to the Rangers for picking up Jacob deGrom. We're going to chant with Jared Sandler about that at 4 o'clock. Congrats to TCU for becoming the first team from Texas to make the college football playoff. Thank you. They're going to take on Michigan. Deion leaves for Colorado.
What?
Holy cow. He tells his team, hey, guys, you better jump in the portal. Stars lose in a shootout to the Wild. Rupe Hintz with a hat trick, though. They come back from 4 goals down to equalize. That was just an incredible day. Jason Robertson scored, 18-game point streak for him. They're going to host Toronto tomorrow. Mavs host the Suns tonight. Tim Hardaway Jr. had another good shooting night. They beat the Knicks. They're 11-11 on the year. They are 10th in the West. You got to track this thing with Christian Wood being out and how much more energy the team plays with, how much more connected, how much more it looks like last year, even though you're losing your second most talented player. Is that maybe an addition by subtraction situation that we saw over the weekend? And we've begun the auctioning process for our top golf bays for the Sandlot Children's Charities. To bid, you call in at 877-881-1053. Lucius will take your bid, and then we'll keep you updated throughout the show all week long. In the winter will be hanging out with us Sunday afternoon, hitting the golf balls.
Hell yeah, man. It's
Barry
Church
awesome. With us too, right?
Barry Church will be with us. So get that call in and bid to hang out and party with us at Top Golf and Barry Church. It's going to be awesome. So 877-881-1053. Make sure you call in and bid on our G-Bag Nation Bay. You got until Friday, but we want to make sure we get the most out of any show.
Yeah, we'll talk about how the Cowboys are going to win the Super Bowl, even though they didn't get Odell Beckham Jr. Okay.
We're getting OBJ.
We're getting OBJ. Let's go. It is a Cowboys Monday here. G-Bag of the Day is coming up, but Woolchuck will lead us in some NFL True or Fart, another massive day in the NFL. It's coming up next here in the G-Bag Nation. Let's chat about Men's T Clinic. Before we do that, though, Men's T Clinic is... NFL True or Fart False segment is brought to you by Soda State of the Art. Here's Wolchuk.
Thank you very much, General. Let me turn my mic on.
Everybody survived this weekend again.
Oh,
That's
right.
Yeah.
NFL survived. Gosh, the Jets had me in a freaking body bag almost. I was just clinging on to dear life. We were watching that during the pregame show yesterday, Brian. I'm like, is Mike White going to do this?
Yeah.
Is he going to cling this out? And then the Rams, almost knocked off the Seahawks.
Yeah.
So that one got close. I thought Eric was going to blow it. Yeah. I thought when Lamar Jackson got hurt, he was done. The Broncos were going to find a way. And then, of course, the Cowboys were the lock pick of the week. So good on you there, General. So we're good.
You.
We all survived for another week. So we'll have another round of survivor picks on Friday. And maybe we'll get a bet payoff. Maybe we can get something going on the OBJ signing, General, because I think the Cowboys are going to sign OBJ.
Right on.
I think this happens. And overall, I'm with you on the pessimism because I'm starting, like, I was all in on OBJ, but now it's like, how much is he going to play? So it's like, if he doesn't impact you this year, I'm less into the signing because he needs to. Like, you need this to happen this year. I'm all about this as a win now type of move. And that's why I want it to make it over the hump here in the NFC, especially with the signing. But maybe we can get a little bet payoff deal going on the OBJ signing.
Do we have a new insider too as well?
Come on.
Yeah, starting tomorrow because the Niners beat the Dolphins. We're going to have RJ Choppy as our Cowboys insider.
This
we
ought to
want to
be
have Bobby
fun.
Belt. So
You want to make a bet so we can have a little payoff on Friday?
We should do a little something.
Yeah.
Maybe we should do a little something on that. Now, we're going to have to do it. I'm going to be out for a wedding on Thursday and Friday. So Thursday, I've got the dress rehearsal. I'm in the wedding. It's my buddy Jared who's come out. I was at his, the bachelor party in Vegas. So his wedding is this week. So Thursday, 4:00, they're doing the dress rehearsal. And Friday is actually the wedding. It's a 5:00 wedding. So I'm going to be out. It's an early week for me. But we can make something happen here. Because we don't know when the signing is actually going to happen or if it won't happen. So whenever it does, we can get a little bet payoff going on. Maybe the Tolos can decide what it is. Like you can hit me in the nuts or I can hit you in the nuts. Or
That's good. Yeah.
You know, I
that
know
always works.
Broadus is always into like inflicting pain on one another.
Oh, jeez.
Or we can
not that way.
The one chip challenge or something absolutely disgusting. I don't know, 877-881-1053. But if you've never played NFL True or Fart, this game originated thanks to Robert Flores in this, slip up on air.
All right, we've moved to the red zone as far as the running back conversation goes here on this SportsCenter Fantasy Draft Special. True or false? Marshawn Lynch matches last year's production.
Guys, yesterday, the Bengals got it done. They knocked off the Chiefs again. Joe Burrow owns Patrick Mahomes. 3-0 all-time against him now. True or fart? Brian Broadus, the Bengals are now the most dangerous team in the NFL playoff field.
I will say that's still fart. I feel like, though, the Bengals are the team, though, you don't want to play right now.
So that's the most dangerous, is it not?
Well, no, but I mean, I feel like, though, I still feel like, though, there's some things about them. They do have Kansas City's number. I mean, they did a great job of ripping the ball out of Kelsey's hands and kind of keeping that thing in check. But there's Chase and the quarterback make it tough. You know, the T. Higgins, the running back, all that. But I just kind of feel like, though, that maybe you're going to find a way, you know, maybe something is going to be that slip up. They're playing great right now. I just don't trust them as much as I trust Kansas. Even though they beat Kansas City, I still think Kansas City is the best team in that conference.
Fair enough.
Yeah, for the Chiefs, they are. For everybody else, I wouldn't be as worried about them as facing Buffalo, Kansas City, Philly, or Dallas. So I'll say they're the fifth most dangerous.
Okay. I'm going to go true. I think the Bengals are the team nobody wants to play right now, specifically in the AFC, of course. They're just so talented, and they didn't even have their running back, Joe Mixon.
No, Joe
yesterday.
Mixon didn't play, no.
I mean, Joe Burrow, come this time of year, I love Joe Burrow. I said preseason I thought he was a top 5 guy. Got pushed back from Hellman and Bobby Belt. I wonder if they've changed their opinion on that now. And I'd still take him over Justin Herbert, and there were people that disagreed with that. I think I can understand the talent from Herbert, but Burrow just freaking wins, man. That dude is an absolute savage. All right, true or fart, General. The Niners are no longer a Super Bowl contender because of Jimmy G's injury.
Oh, yeah. They can't get this done with Brock Purdy or Josh Johnson. Now, we'll see. That could change. Just like the Cowboys are going to be hoping somebody gets cut late that they could pick up or somebody's on a practice squad. But I think there's a 98% chance San Francisco can't find a better quarterback than is already on their roster.
Brian?
I would say that is I still believe in the 49ers. I really do. And I think Brock Purdy is you look at what he did at Iowa State. All he's ever done is win. You know, I mean, he took an obscure, really Iowa State program all those years he played, and every year they were in the top 25. I kind of feel like that he's perfect for what they're going to do. I think he actually could probably throw more touchdowns. They win games without Jimmy Garoppolo throwing touchdowns. You know, this defense is for real. Their skill players are for real. They got a coach that's for real. Brock Purdy's an accurate thrower of the football. I still think the 49ers are a team you're going to have to deal with.
I think they are a team that you're going to have to deal with, but I'm gonna say true because I don't know that that's a position that can get you to the Super Bowl. I think defensively they're still good enough. They'll be able to maybe win you a playoff game or two, but I don't know that they'll be able to win, you know, that quarterback position, just like last year, can get you an NFC championship game type of win to get to the big game. All right, final one really quick. Brian, back to you. After the Commanders and the Giants tied at 20 yesterday, the NFL needs to just abolish the ties.
I think that's true. I think there needs to be a little bit better way of doing it. I don't know. I mean, maybe you play, maybe it's, I know they don't want to play any more than like the 15 minutes, but 10 minutes seems like if a team kind of gets a drive going, the other team has maybe not as much time to do something. But yeah, I mean, you get down to these teams that are trying to kick field goals and stuff and can't make them. I don't like the tie, but I understand what they're trying to do. They're trying for player safety.
Yeah, I'd abolish the tie. There's something in the stats you could do, like first downs, okay? I don't know, touchdowns. Like have some sort of a tiebreaker.
Red zone, they used to be high school football penetrations, right? So
red zone trips.
Red zone
is
trips.
What got you.
Yep.
I don't know.
Yep.
True. Let's go to the college rules.
If Chiafalo was here, he could say we decided by EPA or DVOA, something like that. Who had the best analytical day? I'd be up for anything. It's time now for Lucius and the G-Bag of the day.
There we go.
There you go.
What's up, fam? How you doing?
Good, outstanding.
Sir. Good, sir.
Yeah, me too, man. Have a great weekend, everybody. Everybody was all right.
Yeah.
Right.
Weather's warming up for us a little.
All right, we're in a good groove.
Yeah.
Okay.
Moving and grooving.
Our last winner was RJ Choppy. He did a Gavin Dawson promo.
He did.
Oh, little monotone, kind of relaxed. You know, Dawson. Yeah.
Tolos.
I think you do a
Gavin
better
Dawson.
Yeah, no.
Tolos. Gavin Dawson. General at your service. Salute. We'll be at Boomer Jacks tomorrow, noon to 4. It's going to be cool. All 10 members of the G-Bag Nation will be there. Crack a coldie. See me, Beerman.
Shoot yeah, boy.
They've always cracked on the Nation for having more staff than them, but now they're up to 3 or 4. They're up to 4 now.
They're up to 4 now.
So we got one more.
Yeah. 25% more.
We're good. And Boomer Jacks was awesome. I got there with like 20 minutes to go after BetQL. It was still alive and popping.
Yeah, Choppy and I did an outstanding segment. And yeah, it was great. And now Sean, RJ, and Bobby, they're killing it. Yeah. Obviously Itolo, and they're doing great now. Much better than they used to.
Yeah.
Now that Bobby's safe.
It was a great addition.
Shout out to those 50 boys here in Dallas getting it done yesterday.
Hell yes.
Put some respect on their name.
You like the brisket?
Huh?
The 50 brisket, not a fan?
Yeah. I mean, what does that mean? Like 50-pound brisket or 50 briskets?
Just a 50 brisket, whatever you want it to be.
They would call it a 40 burger.
I mean, I get that.
50 brisket.
I mean 40. Okay.
Because the brisket's a little bit better, you know?
Hey.
It's Texas. I don't know.
Did you come up with that, Wolchuk?
I was just thinking about it in the press box yesterday.
We got Matt Pittman that wants to make shirts for Meat Church. Sell them for us.
Oh, that's a win.
On 50 brisket T-shirts. That. Yeah.
Well, Polo and Garland goes off about those 50 boys and the 50 briskets and all of that good stuff. Polo and Garland called into the morning show.
Polo. I'm not laughing, fellas. I'm being serious. Another thing is this. Kellen Joseph, I hate to say it, dude, but you should be locked up. So you need to lock up these receivers that's coming your way, buddy. You need to show something to me now. We should have drafted another quarterback, which we did, which was Bland. I'm glad he showed his butt out. Sam Williams, I'm glad you did a good job. Tyron Smith, you do not need to play. I don't care what nobody say about losing your job to injury.
Polo, hey, Polo, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. What's up, man?
Hey, man, let me talk to your wife for a second.
Oh, dang. He was the wife. She right here. Talk to her. What's up? Say something, baby. Hello.
What's your name?
Speak up.
Erica, is your husband crazy?
No.
What do you do?
I'm full of passion.
Yes.
We had one Super Bowl since I was in high school.
Preach.
I'm 45 years old right now. They don't need to be thinking about no play. I'm not thinking about Super Bowl. Everybody talking about Super Bowl. No. You need to worry about winning the next game, winning that playoff game. Because it hurts when we get beat the playoffs. Y'all may not Dallas. I represent 214-972-4669. Bye.
Bye. Wow. Dude, the calls were on fire today. People were so fired up this morning about this Cowboys victory. This is where the surge really starts. It might have been a bigger surge of excitement, and this is our year than I've ever felt.
Might be time for a sound off, General.
It might be. You know, that's a good idea. We'll have to have to dial that in for tomorrow, or maybe Wednesday. Any other challenges?
Yeah, I like how she said it. Is your man crazy? She said, no.
Meanwhile, he's like, speak up.
Blink if you need some help, girl. Yeah. Blink if you need some help. I'm just playing polo. Let's see. Yesterday was a church day. You heathens go to church? Anybody?
I did.
Good for you, bro.
I go to church every day.
Good for you. Okay. I feel you, man. Let's see right here. So I don't have any church audio, but Boston Celtics head coach Joe Mazzulla. Yeah, he was asked about the royal family being in the Boston Garden the other night.
Okay.
And he took him to church.
Did you get a chance to meet with the royal family? And if not, how was it like having them there in the building?
Jesus, Mary, and Joseph?
The Prince and Princess of Wales.
Oh, no, I did not. I'm only familiar with one royal family. I don't know too much about that one.
Jesus, Mary, and Joseph.
Wow.
How about it, son?
Yeah.
The man of the Lord.
Yeah, man.
The great answer.
And that lady's story just went all to hell right there. She was kind of looking for a little angle, and
she tried it again with Jaylen Brown. Listen.
I know you guys have played in front of a lot of celebrities, but what was it like to compete in front of royalty tonight? The Prince and Princess of Wales were in the building.
It was just a regular game to me.
There you go.
Nobody cares.
Nobody cares.
Doesn't resonate that strongly with the Celtics.
Where's Wales?
Yeah.
So the Prince and Princess are from Wales, not even England?
No, they're from England.
Huh.
Yeah.
But they live in
Welsh. Yeah, but they hold titles, right?
Yes.
That's their titles. And
they're
stuff
lords
like
and ladies.
Yeah.
Word on the street is you're Welsh, my man. Yeah. Show me where the dragon's lair is, buddy.
Yes.
Let's see. Do we have another? No, let's go.
Okay.
Come
Alrighty.
on.
Is it RJ Choppy, our one-time champ? Is it Polo in Garland on the morning show? Is it Joe Mazzulla asked about the royal family in the building, comboed with Jaylen Brown there, Celtics All-Star? You know, I'll just go with Chop. I'll go with RJ Choppy. I enjoyed that. That was funny, Lucius. How about you?
Polo and Garland. I'll ride that again.
We're tied at 1, Wolchuk.
I'm rocking Polo.
Polo and Garland?
Yeah, 3-1.
Garland by a score of 3-1. And your new G-Bag of the Day champion. It's a long-time Tolo G-Bag caller. You can also hear him in sound-offs and what you're drinking and what you're thinking. Polo in Garland. Congrats to you. You are now the G-Bag of the Day. Krusty's Corner's coming up next. Where are we going with that, sir?
Yeah, had a chance to take a look at the All-22. We'll talk about that next.
Okay, let's chat Frankels, though, because if you get hurt in an accident and it's not your fault, you need help.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, it is an all-out sprint to finish number 1 in the country. Custom order your vehicle online and lock in today's pricing. Because they're number 1, they'll get it to you faster. Find new roads at Classic Chevrolet.
Thank you very much, Lucius. Happy Cowboys Monday to everybody in the audience. An unbelievable game, record-breaking offense, or point total, I should say. But once again, it is time now to go inside the film, though. As your guy Brian brought us, the first media member in the NFL to get the film every week is here to deliver Krusty's Corner. Here he is, brought us.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that. I'm starting to think about, because the conversations you guys were having about with Odell Beckham and stuff like that. I trust what, with the reports with Josiah Anderson, right? What she's saying.
What part of it?
Maybe the part about him not playing
this year.
I don't know. I kind of think about, because you guys got me thinking about this whole thing, with
the bet and everything.
With the bet and all that. I'm like, man, which way would I fall on this thing? Would I fall on the thing that, is he ready to play? Is there some questions about his knee? That's, I don't know, maybe even some long-term stuff there. You just got
two ACLs.
Yeah, you just got me thinking about it, and I the more people I talk to around the league, the more I kind of like, it's like, man, you need to get this, they need to look at that knee very strong.
It was a turning point for me last week when she said that, Brian, because we know this team already made a move for people that are more reliable.
Yeah.
And then you add the financial thing of them having to pay somebody that's unreliable. That was like the idea that pushed a lot of their offseason agenda. And I just can't see them, going back on that with any sort of financial risk.
Because I wonder, we're running out of games here. We're already into December, and we're already into, the second week in December. By the way, a week from today, I'll be 59 years old.
What? We got to throw you a party.
Thank you. I appreciate that. But the thing about it, just older than old. But the thing about it is, the more I think about it, I'm like, gosh, what if he can't play enough games? Would it be worth it to go get a guy? Would it be worth it to push chips in if, in fact, the guy is not healthy enough to, to be ready to go? Now, all of a sudden you sign him, and then like he's 3 weeks into this thing, and you're like, you're not playing with him yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing I would.
Yeah, the scenario I think that could work is he just wants to play football and get a chance.
Yeah.
And he's like, I'll do a prove it for a chance to win a Super Bowl too. Yeah, everybody's benefiting. I can get some good film going, or, but I'm not sure if I can play. So it'll be incentive-based, league minimum salary, and if you do play, $500,000 a game or something like that.
Yeah.
I think they could structure it that way, but would Odell want to do that? And if it's such a long shot, maybe it makes more sense just to keep rehabbing on your own, and we'll see everybody in March.
I think it's a no-go for me in that case. Like, I'd back off this 100%. If he can't help you this year, and I'm out. It's like,
it just got me thinking when you guys were going back and forth. I was just like, what if the knee's not right?
No, if the knee's not right, and medically this doesn't check off, and sure, if he wants to do a league minimum deal, then yeah, why not? Then it's not hurting you financially. I just don't see Odell Beckham Jr. signing for that.
And one other quick thing, Brian. We haven't heard anything from the Giants or the Bills that, hey, this knee looks good.
Yeah.
So if it's bad, they're going to protect the player and just not say anything.
Yeah.
And you've said, Brian, that the Bills probably wouldn't care.
I don't think
they need a receiver long term, so they'd play for the long haul. For the Cowboys, you can draft a receiver next year, right? Yeah. And then you can play for your future. You're not locked into a guy that's 30 plus coming off bad knees.
Yeah, you guys got me thinking, and I need to find this. I need to find all this thing out about, because like the more people I talk to, they're like, listen, he's not going to work out for you. He's not going to do this. He's not going to do that. Can you get enough out of just, pulling and pushing on that knee to make sure that, and if you do sign him, like I said, where is he health wise? I think if you do a workout, you could see it's a 1 week, 2 week, 3 week, but you get to 4 weeks before he maybe plays.
If you're talking his first game could maybe be the wild card weekend.
Yeah.
How much is he contributing for you?
Yeah. Okay.
Again, I'd be willing to do it if I'm the Cowboys, and he's like, I'll do it for minimum. I just want a chance to win another Super Bowl.
Right.
I want to keep him on the roster until the divisional round or the conference championship game round, just in case, and see if he can get there. That's still 6 or 7 weeks away, but that would be a really tough ask, I think, for a player of Odell's status.
Sure.
Abilities.
Stay tuned to the station. we'll figure this thing out one way or another. Trust me on that. Okay, talking about this football game yesterday, and it was a little bit in the balance up until halftime. I mentioned about the second half drive to start the second half. It wasn't very good, and then you kind of started to figure some things out. I really like what these receivers, speaking of receivers, I like what the receivers were able to do yesterday. I really like what we're starting to see Oklahoma like CeeDee Lamb.
Yes.
We're starting to see ball going across the middle of the field. We're starting to see him run after catch. We're starting to see him make those types of plays. We're starting to see him put him in motion more. Yeah. That's the thing. His touchdown reception that he had, when the one where he showed the incredible balance with the spin to be able to maintain that balance and then get into the end zone, was a route where they brought him in motion coming right to left, and then that put him, as he's dragging that thing, that put him in perfect position to go make that play.
That was the play of the game. But, Brian, the one where he came across the formation in the second half, where he caught it and then did like this change of pace.
Yeah.
And he just made the defender put his foot right in a bucket of quicksand.
Yeah.
That guy was just gone.
Yeah.
Incredible, savvy, I think.
Absolutely.
And elite athleticism that I don't think we'd seen for the first 2.5 years.
No,
man. Yeah.
No, he did. He looked like Oklahoma CeeDee playing
did.
football yesterday. Michael Gallup, I want to say this about Michael Gallup. On his first touchdown that he had in this game, that thing was really all on him, because they're going to run bunch formation to the right and they're going to scatter, and all of a sudden he's on the backside and he's just going to run basically just a stop route and just kind of hang there. And all of a sudden he sees Dak Prescott in trouble, and Dak sprints to his right. And what does Michael Gallup do? He takes off running across the field. Dak did a great job of throwing the ball back inside to him with everything cluttered over there to the right. Gallup just took off running, makes the catch, and then is able to get in the end zone. Great job by him. Great job by all three of these guys, by the way, blocking those toss plays that they were able to do. It was either Noah Brown, it was Gallup, had a couple of good blocks. Lamb had a block down the field, able to get into guys. So good job by the receivers all around, not only in the passing game, but also helping downfield in the running game. The offensive lineman, I felt like, that had the best game from all these guys. Would you guys like to take a guess who I thought had the best?
Zach Martin, Brian.
Zach Martin's always a good guess. Would you like to guess?
It's not correct.
Not correct.
Oh, man. I'm going to go with my guy, Tyler Biadasz.
Tyler Biadasz had the best game of all these guys playing. I really, this was one of the games where you look at the Colts inside and what they bring to this game with the power that they're able to play with Buckner and those types of guys. There were several times in the running game where he was latched on one-on-one with a defensive lineman, a defensive tackle, and he was able to wall off, get push, the ball cut behind him several times in this game where he was able to do that. He had some really good combo blocks with Martin. He also did a good job with McGovern. So Tyler Biadasz, I felt like of all the games that he's played this year, I thought that was his best one for sure.
Love to hear that. That's extremely impressive because DeForest Buckner is a force.
Yeah, he is a really good force in that game. All right, I'm looking at now on the defensive side of the ball. What I was
can you give a thought on Dak's game, because you know that second pick maybe should have been a pick.
Yeah, I mean,
it's a horrible throw.
Yeah, they had some. I will say this though: the ball that was the interception that he threw that was taken that wasn't pass interference. I mean, they talk about maybe illegal contact or something like that. Dak just took a chance that Michael Gallup was going to get out there and make that play. I think he tried to kind of throw him open on that one. Gallup stumbles a little bit. I know that I talked about attacking that. Attacking Stephon Gilmore in this game, and he did a great job of cutting Gallup off in that game, and then not allowing him to get to the inside or to the outside to make that play. So wasn't one of Dak's best throws, but then again, it was, I think, really good coverage on the outside, to be honest with you. So yeah, that's but Dak, I mean, the recipe we've always kind of talked about with him, it's less than, you can throw 30 or less, that kind of thing. You can hit it right at 30, and, they were able to get the victory that way. The backs, like I say, Pollard, Elliott, I felt like they ran the ball. Even Davis, these guys had purpose when they ran the ball. The physicality, which way play. I think a lot of it had to do, again, with the line and what Biadasz and those guys were able to do steal. I felt like they played pretty well in that regard. The best defensive lineman for you in this game, would you guys like to take a guess who I felt like that guy was? Best defensive lineman.
Best defensive lineman. Was it
Osa?
It's Jonathan Hankins. Hankins continues to play really well. Not only does Jonathan Hankins take up 2 blockers every time, but he does a great job of getting rid of the blockers and then also getting in on the play. Unfortunately, the long run that they had.
Big Hank.
Yeah, the long run that they were able to have with Taylor, though, they just didn't get enough people to the ball. They had people to the ball, just didn't wrap them up. Ended up being a 19-yard gain, or that you'd have played this run defense pretty well. But really nice job by Hankins, I think, holding the point of attack. You mentioned Osa. He's doing a much better job of getting off blocks. Sam Williams did a really nice job as well in that football game.
3 in a row now.
Yeah.
3 in a row, good run defense.
Yep. And what they figured out also, too, in the game yesterday was they couldn't get pass rush with 4. They couldn't get pass rush with defensive linemen. Dan Quinn, I felt like, give him a tip of the cap for what he did. He started to bring the blitz. He brought Anthony Barr. He brought Wilson. He said, listen, I'm going to have to bring extra guys. What happened to it actually broke down the Colts pass protection. There was a problem with Kelly, the center, and problem with Nelson, the guard, the all-pro guard. There were a couple of times where they just let guys go. One time they caught Jonathan Taylor and having to block, and he got a mess up there. So bringing that extra pressure with the blitz and not just 4-man rush was able to kind of take care of those things like there. When you look at the safety play, Malik Hooker, the way he played in that football game, the turnovers and stuff were always great, but he was around the ball. He was very active in that game. He was really good on some of the coverage and recognition of where he needed to be in coverage right there. So nice job by Malik Hooker playing really as a true free safety. You got a really nice game too. I'll say this about Clark. We keep talking about Clark and how he's playing. I think there's been some times where he's been a little bit lost. Yesterday, he got a little bit lost in coverage. I think his awareness, I think the run defensive part stuff's been really, really good. The thing that he's struggling with a little bit is where he needs to fit on some of these coverages, has to have a better feel. Ball comes behind him, and he didn't really feel where he needed to drop. He dropped too far outside. Ball comes behind him. They get a big gain on the play, on that particular play. So, there's a little bit of some learning curve that's going to go on from him, but a really nice job. I kind of liked the bounce back. I'm sorry that Anthony Brown got hurt, but that interception, he really drove on the ball to knock that ball up in the air that Hooker played it very, very well. So maybe he was getting a little bit more confidence. Unfortunately, he got hurt. He got pulled by the receiver, and that yanked him. He was running forward, and his momentum, receiver yanked him to try and block him, and his left foot came down, and that's what blew out his Achilles on that particular play. So we'll see what you got in Kelvin Joseph and those guys. Diggs and others, Bland, I thought did a really nice job playing and coverage. And well, you've got 2 guys that are aggressive when it comes to playing the run. I think Joseph will be well playing the run, and I think Bland is also. So those will help you a little bit going forward here.
All right, we have some other topics from Victory and the Mike McCarthy press conference. When we return, thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Krusty's Corner has film takeaways every Monday at 2:40, and we're back in the nation.
from the Classic Chevrolet Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We are standing by for the Mike McCarthy press conference here. We'll get some thoughts on the victory and moving forward now to the next week. 817, can we not compare the deGrom signing to Odell Beckham Jr.? It's a good question, and we'll bring that up with Jared Sandler coming up. He's going to join us at 4 o'clock. You can bid now on our Top Golf Bay for Swinging for a Cause. Just call in to the studio at 877-881-1053. Lucius can take your bid, and you'll be hanging out with us coming up Sunday evening at Jared Sandler's annual charity. So, yes, I think Jacob deGrom, Odell Beckham Jr., very interesting comparison. deGrom's older. He's more hurt. But he, I don't know if you can justify what the Rangers did, really, to be honest with you. I think it was incredibly risky. I'd love you to get your guys' thoughts on it as we stand by for the Mike McCarthy press conference. I'm excited about it, but I'm like, holy crap, there's no way I would have ever done that. Obviously, Chris Young has a different philosophy about how you deal for injured players.
Man, I'm happy. Yeah. I'm not going to lie. I mean, to me, it seems like to me, Gavin, I know it's a lot of money and it's the commitment you're making and all that. And when he's healthy, he's one of the best pitchers in baseball. But I've also seen him go out and bottom fish for guys, and they're, and those same guys get hurt too and don't play worth a damn. You know what I'm saying? Or don't pitch worth a damn. If this guy gives me 11 starts, if somehow he has a season where maybe the training staff here, maybe the facilities, maybe the care, maybe the staff, anything to kind of help him get through an entire season, maybe that's something different about this place. But I don't want to ever go through another season where I'm like, everybody keeps telling me, well, they've got a great minor league system. They get all these pitchers, great, and then it's like, but they're not going to be ready till 2024, 2025. And I'm like, damn it, I don't want to wait that long anymore.
Yeah.
I just, give me some hope. Give me some hope that this guy will stay healthy.
Well, there's a big difference between Odell Beckham Jr. and Jacob deGrom. Here it is. Let me ask you this. Is Odell Beckham Jr. the best wide receiver in the NFL?
No.
Brian?
No, he's not.
Jacob top 15.
Jacob deGrom is the best pitcher in Major League Baseball. Period. He is. From 2018 to 2021, Jacob deGrom posted a 1.94 ERA with an average of 12 strikeouts per 9 innings. The most dominant multi-year performance by any pitcher of this generation. And then, he got hurt. But he's healthy now. He pitched the end of the season for the Mets, and he's okay. And I get it. There's a fear with the injury. There always are with pitchers, okay? But if you're the Texas Rangers and Jacob deGrom says, I'm willing to come here and sign with you, you're telling me you're saying no? Hell no, you're not saying no. You're absolutely saying yes. You have to. You have to. I don't think the Rangers are in a position to where they can turn down the best pitcher in Major League Baseball because they're scared that he might get hurt again.
We're just an hour and 4 minutes into this show, and Wolchuk and I are going to have a big disagreement on our second topic. This is good.
Scared money don't make money, Gavin. And it certainly doesn't win championships either.
I'm just to the point where I just want to see the Rangers win. And if it's 11 games that he pitches and they win 10 of those games.
That dude is so damn dominant and elite that he is worth the risk.
You guys are desperate.
Hell yeah, I'm desperate. I don't want to see him.
Well, and especially for an organization that hasn't proven over the last 10 years that they can develop pitchers.
I don't want to see him win 68 games again. I don't want to go through that. I mean, give me some hope. And give me an idea that when I go watch this team play, when he's out on the mound, that we have a chance to win.
I know. I agree with everything you're saying as far as being excited about it, and it gives you a chance, right? Like I have a chance to go hit a hole in one, and the Rangers have a much better chance than that now, but everything's got to line up. You could say, well, everything's got to line up anyway. To me, it's about as negligent as getting Prince Fielder, who had an epic neck injury that he would never recover from. It's probably worse than Porzingis on an injury level, but the fact that he's the best pitcher, is enough to like, hey, just get to the playoffs and have him healthy. I think that's how you kind of approach it. I'm just saying for me personally, I would not have done it. I would not risk $37 million of the owner's money on something that, is because availability is an important component of ability.
Absolutely.
And they always talk about that in football. I think it applies to pitching just as much.
I'm not going to sit here and act like I'm an expert on pitching, but I don't know. I mean, you could tell me about Rodon and all that and stuff like that, Younger and all that. I mean, I don't know. I mean, if you just say, hey, I have the best chance with this guy, but there's a possibility that he might not make it all the way through. But you're telling me he's the best one. It just reminds me, because I went through this and I'm sorry, I'm going back in the day. I went with this through Jeremiah Trotter. I had a drafted kid from Stephen F. Austin. Everybody knows Jeremiah Trotter, the linebacker. I'll never forget the doctor telling me, Brian, I can't tell you if he's going to play 10 games or 10 years. I can't tell you that. And I'm thinking, well, damn, we like this guy. We really like this guy. And,
but he was 21. DeGrom's 34 and has been hurt for 2 decades.
No, Jeremiah Trotter had a terrible knee. A terrible knee injury coming out of Stephen F. Austin. And I know it was a 3rd-round pick and all that. But that's the thing that doctor told me. He said 10 games or 10 years. I can't tell you that.
Well, I'm ready to draft the next Jacob deGrom in the 3rd round, but $185 million for a guy hurt this much, it's clear to me the Rangers are desperate.
You worried that they're not going to spend any more money in the future then? Because if this busts, do you think they're not going to spend any money?
Yeah, because Shin-Soo Choo convinced them that they shouldn't spend money. And like Ray Davis just recovered from that and was like, okay, I've had enough of trying to watch you guys develop.
He's got a new stadium he has to fill up.
And it makes sense for him. You sell season tickets like this.
Yeah.
But like as far as it's going to work out and the Rangers are here, you're spending $185 million to try to become a playoff team. They're still not a playoff team. They're not a playoff team right now.
Well, that's because the roster wasn't good enough to be a playoff team. I mean, they've added some pieces to that team to make it, I think, more competitive.
Yeah, I mean, I still think you need another bat, and we'll see. I mean, I don't think they're done. Like and we'll talk to Jared. I still think they're going to add another pitcher. I think Jamison Tyone is somebody that's on their radar as well. I still don't think they're necessarily out of the Carlos Rodon conversation either. And I still think what they're really going to be interested in is the trade market. I think there's a lot of buzz right now, and teams are interested in Ezekiel Duran and Josh Schmidt. They've got an abundance of infield depth right now in the minor leagues, and they don't have the ability and playability for all these guys. Like, where are you going to play them? So, and they've got a lot of talented guys. Davis Wenzel, who they drafted out of Baylor a couple of years ago. So, I mean, you're going to have to move them. And you've got guys that are out there. Corbin Burns is one of the best pitchers that nobody talks about with the Brewers that maybe you could go and trade for. So there's options for you. I think they really need to add a left fielder. They need to add another bat. But you add another pitcher, all of a sudden, when you have deGrom, Gray, Perez, pitcher to be named, and Odorizzi is your 5th starter, and then you can allow these guys in your minors like Leiter, Rocker, you can have Cole Winn, you can put Reagans back there and let them actually develop without the pressure of, oh my gosh, we don't have anybody that can start on a regular basis and you have to come up anymore. It's better.
Let's go to Mike McCarthy at the podium.
Hey, Mike. David Moore, Dallas Morning News. With yesterday, now that you've had a chance to go back and look at that 4th quarter, what was it like during the 4th quarter as it was unfolding? And when you watched it in retrospect, how many quarters have you been a part of, something like that?
Well, I mean, frankly, the 4th quarter is it's a tough spot to be in. I'm complaining because, you're making substitutions, but it really stresses out your special teams. And then with all the scoring, obviously there was a lot of special teams plays, particularly the coverage, kickoff coverage. So, trust me, I'll take that stress every week. But that part is challenging. But really the excitement for me personally was just to see that the opportunity a number of players had last night, but how they played. Particularly our young players. So. It's a good win. Still a lot of corrections that we'll be able to go through on Wednesday with the players, and definitely have to pay it forward to the Houston preparation.
And I guess the biggest negative coming out of it was the injury to Anthony Brown, just how he's played for you, really since the start of last year, and what his loss means for the secondary.
I mean, Anthony's been super, super consistent. Has played at such a high level. Obviously emotional. just to see him go through that. So, I mean, it's a season-ending injury, but he'll be missed. But, what I've always appreciated about AB, he's, not forget about his on-the-field performance. He's the same person every day. Very easy to work with, very coachable, just a high-quality person.
Clarence, go forward, starts on the ground. Where are you guys with the Odell Beckham visit? Have you met with him yet?
Yes, Odell's here. He's going through the medical phase of it right now. I have not met with him. We have an itinerary, so that'll go through the evening, and then we'll continue tomorrow.
What's the medical phase, and will he work out?
Well, that's those are all questions for the future. I don't have all the detail exactly what they're going to do, but I know Jim and Britt and the staff is meeting currently.
Pat.
Hey, Mike. Patrick Wolf, DallasCowboys.com. After yesterday's game, Jerry Jones said that this Wednesday, Teron Smith's 21-day practice window will be open. He also said that doesn't mean that the team is going to wait 21 days to put him back on the field. So does Tyron actually have a shot at returning as early as the Texans maybe?
I think the biggest thing is just to get him back out there. So we're obviously looking forward to Tyron being back out there Wednesday. So we will not have any padded work this week. So we're going to make sure we get him as much work as padded teamwork. Because we're obviously in the period now where you have to count your padded practices. Your one padded practice per week. But yes, he will be part of the practice Wednesday, and we'll see how he does.
Okay. Mike, Todd Archer with ESPN. How do you go about replacing Anthony? What's the process there?
Well, I mean, that's really for the week. But I think if you just point to the game, I mean, you got Calvin and Nashawn will he's been very consistent. He hasn't had many opportunities. So we have young players that need to step up.
You look at outside the building for help, practice squads or free.
Oh, definitely. I mean, I think our numbers reflect that. So I mean, we'll continue to always look at players, both the practice squad route and obviously where we are on the 53-man roster.
Is it difficult to poach guys at this time of year?
Is that difficult?
Yeah.
I think those types of situations are singular. Has been my experience. I mean, there's a lot that goes into it, but I would like to think we're an attractive option right now.
Scott Riggs with the AP, and I've got one quick follow-up. But following up on that first, losing two guys to season-ending injuries like AB and Jordan, how much more stress does that put on a particular position like that?
Oh no, it's a ton of stress, because not only two starters, but you're talking about veteran core players, that carry a lot of weight in the locker room too. So, but I think the one thing that I'm hopeful and it's encouraging is that our younger players have played so much throughout the season. So I think if there was a point in the season that we have, position ourselves for our young players to be ready, I think it is definitely now.
Jerry said after the game it was his understanding that Zeke not starting was a minor disciplinary issue. Can you confirm and or elaborate on that?
I mean, I think those types of things, if it were, whatever extent it was, those are really situations for the locker room. I know we're in the everything is available content creating environment, but I don't think it's one of those cases.
Calvin Watkins, Dallas Morning News. Clarification, Tyron will start the window on Wednesday?
We're anticipating that, yeah.
Back to Zeke, if I may.
I feel like a lawyer. How am I doing? So, yeah.
Reflecting. Back to Zeke.
I recall.
He's always been a team first guy, and then obviously to discipline him like that, how disappointed with that, just to go through that with him.
Things happen. So, it's a long year. Zeke is an incredible member of our football team. I think what he does as a teammate, forget about, how he plays and the success he's had on the field. He's a tremendous teammate. He's always involved in all the group dynamic activities and things like that, both in the building and out of the building. So, I mean, this is just part of the process.
Joe, how does Joseph look? We assume he's going to get more time with AB out. How does Joseph look to you?
I mean, Kellen's extremely talented. I mean, he's done some really good things on special teams. I mean, he's we leave him and CJ, single throughout. I think that speaks volumes about how we feel about them, and they've been given some tough challenges over the course of the year. So, but this is a huge opportunity for him, and we're counting on him to step up.
Claire.
One more thing on Zeke. What does it say about the accountability? Because last week we talked about accountability, other accountability, and calling each other out, and how important it was, and the chemistry on this team. And for that to happen, you guys have this big game. It's not an issue in the locker room. What does it say about this team and its accountability?
Well, I just think it all goes back to to the focus and the priorities, and this is a really good locker room. It has really good leadership. Has high, the number of veterans, and then with in the good mix of the young guys, and I think it's really speaks to what we're building and need to continue to build, and it never stays the same. But I think it speaks. It's a great example. It's some insight to how the locker room functions.
Mike.
Michael Gallup, Dallas Morning News. Donald Wilson, what did you make of the physicality and otherwise what he brought last night, and maybe more broadly this season?
Yeah, I loved it. I mean, I thought that the safety group as a whole, all three of those guys were huge. I mean, I don't know who the hell to give the game ball to. I mean, it's just I think we've had so many really good performances last night. And Dono's tackling was clinic. I mean, I thought he was extremely physical, flew all over the place. A lot of respect for Jonathan Taylor going into this, and he was an excellent challenge for our run defense, and I thought Dono was played lights out last night.
And the 0 pre-snap penalties after all the emphasis that you guys.
Well, it's about time. It's like the 15th question. It brings out.
Obviously, it was an emphasis. You guys put a lot of attention to it, but just what you make of the execution and any.
Definitely no. I mean, I'll make it a big deal. It's part of your correction. I think especially each officiating crew, they have history too, and so I thought our guys did a really good job responding. I actually had a really cool exchange with two separate officials during the game in regards to Sam Williams. Sam was a little handsy on the play, a little bit much, and there was just communication, and they actually came over and complimented me about how Sam, had to interact with them, was trying to get it right and things like that. And I think that's all part of this league. You have to communicate with the officials. I mean, trust me, they want to get it right. They're trying to do the best job that they can too, and they don't want to get in the way of two teams competing. So I think when you see younger players, just because everybody's looks at things differently. So and I thought that was a good moment for Sam Williams.
Sam.
Sam Gannon, Fox 4. Coach, obviously you guys are far from a finished product, but when you look at the way you guys have played these last 3 games, you've strung together 3 straight wins. What excites you most about the way you've seen this team play and how they've been able to win games?
What's consistently it gets me excited about our football team is just the way they work. Their energy to work is very consistently at a high level. So, and I think when you have that, obviously you have a great chance to get to where you want to go. Now, the energy and how it's funneled, and the discipline of it, and all those things. That's what you're as a coach and as players, you're working to get that that connection as tight as you possibly can each and every year, each and every week. So that part never changes. But this group has really good energy, and they have a high work ethic. So I think with that, it definitely gives us a chance to continue to grow and continue to build off the success we've had the last couple of weeks.
Okay.
Hey, Mike. So you guys lose Jordan Lewis, and now you lose Anthony Brown. Obviously, you see what you're getting from Daron Bland. You're going to give some opportunities to Kelvin and Deshaun. Kendall Sheffield, how's he look on the practice squad, and is he approaching his possible debut for you?
Yeah, I really like Kendall Sheffield. I really like the way he practices. He's super competitive. So he's come in here, and we've focused on him more on the outside. But he's done an excellent job. So he'll definitely be part of the group that we're looking for some contributions, definitely.
Babe Loffenberg, Cowboys Radio.
Mike, with Odell being here, do you view this, and does your organization view this as recruiting him, or are you trying to find out about him?
Well, great question. I would say recruiting. I mean, obviously he's been to 2 other teams, so I think it's just like anything in these situations. This is clearly unique because of the timing of it. I've never been part of something like this late in the season. So, and I think just like anything, until you sit down in front of one another and everybody gets the information, you truly don't know exactly where everything stands. But yeah, definitely. I mean, he's been to 2 other clubs, and I'm glad he's here. So we'll see how it goes.
Mike, Haley Sutton, DallasCowboys.com. Dak Prescott said last night in his press conference that he kind of knew it wasn't his best performance. What did you make of his game last night and him moving past Roger and Danny White on the all-time passing list?
Yeah, I think anytime you break club records, that's important, especially Roger Staubach and Danny White. I mean, you grow up watching those guys, and I grew up watching those guys, but so Dak wasn't even born. But yeah, so that, I mean, that's special. That's cool, and I mean, you can't downplay that at all, by no means. But you need to separate last night's performance. I think Dak was, probably 2 throws away from having an excellent game, and fortunately and unfortunately, those are the things that get talked about. So I think he was 67%. Our ball distribution last night was 83%, and he's a huge part of that. So, we had excuse me, we had a good night last night, and he was in command of it.
Mike, how has CD followed the path of the guys that you've been around that have moved into a number 1 role?
Excellent. I mean, I go back and I look at when Greg Jennings got his opportunity, Jordy Nelson, Devontae Adams, Randall Cobb, when those guys were given that opportunity to play both inside and outside, they go to a whole different level, and CD is definitely in that mode right now. So it's exciting. You just see the confidence that he has, in his route running. The yards after the catch was phenomenal last night. So yeah, I think he's doing exactly what we were asking him to do. He's playing at a high level.
One more on the cornerback spot. Bland came here as an outside guy, and you moved him inside. To see him too valuable to move now to outside at this point in the season?
I mean, we're just getting into the Houston prep. Like I said, I usually don't send you the email the starting lineup till Wednesday. So I mean, we'll see what happens.
The run defense, all the focus again on that as well. What did you see from that group last night, and the way that the game script went, where they had to pass in the 4th quarter, all the turnovers that happened? Is that a reminder of just, if you guys can stop the run, you force teams to play into your strength?
Well, I think, Michael, you're touching on the formula. Yeah, definitely we'd like to play that way. I mean, we want to get the lead. We want to obviously establish run ourselves. We know people are trying to do that against us. I thought our inside, defensive linemen played very well. The knockback and the squareness and the ability for, our linebackers, and particularly Dono and the safeties to fill and tackle. I thought we played at a very strong level throughout the game. So, and that's something that, I mean, this is going to be a weekly conversation, because we know that's the way teams are going to go at us. And I thought our run defense was pretty darn good last night.
Clarence.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Fine. Benching? What is this?
Is that Jerry's?
It's a benching or a fine?
It's your room, Clarence.
It's a benching. It's a 1-game benching right there. That's the president.
He's not going to start. Don't worry about it.
Scott's up.
I would be more lenient.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, God. Yeah, dropped. Oh, God.
Back to a little more serious note. Kelvin Joseph, after what he went through in the spring, did y'all ever consider moving on from him? What has he done to earn your trust?
I mean, we've talked about these things, but it was by making sure his opportunity was in place moving forward, and he's doing what he needs to do. So this is a big moment for him. I mean, this is something that he's been working at and just kind of keeping his nose down. And he's been played well on special teams. I mean, I know the special teams room and the coaches speak very highly of him. So this is what you look for in younger players. I know the stuff off the field clearly was a challenge, and but this is time for him to take a big step.
Is your understanding that the NFL, have they ended their case? Are they going to do anything on that, or what do you guys know about that?
I have no information on it.
You mentioned that the timing on OBJ is something you haven't really been through before, the possible addition. And I think you've touched on this a little bit, but what's your view on an addition like that, a dynamic addition, and a guy that could be a difference maker at this point? You've been on a lot of teams that made deep playoff runs.
Yeah, this is very unique. I mean, this is an experience that I have not gone through. I think, but like anything, and especially when you talk about Odell, I mean, you just got to have your eyes wide open. I mean, it's an opportunity, and I'm sure he has, thoughts as the opportunity he's looking for too. So I think we're doing the right thing, looking into it.
Brad
Sham, Cowboys Radio. Dak has talked about playing aggressively and how he's going to continue to play aggressively while he tries to learn from his mistakes. How would you characterize the line between aggressive and gunslinger?
Well, having the opportunity to work with the old gunslinger, but no, I think it's you have to have some of that as part of your game. I mean, it's in the NFL you don't throw to open receivers, you throw them open, and you're not going to get there by not being aggressive, particularly as you get into the tougher defenses. This was a defense that played with a lot of vision. There's not too many times this year where you drop back to pass and you have 7 sets of eyes on you. So I mean, this was a clean challenge, and so that's why the breaking points, the stems and the breaking points of your routes and the angles, have to be more precise. And he has to throw with the aggressiveness. I think anticipation and awareness, all those things tied together. I mean, you have to have that because. It's these situations that we're going to be in they're only going to get tougher. They're not going to get easier. So this is part of that growth.
You talk about, you get what you emphasize in this league, that scramble drill connection that Dak had with Gallup. Is that a good indicator of what you're looking for in that situation?
Yeah, definitely. I'm a huge believer in it. Just have seen so much success over the last 30 years in the scramble drill. I mean, I learned it at the quarterback, coaching position back in 1989. I think that's part of playing the position. There's 2 phases to every time you drop back and throw the ball. You have the initial play, the scheme, but then the second part is built in is the scramble. It's it's the parallels to a fast break in basketball. It's an opportunity to create a big play. We've been investing a lot of time in it, and it's good to see us get some opportunities with it.
Mike, going back to your comments on aggressiveness for the quarterback, is there such a thing as too much trust in a receiver?
Too much trust in a receiver? I mean, I'm not going to, I'm not really get up here and draw lines with words, but I think I'd rather have too much than not enough, I guess would be my answer. So.
Connor McGovern got some action at center.
Mm-hmm.
He very well could be a guy who's a 3-position player for you guys in the future. How do you feel he looked and taken to that?
Yeah, definitely, and I think that's something that you're seeing what we've been working on, and we've been trying to work on different combinations, and just paying attention to some of our past experiences. We've been relatively healthy in the offensive line this year. It's been a blessing, and I think the facts speak for themselves. So, but yeah, I thought Connor did a nice job.
How's Malik Davis taking advantage of his opportunities?
Oh, shoot. Another young guy. I mean, he just is another great example of a young player, just kind of figuring it out on special teams. But, he's such a natural runner. He has such an explosive tempo, his course, his discipline. I really like his vision. I think he's top-notch that way. And, I think he proves it every time he gets in there.
All righty.
Thank you.
All righty, there he is, the Mike McCarthy press conference here on 105.3 The Fan. Amongst the takeaways, Tyron Smith is going to be practicing Wednesday, starting off his 21-day practice window. He talked up the cornerback Kendall Sheffield, who's on the practice squad. Emotional exit for Anthony Brown as the torn Achilles confirmed. And on Kelvin Joseph, this is a big moment for him. Said he's done a nice job keeping his nose clean throughout the year, throughout the football season, I guess I should say. All righty, it is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Big salute to Tim in Carthage, who brought us some holiday goodie bags, including candy, dip, and a Carthage Bulldogs trucker hat, which I'm now rocking. So let's go Carthage. Consistent contributor there to What You Drinking, What You Thinking in the 6 o'clock sound off. That's your guy, Tim in Carthage, longtime Tola. Thank you, sir. Okay, when we come back, it's time to talk about the other topics from victory here. It's the G-Bag Nation on The Fan. And I got to chat D&M leasing. Oh, I love D&M. Mystery Monday lightning round. I'm going to see if we can, for the first time in fan history, get in 5 topics in 2 minutes. And then Wolchuk will file a report on the best of the weekend. Run defense, it was 30 carries for 106 yards for the Colts. An awesome job. Do you feel like they've made real progress here?
Yes, and the one run that was 19 yards was a really kind of a busted play where they really didn't want to tackle on that particular play. If they would have, they'd have probably been a 3 or 4 yard gain, and they'd have been even better.
Wolchuk.
Yeah, I think that they are taking steps in the right direction, but I'm still a little bit worried about these perimeter runs.
Is CD Lamb now a top 5 wide receiver in the game?
Yes.
Top 5? No, he's top 10.
Will we be missing Anthony Brown by the time we get 3 weeks down the road?
No.
No.
Is Damon Clark something?
Sometimes.
Yes, he is. Brian's too critical of him.
Can Jason Peters play left tackle? Can Tyler Smith play left guard?
Yes, on both.
Yeah.
Okay, and was that a good game from Dak Prescott?
Okay.
Second half was great. First half, meh.
All righty, there you have it. 5 takes in 2 minutes. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Best of the weekend coming up next. Wolchuk, where are we going with that?
Joey Jaws goes down. Would you drink this? And Joe Burrow puts this chief in a body bag next.
keeping it on The Fan.
Even though shortages in demand are driving up prices, Classic Chevrolet will never charge over MSRP. Not now, not ever. This is Texas. This is Classic. Find new road, y'all.
Well, thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on a glorious and victorious Cowboys Monday here as they move to 9-3 with a trouncing of the Colts. It's time now for Woolchuck to give you more details on that and others in the best of the weekend. Here he is, the Woolly Bully.
Hell yes, let's get this going. Best of the weekend. So yesterday you had Joe Burrow. He continues to own Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs. So leading up to this one, you had Justin Reed, the Kansas City Chiefs safety, who was a member of the Houston Texans last year. So he didn't play in the two games, and he gave Joe Burrow and the Bengals some bulletin board material. And they're no longer the bungholes right now because they're first place. They deserve all the credit.
Maybe we'll get that guy back as a listener.
You probably, and they're playing great football. So they're the Bengals. But here is what Justin Reed had to say in the lead up to this game when he was asked about, what would you have done differently in your matchups against Cincinnati last year?
The big time tackle, like some of the missed tackles, explosive plays, a lot of it's going to come down to making the play on the ball, and they have 88 Higbee. No, it's not Higbee was with the Rams. What's his name?
Not Higgins.
It is Higgins. It's Higgins. Higbee and Higgins. They're going to have him back. He's a very talented receiver. More of a finesse type of guy. Not the best blocker. I'm going to lock him down. Straight up. So, we're going to have to come out of the game, like I said, play our best game and go out and do it.
Yeah, so
Hurst.
He didn't even get the guy's name right.
Hayden
period.
Hurst.
It was Hayden Hurst. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
I know his feeling though. I've done that before.
Yeah, it happens. But you're calling out the guy. You might as well, know who you're calling out in this situation. Well, T. Higgins had a nice touchdown grab. He was calling him out as well. So afterwards, Joe Burrow is asked about Justin Reed and those comments, and here's Joe Burrow's reaction.
Joe, what's the extra benefit of having a punishing runner like Samaje in North-South as you progress through 4 quarters?
Man, that guy, I'm so happy that he's taken this opportunity and done what he's done with it, because he's one of those guys that you love being around. Every single day. It brings the juice. So consistent, day in and day out. He's going to get you 2 or 3 if there's nothing there, and that's valuable.
Jamar said that he feels you're going to see the Chiefs again. Do you, after a game like this?
Yeah, it's a long ways away. We'll see. There's a lot of football to be played. There's 5 games regular season left, and the playoffs play out how the playoffs play out. You never know.
Okay, well, regarding Justin Reed's comments, he said it would make a lot more. It would matter a lot more if he knew what he was talking about regarding Justin Reed. And clearly he didn't, because he didn't even know the guy's freaking name. So I think you do have quite the rivalry now between Joe Burrow and Patrick Mahomes.
Oh, there's nothing worse. That's a triple revenge game now.
I love it.
There's so much energy into this now. I think it's the best thing happening in sport is a Chiefs-Bengals matchup.
It is. And I think you might be destined to see this again as an AFC Championship rematch. Unless Buffalo has something to say about this.
Kansas City has been so close. I think what we're watching is Joe Burrow, get this aura about him. He's really difficult to beat in these moments. Like, he made 2 passes on that last drive to clinch the game that I'm like, holy crap, how did he get that
The one
there?
to T. Higgins was a beauty shot right there. I'll tell you what, the thing about there's teams now in December that kind of had their struggles early in the year. We've had the Giants and others that were kind of jumping out to nice games, good records and all that. The Bengals were a struggling team. The 49ers, a lot of injuries, a lot of problems. You look at what Cincinnati has done, and I love Cincinnati. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
Their quarterback, they lose their best offensive player. And I know in all respect, to Joe Burrow, but they lose Chase for all those games, and they find ways to win and stuff like that. That's a battle-tested team, very similar to what the Cowboys went through with losing Dak, losing your quarterback. You find these teams that can keep winning, losing their best players. That's a team you need to kind of keep an eye on.
Extremely impressive. Now, this was amazing. I stumbled upon this ex-Laker Devin George played 11 seasons in the NBA. He was drafted 23rd overall by the Lakers in 1999, if you remember him. So he's a member of the Lakers team that won 3 NBA championships from 2000 to 2002. But what many people know him is that apparently Shaq
from the Mavs
pooped in his shoes. And
Oh,
yes,
really?
he also played for the Mavs for a little bit. So there's this rumor going around, and I guess Ty Lue claimed a few months ago that Shaq did indeed poop in George's shoes. Now, TMZ followed up with him, and Ty Lue kind of brought this back on the Knuckleheads podcast with Quentin Richardson and Darius Miles. And he talked about Shaq's rookie hazing that involved pooping in George's shoes. And so TMZ finds George, and they ask him about this pooping in the shoes situation.
I'm just the messenger, okay?
Yeah.
I gotta ask.
Yeah.
Did Shaq really take a dump in your shoe?
Hell no, that's a lie. That's cap. And I know T. Lue started that, or somebody said T. Lue said it.
Yeah.
It never happened. He never did that.
So
I think he did that to somebody in Orlando. I don't remember the dude's name, but he did that in Orlando, but he never took
So you never...
Yeah.
How disrespectful is that?
What, to ask him the question?
No, but
To poop
even
in somebody's
if Shaq,
shoe?
Even if Shaq did do that to somebody in Orlando.
It's got to be a big-ass shoe, you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
He was young.
Just, I mean, like in the
Two
aim.
shoes,
The
Lucius,
aim,
right?
like,
Gonna
how do you
split it up?
How do you fit that in there?
I think you take it into the restroom with you into the stall.
Yeah.
And then you just kind of
Or you put it in a Gatorade cup.
You, like,
and dump
shovel-
it in
you
there.
shovel it
yeah.
in?
Sink it down.
Plastic gloves.
Plastic gloves is
Ooh,
good.
you
Good
put that
option.
Yeah, you got to get them brisket gloves.
Yeah.
Them joints.
Young Shaq though was very lean and athletic though. I wouldn't have been surprised if he could have done like a rice patty squat
The
right
squat
there.
hover
Just-
technique.
Yeah.
You get that in there? All right, you guys know Joey Jaws, the American hero that he is, our hot dog champion. Well, he fell. He went down for the first time ever. He lost the shrimp cocktail eating
No
contest.
way. Somebody beat Joey?
It was the upset of the century, and we now go to the news station that is Fox 59. Please take it away.
Well, a big upset today during the Big Ten tailgate party for another contest, the St. Elmo Shrimp Cocktail Eating Championship. Take a look.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, let's go!
Ooh, always hard to watch this one. Now, Joey Chestnut hoped to stay undefeated in the 9th year of this event. 7 other top names, though, in Major League Eating were also vying for the title, and in the end, no Joey Jaws at number 1. Yeah, Jeff Esper took home the $3,000 top prize. He ate more than 16 pounds of shrimp in just 8 minutes. Good news, by the way, for Purdue. In the undercard contest, John Gephardt, representing Purdue, beat Andrew Kokavich in a matchup that's meant to predict the outcome of tonight's football game. So, hey, we'll go for the shrimp and say Purdue wins.
Oh, unfortunately, Purdue didn't win.
Cost me
though.
$100.
Gosh
that
darn
last
it.
touchdown. They
But how about Jeff Esper? 16 pounds of St. Elmo shrimp cocktail in just 8 minutes. Now, Brian Broaddus, can you give us a scouting report? How bleeping delicious is this St. Elmo shrimp cocktail?
I'll tell you what, their shrimp cocktail is legendary, and it's huge. The shrimp are big. I mean, big shrimp, like prawns. And we almost lost Jeff Lurie, the owner of the Philadelphia Eagles, eating one of these shrimp cocktails because
we're talking death.
Close. The horseradish sauce that goes with it.
Oh, it sounds amazing right now.
It is like fire.
Yeah.
I mean, like, and when it hits you, it can, if you're not ready for it, Jeff Lurie, nobody told him about it. He dipped it, took a big bite out of it, and literally went down on one knee in the restaurant.
Due to heat, or did it make him choke?
It made him choke because it was so hot.
Yeah.
Like he turned like a different color. And we're all looking at each other like, oh my God, nobody told the owner about these shrimp and the shrimp cocktail. So if you ever go to St. Elmo's in Indianapolis, order the
Be
shrimp
careful of that
cocktail.
horseradish.
Yeah, be careful of the sauce. It's not what you're normally used
Maybe
to.
it got Joey. Maybe that's how. Maybe that's how he took the L. He
But
got too much horseradish
they
early.
they have those shrimp are huge. I mean, huge. Those are not those like 50 count shrimp. Those are like, we're talking like 8, 10 count shrimp.
You probably got iodine poisoning. You got to be careful eating all that damn shrimp. You know what I'm saying?
Got the gout. You get the gout. That'd be bad
I'll
too.
be vulnerable. I had some of the most delicious cocktail sauce of my life when we went to Vegas at Cut, Wolfgang Puck's restaurant there, for that bachelor party. We were so hammered. I literally was licking the cocktail sauce out of the bowl. I think I've been unofficially banned from that restaurant. It was embarrassing.
Was it? Why didn't you just order another cocktail, shrimp cocktail, and go for it? And just,
Soda.
Oh, really?
I didn't want to do it.
Chestnut only got down 10 pounds. He lost in a landslide.
It was terrible for him. It was a bad performance.
Could this be the end?
This could be the end. This could be the beginning of the end.
Last
he
year,
could be pulling a Rodgers.
Last year he won with 17 pounds.
Yeah,
it's just sad.
It could be the end.
Yeah.
It absolutely could be the end. You know, he looks like he's getting a little old and maybe out of shape.
Final thing, best of the weekend, guys. Are you eggnog fans?
Yeah,
I
Never had
100% am.
Yes.
I 100% am.
Yeah.
I bought some liquor to go with the eggnog, and I hid the liquor from my wife. Now I can't find it myself.
Lucius,
It's been 2 weeks. Pretty soon I'll have to break down and be like, hey, can you help me find this liquor that I hid from you?
Oh, no.
Lucius, with the liquor you buy for eggnog, is it rum?
Yeah.
It's rum. Okay, okay.
Yep.
All right.
Nice dark rum.
Yeah, there you go.
Well, we have a corporate Grinch that's trying to make mayo eggnog a thing this holiday season.
Mayo.
Yeah, mayo eggnog. G-Bag Nation, you make the call. Mayo eggnog, would we be for or against this?
This might be a bet payoff if we can get a hold of some of this.
Bro.
It's called mayo nog.
There's no way. There's no way I would choose that for a
This
bet
might
payoff.
be a bet payoff right here.
If I drank an 8-ounce glass of that, I would request that be worth 2 bet payoffs, and I would definitely hurl.
Oh, it
Mayonnaise
sounds...
Can we get? Is this on the market right now?
Yeah, they're putting it out.
Let's go.
It sounds disgusting.
Let's go.
You're not a mayo guy?
On a
Miracle Whip?
BLT,
I am a
is.
mayo guy, but I personally am like lukewarm
Lucius,
on the
am
eggnog.
I right? Club sandwich?
100%. Ooh, I don't know about this.
I want to loosen out the side when I squeeze the sandwich
Lucius,
down a little
like
bit.
when I do Friday lunch, Lucius will say, make sure they put extra mayo on it for me,
Yeah.
please. He'll ask me. Yeah.
All righty. Thank you, Wolchuk. That best of the weekend every Monday in the 340, usually with Chiafalo, but he's sick. So hopefully he can rejoin us
Eggnog
for
mayo.
tomorrow's show. Jared Sandler, our Rangers insider, play-by-play man, pre- and post-game show host, will tell you everything you need to know what Jacob deGrom does for the Rangers and what they do next. That's coming up next here on 105.3 The Fan. I got to chat about
Sport World. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios. Let's do this. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. We're going to have Jared Sandler on. Talking Rangers here with you. They did it again. They are the biggest story in the offseason for Major League Baseball, so congrats to them for the acquisition of Jacob deGrom. Quite exciting what is possible here for this upcoming season. General at your service. It's Brian Broaddus there, former Cowboy scout and NFL executive, Super Bowl champion. Lucius Alexander was in the Pimp Cup Master Control. You have Wolchuk here, Zach Wolchuk. Eric Chiafalo's out sick. Carter Freeman is coordinating your video, and you can watch us at 105thefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. I do think he's trolling me. I can't figure out why yet, but he's made this nice holiday screensaver for when we go to break, and there's somebody missing from it. So I'll remember that, Carter.
Is it you?
Yeah.
Are you serious?
Yeah,
you were on it earlier.
They got you as Santa. Yeah.
Maybe he's in the process of editing it, you know?
Yeah, probably.
Is he there?
Yeah, yeah. It's just a rough draft or something like that.
Would you rather be Santa? I mean, I'm just the biggest
Can
one
we
of the
go
group.
to that right now? I'm kind of interested.
I think you're a good Santa. You know,
Yeah, I mean, I'm just
Brian
like-
would be a good Santa too.
Brian would be. Brian actually would probably.
Have
be
you ever
the
been a
best
Santa, Brian?
No, but I've never been asked.
Okay.
I've never been asked. I probably would. Yeah, I'd probably help out if somebody needed one.
I would like you to dress up as Santa for our show.
If I lose a bet payoff, would that be something that we could do?
That's not a
Bad, but we got to do something with it. Like you got to go to the.
Like I'd have to go outside
Yeah.
and talk to people.
There you go.
Yeah.
hit the
That
Boys
would
and
be
Girls
good.
Club. Hand out some gifts.
Because
do the
putting
whole
on a
deal.
Santa
Let's go viral.
suit,
Yeah.
I don't think that's payoff worthy.
Go to that gas station I go to in Uptown. There's always homeless dudes. You just hand out dollar bills right there in your Santa
like
Claus.
that.
Gas
suit.
station
I like what
Santa.
you're doing
I
there.
love this.
There we go.
This
I
is a
like
good
Santa,
bet
bro.
I
payoff.
like it. We can get it on film.
Yeah. Hand out Hot Pockets and the drinks and stuff.
Shoot, yeah.
Hey, you know what? Next door.
Nice coldies.
I'll say this though. I was filling up with gas next door, and there was a gentleman sitting down, and he looked like he could use a meal. I brought it. I did. I went in there and got like a Big Mac, fries, and a drink, and I set it next to him, and he just swatted it away.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
He wasn't hungry for that.
I walked up and I didn't even say anything. I just set the bag down with the drink next to it and was going to my car because I parked it in the bay, to fill up. And I'm thinking, I'm going to fill up. I'm going to get this gentleman something to eat, and I'm going to go on my merry way.
Yeah.
And I got to the car. I turned around, and he just waved his hand and just knocked everything on the ground.
Must have been a vegan.
I don't. Maybe he didn't like Big Macs. I don't know, but it just kind of was one of those things. Like, man, I'm like, hey, I tried.
Like, bro, I'm on heroin, man. I need some change, not no food. I can't eat.
Well,
Starving.
it looked like he could use the meal. He was sitting there right on the curb, right by the gas station in the McDonald's. I'm thinking maybe he's just kind of going to ask somebody for something. And I said, I'll be proactive here and try and get him a bite to eat. But he did. He just waved it and he just, boom, knocked it all over the ground.
I'm
And
sorry.
I felt bad because like he probably got up, left, and somebody from the gas station probably had to clean it all up.
Oh, yeah.
And
I was going to ask you if you went back for the burger.
Nah.
It's a good burger.
I would have.
I just got in the car and said, I'm just going to keep trying, man. I'm not going to let that discourage me.
Pick up those fries that are on the floor.
Yeah.
Nothing goes to waste.
5-second rule. 5-second rule.
Yeah.
Okay, it is time now here, G-Bag Nation, for our Rangers insider, Jared Sandler. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
Guys, I'm great. How are y'all?
Oh, we're doing good. We're raising awareness for your Swing for a Cause event coming up Sunday at Top Golf, and we're getting these bids in. So we look forward to hopefully leading the charge on that once again and getting more information on that from you here in just a few minutes. What was your first takeaway, your first thought when it started to come down Friday afternoon they were getting deGrom?
Well, I was a little surprised because, my thought all along was that, and from what I was hearing, the Mets were the favorites, and they never quite pointed up the type of deal that would have convinced him to stay. And so, all that talk about the Rangers being in on deGrom was never not real, but I think a lot of it was manufactured by the agent, because I'd ask some folks and they'd say, I met with him, but I don't know where people are getting that we're, this close or that or whatever. And things with the Mets weren't going in the direction he wanted, I guess. And, whatever other, offers were out there, and the Rangers, I think over a 48-hour stretch just kind of pounced on it. And, next thing you know, the Rangers, for the second straight off season, are making a big-time acquisition. Last year it was with, the pair of infielders with Simeon and Seager, and early on this year, it's Jacob deGrom, and it's kind of crazy to think that the guy who, when healthy, when he's been on the mound, has been the best pitcher in baseball the last few years, is going to be wearing a Rangers uniform next year.
How risky is the move to you?
Yeah, I think, and I was listening a little bit earlier, Gavin. I think you make some great and fair points about the timing of it, and then obviously the health risk. But I'm not a doctor, right? I don't know. I can't sit here and predict a guy's health. I can come on and say, hey, 6'7" center fielder and Aaron Judge in his 30s, body, and over the course of baseball history, that type of body, as rare as it is, it doesn't age well. But maybe he's an outlier. With Jacob deGrom, it's not like he's had this extensive history of injuries over the course of his career. It's more of a recent thing, and some of it is a little maybe blurred because of the 2020 season in which he was healthy from start to finish was obviously an abbreviated year. Maybe we'd feel a little bit better if that wasn't an abbreviated year and, he went wire to wire. There has, especially as technology has improved in recent years, we've seen guys have great success in their mid to late 30s. I mean, heck, Justin Verlander just won a Cy Young in his 40s, and Max Scherzer in his late 30s has still been one of baseball's best pitchers. And guys who are incredibly talented and have the work ethic for that have seemed to find ways to have success defying science. And what we've come to know, I've not been around Jacob deGrom a lot. He's never been in the American League. He's never been an Arizona spring training guy. So, we've been limited in our exposure to him, and we've been limited, frankly, in our exposure to people who are around him a lot. But from what I've been able to gather, he, much like a lot of his other pitching counterparts who are pitching at the top of the game in their mid-30s, has this, insatiable work ethic. And hopefully that's going to help keep him healthy and carry him throughout this contract. But I can't sit here and tell you that I know for sure that he'll stay healthy. I would tell you that the Rangers, in talking to people, they would not have made this type of commitment at this price point if they did not have all the information available and decided with that information that this was a worthy investment. They can't predict the future of that, but this was not just made on a whim. This is not an Odell Beckham Jr. We're not going to work you out. They had medicals. They had extensive conversations regarding his health, and they were clearly at a point where they felt comfortable proposing this size of a deal and bringing him to town.
So if we use the word desperate, that would be incorrect?
Well, I guess what I would say is that's one perspective, and I understand that. I understand why people might feel that way. I'd also say, on the flip side, you have an opportunity to get a guy who has been as dominant as any pitcher we've probably seen in several years. And this is an organization that has never really been able to consistently bring pitching to the organization, and they have an opportunity to sign a guy, and they did. I mean, they signed, like, could we look back and say, yeah, this move didn't work out and it was desperate? Sure. I would say, like, the Chan-Ho Park move was out of desperation. The guy did not have the type of track record and career to justify the contract, but that was a team that was so desperately in need of pitching that they overpaid for a guy who really wasn't that good. You know, I think he was a 500 pitcher pitching in the National League at Dodger Stadium, which is a pitcher-friendly park, and his numbers really weren't that impressive. At least if you want to characterize this as a desperate move, it's a desperate move for the guy who's been the best pitcher in baseball the last few years. The timing of these things, they're never perfect. It's very tough to find a perfect free agent acquisition in baseball because a lot of these guys don't reach free agency until they're 30, 31 years old, or in the case of Jacob deGrom, 34 years old because of arbitration and, the CBA and how it's structured. So the timing isn't, probably perfect. You'd love to add Jacob deGrom as your final piece, but if you have an opportunity to add a guy like Jacob deGrom, I think it's tough to pass on it, but this definitely does reemphasize the importance of their farm system. They have to get guys, both position players and pitchers, who aren't just going to be everyday players or aren't just going to be guys who can slot in to the fourth or fifth spot in the rotation, but of their crop of young pitchers, they've got to get at least one of these guys to be someone who's like a 2 or a 3. And if they can get a second, that's awesome. They got to get 2 of these position players to be not just everyday players who, they can fill a spot, but we want this guy to be an everyday player. He gives us that type of production. And they've got to do that. And they have not been able to do that the last 10, 15 years consistently, and hopefully that's going to change.
So, Jared, what's the focus shift to now? Or I don't think that they're done. I know Ray Davis did say he wanted 2 pitchers this offseason. So are they still looking at a Carlos Rodon? Is it the trade market? Or are they maybe looking at a left fielder and adding a batter? Is it all the above?
Well, I definitely think it's all of the above. Whether they check all those boxes this offseason or not remains to be seen. They will get players that fit those categories, but some of it, instead of a long-term fix, might be, more of a short-term, 1-year deal type thing. Are they in on Carlos Rodon? I think they are, but I would doubt that signing takes place. I think the Rangers could always look to make a move behind the plate. They got some flexibility there. They definitely need some outfield help. Michael Conforto, Brandon Nimmo. We've heard Mitch Haniger's name. As guys who could be a part of this mix. They obviously need to improve the bullpen, and they still need another starter. And it doesn't need to be a big money guy, but it's tough to find cheap pitching that you can count on, right? Like Jake Odorizzi is available, and the Braves are willing to pay a chunk of his salary. But he was available for so little for a reason, right? It's not like he's coming off a year in which he was dominant. So guys who are going to give you that type of confidence, they're not going to be cheap. Even a guy like Nathan Eovaldi, he's going to be probably $14, $15 million a year for 2 years, 3 years, something of that nature. So I imagine they're still going to shore up their bullpen, or their rotation. But when you start looking at the guys available and the cost to sign these guys, again, it just goes back to their farm system. And then, of course, there's the other avenue, the trade route. Pablo Lopez of the Marlins, Corbin Burns to the Brewers, although, his price is probably going to be pretty high. But these are guys you can acquire, and you probably are going to want to pay them eventually, but you don't need to pay them right away because they're not yet free agents. You can add them. Shane Bieber is another name, who could very well be available. So they got a lot of options. That's the benefit of having a great farm system. I would say that, the best use of that farm system is ultimately going to be making trades to get established talent here. But if all you're doing is trading away these guys and you're not getting production out of them, then you're probably going to come up short in whatever your pursuits are.
Yeah, Jared, one other question here real quick before we get to your swinging for a cause. How close are they to like buying a championship? What will you be your prediction for them next year based on what they're trying to pull off for the rest of this offseason? Can they be a playoff team next year? Can we start contending yet, or is that more like 2024?
Well, it's a tough division with the Astros and the Mariners a part of it, but with the added playoff spot, if they were to improve their rotation and getting one more guy who, you feel like maybe could slot in, let's say, ahead of Martin Perez, then I don't think it would be unfair to expect this team to be either a playoff team or a fringe playoff team. Yeah, I don't think that's unfair. Now, I'm not saying that it's a sure thing or anything. Their roster, remember, they didn't even get to 70 wins last year. They've got to improve in a lot of areas, but they're making great strides. And I'll say this, whether these moves work out or not, me personally as a fan, I'd rather go down swinging and take a shot here. Now, you want to do it responsibly, but I don't know that signing the best pitcher in baseball is necessarily irresponsible. But a part of why he was maybe available and not a Yankee, not a Dodger, not a Met is because he is not a perfect free agent, but very rarely do you find a guy who is.
Well, we're looking forward to being with you Sunday, and your Swinging for a Cause event has become an annual tradition. I know the bays are sold out, right? But you can still bid on our bays, and there's a lot of other fun to be had, including tickets for the concert, right?
Yeah, concert tickets, 1053thefan.com/Sandlot, and then, throughout the week, we'll be auctioning off the bays for each of the 4 shows. I think Barry Church shared last week that he will be at the Bay with you guys, so you're not only going to be hanging out with Gavin and Broadus and Lucius and Eric and Wolchuk, but also Barry Church and another special guest that I will share with you guys later in the week. So really excited for that.
Thank you, Jared. 1053thefan.com/Sandlot or call us to bid. Jared, thanks so much for the Rangers insight. Hey. There he goes. He's at Jared Sandler. Okay, when we come back, it is time for Zach Wolchuk's Top 10 at 420. Where are we going with that?
I got Cowboy Thoughts, and it's Walt Disney's bleeping birthday, the best Disney movies. What's your favorite next on the Fan?
All right, let's chat about my friends at Twin Peaks, though. That is my favorite place to go for eats, drinks, and scenic views. What kind of sports do you like to watch? Twin Peaks is the place to go.
Turner & Electric. Call or visit us online today.
Baker Brothers makes great service fun.
Welcome back, Nation. It is time now for Wolchuk's Top 10 at 420 here in the Nation. Segment's brought to you by Soda. That's state of the art. Here he is, Wooly Bully.
Thank you very much. 325 see your text. And you're right. You're absolutely right about some of that. I don't know that Walt Disney was a very good person, but the legacy's lived on, and we enjoy the content that Disney has provided us. So we're not going to get into the bad things.
I definitely question the motivation behind that mouse. I do.
Right, and I hear you.
But I gave him my money too at the same time. I went down there took my family and everything. Look at the mouse.
Right.
Let's take a photo next to the mouse, baby.
I'm with you. It's still amazing. It is a place like you go in there and your inner child. Like it's just fun and it's amazing and it's a blast. So we're just going to celebrate the fun and the enjoyment here, not the human being. That guy can go bleep himself, but Disney films and the joy that it's brought children and us throughout everything. So let us know. What's your favorite Disney movie? 877-881-1053. We'll go around there. But before that, do want to talk about some Cowboys Colts thoughts after last night. And I really would just want to highlight the rookie performances. Last night was a coming out party for the majority of these rookies. Daron Bland, 2 interceptions last night, was simply outstanding.
Got 3 for the year.
He's at 3 for the year. And this was, I think, a really strong performance for Bland because we were high on him when he first took over for Jordan Lewis. And we were thinking, like, yes, huge bummer to lose Jordan Lewis for the season, but we were excited to see Bland play. And then we had Barry Church on last week, and Church was speaking very highly of Bland. And we were thinking, man, there's been some highs and lows, but last night was such an incredible game for Bland. And then you also had the fellow 5th rounder, Damon Clark, who I think is getting better and better every week. And he had the strip forced fumble of Mo Alley Cox that gets the scoop and score for Malik Hooker. And then Sam Williams as well with the fumble that he's able to recover to set up the Malik Davis touchdown at the end of the game. So your rookie class is really contributing big for you.
Tyler Smith.
And Tyler Smith has been good for you all year long. Now we'll see what ends up happening when Tyron comes back. Do you continue to switch and at left guard? What ends up happening there? Yeah. That'll be interesting. But these rookies are being really, really good.
Yeah, no, and you also throw those the 2 tight ends in there as well. In the way the young rookie tight ends and what they've Ferguson, Hendershot, and what they've been able to do like as blockers. I think the running game has really kind of improved because of those guys' ability at the point of attack and some of the movement stuff that they've been able to do.
Agreed. Now, the other thing would be, how about we get rid of this curse when it comes to the bicentennial helmets? We talked about this during pregame, Brian. Everyone was
all they
did
was take one blue stripe off their normal helmets and put a red stripe on.
Looks like the American Airlines sponsor or something.
Yeah, did a little bit.
Something special in the air.
But it's just salute to service. We're going red, white, and blue on the helmets. So, last year, we had the Broncos game. We don't need to talk about it. But you put up a 50 brisket on the Colts. Let's go. 54-19. No more curse. No. Let's put that away. I think the Cowboys are now 12-3 all time when they wear those. There's no curse.
Yeah. We're in the Super Bowl with those helmets.
We're good, man.
Yeah.
We're fine. We'll move on. Another thought is, how about Malik Hooker? Just overall, the revenge game. There's something about it. You play against your former team, like A.J. Brown had it yesterday, too, for the Eagles against the Titans. Unfortunately, we wanted the Eagles to lose, but A.J. Brown went off. Malik Hooker, the team that drafted him, they cut him. He moves on. He had those knee injuries. He's revitalized his career with the Cowboys, but he has a pick. He was flying around. You talked about it in Krusty's Corner, Brian, not only when it came to the scoop and score and the interception, but he was just all over the field last night.
He was. And he put himself in position to make several plays and did a really nice job. And that's what they needed from the free. And he played with a little pace last night. When you watched him run, we were talking about some of the deep ball stuff. He tried to get over and help Brown. That they've had some problems with that before, but he covered a lot of ground to try and get over there and help on that play. It just didn't work out.
It's just so amazing how out of control of our emotions we are. Because you talk about playing 100% or 110%. Most people can't get there unless revenge is on the line. Your parents are in the audience. Like, there's something about this stuff, that gets athletes to perform at a significantly higher level. And it's fascinating to me. It really is. If they could unlock that, I think sports could go to another level.
Oh, man, Lucius in his freaking bag. I love this. Okay. Also, this is something we haven't talked about, but we have really had many discussions about the Cowboys' issues in the red zone. This is something they're fixing. And Kellen Moore, Mike McCarthy, Dak, whoever it is, guys, tip of the cap. This is something the Cowboys are getting going here. 4 for 4 in the red zone last week against the Giants. 4 for 4 this week against the Colts. Cowboys as a team have scored 12 touchdowns since Brett Maher's last field goal. Red zone success. Cowboys cashing in for 6, baby, in the red area.
This was something I was highly critical of in the Cowboys in 2019, 2020. Third down efficiency, red zone efficiency, the field shortens. Can you execute? And the Cowboys are doing both of those things at an incredibly high level right now. And it's amongst the biggest reasons to be bullish about their possibilities here in the playoffs.
Absolutely. In the text, I see their thoughts. Props to Terrence Steele, and we have given praise to Terrence Steele, I think, as his show. Some people are saying, well, you guys don't give him the love to Terrence Steele. He's been balling. I think we have. I think we have been praising Terrence Steele, specifically as a run blocker. And we talked about it on Friday. Like him and Zach Martin, they've been one of the most dominant pairs in terms of a run blocking duo in all the NFL this year.
Tear you up.
Terrence Steele's playing his ass off. All right, let's slide into the top 10 at 420, baby. Top 10 Disney films in honor of the birthday of Walt Disney. If it wasn't for him, even though he might be a bully pole.
And do we have to say like animated Disney films now because they do so much different stuff?
You don't have to. This list, the top 10, I will say, is all specifically animated because that was like the majority of their early stuff. So it might just kind of be biased, but they do have non-animated movies. So you don't have to give an animated film if you don't want to. It's totally free game. So give whatever you want. Like it can be Remember the Titans if you want. That's a Disney movie.
Really?
Yeah.
Did you ever see the movie Flubber? Son of Flubber?
Yes. Yeah. Robin Williams, baby.
I just thought it was funny how that they bouncing around, they were playing basketball and all that. And Flubber was one of my favorite movies. I kind of liked, and this is going to sound, I like Mary Poppins, believe it or not.
Yes, that's on my list, bro. That's on my list.
I think when you look at Julie Andrews and Dick Van Dyke together, they were perfect.
Yeah.
That was a fun. It's kind of a crazy kind of deal. But I just like all the song with it and stuff like that.
Just a spoonful of sugar makes the medicine go down.
The medicine go down.
2 unhateable people right there.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't hate Dick Van Dyke and Julie Andrews. You can't do that. Come on, what are we doing here?
What you got, Lucius?
Dumbo, bro.
Dumbo is really
Dumbo
good.
makes me cry.
It is a sad one.
It connects to me.
Bambi gets me too.
Yeah, I can't watch Bambi.
Me too. It was a one-time watch.
Alice in Wonderland?
Yeah.
I like Alice in Wonderland, especially when I'm drinking some nice tea.
It's a teapot.
And the Muppet movies.
The Muppet movies are good.
Yeah, I like the Muppets, man.
Yeah.
Kids called me Dumbo in elementary school.
Sorry to hear that, bro. Hey, you grown into it. You grown into it. You good, bro.
Yeah, my head finally got big enough to match my ears.
Yeah.
You're fine.
Yeah, like Will Smith, you know what I mean?
Yeah. So I'm going to go with Miracle.
I love Miracle.
2004.
Hell yes.
Yeah, it was inspiring.
Doc says you got a bad bruise. Last time I checked, the knee's a long way from the heart. Thought you were a hockey player.
Yeah.
You want me to play on one leg? I'll play on one leg.
Yeah, I do.
You got that down.
It's a great monologue right
Freaking
there.
love Miracle, bro. That movie is so
Again.
Yeah. Michael Ruzioni. Who do you play for? I play for the United States of America. So good. It's a passionate film. We'll get you going. The U.S. men's national team should probably watch that every year. Get juiced up.
I was thinking about that speech. What speech that they would give? Would you?
Oh, with Herb Brooks?
Yeah. Would you give that speech before the U.S. played that
I
match?
performed that for a communications course in college. Actually,
Did you? You gave the whole speech?
It was like little clips. Like you had to pick little moments from. So I picked I did a little bit of Eminem's "Lose Yourself." I did a little bit of Herb Brooks' "Miracle." I did a little bit of the Little Giant speech from Rick Moranis, and I put it all together. It was pretty good, I thought. But I mean, I got an A on it, so whatever. All right, here is the top 10 honorable mentions. We got Hercules, we got Up, and Mulan.
Man, Up is sad too. You talk about crying during a movie, man.
Oh, old guy.
Holy jeez.
He gets you.
Yeah.
Number 10 is The Incredibles.
Okay.
Good stuff.
Yeah.
Incredibles
is really good.
Yeah. Saw the most recent one 4 or 5 years ago.
It's good. Number 9, and I never saw this, is Tangled.
Never heard of it.
Rapunzel.
Tangled?
Yeah, it came out in 2010.
Oh.
I didn't see
Thought
Tangled.
that was a Will Smith joint.
Yeah.
The Entanglement. Number 8 is Toy Story, the original.
All right.
So good. Oh, Pirates of the Caribbean got texted.
Used to scare the hell out of my cousin, by the way. That Toy Story movie?
Yes.
Yeah, he didn't have any toys in his room after a while.
No, he didn't.
Yeah.
Number 7 is Finding Nemo.
That was
Great
a good
movie.
That was a good one too.
Just
So
keep
good.
swimming, bro.
Just keep swimming.
Just keep swimming.
Absolutely fantastic.
Escape.
Number 6 is Monsters, Inc.
Great movie.
Mike Wazowski.
Great movie.
Number 5, The Little Mermaid.
Okay.
And we got a remake coming out. None of those remakes have really been very good.
Okay.
So I don't know.
Yeah.
But number 4, we got Beauty and the Beast, the original.
That was good.
Number 3, Aladdin.
That was funny. Yeah.
Gotta love the man. Robin Williams again kills it as the genie.
I think it was that was a rated G that should have been probably PG, right? Aladdin. That was kind of one of those.
Jasmine from Aladdin.
Poof, what do you need? Poof, what do you need?
Poof, what do you need? Yep. Number 2, I don't know if this is recency bias, but people do love this freaking movie, Moana.
Who?
That's pretty good. Moana.
Moana.
Yeah, with The Rock.
Okay.
The one with the And if you were listening to Joe Looney the other night with KG, like people think that Joe Looney is Moana. I guess he's a school teacher now.
What?
And they think that he is Moana.
He would be Maui. He would be Maui.
Yeah.
Moana's the gal.
Okay.
Yeah.
Apologies.
No, you're good.
Because I haven't seen Moana.
I've seen it like 8 times. Yeah, it's one of the few.
But number 1, and this is also my personal favorite, and I don't think Sausage Party is a Disney film.
Little Mermaid?
No, Little Mermaid we already said. We're getting a lot of texts for Fox and the Hound.
Run,
oh my
Cougar,
gosh.
Run.
Yes, Brink, absolutely. Andy, Brinker, we're soul skaters. And a motocross is getting texted in. Absolutely. Those are great ones. But number 1, the best Disney movie, it is The Lion King.
Oh yeah.
There you go.
It's got to be The Lion King, right?
Yeah.
And the remake was not good. But
Really?
the OG, very good.
It was outstanding and continues to be that way.
Which OG? The White Lion from Asia?
What are we talking
That's
about?
the OG.
Really?
Yeah.
I have not seen this.
Google that joint up.
Okay, I will.
All right, thank you, Wolchuk.
Bye,
The
buddy.
top 10 at 4:20 every afternoon here in the G-Bag Nation. Coming up at 5 o'clock, we are an Odell Beckham Jr. watch. We'll give you anything else that we've learned. Cowboys post-game Twitter is coming up next. But what a massive weekend of college football, and history has been made here in the great state. We have a college football super segment for you next here to the G-Bag Nation on the Fan. I want to chat about D&M leasing, though, because this is the best way, the only way that I get new vehicles in the Metroplex. D&M leasing and the Easy Lease. It's an absolute home run. You know, it's well known.
tax deduction and vacation voucher.
Donate your card today to Junk for Joy.
Hurry, it's your last chance to donate for 2022.
The upcoming segment of The Fan is brought to you by Permapeer.
Temperatures are falling and Texas soil is shifting. When shift happens, it's time to call the dirt nerds at Permapeer. Get a free no-obligation appraisal today. Permapeer.com. That's Permapeer, P-I-E-R.com. Serving DFW for over 20 years.
Cowboys news begins on the Fan. Jerry Jones, Stephen Jones, Mike McCarthy, DeMarcus Lawrence, and Michael Irvin. Oh, not to mention our Super Bowl winning scout Brian Broaddus and insider Bobby Belt. Our competitors listen for the latest news, and so should you. The place to be for Cowboys coverage is 105.3 The Fan.
At Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, it is an all-out sprint to finish #1 in the country. Custom order your vehicle online and lock in today's pricing. Because of #1, they'll get it to you faster. Find new roads at Classic Chevrolet.
Thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan. Cowboys Twitter's coming up at 5 o'clock. We'll take a look at what everybody's been saying about Odell Beckham Jr. throughout the day and other things about the Cowboys' big win over the Colts. It's time now for a college football super segment. Here's Wolchuk.
Thank you very much. We do have some news regarding some local kids here in the DFW Metroplex. Jackson Smith and Jigba, Rockwall Zone. We talked about this during Crosstalk with K and C. But Ohio State standout, he's done for the year. He is headed to the NFL draft. He's out of the college football playoff. If you missed it, we did get the news that the college football playoff is #1 Georgia after they knocked off Brian Broaddus' LSU Tigers in the SEC championship game. #2 will be Derek Holland's Michigan Wolverines after they knocked off Purdue in the Big Ten championship game. TCU was able to survive and still make the playoff, rightly so, despite losing to Kansas State. I don't know why they didn't do the quarterback sneak there, Brian, with Max Duggan, but they didn't do it. So it didn't matter. They lose an OT. They still make the playoff. And then Ohio State is the 4th team in. So Ohio State is set to play Georgia. But Jackson Smith and Jigba says, quote, I want to be out there competing with my brothers more than anything. The decision to turn pro was made after I was unable to come back on multiple occasions during the season, and the doctors determined I would be unable to participate in the playoffs. So Njigba broke the Big Ten record with just over 1,600 yards last season, including a record-breaking Rose Bowl performance in which he caught 15 passes for 347 yards and 3 touchdowns, and he just was never able to get right this year dealing with that nagging hamstring injury. But certainly a big blow, in my opinion, to Ohio State's chances to maybe upset Georgia without him. And now he turns his sights to the NFL draft and trying to get healthy and just go out there and dominate the draft process.
Yeah, that's man, he was so great in that Rose Bowl game, him and Marvin Harrison Jr. and the way that they were able to shine, and so, but that's the thing that we're in now with college football. These games and these, the kids, and I don't blame them. I don't blame them at all. If you remember Matt Corral last year, it didn't hurt his, I don't think it hurt his draft stock, but he played in the game. He played in the Sugar Bowl. He felt obligated to his Ole Miss teammates and all that. And heck, he's lucky he didn't have that, that Dak Prescott injury. I mean, he had the high ankle sprain and all that, but he got rolled up so bad he couldn't finish the game. And you're just like going, please don't be hurt to where you're dealing with a compound fracture or something like that. So I completely understand. I just think it's terrible, though, I think the thing that's going to help when we go to the multiple teams in the playoffs will help the bowl games again. Because maybe you won't have as many, maybe you
opt-outs.
Yeah, maybe you won't have as many opt-outs. I could be way wrong about that, but
I think you're right because they're still in it to win a national championship.
Yeah, but like I said, here's Ohio State with a shot, and this kid says I don't really want to play.
Yeah, I mean, but if it weren't for him being hurt, I wonder if it would be different. But I mean, you might still be right. I mean, maybe it is just like, hey, my pro future is worth more than the risk of playing in these extra games and getting hurt.
Yeah. I just, and a lot of these kids are only staying, the 3 years and stuff like that. And we're starting to hear about transfer portal news and stuff. That's going to be crazy how that's all going to play out.
Especially with Deion now at Colorado.
You know what? I mean, I give him a lot
Go ahead, hit your portals. I brought my own bags.
That's exactly right. I mean, he's, that's one of those things where you evaluate. I think they kept a receiver, though. I think a receiver, one of their top receivers ended up staying.
Yeah, he was in the portal and he said, "Well, just kidding. I'm going to stay here in Colorado now that we got prime time."
Yeah, exactly. And I don't blame kids for wanting to leave. But what's interesting is these kids that are like leaving Alabama. I think there's like 6-7 kids.
I think Trey Sanders, one of their top DBs, said, "Hey, you got room for me over there, Unc?"
Yeah. So I'm fascinated by teams or players that are leaving like these programs that people are supposedly going to transfer into, like the Alabamas and we'll see with Colorado and stuff like that. This is going to be one of the most fast. I love the fact that the athletic director, they asked him, where'd you get the money to do this? And he says, we don't have the money yet, but we will. But we're going to get the money. So
that is
we'll see.
Such an amazing quote.
I mean, all the visibility. If you're a sponsor and you want the most coverage from ESPN, maybe a Hard Knock style of show, you can get signage everywhere in the background. Like this, it might become the best college football marketing vehicle for visibility.
You also have Spencer Sanders, Oklahoma State quarterback, former Denton Ryan stud, who I got to cover his high school career. He, multi-year starter for the Cowboys. He's got 1 year of eligibility remaining because everybody got that extra year due to COVID.
The COVID year, right.
So he is also entering the transfer portal as he took to Twitter to announce that today.
The transfer portal it plays very well for those that are super talented. It doesn't play as well for the guy that might be, not as high on the depth chart and all that. You get a bunch of kids that all of a sudden leave and they think the transfer portal is their way out and their, way up. But, really these teams have got, a lot of these teams or these colleges have got these evaluators, much like scouts, that are handling the transfer portal and evaluating these names. So you honestly have like a big board, like a draft board, where you got all these names up on this board and you're saying, okay, this would be a blue chip guy. This would be a blue chip guy. This guy might not fit in what we're trying to do. So you do have some of these kids that are getting into the transfer portal, and it might end very badly for them.
Well, speaking of the transfer portal, you've also got Clemson quarterback DJ Uiagalelei, who is also going to go ahead and submit his name into the transfer portal after Cade Klubnik took over and looked really good in that ACC championship win for the Tigers.
It was only a couple of years ago that DJ was in that game in South Bend and looked outstanding, and you kind of thought that maybe quarterback was going to be taken care of at Clemson, but it's been nothing but, these guys win 10 games and all that, but man, a lot of the blame has come on him lately for some of those bad losses that they've had.
So we actually have that audio, I think, Lucius, of Deion.
Oh, which one?
When he makes it clear, when he's talking about, he's bringing his own luggage with him.
Yeah, his Louis. Hold on. I'm bringing my own Louis.
Yeah, he's bringing his own Louis.
Yeah.
And he's basically telling everyone else, hit the portal. Hit the portal, guys. You guys.
We got a few positions already taken care of because I'm bringing my luggage with me. And it's Louis. Okay. It ain't going to be no more of a mess that these wonderful fans, the student body, and some of your parents have put up with for probably 2 decades now. I'm coming. And when I get here, it's gonna be change. So I want y'all to get ready to go ahead and jump in that portal and do whatever you're gonna get. Because the more you jump in, the more room you make. Because we bring kids that are smart, say that, smart, tough.
Deion, man.
Is he talking to the Colorado kids there or the Jackson State kids?
Talking to the Colorado kids.
So he's saying get in the portal and get out of the way?
Yeah.
Because we're bringing talent?
Yes.
Wow.
Yep. And it took one night, and he's already landed a 4-star wide receiver to Colorado. Winston Watkins Jr. announced on Sunday that he's committing to the Buffaloes. I don't think it's going to take long for Deion to salvage
His
things.
son's a really good quarterback.
He's
He's going to get some skilled guys there.
I was wondering if that's what his criteria was, because why Colorado, I think, is the most interesting thing. If you think about his recruiting ties, he could go anywhere and have success.
Right.
Like, I think Colorado's is going to be a major factor in college football, but was it, I need a place to take Shador, that there's nobody who's going to start at quarterback? Was it big money?
I do know that he was shooting for a Colorado job before this Jackson State even came up.
Really?
Yeah.
He likes Colorado.
I mean, probably there's probably several other colleges he was shooting at too.
Yeah.
But I know they were on the list for some stuff I read this weekend.
No, that's good insight, because I was kind of surprised about Colorado as well, because he didn't really have a link there. But
I know it's a great vacation spot for Texans. Hell yeah, Colorado's
Sweet
amazing.
colors, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Your logo looks good. Your colors look great.
Well, and Boulder's a badass place.
Hell yeah, it is.
It is.
So, I mean, hell, I'd want to go there.
The only thing that I'm concerned about going forward for Deion is what's the stability of the Pac-12.
It's going to be wide open with USC and UCLA leaving.
Well, that's
but
what
you're
I'm saying.
right about the conference future.
But what happens to the television future there?
Yeah.
You don't want to be. Now, maybe Deion Sanders in Colorado, maybe he will drive that thing into such a brand that they become an independent. You know, that they turn into a Notre Dame, a Brigham Young, something like that, and they can make their own schedule and play who they want to play and that type of thing. So that's the only concern that I'd have if Deion going to Colorado is what's the stability of the Pac-12 in the next 2 to 3 years with USC and UCLA leaving to go to the Big Ten.
Well, if he stays there long term, maybe it's his final destination. I'm sure he'll make it the kind of place that the two power conferences or whatever it is want to invite.
Well, no, that's what that has to be your hope. I mean, if you're the AD there, I think it's Rich George, I think is his name, and his thought has to be is, okay, I brought a very high profile coach and recruiter here. They've been able to get players over the years in Colorado. You know, you look at Cordell Stewart was from New Orleans. You look at Rashad Salam, I believe he's from Illinois. So I mean, Colorado has been able to recruit nationally and have outstanding players throughout their history.
All righty, thank you, Wolchuk. A college football super segment is in the books. When we return, it's time for some Cowboys Twitter. We are on Odell Beckham Jr. watch. Things could happen. We do know what his plans are for tonight. We'll pass that along to you and everything else we've learned about the Cowboys throughout the broadcast day. That's coming up next in the G-Back Nation. Let's talk about Window Nation, though, because these are the guys to go to, especially with winter coming up fast. They're saying it's going to be
from the Classic Chevrolet Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
It's hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a terrific day. As we're into some Cowboys Twitter right here, some of the top storylines, the top tweets that went viral during Mike McCarthy's press conference earlier, and things said following last night's game. Terrific job by Broadus and Wolchuk and the post-game crew. It was really interesting to listen to everybody's reaction, and then on through the broadcast day today here on The Fan. People are fired up about this victory and how the Cowboys are stomping mud holes.
What was interesting about last night was the fact that you kind of felt like something was going on. And that something that was going on was Jerry Jones after the game and the post game.
Oh, yeah.
Because I have never seen a victorious head coach press conference where there were 3 people in there and 2 people were only asking questions.
Do you think Jerry does this intentionally?
I don't know, but, Mike...
So Jerry's holding court in the back while Mike's press conference is about to go on. Yeah.
Same time. And it's like, Mike, I was like going, where...
Shouldn't that Tad dude have been like, hey, Jerry, time to...
Well, we came down the elevator with him and Scott Agolnik, and they went directly to the field, I'm sure, and then... Mike, I was thinking, well, was Mike a little early on this, to not give everybody a chance to go over? But I think people are figured out that you get far more information about the team and really, really what's going on talking to the owner, general manager, than the head coach.
Well, maybe they need then like a Mike presser and then a Jerry presser, but don't do it at the same time, because I would agree with the reporters. If you want better info, probably go to Jerry. It just seems like there's no way he could have known. Like, he might know Mike McCarthy's about to speak, but he's into it and all that, and they're doing the question and answer. And then I think when he found out, like, hey, Mike McCarthy's press conference was going on, there were only 2 reporters there, Jerry. Yeah. He was probably like, oh, crap, my bad. Won't happen again, right? There's no way you do something like that on purpose.
Well, I don't think Mike would say anything, but I wonder, if the PR staff would say, hey, listen, Jerry, but what do you tell Jerry? Jerry's very interested in walking out of that locker room, and then the camera lights turn on, and he's like, okay, what do you got? And he's going to tell you that Dak Prescott's thumb's busted. He's going to tell you that Anthony Brown's Achilles is ruptured. Mm-hmm. He's going to give you the idea that, like, Odell Beckham, I think I'm going to push all the chips in, and here we go, kind of
Maybe
a thing.
He likes the coaches to know he's daddy. For years, he's done his Friday hit at 10:30, same time as the coach's press conference.
Yeah. I just think that there's something like, if you're Mike McCarthy, you're going, okay, we're cool. I'm sure it was a little bit of a shock for him to walk in there and walk up on that podium and look around and see Mickey and Calvin Watkins sitting there and a girl transcribing information.
It was strange. We were looking at each other like,
I thought something really major
going on.
I thought something major happened. Maybe like Jerry was like telling everybody that, okay, we signed Odell Beckham.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Yeah,
So, or maybe, So something had to have been going on, but we knew it had to be Jerry's talking or something big, because you never see nobody in there for Mike McCarthy's presser.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's 30 reporters.
Right. The room's full.
In most game situations. 214, Jerry's the worst. I don't know if he did it on purpose. I think it's something he just got caught up having fun and the attention was on him, and I don't think he'll do it again. But if he does, maybe he and Mike are kind of going back and forth at each other a little bit in the public and having fun. Like, Mike took a hell of a shot at him today. He was asked about something Jerry did, and Mike said, well, I'd have more leniency on that.
Well, it's in reference to the Zeke suspension, him not starting the game for disciplinary reasons.
What was so funny was you were starting to get audio from the locker room and, like Zeke interviews and stuff like that. And then all of a sudden the Jerry quotes started coming out about Zeke and the potentially with a phone going off or him being late for a meeting, or, why didn't Zeke start? And nobody was asking Zeke any questions about, why didn't you start? What's to do with you and Tony? Are you no longer the starter? Nobody knew to ask that question. And then you get Jerry, and now it's like, oh, okay.
Well, we looked like a couple of schmucks, because Brian and I are thinking maybe this is it. Maybe this is the passing of the torch. They're finally like, you know what, Pollard's our guy.
You
And
want
this is
everything.
good.
You want those things handled internally.
Sure.
Now you've made a mess for your running back and for your coaching staff.
I know being over there today, over at the Star, doing work with DallasCowboys.com, that there were some people in the organization that weren't too happy about Jerry saying what he said.
Okay.
And like that they felt like that they kind of had a handle on that, and then the cat got out of the bag.
It keeps popping up. It's like he can't help himself but, say things or do things that should infuriate Mike McCarthy. In the offseason, he vented about it in the Rich Eisen podcast. Since then, I think he's come to accept it and now is terrific at like providing levity during it, like a joke or like a whatever. So yeah, there's that part of it, and that's a big storyline from last night.
Reminds me of that Dave Chappelle, Dane Cook situation.
Yes.
If anybody want to hear me talk and ask me some questions, come on outside and smoke some cigarettes.
Yes.
Sorry about your press conference
That's
there, Mike.
exactly right.
We'll see how important Mr. Dane Cook is now.
Yes, that is a legendary moment. Can I give some love to Brian Broaddus and Trayvon Diggs real quick? So, Brian, you gave your scouting report. You said if you're the Cowboys, this is what you do. You travel Diggs with Pittman. What the Cowboys do? They traveled Diggs with Michael Pittman. In fact, according to Next Gen Stats, Trayvon Diggs shadowed Michael Pittman last night, aligning across from him on 30 of 40 routes. That's 83% of the time. Michael Pittman targeted just one time with Diggs as the nearest defender. How many catches for Michael Pittman Jr.? 0.
Nice job.
The bagel.
Yeah, when you took him off him, he was more interested in shadowing Matt Ryan's pump fake.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, maybe go with that. Nice job, though. Brian's been calling a lot of these things, and you got to stay tuned because he's really telling you what needs to happen and what did happen. Okay, I don't see anything on OBJ since the confirmation from Mike at about 3 o'clock. He's in the building, and he's going through medical processes. Callie Kaplan broke it earlier. Sounds like Dak might be among those accompanying Odell Beckham Jr. to the Mavs game tomorrow night. That was yesterday. Not that the Mavs needed more motivation versus West's best sons beyond trying to turn around their 500 start, but Cowboys fan Luka Doncic might have a little bit of extra juice. So that's something fun to look for tonight if you're going to the game.
Is Odell Beckham? I think he's friends with Devin
Booker.
Devin Booker.
Yeah.
So that'd be interesting because especially if they sit in those seats that the Joneses own, the Cowboys own those seats.
Right.
There are 4 seats next to the visitors' bench.
Well, and rumor has it OBJ is a courtside guy, but
And
Dak likes
is
to be a
not.
sweet guy.
Yeah. So
something's got to give. I mean, you go with OBJ, right?
Yeah.
So you want if OBJ wants courtside, you're going courtside.
You're going courtside.
Yeah.
I think that's where the highest visibility is going to be tonight.
Definitely.
You want to be all over that. Okay. Mike McCarthy also said the Cowboys will not have any padded practices this week.
Yeah.
Okay. So
they're playing the Texans.
Players appreciate that.
What are you trying to say?
Is there? Yeah. There's no need. No, we're good, guys. You have all week off.
Yeah. It's tough for the Texans, though.
I do want to salute my guy Zeke for being candid. I truly believe our team is better off when Tony's getting touches. He's so explosive. Last year, I had to really come around to it, and it definitely was a little hard at first. But at the end of the day, what's important is the team.
Yeah, he's trying to get Tony paid, so he'll leave.
There you go. Yeah, we got to get this Tony guy more touches. Maybe he'll get hurt. No, just playing. Just playing.
Man.
Knock on wood on that one. But I think Zeke's better for it. He's fresher later in the games, later in the season. And for the last 2 weeks, Zeke hasn't hit 100 yards, but he has been a huge reason that they have won. The other thing that shows is I think the influence that he had on the coach's decision, which is, I think, a little off. Yeah, it's kind of a head-scratcher why Zeke got to continue to carry the ball so much more. But I've compared his situation to Jason Witten. I gave the coaches credit for getting Pollard in more, but it might be Zeke. I think what we found out, it was Zeke last year putting himself in the game.
Yeah.
And the coaches didn't say, Zeke, you got to come out. He said, give more to Pollard. That's my guy. And I'm not incredibly comfortable with how that whole thing flowed. I don't know. I don't think that looks good for Kellen Moore, the offensive coordinator. You have to maintain the ability to move any player in and out of the lineup based on what gives your team the best chance to win. If you can't evaluate it or are uncomfortable doing it with a star player or a former star player, you're weak, Kellen. That was pathetic, and you better not let it happen again. Okay. Will Dak pass Tony? Most career passing touchdowns in Cowboys history after Dak's fade route to Michael Gallup. Tony, 247. Troy, 165. Dak, 156. Of course, he's going to pass Troy Aikman. Is he going to pass Tony Romo as well? I think so. That's only like 3 more seasons. 3 more seasons, sure. Dak Prescott is going to be the all-time touchdown tosser, maybe 2 if he goes off.
How many more years left on that contract, by the way?
2 more years.
2 more years.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll see.
Yeah.
I think there's a good shot, though.
Yeah, I don't see the team falling apart enough. I mean, the offensive line is being rebuilt. You let Amari Cooper go, and he still has this offense, and whether it's going to be good enough to beat good defenses when you get to the playoffs, I don't know. But, the sample size now is pretty outstanding. There's a case to be made that the schedule's been crap. It's been 5 bad teams and the Minnesota Vikings with the worst game plan ever. Maybe when the schedule gets more difficult, but it's not going to get difficult the rest of this year. You're still in the NFC East where you own Washington and New York. You split with Philly. You're halfway to 10 wins before you even get out of the division. So I can't see the Cowboys wanting to pull the plug on this arrangement.
No.
He's proving now I've come back fully from the injuries that have been hampering me for the last 3 seasons. I'm now back to being a very high-level Dak. I want him to run more still. Yep. I was hollering at the TV last night, come on. You need to turn that thing loose, and prevent the 3 and outs in any way possible. But he proved once again he doesn't need to.
Definitely on that one that almost was the interception, where it was where the hell was that ball going to CeeDee Lamb? I was that was one you wanted to take off and run. But you're about to win 10 games in back-to-back years for the first time since the 95-96 seasons.
Wow.
Fellas, this has not happened in a long time. So this Dak McCarthy marriage, maybe we should kind of be happy about this. Also, we talked about this last night, Brian, but Collinsworth made the point during the NBC Sports broadcast, and I saw this quote tweeted, but they talked to Dak during their lead up to the game, and he said, quote, I'm just going to assume, talking about his receivers, they're going to get open when they get out of the break. So you're starting to see him kind of, instead of just waiting to see things open, he's starting to try and throw receivers open, trying to anticipate that, which we've talked about Dak quite a bit. That's been a knock on him. So maybe that's resulting in a little bit of these interceptions or a little bit of these passes where it seems like there's some miscommunications because he's trying to put some more trust in his receivers to make these plays.
Yeah, I agree, man, and that's a very interesting topic. Last week we talked about how many picks is it okay to throw if you're increasing the scoring by this much? And I think we're seeing a continuation of that, and now he's putting words to it. It's really interesting because it should have been 2 and maybe even 3 interceptions last night, right? How comfortable are we with it? Do we want more of a bus driver? I love that he's pushing the envelope, though, and experimenting. And I think if he continues to do this, there might be growing pains. You can dial it back in big game situations where you need to be more conservative. But I would say in the regular season over the next 2 to 3 years, whenever you get a chance to do this, put that ball up. And over time, I think you'll figure out ways to avoid the big takeaway, right? But step 1, I think, is not being afraid of the mistake. And I didn't know if Dak would ever get there, and it seems like he has.
How many interceptions would you take a game to know you were scoring 30 points every game?
1.
Yeah, I think 1, you're still going to be in position to win. Now the other team might take that in, and now instead of 23 points, they have 30. Yeah. But at 2, now you're begging for them to score 35 on you, aren't you?
The interception right before half, that's the one that's going to kill you. The Cowboys got theirs back, and so they were able to punch it in right before half. So you were okay, right? You got it back. Right. But you can't turn the ball over consistently right before the half and put yourself behind the 8 ball against good teams. That's going to beat you in the playoffs.
Since returning, the Cowboys are outscoring their opponents 39-15. I tell you what, with a defense like this, it is easier. It is easier to put that ball up and say, well, I'm going to throw it over into their half of the field, and if they do pick it off, then we're going to get the ball back on a punt here in about 2.5 minutes. So there's a lot that goes into it, but it is an exciting time to be a Cowboy fan, no doubt about it. We'll return with the Expressway, 35 minutes of uninterrupted content. We have Lucius and Bobby Belt and more coming up. It's the G-Bag Nation and the Fan.
The Cowboys' DeMarcus Lawrence lets his opinions fly.
Of uninterrupted sports content every afternoon here in the G-Bag Nation. We got Bobby Belts coming up in 6.5 minutes. And then Lucius Alexander, LA Live, coming up about 5:40. He'll replay the G-Bag of the day for you every day. But right now, it's winning time. Caller 10, you win a pair of party passes. That's standing room only to see your Cowboys take on Houston at AT&T on Sunday. That's courtesy of Miller Lite. Caller 10 at 877-881-1053.